Sir, very happy morning to all. So, we are doing the revision of indirect taxes, my dear lovable students. If you see the subject IDT as a whole, we are having part number 1, mainly section 7 is talking about supply. Then, section 8, tax rate for composite or mixed supply. Then, section 9 and 10 are the root. Section 9 root and section 10 root. Right, sir? This is what our part number 1 mainly is all about. And part number 2 is the exemptions, my dear lovable students, which is section 11. Section 11 is talking about exemption. Then in part number 3, we are having 3 topics mainly. Number 1, tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Who is supposed to raise the tax invoice? Then you are having time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. Time of supply is covered under 1213. Value of supply is 15 and the place of supply is section 10 and 12 of the IGST Act. We are going to open the 4th slot of our discussion, which is sir, registration and the ITC, a very important part for our examination. Sir, this part is little clumsy in the sense means little big, registration and ITC, but it's very easy to understand. Actually, the contents are very lengthy, but it is very easy to understand. You are having 2 approaches here, my dear lovable students. Either you can by heart all these things and sir will not get any control, or you can understand what each provision is talking about. We are going to understand. Chapter number 1, part 1 is the target now. Person liable for registration. That's what section 22. Section 22 is person. Section 23, person not liable for registration. Person. Section 24 is the compulsory registration. Section 24 is the, what these sections are talking about, sir. This is registration chapter. We are having section 22, we are having section 23, we are having section 24. Section 22 is that person liable for registration. Sir, who is liable to take registration under the GST Act? Section 23 is person not liable for registration. Certain people are not liable for registration. And section 24 are compulsory registration. Or what registration? What section 22 is saying that if your aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, you are liable to take the registration. That means whether you are liable to take the registration or not is based upon aggregate turnover. Is based upon, sir, even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed 10 lakh, does not exceed 20 lakh, does not exceed 40 lakh, you are compulsory liable for registration. That's what section 24, compulsory registration. Comfortable? Even if my aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakh, exceeds 20 lakh, exceeds 40 lakh, I am not liable to take the registration. That's what person not liable for registration. So everything is based upon one word called as what turnover? Sir, if your aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, which may be 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be, you are liable to take registration. That's what section 22. Even if your aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit, you are not liable to take the registration. That's what section 23. Sir, even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed the threshold limit, then you are liable to take registration. That's what section 24. For whom and all the threshold limit will be applicable is what our discussion is all about. Part number 1 is a threshold limit discussion. Number 1 is what? Simple. Every supplier, you may be either supplier of goods or supplier of services or both, liable to be registered. You have to be registered if the aggregate turnover in the financial year exceeds how much lakh? 20 lakh. So as per section 22, section 22 is the person liable for registration. Simple. If your aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh, you are liable to take the registration. Comfortable? Every supplier shall be liable to be registered under this act. Where I have to take the registration? Either in the state or union territory. Either in the state or union territory. Other than the what category state? Special category states. That means these provisions and all will not be applicable to the special category states, from where he make a taxable supply of such goods or services or both. If his aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds how much lakh? That means India classified into 2 categories for the purpose of registration. Special category states, other than special category states. From other than special category states, if your aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh, you are liable to take registration in that state or union territory. That's it. Comfortable? But first proviso to section 22 subsection 1 is saying that if you are making supply from taxable supply of goods or services or both from any of the what category state, special category state, the threshold limit will not be 20 lakh. The threshold limit will be 10 lakh. That's it. That means if your aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh or 10 lakh as the case may be, you are liable to take the registration. Are you really with me? Simple. Section second proviso to 22 subsection 1 is saying that we just now said that if you are situated in the what category state, special category state, instead of 20 lakh, 10 lakh will be applicable. That means more or less, if you are supplying from a special category state, you are liable to take the registration. Yes, sir. So now the special category states are feeling so much disturbed because they are saying to the government that, sir, generally for all others it is 20 lakh, but for us alone 10 lakh. So whoever are supplying goods or services or both from the what category state, special category states, it is compulsory, it is liable to take compulsory registration Madri Dana, sir, because everyone will reach 10 lakh very quickly. So this we are feeling as an up to the what category state, special category state. We don't want up. That means we don't want 10 lakh. Even for us also, please raise to how much lakh? 20 lakh. That's what second proviso. The government may, at the request of the what category state, if those special category states are coming to the government and saying that on the recommendation of the council, enhance the aggregate turnover from how much lakh to how much lakh? Not exceeding 20 lakhs, subject to such conditions and limitations as may be notified. That means if the special category states are coming forward and saying that we don't want 10 lakh, we want only 20 lakh, then government will raise the 10 lakh to 20 lakh. Easy. So if your aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh or 10 lakh as the, you are liable to take registration under the GST. That's it. One line. Now, sir, the other than special category states start asking one question to the government. Sir, now for special category states, you said that how much lakh? 10 lakh. But they have came and cried before the government. You have increased that from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. Now other than special category states also 20 lakh. And special category states also 20 lakh. If they cry, surely all the special category states will cry. Are you really with me? Because no one want to take GST registration, right? Now, other than special category states is going and crying before the government saying that, appo engalukku innum konja extra venum. Hello, sir. So the government may, at the request of a state, this is not special category state, other than special category state, and on recommendation of the council, enhance the aggregate turnover from how much lakh? 20 lakh to such amount not exceeding how much lakh? 40 lakh. In case of supplier, very important, who's engaged exclusively in supply of what? Goods. That means if you are exclusively supplier of goods from other than special category states, for you, the aggregate turnover limit will be 40 lakh and it will not be 20 lakh, subject to such conditions and limitations as may be prescribed. So what they are saying, India classified into two categories. India classified into two. Special category state, other than special category state. Generally, the threshold limit applicable for the special category state is 10 lakh. Correct? But if the special category state coming and crying before the government that we don't want threshold limit of 10 lakh, that will be raised to 20 lakh. That's it. But other than special category state, general limit is 20 lakh. But if you are registered in other than special category state, and if you are supplying exclusively goods, then for you, the applicable threshold limit will be 40 lakh instead of 20 lakhs. Are you understanding threshold? Now, sir, I'm not situating in special category states. I'm situating in other than special category state. And I am exclusive supplier of goods. Then what is the threshold limit applicable? 40 lakhs. But I am having some excess money. That excess money I have put in FD. Then I am getting interest from there. Hello, sir. That means it is an exempt supply of services because extending deposit, loan or advance In so far as the consideration is represented by way of, sir, you said that in order to enjoy threshold limit of how much lakh? 40 lakh. I should be doing exclusive supply of goods. I should not do services, but I am doing exempted services by way of depositing the money in the bank and getting interest, right? Because of that, will the eligibility or the threshold limit has been reduced from how much lakh to how much lakh? 40 lakh to 20 lakh is the question. Therefore, that they are having one explanation. A person shall be considered to be engaged exclusively in the supply of what? Goods. Even if he is engaged in exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit, loan or advance. In so far as the consideration is represented by way of what or what? If you are having only one item, that is extending deposit, loan or advance, for which the consideration has been represented by way of interest or discount, we will think that you are doing only exclusive supply of goods and you are not dealing with what? Services. That means if you are having interest turnover, no problem at all. Are you agree with me? That means you are a supplier of chapel, which is a supplier of goods, but you are getting what also? Interest also. No problem. Still, we will treat you as exclusive supplier of goods. And for you, the applicable threshold limit will be 40 lakhs. Sir, what are the special category states, sir? Sir, every special category states gone before government and said that we don't want 10 lakh, please raise to 20 lakhs. Except these four special category states called as TNMM. Tell me, TN, that is Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram. These four people said that for us, 10 lakh itself is a great limit, sir. We don't want to raise the 20 lakh. If you raise to how much lakh? 20 lakh. For our state, no one will be covered under GST. Sir, GST Act itself will not be applicable. Are you really with me? What are the four states, man? Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur. Repeat once again. Tripura, Nagaland. That means the consequences or the main problem. If you are having, for example, I am having a business, one branch in Tamil Nadu, another branch in Kerala, and one branch in Nagaland. Are you having a branch in Nagaland? What is the applicable threshold limit for Nagaland? Then your aggregate turnover will be 10 lakh overall. That means you can't enjoy 40 lakh, you can't enjoy 20 lakh. That means under one single pan, if you are having one business unit in one of the special category state, the entire aggregate turnover for the whole India will be reduced to. It must be noted that, my dear lovable students, if person having place of business in what state? Different state. I am having business in various states of the country across India and having one branch in any of the state being Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram. The threshold limit for GST registration will be reduced to how much lakh? 10 lakh. Are you really with me? That's it. That's it, the threshold limit. Sir, if someone is coming and asking you a question that who is liable to take registration under GST, you are saying that, do you love to take registration? Then take the registration. If you don't like, don't take the registration. No, it is not like that. It is based upon your aggregate turnover. For that purpose, India classified into two categories. Special category state, other than special category states. After all our discussion, there are only four special category states are there, right? Number one, Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur. If you are situating in this four special category state, and if you are supplying either taxable goods or services or both, for you the applicable threshold limit is 10 lakh. That's it, game over, right? Other than special category state, classified into two categories: exclusive supplier of goods or others. Others means you may be exclusive supplier of services, or you may be supplier of what or what or what, goods or services or both. If you are exclusive supplier of goods, my dear lovable students, hello sir, for you 40 lakhs will be applicable. Even if you are having interest turnover, you will be treated as you are having only supply of goods. But for others, 40 lakhs cannot be enjoyed. Only 20 lakhs can be enjoyed. Are you able to appreciate? This is the first person threshold limit. And number two, transfer of business. Nothing. I will tell you. For example, I am transferor and you are transferee. Right, sir? I am already a registered person. I am already having a registration with my PAN, but I have transferred business to you. Can my GST registration be used by yourself, or you have to take new registration? You have to take new registration because your PAN is something different and my PAN is different, right, sir? So what I have to do? I have to cancel the registration. You have to take the registration. You have to. So section 22 is saying that in case of dash of business, transfer of business, the transferee is liable to take the registration. Yes, if someone is coming and asking you under GST Act, who is liable to take the registration? If their sir aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit, they are liable to take registration. Number 2 is in case of transfer of business, transferee is liable to take the registration. Comfortable? Look at here, man. Where a business carried on by a taxable person. Yes, I am a taxable person. I am already a registered person. Is transferred. I have transferred my business. Why, sir? Either were on account of succession or otherwise, including transfer or change in ownership of business, either due to death of the sole proprietor to what person? Another person. As a what concern? The transferee or the successor, as a what may be, shall be liable to be registered with effect from date of such transfer or succession. That means in case of transfer of business, transferee is liable to take new registration and transferor has to cancel the registration. Comfortable? Next one, man. Amalgamation or demerger. Yes, we are experts in that. There are two types of companies are there. Amalgamating company and amalgamated company. Right, sir? In case of amalgamation, amalgamating company is a company going to close. And amalgamated company is a company going to live. Right, sir? Amalgamated company cannot continue the registration of the amalgamated company. Right? Amalgamating company. Right, sir? So amalgamating company has to cancel the registration. And amalgamated company has to take the registration. So if someone is tomorrow coming and asking you a doubt that, sir, who is liable to take registration under GST? There are 3 people are liable to take the registration under GST. Whose aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit. Are you clear with threshold limit? In case of transfer of business, transferee is the person liable to take the registration. In case of amalgamation, amalgamated company is the person liable to take the. Sir, which place to be registered, sir? A registration required only for a place of business where taxable supply take place. Sir, for example, if I am making exempt supply, sir, after taking registration, what I am going to do, sir? If I am supplying human consumption, what I am going to do with that registration, sir? Right, sir? So only a place from where I am supplying taxable supply of what or what or what? Goods or services or both. I am liable to take the registration, sir. Other place, please don't take the. So whether I am liable to take the registration or not is based upon what turnover? Aggregate turnover. Right, sir? We know the definition of aggregate turnover in the composition levy itself. Sir, aggregate turnover definition is not only for composition levy but also for the entire act, right? Aggregate turnover includes taxable supply, exempt supply, export of goods or services or both, interstate supply, and value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid under CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST and cess to be computed on all India basis having the same PAN. This is how you have to calculate the what turnover. If the aggregate turnover exceeds 10 lakh and if you are situating in special category state, take the registration. Aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh and if you are situated in other than special category state and if you are not exclusive supplier of goods, take the registration. If your aggregate turnover exceeds 40 lakh and if you are situated in other than special category state and if you are supplying exclusive supplier of goods, you are liable to take the registration. That's it, game over. Are you really with me? Sir, are you remembering how the special category states gone and cried? Except 4 people, everyone gone and cried, right? Other than 4 people, the 4 people who have not cried is T, N, M, M. T stands for Tripura, N, Nagaland, M, Manipur, and one more M, Mizoram. When these people have not cried and the other special category states have gone and cried before the government saying that we don't want 10 lakh, we want only the other than special category state got affected. They are saying that we other than special category state and them, the special category states are having same treatment. No, we want something extra. That's why government came up with how much lakh. Look at here, man. If you are supplier of goods having aggregate turnover not exceeding how much lakh? 40 lakh are exempt from taking registration. First of all, you should be situated in other than special category state. And you should be exclusive supplier of goods. Up to how much lakh? 40 lakh. Don't take the registration. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. But, sir, this 40 lakh limit will not be applicable to 4 people. 40 lakh, 4 people. 40 lakh, 4 people. Sir, you are a person who are liable to take compulsory registration under section 24 of the act. Sir, section 24 nature is without seeing the what turnover, aggregate turnover, I have to take the registration. Then one can 40 lakh, 20 lakh, 10 lakh. Correct, Alia? Then you don't see this notification at all because you are such a class of person where without seeing the what turnover, aggregate turnover, you have to take a registration. For you, this 20 lakh, 40 lakh, 10 lakh, sir, will not be applicable. Number 2, sir, person engaged in making supply of goods, being government don't like these goods, ice cream and other edible ice, whether or not containing cocoa or pan masala, they don't like pan masala, tobacco and manufactured tobacco, fly ash bricks, fly ash aggregate or fly ash block, bricks of fossil mills or similar siliceous earth or building bricks or earthen or roof and tiles. What government is saying that? Are you dealing with this? Then for you 40 lakhs limit will not be applicable. Ice cream only how much lakh? 20 lakh. What government is saying that don't eat this item too much in your life. If you eat too much in your life, settu poiduvada, settu poiduve, settu kulikulla poiduve, pitte. Are you really with me? P stands for pan masala. Don't have pan masala in your life. You be against drugs. I stands for ice cream and T stands for tobacco. Sir, very, very dangerous item for human body. Number 1, pan masala. Number 2, ice cream. Number 3, tobacco. Sir, if you eat or consume this item excessively, sarama maridve, fly ash, asha maridve. Are you really with me? கொஞ்சம் வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் நீ ஃபாசிலா மாறிடுவ. Are you really with me? சார், நீ செத்து போனதுக்கு மேல மேல சமாதி கட்டிடுவாங்க பில்டிங் பிரிக்ஸ் வச்சு, எர்த்தான் ஆர் ரூஃப் அண்ட் டைல்ஸ் போட்டு, தமிழ்நாடு கேரளாவா இருந்தா தெய்வமே அப்படின்னு கும்பிடுவாங்க. சாமி ஆசாமியா மாறிடுவ. Are you really with me? So government is saying that this much consequences are there for this item. That's why 40 lakhs limit will not be. For these people, only 20 lakhs limit will be applicable. Hello, sir. Sir, or person making intra-state supply in the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Puducherry, Sikkim, Telangana, Tripura, and Uttarakhand. My dear lovable students, all these guides are special category states. Special category? Sir, for the special category state, actually as per the Act, 10 lakh is the limit. They cried, raised to 20 lakh. இப்போ ஓன் அழுறாங்க, ப்ளீஸ் மேக் அஸ் டு 40 lakh. கவர்மெண்ட் said that தொலைச்சிருவேன். For you, the maximum threshold limit is 20 lakh. Poor people have not cried at all. They are ready. They accepted the act. How much lakh? 10 lakh. For the other special category state, 20 lakh. Sir, what government is saying that, sir, after you see this new notification of 40 lakh, being special category states, நீ தேம்பி தேம்பி அழுதாலும் உனக்கு நான் கொடுக்க மாட்டேன். Because for you, the maximum limit is only 20 lakh. Are you all really with me? The fourth person, my dear lovable students, this 40 lakh notification will not be applicable for person exercising option of voluntary registration. Actually, your aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit. Okay? You have not covered under section 24 also. That means you are not liable for what at all? Compulsory registration or registration at all. But still, you came and said that, Nanu jailik pora, Nanu jailik pora, Nanu jailik pora. Nanu rodida, Nanu rodida, Nanu rodida. I also want registration, I also want registration, I also want registration. You are going for voluntary registration. If you are going for voluntary registration, my dear lovable students, why are you looking 40 lakh? Because voluntary registration is a scheme where without seeing the limit at all, you are taking registration. Actually, நீ registration எடுக்க வேண்டிய நீயா போய் என்ன பண்றனா ட்ரெயின்ல தலைய வச்சுக்கற. அதுக்கு உனக்கு 40 lakhs will not be applicable. That's it. Section 22 story comes to an end. Are you agree with me? If someone is coming and asking you who's liable to take registration, my dear lovable students, you can say that if your threshold limit, if your aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit, you are liable to take the. In case of transfer of business, transfer is liable to take the. Sir, in case of amalgamation, sir, the amalgamated company is liable to take the. There are only 4 special category states for the purpose of registration, sir. T, N, M, M. Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur, and Mizoram. Right, sir? I'm coming to section 23, man. Person not liable for registration. Wow. Even if your aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh, even if your aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh, even if your aggregate turnover exceed 40 lakh, you are not liable to take the registration, my dear lovable students. Abdiya, Ama. Number 1, agriculturist. Number 1, agriculturalist. Are you agriculturalist? Being an agriculturalist, what you will supply? Diamond? No, sir. Pinne. Agricultural produce. Like urlakarangu, takali. Are you really with me? For this and all, there is no GST, my dear lovable students. So what government said that? Sir, these are exempt supply. These are what supply? Exempt supply. This agricultural produce are exempt supply. Am I right? But the definition of the aggregate turnover include what supply? So because of including exempt supply in the aggregate turnover, your aggregate turnover may be more than 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh as the, then as per section 22, you may be liable for, after you taken registration, what you are going to achieve. You will always file the nil return. It's a job for you and it's a national base for us. Please don't take what at all. Even if your aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit. Are you really with me? Number 2, person exclusively making supply of non-taxable what goods or services or both. Look at here, man. You are supplying alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Is alcoholic liquor for human consumption leviable to GST? That means it's a non-taxable supply. Exempt supply includes non-taxable supply. Aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. That means even though you are supplying supply of alcoholic liquor for human consumption, that turnover will be included in the aggregate turnover. Able to connect? So as per section 22, you may be liable for registration. Please don't take registration, because after you have taken registration, what you are going to do with that registration? Because you are supplying alcoholic liquor for person number 3, man. Person exclusively making supply of wholly exempted goods or services or both. My dear lovable students, you are only supplying supply of farm labor. You are only supplying basic agriculture operation. You are only supplying toll charges. You are only supplying distribution of electricity. That means section 11. I am not doing any other thing. That means I am an exclusive supplier of exempted goods or services or both. Purida? Sir, that means, my dear lovable students, after I take the registration, what I will do with that registration? But as per section 22, this exempt supply will also be included in the aggregate turnover. Correct? So if my aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit, I am liable to take the registration as per section 22. But section 23 is saying that even if your aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit, please don't take registration. In that, number 1 is agriculturist. Number 1 is what? Number 2, the second one, a person who are supplying either goods or service or both which are not leviable to GST. Right, sir? Number 3 is the exempt supply. Number 3 is the. Number 4, notified category of person. What government is saying that we will notify certain people. We will notify certain people. Those people, my dear lovable students, don't take the registration. We will relax. We will what? We will say that certain people are not liable to take the. In that, one of the notification is 40 lakhs notification. Have you already gone through? If you are situated in other than special category state, and if you are supplying exclusive supply of goods, don't take registration up to. And that 40 lakhs is not applicable to compulsory registration. Yes, sir. And sir, settu poiruve, settu kulikulla poiruve, pit, correcta? P stands for pan masala, I stands for ice cream, T stands for tobacco. Are you really with me? எஸ் சார். சார் மண்ண போட்டு மூடிருவாங்க. நீ சாரமா மாறிடுவ சார். ஃப்ளை ஆஷ் பிரிக்ஸ். Then building of fossil mills or building bricks or earthen or roof and tiles. And if you are situating in the special category states, sir, all the special category states, 40 lakhs limit will not be. And if you love to take voluntary registration, then please don't see the threshold limit. Are you all really with me? Sir, in addition to that, the government will notify these people. Yes, notify the people. Notification number 1 will be talking about. Notification number 2 will be talking about. Notification number 3 will be talking about. Notification number 4 will be talking about. Notification number 5, sir, will be talking about. Notification number 6 will be talking about. Then notification number 7 will be talking about, my dear lovable students. And notification number 8 will be talking about after I talk section 24. Are you all really with me? That means there are certain people, my dear lovable students, government said that even if your aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the, please don't take registration. Please don't take registration. Sir, section 24, even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed the threshold limit of 10 lakh, 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the, you have to take compulsory registration. You have to take. Look at here, man. Sir, this is what set number 1. 2 people. Number 1, understand very clearly. Sir, person making any interstate taxable supply. Person making any. For example, I am situating in Tamil Nadu, my dear lovable students. I am supplying to Kerala. I am supplying to. Am I making interstate supply? Yes, sir. A interstate supplier, irrespective of the what turnover, aggregate turnover, they have to take compulsory registration. So it must be noted that central government has granted exemption from registration to person making interstate supply of taxable services having aggregate turnover not exceeding how much lakh? 20 lakh or 10 lakh in case of what category state? Special category states. Hello, sir. Look at here, man. Sir, what government said that? You logically understand, then no need to by heart anything. I will make you logic. Come on. Sir, I am a supplier, sir. Okay, sir. I can make intra-state supply or I can make interstate supply. If you make intra-state supply, see the threshold limit, sir. If the threshold limit exceeds 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, you are liable to take the registration. Otherwise, don't take the. Sir, my dear lovable students, interstate supply. Are you making interstate supply? Then it is compulsory registration under section 24, sir. Even though if your aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit. Sir, this you don't hear. You study along with me. Then this topic will come to an end. Then this supplier will be classified into how many category? 2 category. One is supplier of goods and supplier of. This supplier of services have gone and asked to the government that, again, they have gone and cried before the government that, government, you said that if we are supplier of interstate supplier, you are compulsory liable to take registration. But my threshold limit does not exceed 10 lakh or 20 lakh, as the case may be. Don't say 40 lakh, because I am talking about supplier of services. 40 lakhs will not be. 40 lakhs will be applicable only for exclusive supplier of goods. Comfortable? Then all the suppliers in one state decided that, okay, fine. If we provide supply to Tamil Nadu, sir, Kerala, it will become an interstate supply. Then we are compulsory liable to take. Idana prachana. We are not providing service to Kerala at all. We will provide service only to what? Government. Otherwise, sir, poraduvom. We want exemption. We want relaxation from taking the what registration? Compulsory registration. Immediately government said that, yes, we are having an option called as section 23. Called as section? What is section 23? Person not liable for registration. Even though your aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit or does not exceed threshold limit. Are you really with me? In that section 23 is a scope called as notified person. That notification, one of the notification is 40 lakh notification. Are you remembering? So government come up with a notification saying that person making interstate supply of taxable services. Are you supplier of service? Are you making interstate outward supply? Then up to an amount of 10 lakh or 20 lakh as the case may be is not entitled to take the registration. That means, sir, picturize pannu. Supplier class how many category? Supplier of goods and supplier of service. Initially, government said that as per section 24, if you anyone make interstate supply, compulsory liable to take registration. This service provider gone and fought with the government saying that போராடுவோம். Are you really with me? Exemption kaga போராடுவோம். Government said that if you are interstate supplier of services up to 10 lakh or up to 20 lakh, that means up to your threshold limit, please don't take what registration? Compulsory registration. Are you all really with me? And this service providers feel relaxed. That means even though if they make interstate supply, they are not compulsory liable to take. But this good supplier, pavam, correcta. And not only that, the service provider, after they got a notification under the act, they came and said to the goods service provider that because we got notification, we got exemption, even though we have made either intrastate supply or interstate supply up to the threshold limit, we are not liable for registration. Are you really with me? Immediately the supplier of goods also started போராடுவோம். Notification kaga போராடுவோம். Are you really with me? Government said that முடியாது. Notification கொடுக்க முடியாது. Are you really with me? Then my dear lovable students, but government have to do something. They can't disappoint the goods providers. So they came up with another notification. Person making interstate taxable supply of notified handicraft goods up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh in special category states are not liable to take the registration. That means not all the goods, not only the handicraft goods, only the. So government said that, are you supplying handicraft goods from Tamil Nadu to Kerala or Kerala to Tamil Nadu? Then up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, you are not compulsory liable to take the registration. Hello, sir. Now the service providers got little disappointed. Are you understanding? Because if the service provider, earlier they were feeling like this, if we make either intrastate supply or interstate supply up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh, we are not liable to take the registration. Hello. But these goods people also have gone and asked to the government that போராடுவோம். Hello, sir. Government did not exempt for every supplier of goods, only for the handicraft, notified handicraft goods. Right, sir? Service providers asked to the government that, yes, sir, why gave you exemption? So government said that, illapa, the supplier of the goods have said that, போராடுவோம். அந்த கைகள் அற்புதங்கள் செய்யும் கைகள். என்ன கைகள்? சாதாரண கையில் அது என்ன கை அது? அற்புதங்கள் செய்யும் கைகள். Are you all really with me? That's why handicraft goods, கையால் தயாரிக்கிற goods மட்டும். So not all goods, my dear lovable students, notified handicraft goods. Notified handicraft goods. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. So அந்த கைகள் சாதாரணமான கைகள் கிடையாது. அது என்ன கைகள் அது? அப்போ உங்களோட அற்புதங்கள் செய்யும் கைகளால் ஏதாவது பொருள் தயாரிச்சு ஒரு ஸ்டேட்ல இருந்து இன்னொரு ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு நீங்க என்ன பண்ணீங்கன்னா சப்ளை பண்ணீங்கன்னா up to 10 lakh, up to 20 lakh, you are not liable to take the compulsory registration. Comfortable, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, now job worker is having a doubt. What doubt? Sir, job worker is saying that my case is supply of services, right? As per schedule 2. Correct? Job worker is a supply of. Sir, if my principal is situated in another state and if I do what work? Job work, it will amount to supply of service. And that is a interstate supply, right? Whether I am liable to take compulsory registration. Government said that. Ariviliya? Sir, you also? Service only. So the first notification itself, we said that if you are making interstate supply of services, you are not liable to take compulsory registration. Am I right? So government come up with a special notification for the job worker. I will tell you why. If job worker is engaged in making interstate supply of services, is exempt from obtaining registration. Already for service provider, above notification is there. Yes, sir. But they came up with a special notification for what worker? To say that if you are a job worker, your service will be treated as supply of services. But this for these two job workers, to these two job workers, that 10 lakh, 20 lakh benefit will not be applicable. Even for what provider? Service provider, being a what worker, government want to create an exception. Number one, who's liable to be registered under section 22 subsection 1 as a job worker, your aggregate turnover itself exceed 10 lakh or 20 lakh as then you are liable to take registration not under section 24 but under section 22. Can I? Or who opt to take what registration? Voluntary registration. My dear lovable students, sir, without seeing the turnover, if a job worker want to take what registration? Voluntary registration. Don't follow the above notification. You go and take the voluntary registration. Are you all really with me? Or you are a job worker dealing with high value goods such as jewelry. Then the principal will transport jewelry to you. Then you should be a registered person. Otherwise, if you run with some other person, what principal will do? Correct? Or you are goldsmith. You are what? Goldsmith means a person who are working with gold. Right, sir? Or you are what? Silversmith or any other article. That means if you are a job worker who are working with high value goods, hello? For you this 10 lakh, 20 lakh limit will not be applicable. Hello? You are compulsory liable to take the registration. So if you are working in jewelry, goldsmith, silversmith, Steve Smith, all these people are compulsory liable to take the registration. That means, what is the story, my dear lovable students? Look at here. What is the story here? You have to be clearly understand. All the problems are created by section 24. Because section 24 said that if you make interstate outward supply, you are compulsory liable to take the registration. Suppliers classified into two categories: supplier of goods and supplier of services. Supplier of services immediately said that poradvam. Government said that your poratam accepted. We are putting notification. Right? If you are interstate supplier of services up to the threshold limit, don't take registration. So now the goods also came and said that we also poradvam. Government said that ODPD. But your hands are very nice. Hello, sir. So, my dear lovable students, if you are manufacturing what craft goods, handicraft goods, and if you are making interstate outward supply up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh, you are not compulsory liable to take registration. Because it's pure skill, that is the only difference. The other goods you are making by using machinery, but this you are making using hands. So, you are handicraft goods. Immediately, one other person came and asked that, sir, I am a person who are manufacturing superb goods like this, sir. What I will be doing, I will tell you, man. Sir, I am in Tamil Nadu, but I will go to Kerala. After I reach Kerala, I will purchase raw materials like this, sir. And I will be buying all the ingredients from Kerala. I will sit, sir, in the roadside, or I will put a stall in the roadside or some other place. And I will be manufacturing goods in Kerala. And I will sell the goods in Kerala. And I alone will come back to Tamil Nadu. அப்ப நான் எங்கிருந்து எங்க போய் தமிழ்நாட்டிலிருந்து கேரளால போய் கேரளால ரா மெட்டீரியல் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணி கேரளால மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணி கேரளால வித்து திருப்பி எங்க வருவேன் தமிழ்நாடு. Hello sir, whether I am liable to take compulsory registration or not is what the question asked. The government come up with the notification that உன் கையும் சமையான கை. So casual taxable person, what taxable person? Such a people are called as CTP, called as casual taxable person. Tell man, casual, making taxable supply of what craft goods, handicraft goods, and handmade shawl, and what stoles, etc. is exempt from obtaining registration. Are you really with me? So if you are a casual taxable person, for example, Have you heard about circus team? Yes, sir. For example, in Orissa, there is one circus called a Jumbo Circus. Tell me, Jumbo Circus. Sir, what this Jumbo is doing, from Orissa, they are coming to Tamil Nadu. எப்போ தமிழ்நாட்டில் ரொம்ப அதிகமாக வெயில் அடிக்குதோ 11 மாதம் அப்படி தான் இருக்கும். பட் ஸ்டில் மை டியர் லவபிள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், அட் தட் டைம் தே வில் கம் டு தமிழ்நாடு and they will play circus for 20 days, 30 days, 40 days. They will put exhibition. Correcta? Will they here for entire 12 months? No. If you are here for entire 12 months, you are a regular taxable person. If you are in Tamil Nadu only for particular period of time, you are casual taxable person. ஏன்பா வந்தேன் சார்? கேஷுவலாக வந்தேன் சார். Are you all really with me? Sir, if you come daily, it is not casual. It is regular. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. So, my dear lovable students, government said that if you are a CTP means casual, that CTP will go from one state to another state, sir, here and there. They said that up to a limit of 10 lakh or 20 lakh, as the case may be, you are not compulsory liable to take the. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. These are the notifications applicable to the first one word. You tell me, what is the first one? As per section 24, we said that, sir, person making interstate supply are compulsory liable to take registration, right? It is having so much relaxation which is covered in section 23. What is relaxation? Relaxation number 1, interstate supplier of services. Number 2, interstate supplier of goods being handicraft goods. Number 3, interstate supplier of goods being CTP. Number 4, job workers, but other than who have already taken registration or who wish to take voluntary registration, or goldsmith, silversmith, steelsmith, etc. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. And any other? That's it. I'm coming to the next one, man. Person who are required to pay tax under what charge basis? Reverse charge basis. Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on. Sir, I'm GTA. I'm what? You are 7 specified person located in the taxable territory. You are 7 specified person located in taxable territory. Then 7 specified person located in the taxable territory is the person liable to pay tax. You are going to liable to pay tax. It is your responsibility to liable to pay tax as per section 9353, as the case may be. Purida? Yes, sir. It is your responsibility to raise the invoice as per 31 subsection 3 clause F. You can go and refer. It will be pakka correct. Are you really with me? As per section 31 subsection 3 clause A, clause B, clause C, clause D, clause E, clause F, we discussed. Clause A, revised tax invoice. Clause B, consolidated revised tax invoice. Clause C, bill of supply. Clause D, receipt voucher. Clause E, refund voucher. And clause F, it is a payment voucher, sir. It is a payment voucher is G. It is a responsibility of the recipient to raise the invoice. Correct? Here I will connect one thing, try to get that connection. Sir, as per the definition of the aggregate turnover, if I am GTA and if you are recipient of GTA services, it is your responsibility to pay tax on reverse charge basis. It is your responsibility to raise the invoice as per 31 subsection 3. But, my dear lovable students, is it your turnover, my turnover? My turnover. Because definition of aggregate turnover is saying that value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis should be excluded. That means it will not be included in the what turnover? Aggregate turnover. So it is not your turnover. It is my turnover. Correct? So being a supplier of services, transportation of goods service, my turnover may exceed 10 lakh or 20 lakh as then I may fall under section 22, person liable for. But whatever service I am providing, recipient is the person liable to take registration, right, sir? Then after taking registration, what I will do, my dear lovable students? So, the recipient of the GTA services, the recipient of the girls services, goods transport, agent insurance, agent recovery, agent legal services by arbitral tribunal, sponsorship services, security services, all those recipient falls under section 24. What is section 24? Are you recipient of 9353? Fall under section 24. Whether GTA is liable to take registration, not liable to take registration. Not liable to take. That's what government with a notification for GTA, my dear lovable students. That's what set number 2. Look at here, man. What they are saying is person only engage in making taxable supply. I am a supplier. I am making taxable supply. Total tax on which is liable to be paid on what charge basis is exempt from taking registration. I am a supplier of 9353 and you are the person who are liable to take registration. You are liable to pay tax. You take compulsory registration being recipient. Understanding? I am the supplier, my dear lovable students. I am not liable to take registration at all as per section 23. Hello, sir. Up 935323. Hello? If I am the supplier of the GTA, recipient is the person liable to pay tax. You fall under section NF4 24. I will escape under section 23. Person not liable for registration. Comfortable? That's it, my dear lovable students. So as per section 24, 2 people are compulsory liable to take registration. Number 1, person who are making interstate outward supply, but it is having lot of notifications, right? Number 2, who is the recipient of the 9353. Come on, set number 2 is the casual taxable person. Are you a CTP casual taxable person? Then you are compulsory liable to take the. But if your kaigal are arpudangal seyyum kaigal, then you are having relaxation. Correct? Then you are NRTP. What TP? Non-resident taxable person. What person? Non-resident taxable person. That means the circus team is coming from Japan, from China, and they are playing a circus in India. They are not CTP. They are NRTP. They are non-resident taxable person. What person? So basically CTP bar NRTP have to compulsory liable to take the registration. Number 1, person who are making interstate outward supply. Number 2, recipient of the 9353 services. Clarity? The next one, man. CTP bar NRT. Next one. Are you a person liable to deduct TDS under section 51? Take compulsory TDS registration. Take compulsory. Are you a person who are compulsory liable to collect TCS under section 52? Because 2 things are there. TDS under section 51 and TCS under section 52. If you are a person who are compulsory liable to deduct TDS under section 51, take compulsory TDS registration. Take compulsory. If you are a person who are compulsory liable to collect TCS under section 52, take compulsory TCS registration. Take compulsory. So, who and all are compulsory liable to take registration? Number 1, person who are making interstate outward supply. Person pay tax under reverse charge basis. That is basically recipient of the 9353 service. Set 1 comes to 1. Set number 2, are you CTP? Are you NRTP? Take compulsory registration. Are you liable to deduct TDS under section 51? Are you liable to collect TCS under section 52? Take compulsory registration. Comfortable? Coming to the set number 4, my dear lovable students. Person who supply goods or services or both. Person who supply through e-commerce operator. Through what commerce operator? Then the supplier is compulsory liable to take registration. But we discussed 9555. Are you remembering? If you are supplying happier services through e-commerce operator, it is a responsibility of the e-commerce operator to pay the tax, right? That's why other than supply specified in 95 they are saying. So are you a supplier of goods or services or both through what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. Then you are compulsory liable to take. Again, they come up with a notification under section 23, which are saying that, look at here, man, the RCM we have done. Supplier of services, supplying service through what commerce platform? Sir, I may be supplier of goods or I may be supplier of services. if I am a supplier of services, I am supplying through what commerce platform? E-commerce platform. Sir, I am exempt from obtaining registration up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh as the, because the supplier of service asked a logical question to the government. Because if I normally standalone basis, if I make interstate outward supply up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh, I am not liable to take compulsory registration. But if I am supplying through what commerce operator, you are asking me to take compulsory registration. So are you promoting trade or demotivating trade? So government said that if you are supplier of services, whether you are making interstate supply or if you are making supply through e-commerce operator, please don't take what registration? Compulsory registration. Then immediately the goods people have come up and said that, என்னடா இது அநியாயமா இருக்கு? Because for service, whatever they do, they are not compulsory liable to take registration. But when we go and ask that, please provide exemption for us also. கை நல்லா இருக்கு, தலை நல்லா இருக்கு, so this part exempted, that part exempted. No. We also want notification. Even if I supply goods through what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. We also want exemption up to 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the government said that. Oh, அப்படி சொல்றியா? வா. Sir, if you are supplier of goods through what commerce operator, you also don't take compulsory registration. That means now 24 become valueless. Correcta? With, sir, 25 conditions government said. If you are satisfying these conditions, and if you are supplying goods through what commerce operator, e-commerce operator, then you are not compulsory liable to take registration. People ask, what are that? Such person shall not make any interstate supply of goods. That means with the e-commerce, sir, only you sell goods within Tamil Nadu. You should not sell goods in Kerala. Because if you are selling goods in Kerala, you are cheating the first notification. Because we only said that if you are making interstate outward supply, the supplier of goods is compulsory liable to take registration. புரியுதா? அப்போ நீ அந்த ஸ்டேட்டுக்குள்ள மட்டும் தான் வைக்கணும். Next, such a person shall not make supply of goods through e-commerce operator in more than one state or what territory? Union territory. Only in one state you should sell. That means, sir, your brand should be sell only in Tamil Nadu. Sir, through Kerala e-commerce operator, I am selling in Kerala. Through Tamil Nadu e-commerce operator, I am selling in Tamil Nadu. No. Sir, you should be a chota wala. Are you really with me? Such person shall require to have a PAN issued under the income tax act. First of all, you should take a, sir, PAN. Such person shall, before making any supply of goods through what commerce operator, declare on the common portal their PAN, address of their place of business and state or union territory. That means you have to declare your jadagam in the common portal that, sir, I am going to declare goods through what commerce operator. Once you declare all this, you will get an enrollment number on the what portal? Common portal. And this NSR enrollment number should be attached in the e-commerce NSR operators portal. Are you really with me? And such person shall not be grant more than one enrollment number. For one supplier, one enrollment number will only be applicable. Hello, sir. If you don't NSR granted an enrollment number from the common portal, you are not supposed to supply goods through what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. And when such person are subsequently granted registration under section 25, in case in future, if the supplier of goods has taken real registration, then this enrollment number will be ceased to be valid. That means put it on dustbin, my dear lovable students. So now the supplier of goods through what commerce operator is asking a reply question to the government that, இப்ப எனக்கு புரிஞ்சிச்சு நீங்க என்ன சொல்ல வரீங்க, compulsory registration எடுங்கன்னு தானே சொல்றீங்க. Because you are providing me 1008 condition. And if you satisfy the 1008 condition, I am exempt from taking registration. Are you really with me? So government said that, look at here, man. Sir, are you making interstate outward supply? Take compulsory registration. Are you a recipient of 9353? Compulsory registration. Are you CTP, NRTP? Take compulsory registration. Are you a person liable to deduct TDS under section 51? Take compulsory registration. Are you supposed to collect TCS under section 52? Take compulsory registration. Are you supplier of goods or services or both through what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. Take compulsory registration. Right? Sir, I am the e-commerce operator, sir. Nan the e-commerce operator. And through the e-commerce operator, happier services are supplying. Who is the person liable to pay tax? E-commerce operator. Then the e-commerce operator have to take compulsory registration. At that time, e-commerce operator should not say that my aggregate turnover does not exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh as the case may be. They are compulsory liable to take registration. Sir, I am supplying OIDAR online information, data, access or retrieval services. Then take compulsory registration. Sir, I am ISD, sir. Who's ISD? Input Service Distributor. Take the compulsory registration. Sir, I am agent or otherwise, as per Schedule 1, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed. Supply of goods or services or both between related or distinct persons specified in section 25 made or agreed to be made in the course of furtherance of business. Supply of goods between principal and agent. When we will call the other party as agent, if the agent is having the authority to raise the invoice in his name, then such a person is called as. Once you become agent, take the compulsory registration because without consideration, principal is transferring goods to you, right? The next one, man, such other person or class of person as may be notified by the government. In addition to this, government, what they are saying, still we will increase the limit. And every person who are supplying, oh my God, which is what? Online money gaming from a place where? Outside India. So from a place outside India, if you are supplying online money gaming, even those people are compulsory liable to take the registration. Comfortable? So every agent or otherwise are compulsory liable to take registration. In that only one exception is the commission agent for sale of purchase of what produce? Agricultural produce. Because supply of farm labor, basic agriculture operations, process carried out in agricultural farm, renting or leasing of agro-machinery vacant land for the purpose of agriculture, loading, unloading, packing, storage and warehousing of agriculture produce, agriculture extension services, service provided by any agency for purchase or sale of agriculture produce is exempt from. If that agent is an agriculture agent, no need to take compulsory registration. All other agents are compulsory liable to take registration. Purida. So that's it. The story of section 22, 23 and 24. Section 22, person liable for registration. Section 23, person not liable for registration. Section 24, compulsory registration. What the story or how the story has to be understood, every section is linked to aggregate turnover. If your aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, you are liable to take registration. That's what 22. Even though your aggregate turnover exceed 20 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh, you are not liable to take registration is what 23. And my dear lovable students, sir, even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, you are liable to take compulsory registration. That's what section 24. That's it. Game over. Section 22, person liable for registration. 23, person not liable for registration. Section 24, compulsory. So certain people will fall under 23. Person not liable for registration. Certain people will fall under 22 or 24. 22, person liable for registration. Section 24. Those people have to follow section 25, 26 and 27. That's what the procedure for registration. What for registration? Section 25. Sir, okay, sir, I understood that I'm liable to take the registration under the act. How I have to take registration? That's what section 25. Sir, section 26 is deemed registration. If I taken registration under the CGST Act or UTGST Act, it is equal to taking registration under the IGST Act. Hello, sir. That's what deemed registration. And special provisions for CTP or NRTP, sir. Sir, I am CTP, sir. I am NRTP, sir. How I have to take registration, sir? Because a normal person is Monday pitchikar and to take in registration. I am a CTP, NRTP. I will be traveling from one state to another. Or I am a person who are situated outside India and providing services in India. Hello, sir. If you ask me to go through complex procedural aspects, it will be really tough for me, sir. So please grant me some relaxation. That's what section 27, special procedure for casual taxable person. And so you will understand that who are liable to take registration, who are not liable to take registration. Such people will take the registration, right, sir? After such people take the registration, my dear lovable students, sometimes there may be change in registration. That's what amendment of registration. I have taken registration, but there are certain changes in the registration. Because when I take the registration, I give my phone number, sir, 960-12345678910910. But after that, my number has been changed. So I want to change that change in the registration. Comfortable? Or I have died, sir. I don't want the registration, sir. I stopped the business, sir. I don't want the registration, sir. I transfer the business, sir. I don't want the registration, sir. That is called as what of registration? Cancellation of registration, right? Sometimes if you are a bad boy, your registration will be cancelled by department itself. Then you will be going and crying that please, 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 sir, please, sir. Sir, next time I will surely file the return on time, sir. Then they will say that, Poda, they will revoke the cancellation. That is called as a revocation of cancellation of registration. So in that, sir, the first part, registration, the major part, who's liable for registration, that is the A category for examination. Hello, sir. In the coming slot, we will be talking about 25, 26, 27. And in one more slot, 28, 29, and 30, we'll say that the chapter registration comes to an. I'm with you from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the chapter registration revision, my dear lovable students. In that we understood that what is section 22, person liable for registration. What is section 23, person not liable for registration. What is section 24, compulsory registration. That means after that first part, we classify the people into two categories. Section 23 people, 22 bar 24 people. 23, person not liable for registration. Such people, that's it, out of GST. Sir, section 22 and section 24, my dear lovable students, then person liable for registration. If they are liable for registration, the question arises, how to take registration, when to take registration, where to take registration. All are answered by section 25, that is procedure for registration. What for registration? So section 25 subsection 1 classified into two categories, where to take registration and when to take registration. Where to take registration. Normally, every such state or union territory in which he is liable. Where you are situating? You are situated in Tamil Nadu. You are situated in Kerala. So in that state, take the registration. நீ எங்க இருக்கியோ அங்கதான் நீ registration எடுக்கணும். Are you really with me? That means from where you are supplying, making taxable supply of goods or service or both. Sir, I am in territorial water, sir. நான் தண்ணிக்குள்ள இருக்கேன், sir, full time. Then the nearest point of the appropriate baseline is located. From there, what is the nearest appropriate baseline? Is Goa near? Take registration in Goa. Is Kerala near? Take registration in Kerala. Is Tamil Nadu near? Chennai near? Take registration in Tamil Nadu. Hello, sir. Sir, I am having one unit in SEZ and I am having another unit in other than SEZ. Take separate registration for SEZ unit and other than SEZ unit. Okay, sir. So separate registration for both unit, because SEZ will be treated as deemed export. Even though you supplying to an SEZ, SEZ will be treated as situating outside India, my dear lovable students. So please take separate registration for SEZ unit and separate registration for non-SEZ unit. Okay, sir. That's fine, sir. When I am liable to take registration, sir? You are liable to take registration within 30 days. From the date of liable for registration. From the date of, that means either you fall in section 22, that means your aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit on a particular day, or you will fall under section 24, that means you may start doing interstate outward supply, or you may receive 9353 services, or you may start supplying goods through e-commerce operator, or you are liable to take deduct TDS under section 51, or you are liable to collect TCS under section 52. Some of the circumstances you will fall under section 24. From that date, you will be having a breathing space of how many days? 30 days. So within 30 days from the date of liable for registration. Comfortable? That's it. 25 subsection 1 comes to an end. What is 25 subsection 2? One registration per state. What government is saying that generally we are recommending you to take one registration per state. That is Tamil Nadu, one registration. If you are having multiple branches inside Tamil Nadu, you can declare the main as the principal place of business and the other branches as the additional place of business, right? But if you are having business verticals, for example, in Tamil Nadu itself, I'm having Serpu Kada, I'm having Tuni Kada, sir, I'm having some other Kada. I want 3 separate registration inside Tamil Nadu itself. You can take 3 separate registration. We don't have any problem. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. So, my dear lovable students, 25 subsection 3 is talking about voluntary registration. What registration? Actually, you have not fall under section 22. You are not a person who are liable to take the registration. Or you have not fall under section 24. That means you are not liable to take compulsory registration. Then, my dear lovable students, sir, if you wish, you can take voluntary registration. Even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed threshold limit of 10 lakh, 20 lakh or or you does not fall under the circumstances of section 24, still if you want, you can take what registration? Voluntary registration. A person who is not liable to register under section 22 or 24 may get himself registered voluntarily. But after you take voluntary registration, you are saying that, sir, actually I am not liable to take registration. But still I voluntarily taken registration. Hence I will not file the return. Monday lo kuttuve. Once you have taken what registration, all the provisions of this act will be applicable. Comfortable? Why there is a provision of voluntary registration in the act? The logic is very simple. Otherwise, the registered person will not purchase from unregistered person, because the registered person may feel that for him 9454 will be applicable, because a builder who are purchasing from a unregistered person, builder is the person who are liable to pay tax on GST on RCM. So such a registered person may avoid purchase from unregistered person. So unregistered person will lose the business. So unregistered person, he himself feeling that no, I don't want to lose the business. Let me be also a registered person. So you can go and take the voluntary registration under 25 subsection 3. Sir, 25.4 and 25.5 are distinct person and the deemed distinct person. For example, inside Tamil Nadu itself, you have taken more than one registration. Or once with a single PAN, you have taken one registration in Tamil Nadu and another registration in Kerala. Then you two people will be treated as the deemed distinct person. Deemed distinct. That means if you are having two registration, sir, under one PAN. So there is only one PAN, my dear lovable students. But you are having R1 and R2. Registration 1 and these two people will be treated as deemed distinct person. So person was obtained or required to obtain more than what registration? One registration. Whether either in one state or union territory, or more than in one state or union territory, shall in respect of each such registration be treated as either distinct person for the purpose of this act. Sir, I have taken registration in Tamil Nadu, but I am having an establishment in Kerala. That establishment is not a registered place, but still this registered place and that establishment will be treated as deemed distinct person. Comfortable? So where a person was obtained or required to obtain registration in a what or what? State or union territory in respect of an establishment. For a branch, I have taken registration in Tamil Nadu. But I am having a branch in another state and as also an establishment in another state. Then such establishments, that is, I'm having one establishment in Tamil Nadu, which is a registered establishment. I'm having another establishment in Kerala, which is a unregistered one, will be treated as establishment of what person? Distinct person for the purpose of this act. One line summary. Sir, separate registration make distinct person. Establishment in another state will also make distinct person. Comfortable? Sir, I'm going to take the registration. What and all documents you need? Simple. You need PAN. Sir, PAN will be issued under the Income Tax Act. Without PAN under GST, you won't get the registration. Okay, sir? Sir, if you are going to take a TDS registration under section 51, instead of PAN, TAN is mandatory. Are you agree with me? Up a normal registration, PAN is mandatory, and for TDS registration, TAN is mandatory. Sir, if you want to take a registration, you have to do the Aadhaar authentication. What authentication? Every individual, resident, citizens of India are having Aadhaar. Do you have Aadhaar number? Yes, sir. If you show that Aadhaar number, kalyanam nadakadu. Ena adil irukra photo ku namakku sambandhame irukadu. Are you really with me? 1980s irukra photo varkum. But I think now there is an option to change the photo in the Aadhaar. Yes, sir. Because government itself is getting shocking. Is this guy resident or non-resident? Right, sir. So even, sir, nowadays not only PAN is not sufficient. You should have Aadhaar authentication also. What also? Sir, authentication of registered person. If you are a registered person under GST, please do what authentication? Aadhaar authentication. Sorry, sir, I don't have an Aadhaar number. Then we will say the alternate means of authentication if Aadhaar is not assigned. If you don't have Aadhaar, don't worry. We will say the different means or the alternatives we will say. Are you really with me? After you take on registration or during the time of registration, if you don't authorize with your what? Aadhaar, then your registration will be invalid. We will put it on dustbin, your registration. Hello, sir? Because that much important. So in order to take registration, PAN or TAN is mandatory and you are supposed to undergo the Aadhaar authentication. Comfortable? This is for the people who have already taken registration. But I'm going to take registration, sir. Then After registration, kadayada Aadhaar authentication. During the registration time itself, you have to authorize the Aadhaar. That's why 25(6)(b), authentication by Aadhaar number for what of registration? Grant of registration. Do you want new registration now? If you have to take a registration today, you have to do the what authentication? Aadhaar authentication. Then only we will give the registration. For the first discussion, 2017, I already registered under GST. But this Aadhaar authentication has not came in 2017. They bring in 2020. Purida. Up already in a person, registered person, they ask to do the Aadhaar authentication. But today I am going and taking registration. First you do the Aadhaar authentication. Then only we will give you the, sir, sorry sir, I don't have what at all? Aadhaar at all. Don't worry. For you also we will provide what means? Alternate means. Are you really with me? What is alternate means? Nothing. They will come for physical verification. They will come and check that where you are going to start your business. What business you are going to start. Why you don't have an Aadhaar number? Sir, let such questions they will be asking. Comfortable, sir? Sir, okay, sir. This all good. Already if I have registered in 2017, in 2020 you are asking me to do the Aadhaar authentication. Or if I am going to take registration in 2025, you are asking me to take the Aadhaar authentication. Sir, but I am non-individual, sir. I am company, sir. I don't have what at all? Aadhaar at all. Sir, I am HUF, sir. I don't have Aadhaar at all. Act is asking one question. Is that HUF is having kurta? Yes, sir. Is that karta is having Aadhaar? Use the sir, Aadhaar of the kurta or managing director or whole-time director or such number of partners if it is a partnership firm, or members of the managing committee or board of trustee or authorized representative or authorized signatory or such other class of person, we will notify. So if you are a partnership firm, we know that partnership firm does not have Aadhaar, but partners have Aadhaar. Use the partners Aadhaar to get the authentication, my dear lovable students. Sorry, sir. My partners are Venna, sir. They don't have what, sir? Aadhaar, sir. Don't worry, sir. We will provide alternate means of Aadhaar. We will come and do the physical verification. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, they have said that from 1/4/2020 only, sir, authentication of the Aadhaar is mandatory. Comfortable? But these people, okay, till now we talked about applicability. Now I am going to talk about the non-applicability. For these people and all, sir, Aadhaar verification will not be applicable. Number one, person who's not a citizen of India because you don't have Aadhaar. For an NRTP, you are saying that please do Aadhaar verification. You will ask that, Aadhaar, what is this Aadhaar? I don't know Aadhaar, I know only Avatar, right, sir? Then, sir, government or establishment of central government, state government. Follow. If I am government or establishment of central government, state government, for me there is no Aadhaar verification. Next one, what authority? Local authority. Greater Chennai Corporation. They don't want Aadhaar verification. A statutory body. Sir, they don't want. A public sector undertaking. They don't want. Sir, a person applying for registration under the provisions of 25(9), that is UIN holders. UIN holders means embassies, sir, embassies and all. Hello, sir. Consulate embassies. They don't want to do what authentication? For these people, Aadhaar authentication will not be. So now what they are saying is, at the time of taking registration, you have to authorize the registration with your Aadhaar number. For that, Aadhaar OTP will be coming. You have to say the OTP. You have to validate with that OTP. Comfortable? Come on, man. Sir, I am NRTP, sir. Non-resident what person? Taxable person. Non-resident taxable person means I'm situating outside India. I don't have the Aadhaar. Then based on what you will provide me registration? Don't worry. We will use the international driving license. We will use the passport. Based on that means we will provide you the registration. That's why for NRTP, registration can be granted on the basis of what document? Other documents such as passport, other documents such as international driving license, etc. Comfortable? Sir, actually you are liable to take registration, sir. Your aggregate turnover exceed 10 lakh, 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the, you fall under the situations of section 24. Then you have to walk as per section 25, correct? But still you are not taking registration, saying that, na registration edukka matene. Then the proper officers of the GST, taradharano nilthru register pannirupanga. Sir, if you are failure to obtain registration, it is what registration? Mandatory registration. What registration? That means you are liable to take registration. Without reasons, you are not taking registration. Na enna registration edukkiradhu enna? Then proper officer, Taradara, Ilithirpoi will take the registration. Hello, sir. Then 25 subsection 9. Just now we talked about UIN. What is UIN? Unique identification. You know, if you are specialized agency of UNO, United Nations Organization, or multilateral financial institution, or organizations notified under the UN Privileges Act, or embassies of what country? Foreign country. For these people and all, we will not give the RC. RC means registration certificate. We will give the UIN, unique identification number. For these 4 people, we will give the unique identification number. What is the purpose of unique identification number? We already know. Services provided by foreign diplomatic mission is fully exempted. But services provided to foreign diplomatic mission is taxable. That means if you are the service provider, I am the foreign diplomatic mission. If you provide service to me, you will collect GST to me. That means I will be paying GST, and that GST I can't take it as ITC. Comfortable? Then, my dear lovable students, that has to be given it as refund. That has to be given it as refund. In order to get the refund, I need a number. I don't want the RC, registration certificate, because I'm not going to collect output tax. But whatever tax I paid, I want to get it as refund. Purida? So that is the main purpose of the unique identification number, right? Sir, RC or UIN. For the other people, RC, registration certificate, will be provided. For the international organizations, UIN will be provided. To be granted or rejected only after due verification. We will verify your application. Whatever, sir, registration application you are filing, we will verify. And if that application is pakka in all aspect, we will provide the RC or UN. Otherwise, we will reject it and will say that get out. Are you all really with me? If everything is pakka, we will provide you the RC in GST REG 06. GST REG 06. Are you all really with me? And sir, within the stipulated time period, what is there in the rules? If RC or UIN has not been provided, it will be deemed that RC has been granted. That is, there should be some time limit to issue RC or UIN. And the time limit issue panlena. It will be deemed that it has been granted. Okay, sir. How I have to apply for registration? It is as per rule number 8. What they are saying that, are you liable for registration? Do you want to take voluntary registration? Every person liable to get registered, and person seeking what registration? Voluntary registration. Shall before applying for registration declare his PAN, state number, UT number in part A of form GST REG 01 on the common portal. You go to the common portal and fill all your basic details. Are you really with me? Then whatever details what you provided, the PAN will be validated from CBDT, because CBDT is Central Board of Direct Taxes. They are the people who issued the PAN. Correct? And my dear lovable students, and you will get an OTP from the database, that is Direct Tax database, and you can confirm that yes, this is your PAN. Point number 1. And sir, you will get a mobile number. For your mobile number, you will get an OTP. And for your email address also, you will get an OTP. That means the government will ensure that these are existing mobile number and existing OTP in India. This is not fraud or terrorist who are applying for the GST registration. Comfortable? Once everything is done, done, a TRN is generated. This is very important. TRN. TRN. That is temporary reference number. Tell me. Temporary reference number. Tell me. You have not allotted the RC, but before that, you will get a temporary reference number is generated and communicated to the applicant on the validated mobile number and also the email address. Comfortable? Using that TRN, sir, now you are having TRN in your hand, right, sir? You can enter into filing the application form in form number part B. Form number part. First, basics you will be uploading in form number part A, and you will be uploading in form number part B, which is nothing but full details. That is, what are the details such as constitution of the business, whether it is partnership, company, AJP, BJP, whatever it may be, and jurisdiction, where you are locating, and option for the composition or not. Are you traveling through composition route or 9 route? When you are going to start the business, what is the reason to obtain registration? Is it voluntary registration? Is it because of threshold limit increase, or is it because of compulsory registration, or what is the address of the principal place of business? What is the nature of activity carried on therein? What are the details of the additional place of business? What are the details of your bank account? Details of the authorized signatory, author authentication, everything, every main data you have to fill in part B of your application. Comfortable? Once you fill that, you will get an acknowledgement. You will get an acknowledgement saying that yes, you have submitted an application to get the registration. Other acknowledgement. We are acknowledging as an income GST department that yes, you have applied for the registration, right? Now the department has to verify. That's what application shall be forwarded to the what officer? Proper officer. This application will be transferred to the what officer? Now the proper officer has to check whether the application are pakka or not pakka. Pakka, you will get the registration certificate. Not pakka, they will return the registration certificate. Comfortable? They will return the application. Comfortable? So PO examine the application and accompanying accounts. If the same are found in order, he will check that yes or no. If everything is pakka, registration will be granted within how many working days? Within 7 working days, you will get the RC from the date of submission of application without what verification? Site verification. Why physical verification is not required? Because you have done the Aadhaar authentication, right? If everything is pakka within 7 working days, you will get the registration certificate. Comfortable? If applicant successfully validates his Aadhaar authentication, then only this will be applicable. Hello? But sir, registration is granted within how many working days? 30 days. After verification of site and prescribed documents. That means, sir, everything is pakka, but one thing is missing, which is Aadhaar authentication. Correct? If Aadhaar authentication is missing, we will make alternative means. We already studied. The alternative means are nothing, my dear lovable students. They will do what verification? Physical verification. So in order to do physical verification, the proper officer need more time. Am I right? That's why here it is within how many days? 7 working days. Here it is within how many days? 30 days. Are you really with me? Sir, this is what as below B column you have to check. Sir, in these 3 circumstances, instead of 7 days, department will take 30 days. Okay. Number 1, where applicant failed to undergo what authentication? Or does not opt for Aadhaar authentication. When you are applying for the registration, you have not done the Aadhaar authentication. Then the PO will come to your premise. They will do site verification. They will check whether such a person is existing in India or not. Then only they will give you the RC. Nyayam? Yes, sir. Number 2, where the PO deems it fit to carry out what verification? Site verification. You have done even the Aadhaar authentication, but proper officer is having a doubt that let me do what verification? Site verification. And then we'll give the RC. Then you will not get the RC within 7 working days. You will get the RC only within. Where a person who has undergone what authentication? Yes, I have done Aadhaar authentication. There is no problem from my side. But identified on the common portal based on data analysis and risk parameters to carry out what verification? Computer choose my file saying that please go and do site verification of this client, then only provide the RC. If computer is picking my file like that, my dear lovable students, the PO can't do anything. PO have to complete the site verification. So in these 3 circumstances, it will be B people. Sir, B people means you will get the RC, but you won't get the RC within 7 working days. You will get the RC within 30 days. Sir, I am a bad boy, sir. Sir, my things are not pakka, sir. My application is having defect. Then part B will be applicable. PO issues notice. Proper officer will issue love letter to you. Thereby seeking clarification. I want to know more things regarding the information or the document from the applicant electronically. That means, sir, the basic documents what you have uploaded is not clear. Proper officer is having doubt. Sir, you are a partnership firm. The PO have asked you to upload the partnership deed to grant of what? RC. But you missed to upload the partnership deed. Out of 10 page, only 2 page uploaded. Sir, instead of partnership deed, you scanned newspaper. Sir, something like that, some mistake you have done. Then proper officer is saying that based on these documents, how I can grant the RC? Hello? Please clear all my doubts. He will issue a notice. Then within 30 days from the application submission date, within 30 days, okay, sir, a person fails to undergo what authentication or does not opt for what authentication, or where PO deems it fit to carry out what verification, or where a person was undergone what authentication is identified on the common portal based on the data analysis and the risk parameters to carry out what verification. site verification. That is, sir, if the things are not pakka, he will issue a notice. Then he will say that from the application date, within how many days? 30 days, I will give you RC. Or, sir, the Aadhaar authentication does not have any problem. Within 7 working days from the application submission date, you will get the RC. Yeah. This is part B, people. Coming to part C, man. PO issues notice thereby seeking what? Clarification. So, Nana, information or document from the applicant electronically. Now applicant have to respond because the information is not pakka. Correct? He's having certain doubt. PO asked to the applicant that I'm having certain doubts. If the applicant has furnished the clarification information or document within how many working days? From the receipt of notice and PO is satisfied. That means first you have to apply for registration. Then everything pakka, not pakka. Pakka, you will get the RC either within 7 days or 30 days as the, that's it, game over. Hello, sir. Not pakka means it should route to here. Are you really with me? Not pakka means he will issue a notice asking clarification. You have to respond to that notice. That notice within how many working days? 7 working days. He may be happy or he may not be happy, right, sir? If he's happy, PO will grant registration within how many working days? From the date of receipt of the information. That means from the date of response by the assessee or rather applicant, PO will grant RC within how many working days? But if you are not, even after your response, if the proper officer is not happy, PO will dash the application, reject the application for the reason to be recorded in. He will say that, sir, your case is not fit to issue any new registration. Get out, because these are contradiction. These are against our laws. Sir, the records are not proper. Like that, he will send you. Are you really with me? But my dear lovable students, my case is everything perfect. There is no mistake in my part, including Aadhaar authentication. But within a period of 30 days of the submission of application, my dear lovable students, sir, no, everything is pakka means 7 working days from the date of submission of application. I should get GST REG 06. Am I right? Or I have my case is everything pakka except Aadhaar authentication. Then you have to come for what verification? Site verification. And have to issue RC within how many working days? 30 working days. Are you really with me? Or you said that you are not happy with the information which I have provided. You are having certain doubt. You have asked, sir, certain clarifications. I replied to that clarification. Then you have to say whether it is pakka or not. Correct? Within how many working days? 7 working days. If the PO does not respond for a, sir, Aadhaar authentication failed person within 30 days or good boy within 7 working days or even after providing reply within 7 working days after the expiry of this period, it will be treated that deemed registration. That means RC has been granted because there is no mistake on the part of the applicant. There is only mistake in the part of the proper officer. Comfortable? So this is the maximum time a proper officer can go through, my dear lovable students. So what is this rule 8 is saying? Sir, first you have to apply for registration. First you have to do declaration. First you have to do what? First நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்? அந்த declaration அவங்க validation பண்ணுவாங்க. என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? Then TRN will be generated. So number 1, declaration, validation, TRN. Alright, sir? Once you get the TRN, fill the part B of the application form. Fill the part B of the, once you fill the part B of the application form, you will get acknowledgement. You will get, what is acknowledgement means? Yes, you have applied to the GST department for registration. Then that will be transferred to the proper officer. Sir, he will check that everything pakka, not pakka. If everything pakka in the sense means he will be checking including Aadhaar authentication. If everything pakka including Aadhaar authentication, within 7 working days, you will get the RC. Comfortable? Sir, everything pakka, but what is pending? Aadhaar authentication is pending. Hello, sir. Then, sir, you have to refer the part B, man. Part B is nothing, man. Sir, within 30 days after NSR physical verification, he will give you the RC. Sir, after that, I am moving into this part, man, part C part, man. Sir, no, sir. The document itself is having doubts, sir. He will issue a notice, right, sir? In that notice, he will say that Please give me clarification. Once you provide the clarification within how many working days? 7 working days. He may grant the RC or he may reject the application by recorded in writing. Comfortable? If you don't respond within 30 days, or if you don't respond within 7 working days, or if you don't respond within 7 working days, after the clarification given, then it will be deemed that registration has been granted. That's it with regard to section 25, which is procedure for registration. Quickly going through section 26, which is what registration? One line only, nothing man. If RC or UIN granted under the either the state act, then it will be deemed registration under the what act? CGST. So in Tamil Nadu, if you are taking registration, it is equal to taking registration under the in the central. Pakka? Or rejection of registration. That means your registration has been rejected, saying that no proper documents are there. Under N Act, SGSUR is a deemed rejection under the what act? That's a game over. If you take registration in Tamil Nadu, it's equal to taking registration in central. If your registration has been rejected in Tamil Nadu, it is equal to rejected from central. That's it. Now I'm coming to the last discussion, man. Sir, I'm CTP or NRTP. You said that for normal person, you are asking to travel through section 25 route, right? For CTP or NRTP, should travel through 27 route. 27 route. Sir, who is CTP? First of all, understand. CTP means a person who occasionally undertake transaction involving supply of goods or service or both in the course or furtherance of business, whether as either a principal or as agent or in any other capacity in a state or union territory where he has no what place of business, fixed place of business. For example, Orissa circus team came to Tamil Nadu. Are there regular suppliers in Tamil Nadu? No, sir. Do they have any fixed place of business in Tamil Nadu? No, sir. Then they will be called it as CTP, casual taxable person in Tamil Nadu. Comfortable? Whereas who is NRTP? NRTP means a person who occasionally undertake what? Transaction. எப்போவாதான் transaction undertake பண்ணுவாங்க, including supply of what or what or what. But has no fixed place of business or residence in dash at all. For example, in Chennai, I will tell you, one of the car fair is going on. But dog fair, so dog show, flower show, like that, one of the car show is going on. All the top brands of the world are going to be exhibited. So the one exhibition is going on. So from America, one of the car company is going to bring, for example, Mercedes-Benz, a variety which is not available in India. They are bringing 10 model cars. For example, one Mercedes-Benz, one Rolls-Royce. Those cars and all will not be available in India. That those cars can be used only by the kings or the top richest people in Saudi Arabia, in Sir London, in Britain, all those people, all these places. Are you really with me? Those 10 cars they have displayed in India. Hello, sir. For that Mela, sir, Mahendra Singh Dhoni gone and he purchased 4 cars. So actually, the supplier is NRTP, non-resident what person? Taxable person. Correct? They supplied goods in India. Will they supply regularly? No, sir. They supplied only occasionally. Do they have any fixed place of business in India? No, sir. Do they have any residence in India? No, sir. Sir, after they have displayed in Chennai, will they go and display in Maharashtra? No, sir. They will go back to outside India. Am I right? So such a people are called as NRTP, non-resident taxable person. What is the main difference? Sir, PAN is another difference. This CTP will be having PAN, but NRTP don't have PAN because CTP is a person who are inside India. They are resident only. But NRTP and India does not have any connection. Comfortable? Sir, this CTP means they are normal person only. But the only problem is they are not from Tamil Nadu. That's it. So if you are taking registration in Tamil Nadu, hello sir, file GST REG 01 form. That is for normal person. Are you really with me? But if you are NRTP, you does not have any connection with India. Am I right? Sir, you file GST REG 09. GST REG, then government can easily pick that by seeing the application number itself. Okay, fine. NRTP is asking for a registration. Comfortable? Sir, is it in the course or furtherance of business? This CTP should supply in the course or furtherance of business. But NRTP, there is no such requirement because I will tell you, I am a foreigner. I'm having 20 cars. My main intention itself is selling cars. My hobby itself is purchasing car. Okay. There is a big mela happened in India. He is bringing that car and selling the car in India. Government is saying that, sir, whether you are selling this car in the course or furtherance of business, not in the course of furtherance of business, pay the GST and go. Sir, what is the return they are supposed to file? SCTP, GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B, normal returns has to be filed. Whereas NRTP, GSTR 5 has to be filed. ITC, sir, for a CTP, for all ITC can be taken. ITC on all inward supply. But NRTP, he can get ITC only in respect of what of goods. Have you brought car from outside India? For that, if you pay anything, take the NSR ITC. But if you are coming to India, purchasing from India, selling in India, you are not NRTP. You are either CTP or the normal taxable person. For you, we are not ready to provide you the ITC. Comfortable? Sir, if an assessee or a taxpayer is either CTP or how to take the registration. Section 27 is saying that. For example, circus person is there. Actually, circus person are situated in Orissa. They are going to play circus in Tamil Nadu. Before you start, at least how many days prior? 5 days prior to commencement of circus, you have to apply for registration. It's not like after playing circus, I will take registration. No. 5 days before of starting circus, you have to apply for registration. And very important, man, very important area. This from this area you'll get questions. Before you start playing the circus, you know that for next 40 days you are going to play circus in India. Sorry, in Tamil Nadu. For this, you have to estimate the supply what you will make. That means for one ticket, my dear lovable students, 2000. Okay. Last time we played circus here, so 2000 people came. So this time we are estimating 2500. So value into 2500. Comfortable? Hello, sir? Then my dear lovable students, you will get the total value of supply. On that, multiply by 18%. That you will get the GST which you are going to collect from the customers. Correct? That you pay in advance. That you pay in. So take the registration in advance and also pay the GST in advance. Hello? Because you are a casual. அதுக்கப்புறம் நீ சர்க்கஸ் அப்படியே ஓடி போனா நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன்? கரெக்டா இல்லையா? That's what advance deposit to be made equivalent to the estimated what liability? Tax liability. So you will be taking registration because you will not be here in Tamil Nadu for all the 365 days. If you are in Tamil Nadu going to be all 365 days, why are you taking registration as CTP? Correct? Yes, sir. Sir, you will be here for maximum, sir, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, like that only. But after 90 days, you are saying that super response from Tamil Nadu, sir. Everyone is coming and seeing the jumbo circus. Hello, sir. We want to play circus for another 10-20 days or more. No problem. We are ready to extend the registration. Pay additional deposit. That is English tax. Are you ready with me? In case if you want to extend the registration, please pay additional tax. The amount to be deposited through the electronic what ledger? You have to pay the amount through the electronic cash ledger and not the electronic liability or electronic credit ledger. That I will teach you at the payment of tax. Are you ready with me? Sir, okay, sir. I am a CTP, sir. I am an NRTP, sir. For how many days they will provide the registration? This is a high important area for exam. The certificate of registration issued to the taxable person or the NRTP shall be valid for the period specified in the application for registration. For example, I am asking that I want registration for 30 days or maximum how many days? From the date of effective date of registration, whichever is. So the maximum NRTP or CTP will get the registration will be effective for how many days? 90 days. After 90 days, if you want extension, don't worry. Please come and ask for extension. We are ready to provide extension for another period of. So original period of plus extended period of. Sir, 90 plus 90, 180 days. Even after 180 days, you are coming and asking for extension. Then government will say that you are not CTP, man. You are regular taxable person. Because all 365 days you are in Tamil Nadu only. Correct? Then why are you taking registration? So taxable supply to be effected only after issuance of the what? RC. Only when this CTP or NRTP got the registration certificate, then only they should start supplying the goods or services or both. So what this area is, section 22 is a person liable for registration. Am I right? Section 23 is a person. Section 24 is a person compulsory. So these 22 people or 24 people should be classified into two categories. Correct? You should check that whether you are CTP or other than CTP, or if you are CTP or NRTP, section 27 will be applicable. If you are other than CTP or NRTP, section 25 will be applicable. Correct? Whether you are CTP or NRTP for you, section 26 deemed registration will be applicable. Appreciate panna mudiyudha? So what they are trying to say is, my dear lovable students, once you understood that you are liable for what? Registration, you finalize whether you are who or who, CTP or NRTP, or other than CTP or. If you are CTP or NRTP, travel through section 27. Travel through section 27. Sir, 27. என்ன 7? அப்படின்னா 7 minus 2. Before 5 days of commencement of the business, you have to apply for registration. Are you really with me? Sir, 2 plus 7. Maximum 90 days that registration will be valid. Are you really with me? This is a story with regard to CTP bar NRTP. Before you come and start your circus year, 5 days prior, you take the registration. Right? And that registration will be valid for 90 days. After 90 days, if you want to extend the registration, you can extend for another 90 days. So the maximum validity will be, that's it, done. But if you are other than CTP bar, NRTP, don't travel through section 27 route. Travel through 25 route. You are having detailed guidelines. 25 subsection 1. Where to take registration, when to take registration. Within 30 days of liable for registration, you take the registration. Comfortable? Generally, in the state or union territory where you are, that state or union territory, you take the registration, right? If you are full-time in Tanni, which is the nearest coastal state, there you go and settle. Hello, sir. If you are having one unit in SEZ and another unit in non-SEZ, sir, take separate registration. That's what. Hello, sir. Sir, one state, one registration, generally. But if you want in one state more registration, allowed. Sir, even though you are not liable for registration, if you want voluntary registration, allowed. Sir, person having more than one registration will be treated as deemed distinct person. If you are having establishment in one state which are registered and establishment another state which are unregistered, still it will be treated as deemed distinct person. Comfortable? Do you want registration? Have PAN mandatory. Do you want TDS registration? Have TAN mandatory. Sir, you already registered from 2017? Please do the Aadhaar authentication. Sir, are you going to take the registration for the first time? Do Aadhaar authentication. You don't have Aadhaar? Yes, sir. Don't worry. I will give you the alternate means. Are you really with me? Are you a company? Yes, sir. Are you a HUF? Do you have Kurta? Use is Aadhaar for the Aadhaar authentication. Sir, do that Kurta don't have Aadhaar? Don't worry. I will give you alternate means. Are you really with me? These people, please don't ask to do the Aadhaar authentication because it is impossible. That is, who are not a citizen of India, department or establishment of the central government, local authority, statutory body, public sector, or person, sir, who has UIN holders. Sir, UIN holders. Comfortable? Sir, okay, sir, these are the normal document required for normal person. Sir, if I'm NRTP, then you need international license, driving license, or the passport. Comfortable? If you are liable for registration, if you don't take registration, taradara will be registration. Are you really with me? If you are, sir, specialized agency of UNO or consulate or embassy of foreign country, my dear lovable students, for you, RC will not be granted. For you, UIN will be granted. Comfortable? Sir, after due verification, RC or UIN may be rejected also. Correct? Once you are eligible to get the RC, RC will be granted as per GST REG 06. Am I right, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, if you don't get the RC within the prescribed period of either 7 days or either 30 days or either 7 days of your response, it will be deemed that RC has been. That's it. These are rules, man. Certain things you should do. First, you have to declare. Then the system will validate. It will generate TRN. Then you have to fill the part B of the application form. Then acknowledgement will be generated. Once acknowledgement will be generated, that will be transferred to the proper officer. Are you agree with me? Proper officer check whether the things are in order, not in order. If the things are in order, yes, everything pakka, 7 working days you will get the RC. Everything pakka except Aadhaar authentication. Within 30 days you will get the RC. No, he will send you a notice. You have to reply to the notice. To that reply, my dear lovable students, sir, everything perfect within 7 working days of the reply, you will get the RC. Otherwise, your NSR application will be rejected by reasons to be recorded in writing. This is what the discussion of the procedure for registration, section 25, 26, 27. If you see, we have done with 2 slots of registration, man, which is section 22. What is section 22? Person liable for registration. யாரெல்லாம் registration எடுக்கணும்? Section 23. Person not liable for registration. யாரெல்லாம் registration எடுக்க வேண்டிய? Section 24. Compulsory registration. Section 25. Procedure for registration. Section 26. Deemed registration. Section 27. Special procedure for casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Right, sir? Repeat once again. What is section 22? Person liable for registration. 23. Person not liable for registration. Section 24. Compulsory registration. Section 25. Procedure for registration. Section 26. Deemed registration. Section 27. Special procedure for casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person. 28. Amendment of registration. 28. 29. Cancellation of registration. 29. 30. Revocation of cancellation of registration. Tell me, revocation of. So in this part 1 and part 2 of the registration comes to an, what you are supposed to do is you have to spend your 30-45 minutes of time. Revise from section 22, then you can see the difference in the chapter registration, and come back. We'll be doing one more slot and completing the chapter registration, and we will step into the part ITC. Are you comfortable? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. Sir, we are doing the chapter registration. We understood that section 22, person liable for registration. Section 23, person not liable for registration. Section 24, compulsory registration. 25 is procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, special provisions for casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. 28 is amendment of registration. Nothing, man. You have taken registration. You understood that section 22. Those are the people who are liable to take registration. And section 24 is the compulsory registration. Right, sir? After you have taken registration, my dear lovable students, there are some changes in the registration. That is called as amendment of registration. You have to see that whether the amendment is an amendment in core area or amendment in non-core area. If the amendment is in core area, the main important things you are changing after you take the registration, get the permission of the proper officer. Get the permission of the. Without proper officer's permission, the main things cannot be changed. That means you have to file an application within 15 days of the change. Within 15 days of the. Sir, if the amendment is in non-core area, such as your phone number changed, email address changed, sir, your initial changed, nothing, man. PO's permission is not required. You yourself can go to the common portal and you can change the change. Are you ready with me? Sir, automatically the RC will get amended. The registration certificate automatically will get amended. Are you ready with me? But if the amendment is in core area, then you have to first file application within how many days of change? Sir, PO may be satisfied if proper officer is also feeling that yes, there is a change and this change has to be changed in the RC, then PO will grant the permission within next year. PO is feeling that no, I am not satisfied. Why there is a change? Why there is need to change? I will not change the change in the registration certificate. Hello, sir. Then show cause notice to be issued. Show cause notice means karanam kaatu. For what purpose I have to change? Sir, if the assessee has replied within 7 working days and if the reply is satisfactory, RC will get amended. And reply is not satisfactory, amendment will be rejected. This is what given here, amendment of registration, section 28, my dear lovable students. You may be either a registered person or UIN holder. You know who's UIN holder, correct? Yes, sir. They have to submit an application within 15 days of change saying that yes, there is a change in the GST what portal? Common portal. You have to see that whether the change is in non-core area or core area. If it is core area, my dear lovable students, like legal name of the business changed, address of the principal place of business or additional place of business changed, addition, deletion or retirement of partner, or directors, karta, managing committee or board of trustees, CEO, etc. If this is the case, my dear lovable students, you have to see that whether it is with regard to the non-core area or the, if it is non-core area, like simple phone number, email address changing, automatically the RC will get amended. But if it is core area, first you have to file an application with the what officer. If proper officer satisfied, then PO to be granted within next how many days? 15 days. If PO is not satisfied or if he is of the opinion that amendment is unwarranted, or documents furnished are incomplete or what? Incorrect. You are changing that, the facts and terms are changed, but the documents are not supporting, then PO will serve a what cause notice. Why? Application for amendment should not be rejected. Then the registered person reply to notice within how many working days? If he reply and if the reply is satisfactory, then within next 7 working days of receipt of reply to the show cause notice, RC will get amended. No sir, either is not replied at all or he replied but the reply was not satisfactory, application for amendment shall be rejected. But if the proper officer fails to take any action within a period of how many working days? 15 working days from the date of submission of the application. That means I have applied, but the proper officer is not responding to that application, or within a period of how many working days? 7 working days from the date of receipt of the reply to the what notice. The certificate of registration shall stand amended to the extent applied for, and amended certificate shall be made available to the registered portal on the person on the what portal. That means if the proper officer is not responding within the stipulated time period of either 15 days or 7 working days, automatically it will deemed that RC has been amended. That's it. That's what section 28. What we have to carry to the examination, you have to check that whether the amendment is in core area or amendment is in non-core area. If the amendment is in core area, my dear lovable students, you have to go and approach the proper officer, file an application, then he should feel that yes, the amendment is necessary, then he will give permission. But if he is not happy, he will send you a notice asking that why such an amendment, it is unnecessary, and you have to reply. Once you reply, he may be satisfied, then he will amend the RC. If the amendment is in core area, you can directly go to the common portal and you can make the changes. RC will get amended. Are you clear with section 28? Coming to section 29, man, cancellation of registration. We understood that section 22 is the person liable for registration and section 24 is the compulsory registration. Sir, after you taken registration, I don't want to amend the registration. I want to cancel the registration. Otugriya? So either proper officer may either on his own motion. That means proper officer, he himself will cancel the registration in certain circumstances, or by an application filed, you registered person are going and filing an application, or by his legal heir in case of death of such person. Once you died, you can't file an application. Yes sir. Then your legal heir will go and file an application saying that please cancel the registration in such manner within such period as may be prescribed. Are you really with me? So there are 2 circumstances are there. Either proper officer, he himself may dash the registration, cancel the registration, or the registered person or his legal heir may go and beg for cancellation. Hello sir. What are the circumstances in which the proper officer will cancel the registration? Sir, if you contravene such provisions of the act, that means you are not following the rules and regulations, then proper officer will cancel the registration, such as he does not conduct any business from the declared place of business. When you taken the registration, you said that Nungambakam, Chennai is a declared place of business, but you are not conducting the business from declared place of business. That means your registration will be cancelled. He issues invoice as per section 31 or bill without supply of goods or services. There is no actual supply of goods or services or both, but you are simply issuing what? Bogus invoices. We will dash the registration. He violates the provision of section 171 of the act. Sir, section 171 is in CA final, which is anti-profiteering. Sir, that we'll be discussing a separate concept. If you are violating section 171 of the GST Act, then we will cancel the registration. Or he violate the provisions of Rule 10A. That means when you taken the registration, you have not furnished your bank account details, furnishing of bank account details, then your registration will be cancelled. Avail ITC in violation of provision of section 16. Actually, you are not supposed to take what at all? ITC at all. But you have contravened the provisions of section 16. That means blocked credit and all you have taken as ITC. We will cancel the registration. Furnishes the details of outward supply in Form GSTR 1 under section 37 for one or more tax period which is in excess of the outward supply declared by him in valid return under section 39. That means section 31 and 39 are not matching. 31 and 39 are not matching. There is a mismatch between outward supply and monthly return. Proper officer is saying that we will cancel the registration. Or you are violating the provisions of Rule 86B. That means if certain conditions has been satisfied in the electronic credit ledger, you are supposed to avail only 99% of the output tax liability. But you are availing entire 100%. Hello, sir. For certain people, if you are having money available in the electronic credit ledger, only 99% of the credit can be taken as ITC. Balance 1% should mandatorily pay through the electronic cash ledger. But you are violating that rule, rule number 86B. Then your registration will be, or you are a registered person, you are required to file return under 39 for each month or part thereof as not furnished return for a continuous period of how much month? For a period of 6 months, you are not filing return. Then for what purpose you are having registration? Cancel the registration. Comfortable? Being a registered person, required to file under 31 under QRMP scheme, which is quarterly return and monthly payment. If you are eligible to travel through quarterly return and monthly payment, sir, for each quarter or part thereof as not furnished return for a continuous period of how much tax period? 2 tax period. That means I am a normal person. I have not filed return for 6 months. My registration will be cancelled. I am a QRMP. That means I am liable to file the return only on a quarterly basis. For 2 quarter, I am not filing. 2 quarter means again 6 months. Are you really with me? I am a composition dealer, sir. Composition supplier has not furnished the return for a financial year beyond how much month? 3 months from the due date of furnishing the said return. So normal person not furnishing return 6 months. QRMP not furnishing quarterly return for 2 quarters. Composition dealer beyond the end of the financial year till 3 months you have not furnished your return. In all these circumstances, your registration will be cancelled. Or you are a registered person other than a composition supplier has not furnished return for such continuous tax period as may be prescribed. That's what 6 months we already discussed. Or any person who has taken what registration? You taken voluntary registration, but you have not started your business within how much month? 6 months from the date of registration. Then for what purpose you are keeping the registration? It will be cancelled. And registration has been obtained by way of fraud, willful misstatement, or suppression of facts, your registration will be cancelled. These are the circumstances in which the proper officer, he himself, will cancel the registration. Basically, if you are not filing your return properly, you are availing, sir, ITC, wrong ITC, or if you are raising the invoice without supplying goods or services or both, sir, if you are not commencing the business, you are not commencing business from the stipulated place where you said in this for this contravention and all, proper officer will cancel the. My dear lovable students, before the proper officer cancel the registration, proper officer will first suspend the registration. What registration? And they will inquire whether, sir, why you are not filing the return, why you have taken what wrong ITC and all. That is during the pendency of proceeding relating to what of registration. That means before the proper officer cancel the registration, filed by the what person? Registered person. There are 2 circumstances in which registration will be cancelled. Number 1, proper officer, he himself can dash the registration, cancel the registration, or on request received by the proper officer from the registered person. Correct? The registration may be suspended for such period in such manner as may be prescribed. And voluntary registration can be cancelled at any time. That means today you are taking voluntary registration. Tomorrow if you are saying that I don't want voluntary registration, it can be cancelled. Application for cancellation of voluntary registration can be considered. even before the expiry of what year also. There is no need that after you taken voluntary registration, you should keep the voluntary registration for a minimum period of 1 year and all. If you want tomorrow, if you are feeling that I don't want the what registration, voluntary registration, you can dash the voluntary registration. But my dear lovable students, before the proper officer cancelling the registration, he will provide opportunity of being heard. What man? He will ask the registered person, he will give a chance to the registered person that what has happened, why you have not filed the return. He is saying that, sir, I was in hospital in ICU for last 6 months or 8 months. I was undergone a very big accident. That is why I was not able to file the return. And I'm showing the medical report. The cases were genuine. Then my registration will not be cancelled based upon case to case. Are you really with me? These are the circumstances in which the registration will be cancelled by the proper officer. Now, what are the circumstances in which registration will be cancelled from the registered person? Either the business has been discontinued, I have stopped the business, then why I need registration? Or transferred fully for any reason, including what of the proprietor, death of the proprietor. யார் business நடத்துறாங்களோ அவங்க செத்து போயிட்டாங்க. Or amalgamated with other legal entity, then the amalgamating company does not read the registration, they have to cancel the registration. Or with regard to demerged company, sir, sometimes they may not need the registration, sir, otherwise what of disposed of. Then, or if there is any change in the what of the business, constitution of the business, or the taxable person is feeling that, sir, he has actually taken a voluntary registration. Hello, sir. He is feeling that no longer liable to be registered. It's based upon the new notification. I understood that my goods or service has been exempted. So from here onwards, I'm not liable to be a registered person. So I'm going and requesting to the proper officer that please dash the registration. That's it. Before cancellation, as we discussed, man, suspension of registration during pendency of what of registration, cancellation of registration. Before cancellation, first they will suspend the registration, then only they will cancel the registration. This is very important point, man. Even though your registration has been cancelled today, very important point, we'll test in exam. Whatever tax payable before cancellation and whatever tax determined after cancellation should be paid by you. Sir, after cancellation, you should not say to the department that, oh my God, my registration has been cancelled, then why I have to pay tax? That's what they are saying. Cancellation of registration under this section shall not affect the liability of person to pay tax and other dues under this act. That means whatever amount payable, still payable, have to be paid even if your registration has been cancelled. Sir, some liability will be determined only after what of registration? Cancellation of registration. This period liability, that is before cancellation liability, will be determined only after cancellation. At that time, you should not argue to the department that my registration has been, hence I am not liable to pay the GST liability. Like that, you should not say. Sir, the same thing, cancellation under the SGST or UTGST Act will be a deemed cancellation under the CGST Act. That means under the State Act, if it is cancelled, means in Central Act also it is cancelled. That's what we have taken for the registration also, right, sir? Once you cancel your registration, for example, you are conducting a business. Today, your registration is cancelling. Pay ITC availed on goods in stock or output tax, whichever is higher, is what saying. Sir, on the date of cancellation of registration, in your shop, certain goods will be there. For that goods, you would have already taken ITC. With a satyam given to the department that I will sell these goods in the course or furtherance of business, right? But suddenly you are coming on a sudden day, you are coming and saying that I am going to cancel the registration or stopping the business, right? Then whatever ITC you have availed, or without cancellation, if you sold these goods, you would have collected output tax. Am I right? Whichever is higher should be paid to the department. That means, sir, every registered person whose registration is shall pay an amount calculated in such manner as may be prescribed by way of debit in the electronic what ledger or electronic cash ledger. You know how much, man? Equivalent to the credit of ITC in respect of whatever ITC you have availed for those item, or the what tax payable, output tax payable, whichever is. That means on the date of cancellation, you are having certain stock with you. For these stock and all you have purchased in the course or furtherance of business. Am I right? You would have taken what? ITC. But didn't you are closing the business. So government is saying that how much ITC you have taken, point number one. Or before, sir, without cancellation of the registration, if you have sold these goods, you would have collected output tax. So the ITC which you have already taken or output tax you will be collecting, whichever is higher should be paid to the government, then only your tax liability will become zero. That's what they said, that even after cancellation of registration, it will not affect the what liability. And sir, with regard to capital goods, what I have to do, sir? Sir, generally under the GST Act, the life of the capital goods is 5 years. The life of the capital goods is 5 years. For example, you are purchasing a capital goods, plant and machinery for 10 lakh, my dear lovable students. Sir, after 2 years, you are selling that, I am going to cancel the registration. Sir, when you are buying this, you would have paid 1,80,000 rupees GST. You would have taken this 1,80,000 rupees as ITC. At the time of taking ITC, you have given a satyam to the GST department that I will use this plant and machinery for next 5 years. But what GST department is saying, that you are cheating us, because within 5 years you are closing the business, right? Then whatever GST you have taken as ITC, how much taken as ITC? 1,80,000. Out of that, 5% per month or part of the month. Tell me. The ITC involved in remaining useful life in the month of the capital asset will be reversed on a proportionate basis, taking the useful life as how many years? That means, sir, 1,80,000 is for 60 tax period. Am I right? Because, sir, every year 12 months are there. The life of the asset is how many years? 5 years. So 12 into 5 comes to 60 tax period. Right? அப்ப 60 மாசத்துல நீ எத்தனை மாசம் யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன்னு பாரு. Have you used for 2 years? That means 24 months ITC is allowed. So 60 minus what? 24 comes to 36 months. How much months, man? 36 months ITC is ineligible. So this also has to be reversed. Or the tax on what value? Transaction value. Tax on transaction value in the sense means, my dear lovable students, if I sold the capital goods, I would have collected output tax, whichever is higher. Simple. So you are going to close the shop today. You may have raw material pending or you may have capital goods pending. Correct? Raw material pending means whatever ITC you have enjoyed, or output tax payable, whichever is higher. But capital goods, I have used the capital goods for a certain period. No need to reverse 100% of the ITC, because I have taken ITC for with a life of how many year? In that 2 year I have used it. That means 2 year no need to reverse it. Correct? Only to the extent of how many year? 3 years I am supposed to reverse it. Or tax on what value? Transaction value. That means if I sell the capital goods today, whatever GST I will be collecting, whichever is higher. This amount if I pay, then only I will be free from tax liability. Otherwise, I should not argue to the department that, Thambi, my registration has been cancelled. I'm coming to the last section called as revocation of cancellation of registration. Tell me, what section 30 is dealing that, my dear lovable students? Sir, proper officer has cancelled your registration because of various circumstances. Correct? After that, you are going and crying to the proper officer that please don't dash the registration. So you have to file an application for restoration of registration to be made within how many days? From the service of what order? That means the proper officer will pass a cancellation order. Sir, once you receive that cancellation order within how many days? 30 days. You have to go and cry before the proper officer that please don't cancel the registration. And in Finance Act 2023, they have extended that 30 days. I'll come to that, don't worry. Sir, acceptance or what of application. But it is that, sir, the proper officer, if it is within such period as may be prescribed, he will pass an order. Sir, first cancellation order has been passed. Cancellation order within how many days? 30 days. You have to go and see the what officer? Proper officer, saying that please don't cancel the. For that, he will again pass an order. Either he will revoke the cancellation. He will say that, okay, man, cancellation, now order has been, sir, put it on dustbin of the registration. Or what the application? reject the application. Or he will say that, no, 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 your case is not genuine, you are a fraud. You have not filed the return, I will not revoke the cancellation, cancelled is cancelled. Are you really with me? But before he pass such an order, he will provide you an opportunity of, sir, after cancellation, once it has been restored under the State Act, it will be restored under the CGST Act. Once it has been, sir, rejected, if that application has been rejected under the State Act, then it is equal to rejection under the CGST Act. Are you really with me? Sir, section 30, generally we were having earlier time of 30 days, correct? But now restoration application to be filed within, they have extended the time period. This will be tested in examination. Important, very, very important, my dear lovable students. A registered person whose registration is cancelled by proper officer on his own motion. Because once you filed an application for the cancellation, you yourself will not go and file a revocation of cancellation. Correct? Loose correct? Sir, but your registration has been cancelled by the proper officer. You may go and file an application. May, subject to provisions of Rule 10B, submit an application for what of cancellation? Revocation of cancellation of registration in form GST REG 21, form and all not required, to such PO within a period of how many days? From the date of service of the order of cancellation. Earlier it was 30 days. Now it is, so within 90 days, you can go and knock the doors of the proper officer, saying that please don't, at the common portal, either directly or through. And it can be even extended to 180 days also. Are you all really with me? Such period may, on sufficient cause being shown and reason to be recorded in writing, can be extended by commissioner, sir, not below the rank of additional commissioner or joint commissioner, maybe a further period not exceeding. Appa, this is the date of cancellation. From your normal period, 90 days. And extended period, 180 days. Are you really with me? Sir, because of two reasons, cancellation. Look at here. Cancellation on account of failure to furnish what? Return. You know, the proper officer, the main reason for cancellation of registration is you have not filed the return for continuous period of 6 months, or you have not filed the return for a continuous period of 2 quarters, or you have not filed the return, sir, even after the end of the financial year. If you are a composition dealer, are you really with me? Then restoration of application shall not be filed until return furnished and tax has been fully paid. What government is saying that first file all your return, be a good boy, then come and ask for the cancellation of the restoration. Nyayam. So no application for revocation shall be filed if the registration has been cancelled for failure on the what person? Registered person to furnish what? Return, unless such returns are furnished. If there is a fault in filing return, first file the return, and any amount due as tax, first pay the tax in terms of such return has been paid along with any amount payable towards interest, penalty, late fee in respect of said return. That means, my dear lovable students, if you are, sir, the reason for cancellation of registration is because of the non-filing of the return. First file the return and pay the respective tax. Then come for restoration application. Are you really with me? Sir, pending return to be filed before revocation of what of registration? Yes, PO has to ensure that all return due for the period from the date of what of cancellation, order of cancellation of registration, till the date of order of what of cancellation, revocation of cancellation, shall be furnished by said person within a period of how many days? From the date of order of revocation of cancellation of registration. Look at, man. Sir, very simple, my dear lovable students. Sir, sometimes the proper officer may said that, sir, this is the date of cancellation of registration. From this date, you can't file return, correct? Sir, this date actually date of revocation of cancellation of registration. Then this, during this period, the return filing would have been blocked, correct? And in the date open பண்ணி விட்டாங்க இல்லையா? இங்கிருந்து how many days? Within 30 days, whatever returns pending, hello sir, has to be filed within this 30 days. Comfortable? However, where the registration has been cancelled with effect from the registered person, sir, with effect from retrospective date, the registered person shall furnish all the return relating to period from the effective date of cancellation of registration till the date of order of revocation of cancellation of registration within a period of how many days? From the date of order of revocation of cancellation. Nothing, man. If the cancellation, sir, this day only they cancelled. There are two ways in which they can cancel. Correcta purinjuko. They can cancel from this day itself, or order has been passed on this day saying that the cancellation has been made retrospectively. எப்படி cancel பண்ணிருக்காங்க? That means, my dear lovable students, from this date onwards itself, they can't file the return. Correcta? For example, before 6 months itself, you have not furnished the return. So, PO வந்து என்ன பண்ணிட்டார்னா, before 6 months onwards itself, he retrospectively cancelled the registration. Okay? So, if that is the case, from this date to this date, sir, you are supposed to furnish the return. So, from the combined reading of the aforesaid provisions, அப்ப ரெண்டு விதத்துல cancel பண்ணலாம். Today இருந்து, sir, today you can, the PO can pass an order saying that from today onwards registration has been cancelled. Correct? Or order can be passed today, but the date of effect of registration, cancellation of registration is not today. It is from what basis? Retrospective basis. It can infer that where the registration has been cancelled with effect from the date of order of what of registration? Cancellation of. So today only order passed, man. So the effective date of cancellation of registration is also today na. All return due till the due date of such cancellation are required to be furnished before the application for revocation can be filed. That means, sir, today only what has been passed? Order has been passed, saying that from today onwards, registration has been cancelled. Look at, this is the period. This is the period. This is, sir, you have not filed the return. Return not filed period. Okay? 6 months over. PO got disturbed. He said that from today onwards, I am dash the registration. Okay. But you gone and cry before the proper officer, saying that please don't. That is called as revocation of cancellation of registration. Purida. Then when you are filing that revocation of cancellation of registration, at the time of filing itself, for this period, you have to file the returns. For this period, sir, complete all the pending returns. Appreciate Pandriya. The only pending should be from the date of cancellation of registration till the date of revocation of cancellation. This period return you can't file because your registration has been cancelled. Appreciating? This has to be filed within 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation of registration. Hello? Look at here, read it. All return due till the date of such cancellation are required to be furnished before the application for revocation can be filed. All returns required to be furnished in respect of period from the date of what of cancellation? Order of till the date of order of revocation of cancellation, registration has to be furnished within how many days? From the date of order of revocation. Up you have to see how the registration has been cancelled. Order passed today. What is the date of cancellation of registration? Till today. Why today order has been passed? Because you have not filed the earlier returns. Correct? Now you are going and saying that please don't cancel the. When you file that application, my dear lovable students, today only registration has been cancelled. You can still furnish the old return even today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Appreciating? First fill all the pending returns, then file the application for revocation. Understanding? Number 2, where the registration has been cancelled with what effect? Today only order passed, but the effective date of cancellation of registration is not today. Effective date of cancellation is 6 months before. Then, my dear lovable students, I can't file all the pending returns. Correct? The application for revocation of cancellation of registration can be filed subject to the condition that all return relating to the period from the what date of registration, effective date of cancellation till the date of order of revocation of cancellation of registration shall be filed within a period of how many days? From the date of order of revocation of cancellation of. That means simple, man. You just check. இன்னைக்கு தான் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, கேன்சலேஷன் ஆர்டர். இன்னையிலிருந்து என்ன ஆகுது? கேன்சல் ஆகுது அப்படின்னா, ஆஃப்டர் தட் இஃப் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் அண்ட் ஃபைலிங் அண்ட் அப்ளிகேஷன் ஃபார் ரிவோகேஷன் ஆஃப் கேன்சலேஷன், இந்த பீரியடோட ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணால் மட்டும்தான் ரிவோக் பண்ணி கொடுப்பாங்க. கம்ஃபர்டபிள்? சார், டுடே ஓன்லி ஆர்டர் ஹஸ் பீன் பாஸ்டு, but on a retrospective basis. But on a retrospective basis. That means, my dear lovable students, today order passed, but the registration has been cancelled. Hello, sir. From this date onwards. Why? Because from this date, you have not filed the return. From this date to this date, for all the return, you are supposed to furnish within 30 days from the date of revocation of cancellation of the order. That's it. Are you really with me? That's it. With regard to the NSR cancellation of registration, revocation of cancellation of registration, that means the slot of registration comes to an, come on, what is section 22? Person liable for registration. What is the takeaway? That section said that who and all are liable to take the registration. That section is mainly focusing on aggregate turnover. If your aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit of 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, you are liable to take the registration. That's it. What is section 23? Even if your aggregate turnover exceeds threshold limit, certain people are not liable to take the, that's what person not liable to take the registration, right? Section 24 is compulsory registration. That means, my dear lovable students, even though your aggregate turnover does not exceed the threshold limit, still you are compulsory liable to take the registration. Purida? So either section 22 people or section 24 people have to apply, compulsory, take the registration. How to take the registration is what the question. That's what answering in 25, 26 and 27. Are you a normal person or CTP bar NRTP? If you are CTP bar NRTP, follow section 27 procedure. Correct? 5 நாளுக்கு முன்னாடி registration எடுக்கணும். 90 days மேல validity இருக்காது, but it can be extended for another 90 days. ஞாபகம் இருக்கு? Sir, if you are other than CTP bar NRTP, provisions of 25 will be applicable. Where to take registration, when to take registration, TAN is mandatory, Aadhaar authentication is mandatory, normal within 7 working days. Otherwise, physical verification will be done. Are you really with me? All those procedures you have to follow. Section 26, if you take a registration in state, it is equal to take a registration in center. If you, sir, your registration has been cancelled in state, it is equal to your registration has been cancelled in center. Comfortable? Okay, sir, I am liable to take registration. I have taken registration, but there are certain amendments in that registration. Check whether that amendment is in core area or amendment is in non-core area. If the amendment is in core area, my dear lovable students, go and approach the proper officer because it's a very important change. Without the permission of the proper officer, you can't make the change. Comfortable? But if the amendment is in non-core area, my dear lovable students, no proper officer's permission is required. Directly you can go in the common portal and you yourself can make the changes. Can I proceed? Section 29 is cancellation of registration. In certain circumstances, proper officer, he himself will cancel your registration if you are not following the rules and regulation of the GST Act. But you yourself may say that please cancel my registration because of transfer of business, because of amalgamation, because of demerger, because of the death. Are you really with me? In those circumstances, there is no concept of revocation of cancellation of registration. But if the proper officer is, sir, if the registered person's registration has been cancelled because of the non-compliances of the provision, within 90 days, you have to go and apply for the restoration of the cancellation. Correct? And it can be further extended to another 180 days also. Correct? Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, you have to check that how the registration has been cancelled. Today, order passed, the cancellation, effective date of cancellation is today. Then, when you are applying for revocation, whatever pending return should be filed. But today only order passed with retrospective effect of cancellation of registration. Then, I can't file the old return. Correct? You go and beg before the proper officer that please revoke the cancellation of registration. Once you got that order within how many days? 30 days, you file all the old return and also the current return. You be a good boy. That's it with regard to the chapter registration. So to our pocket, chapter registration also comes to an, that means if you flow what and all we have done with section 7. Section 7 is supply. Section 8 is tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9 is levy and collection of CGS. Section 10 is composition levy. And section 11 is exemption. This is the basics of the GST part. Right, sir? An activity or transaction should be covered in 7.1 and should not be covered in 7.2. Clarity? Sir, once an activity or transaction is falling as supply, my dear lovable students, immediately question arises. எப்ப tax கட்டணும், என்ன tax கட்டணும், எதுல tax கட்டணும், ரைட்டா? That's what we are going to answer by way of section 31, tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Section 32, prohibition of unauthorized collection of tax. And section 33, tax should be specifically mentioned in the tax invoice. And section 34, debit note and credit note. These are tax invoice related details. Because if you don't know the tax invoice related details, you can't do time of supply under section 12. You can't do time of supply under section 13 and time of supply under section 14, because section 12 is the time of supply of, 13 is the time of supply of, 14 is the time of supply in case of change in rate of tax, and section 15 is the value of, and section 10 and 12 of the IGST Act is the place of supply. Comfortable? Of goods and also services. They are 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, 12.4, 12.5, 12.6, 12.7, 12.8, 12.9, 12.10, 12.11, 12.12, 12.13, 12.14. Are you all with me? This is our second slot of our discussion, my dear lovable students. Then a very important, sir, question, sir, who is liable to take registration under the GST Act? That's what answered by section 22, person liable for registration. Section 23, person not liable for registration. Section 24, compulsory registration. 25, procedure for registration. 26, deemed registration. 27, special procedure for casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Comfortable? Section 28, amendment of registration. Section 29, cancellation of registration. Section 30, revocation of cancellation of registration. Right? Then after 15, I have come to 22. That means we are having 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21. This is called as ITC, input tax credit. Right, sir? In the coming slot, we are going to start with the provisions of ITC, important, very important, very, very important for examination. Right, sir? Have a revision, full revision of the registration chapter and come back. We will be talking about the ITC part. Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. Sir, we are going to, sir, quickly revise a very important chapter for examination called as ITC, called as input tax credit. Called as what? First of all, understand what this chapter is all about. One of the most important chapter for exam is ITC, my dear lovable students. For example, we will be making purchases. So two people will be there called as supplier and other is recipient. One is supplier and other is what? Supplier will supply either goods or services or both. Correct? What recipient will do? Recipient will pay value of supply. Recipient will pay add GST. Add what? That means total amount he will be paying to the supplier. This GST paid to the supplier can be taken as ITC or cannot be taken as ITC is what our discussion is all about. What the section is saying, that section 16. Section what? First of all, understand what is ITC. Input tax means tax payable under the forward charge. Tax payable under the? Tax payable under the? For example, I am the supplier, you are the recipient. When I supply either supply of goods or services or both, I have to collect GST from you. Whatever GST collected from you, for me, it is a output tax collected. For you, it is a input tax paid. You can take that input tax paid as what? GST. Number 2, it includes tax payable under what charge also? Under 9.3 or 5.3, you will be paying tax, correct? That tax can also be taken as ITC. And IGST leviable on what of goods? If you are importing goods from outside India to India, you are liable to pay IGST. That amount can also be taken as, but exclude what tax? Composition tax. Because if you are a composition dealer, you are not supposed to collect output tax. You are not supposed to take ITC. So for him, it is not the ITC. Are you really with me? Sir, we are having section 16, prima facie I am discussing. Section 16 classified into 4 categories. 16 subsection 1, 16 subsection 2, 16 subsection 3, 16 subsection 4. 16 subsection 1 is answering who can claim ITC. Who can claim? Which is the basic section, man, which is saying that only registered person is eligible to take ITC. Only registered person is eligible to take. So you may be a registered person or unregistered person. If you are an unregistered person, please don't ask ITC. But if you are a registered person, we know who is supposed to take registration, correct? Once you are a registered person, you are entitled to take what? Every registered person shall subject to such conditions and restrictions as may be prescribed. Yes, we will say that blocked credit. For certain item, you are not entitled to take ITC. In the manner specified in section 49, 49 is the payment of tax. How to pay the tax? Be entitled to take credit charged on any supply of goods or services or both to him. That means, are you a registered person? Sir, I am supplying goods or services to you. Yes, sir. When I supply goods or services to you, am I collecting GST? That GST, you can take it as provided if that GST is not a blocked credit. Can I? Sir, exception, man. Sir, we have studied that all registered person can take ITC. Yeah? Even though you are a registered person, composition dealer cannot take ITC. Because for composition dealer, as per section 10 subsection 4, no output tax, no input tax. Pakka? So as per section 16 subsection 1, only a registered person can take except composition dealer. Pakka? Coming to 16 subsection 2, what are the conditions to be satisfied for taking ITC? For example, in direct tax, sir, in order to claim depreciation, we have to satisfy certain condition. Am I right? The same way, sir, you are a registered person, but you want to take ITC. What are the conditions to be satisfied? Number 1, possession of valid tax paying document. Possession of, there should be document in your hand which shows that yes, you have really paid the tax. That's what possession of valid tax paying document. Number 2 is actual receipt of what or what or what? Goods or services or both. Really you should receive the goods. Really you should receive the service. Then only you are entitled to claim the. And ITC should not be restricted. ITC should not be restricted in the sense means I am the supplier and you are the recipient. Am I right? When I supply to you, it is an outward supply to me and inward supply to you, right? In my GSTR 1, I should declare it as an outward supply. I should declare it as a, then it will be reflected in your inward supply, which is GSTR 2A. GSTR 2A. Are you really with me? That means, sir, I should have filed the return. நான் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணாதான் என்னோட அவுட்வர்ட் சப்ளைல அதை காட்டுவேன். என்னோட அவுட்வர்ட் சப்ளை தான் உன்னோட அப்படி இன்வர்ட் சப்ளையா வந்ததுக்கு மட்டும்தான் உன்னால என்ன எடுக்க முடியும்? ஐடிசி எடுக்க முடியும். வேற எதுக்கும் உன்னால ஐடிசி எடுக்க. And tax charged is actually paid to the government. That means, sir, I am the supplier. Are you really with me? Sir, you would have not paid the value of supply. For example, 1 lakh rupees is the value of supply. Still, you would have not paid the value of supply. But still, as per my time of supply, that is date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is, earlier, I should pay that amount to the government. And the tax na government kattirunda mattumda unnala enna edukka mudiyum. Right. And furnishing of return, my dear lovable students, I should have furnished the return. And in that return, I should have passed the credit to you and it should be reflected in your GSTR 2A. Then only you are entitled to take the ITC. So in order to take the ITC, my dear lovable students, how many conditions should be satisfied? Who is going to take ITC? Is the supplier or the recipient? Recipient. You should satisfy how many conditions? Possession of valid tax paying document, actual receipts of goods or services or both. ITC should not be restricted. Tax charge is actually paid to the government, and furnishing of the return. And furnishing of the, my dear lovable students, the details of ITC in respect of said supply communicated to the registered person under section 38. That means when I file my outward supply, it will be inward supply to you. That means the ITC should be communicated to the recipient in GSTR 2A. Otherwise, you are not entitled to take the ITC. My dear lovable students, what is 16 subsection 1? Who can claim ITC? Who can claim ITC? Only a registered person can claim ITC. What is 16 subsection 2? Conditions for claiming ITC. How many conditions? Very important. 2 minutes we can complete the next section. Listen very carefully, my dear lovable students. Sir, you are purchasing a plant and machinery for rupees 10 lakh. Okay. You are purchasing from me. If you are purchasing plant and machinery from ANM, I will be collecting GST at the rate of 18%. Right, sir? Assume 1,80,000 rupees is the GST what I have collected from you. So totally you have to pay 11,80,000. My dear lovable students, sir, for this plant and machinery, will you claim depreciation? If you claim depreciation for this 10 lakh, then this 1,80,000 can be taken as ITC. Comfortable? If you are claiming depreciation for the entire 11,80,000, that means whatever GST you have paid to me, for that also you have taken depreciation, then ITC will not be allowed. That means on the tax component, if what has been taken? Depreciation has been taken. No, that's it. Listen here. Sir, ITC not admissible if the depreciation is claimed on the what component? So when the registered person has claimed depreciation on the tax component of the cost of capital goods and plant and machinery under the provisions of Income Tax Act, ITC on the said tax component shall not be allowed. That means either you can claim depreciation for the ITC or don't claim depreciation on the tax component. Claim it as, that's it. Sir, coming to 16 subsection 4. What is the time limit for availment of ITC? What is the? Tell me what is 16 subsection 1? Who can claim ITC? Who can claim ITC? Only a registered person can claim ITC. What is 16 subsection 2? Conditions to be satisfied. How many conditions? You have to satisfy. Number 1, possession of valid tax paying document, actual receipts of goods or services. ITC should not be restricted. Tax should be actually paid to the government, and furnishing of returns. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, what is 16 subsection 3? Sir, ITC should not be admissible if depreciation claimed on, if depreciation has been claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. Comfortable? Very important section, man. 16 subsection 4 is time limit for what of ITC? Availment of ITC. Time limit for? My dear lovable students, look at here, man. Sir, correcta purunjuko. Your financial year is from 1st of April to 31st of March. Your financial year is from 1st of April to 31st of March. Right, sir? In that, you are having April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Till March, my dear lovable students, you are having tax period. What period? You are having 12 tax period. You are having, that is 12 மாசம் இருக்குல்ல. Unless sometimes you would have made purchases on April or May or June or July or August or September. Hello, sir. In any of these period, you would have made the purchases. Correct? What is the last date to take the ITC is what? 16 subsection 4. 16 subsection 4 is the time limit for availment of ITC. Time limit for? My dear lovable students, after March, next year, April will come, May will come, June, July, August, September, October, November and December. 31st December is the due date for filing the annual return. 31st December is the due date for filing the, what act is saying that 30th day of the November, 30th day of the succeeding financial year of the, let the March over, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. That means next month, December 31st, you are supposed to file the annual return. So before that, 1 month itself, get ready to file the annual return. Are you really with me? That's why 30th November of the succeeding financial year. 30th November of the, or date of furnishing the annual return, or date of furnishing the, whichever is earlier. Whichever is. Sir, the due date for furnishing the annual return is 31st December. Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, if you are filing the return, annual return by 15th September itself, then the last date to take ITC of this financial year is 15th September. Correct? Because 15th September or 30th November, whichever is. Sir, I have not filed the return on 15th September, sir. I filed only on 15th December, sir. Can I take the ITC till December? No. Sir, the maximum date is the 30th of அப்ப 30th November of the succeeding financial year. Some people may file their annual return before 30th November itself. Actually, the due date is still 31st of December. Some people April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Any of these days in these months, they may file the return. Purida. Then once you furnish the what return? Annual return, all the details pertaining to that financial year comes to an end, my dear lovable students. Then you are not supposed to take the ITC. Are you really with me? So what they are saying is the last date to take the ITC is 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of furnishing the annual return, whichever is. Repeat once again, 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. We are having 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4. What is 16.1? Who can claim ITC? Only a registered person can claim. What is 16.2? Conditions for availing ITC. How many conditions? Possession of valid tax-paying document, actual receipt of goods or services or both. ITC should not be restricted. Tax charged is actually paid to the government and furnishing of returns. Right, sir? 16.3, if depreciation claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. Comfortable? 16.4, the time limit for availment of ITC, which is 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is earlier. Are you all really with me? Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, I am continuing, sir. Sir, we are having first proviso. We are having what? Sir, if you are purchasing goods in lot or installment, goods in lot or, that means you are a purchaser, man. You are purchasing goods in what or what? For example, 10,000 kg you have ordered with me. Now, modella varum 2,500 kg has been sent to you. Still, you have to receive 7,500 kg. That you will be receiving only in the next month. Hello, sir. One of the condition to claim ITC is actual receipt of what or what? Goods or services. You should actually receive the goods or services. Am I right? Have you fully received the goods or services? You receive the goods only in what or what? Lot or installment. So when the goods are received in lot or installment, the recipient is entitled to take ITC only on receipt of last lot or installment. First you get the full lot. First you get the full lot. That means first lot vandudane enna edukka koodadu. That means if the goods are received in what or what? Lots or installment. Then ITC can be taken only on the receipt of the. I am moving to the second proviso to section 16 subsection 2. Listen to me. This you have to understand very technically, my dear lovable students. I am the supplier and you are the recipient. Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students, if I am the supplier and if you are the, I will be making supply to you. If I make supply, I will raise the tax invoice. If I make the tax invoice in that value of supply as per section 15 and I will be collecting GST. Yes, sir. Sometimes, sir, you would have not paid the consideration at all. You would have not paid the consideration at all to me. You would have not paid the consideration at all to me. Are you really with me? But still, being the supplier, my dear lovable students, for me, the time of supply as per section 12 or 13 will come. Yes, sir. Then, according to me, either date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, I am liable to pay tax to the department. From my pocket, I will be paying this GST to the department. Purida. And now in your hand, you are having valid what paying document? Tax paying document. First condition has been, you really receive the goods or services or both. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, since I have furnished the return, the ITC would have been passed to you. Correct? Yes, sir. Then, my dear lovable students, there is no restriction for the what? ITC. So, without you paying anything to me, you would have taken this GST as ITC. And lifelong, there is a chance that you will not pay anything to me. That means, நீ காசே கட்டாம என்ன எடுத்துட்ட? ITC எடுத்துட்ட. புரியுதா உனக்கு? So, my dear lovable students, what second proviso is saying that if payment is not made within how many days? 180 days. From the what of invoice, whatever ITC you have taken will be reversed. Whatever ITC will be taken will be. So, ITC availed is to be paid along with the interest as per second proviso. For example, if a recipient, are you recipient? You fail to pay to the supplier of what or what or what? You have not paid the consideration to me, the amount towards the value of supply along with the what payable thereon, tax payable thereon, within a period of how many days? 180 days. From the date of issue of invoice by the what? Supplier. That means from the supplier's invoice within 180 days. If the recipient is not making the payment to the supplier, then an amount equal to the ITC availed by whom? Recipient. That means whatever ITC you have taken shall be added to his what tax liability. Because you would have already taken ineligible ITC. Without making the payment to me, you have taken ITC with a promise that you will make the payment to me within 180 days. But you have not made the payment to me within on 181st day, my dear lovable students. Whatever ITC you have taken should be added to your output tax liability. Appreciate Pandriya. Along with what thereon, interest thereon, in such manner as may be prescribed. That means, sir, look at here. I made supply to you today. Within 180 days, you are supposed to make the payment to me. If you don't make the payment to me within 180 days, on 181st day, whatever ITC has been enjoyed by the recipient should be reversed along with the interest and it should be added to the output tax liability. Correct? Sometimes after 180 days, you may really make the payment to me. Yeah. This value of supply plus GST, you will be making payment to me. Yeah. If you make the value of supply plus GST, then that GST you can take it as. That's what they are saying, my dear lovable students. Recredit when the payment is made subsequently. However, if the recipient shall be entitled to avail of credit of ITC on payment made by him on the amount towards the value of supply of goods or service or both, along with what payable thereon, tax payable thereon. In case part payment has been made, proportionate credit would be allowed. That means if you make only part of the consideration, then part of the ITC will be allowed as deduction. Are you totally with me? So, first proviso is saying that if the goods are received in lot or installment, ITC can be taken on only after receipt of the last lot or installment. Purida? Sir, after you have taken ITC, if the recipient has not made the payment to the supplier within 180 days, on 181st day, whatever ITC has been taken by the recipient should be reversed along with the, and after 180 days, if any payment has been made by the recipient to the supplier, then that can be taken, retaken as ITC. Comfortable? But this payment within how many days? 180 days will not be applicable for this. That's what exception 1, exception 2 and exception 3. Exception 1, supply on which tax is payable under what charge? Reverse charge. For example, if I supplied silk, if I supplied girls, goods transport agent, insurance agent, recovery agent, legal services or arbitral tribunal, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis, right? If you pay the tax, then only you can take it as ITC, correct? So there, whether you pay the value of supply to the supplier within 180 days, not within 180 days, that is an agreement between the supplier and the recipient. Being the person who have taken ITC, we don't have any problem. Why? Why we don't have any problem? Because you paid the tax, then only you have taken ITC. Comfortable? Number 2, deemed supply without consideration, which is N1. Schedule 1. Sir, permanent transfer or disposal of business asset where ITC has been availed. Supply of goods or services or both between related or distinct person made in the course or furtherance of business. Then number 3, supply of goods between principal and agent without consideration and importation of services without consideration from a related person or establishment which is situated. Sir, இதுக்கெல்லாம் தான் என்ன இல்லைன்னு சொல்லியாச்சு. பின்ன 180 days குள்ள consideration pay பண்ணனும் எனக்கு புரியல. So, for that schedule 1 item, sir, 180 days concept will not be. Next one, the value of supply on account of any amount in accordance with the provisions of 15 subsection 2 clause B. That means the amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. Sir, on behalf of me, you are making to some other person. Have you paid to some other person? After you paid to some other person, will you again pay to me? Yeah. No, sir. On behalf of me only you one time paid. Then how will you ask that within 180 days? I have to make the payment, my dear lovable students. Sir, addition made to the value of supply on account of supplier's liability in relation to such supply being incurred by the what? Recipient of supply. Are you all really with me? In these circumstances, what they are saying that this will not be 180 days concept will not be applicable. So come on, sir, these are the sections to be discussed, man. ITC, basic section. What is section 16? Basic section for ITC. Section 16 classified into 4 category for the time being. Sir, section 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4. What is 16.1? Who can claim ITC? What is 16.2? Conditions for claiming ITC. What is 16.3? If depreciation claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. What is 16.4? Time limit for availment of ITC. Right, sir? Let me ask you a question. Who can claim ITC? Only a registered person can take ITC. What is 16 subsection 2? Conditions for availing ITC. How many conditions? Possession of valid tax paying document. Actual receipt of goods or services or both. ITC should not be restricted. Tax should be actually paid to the government and furnishing of return. Can I proceed? Yes, sir. Sir, ITC is not admissible if depreciation claimed on. That means on the tax component, either you claim ITC or you claim depreciation. Comfortable? 16 subsection 4, what is the time limit for sir, availment of ITC? Sir, 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. We are having two proviso, first proviso and the second proviso, right, sir? First proviso is saying that if the goods are received in lot or installment, ITC can be availed only on receipt of last lot or installment. If the recipient has not made the payment within 180 days from the date of supplier's invoice, then on 181st day, whatever ITC has been taken along with the interest should be added to the output tax liability. Are you all really with me? But this 180 days concept will not be applicable for three things. Number one, RCM. Number two, Schedule 1. And the amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the. Are you all really with me? That's it with regard to section 16, my dear lovable students. I'm moving to section 17, apportionment. What, man? For example, you purchase raw material. Just think a situation, man. You purchase raw material by paying 10 lakh. Raw material by paying. Sir, the value of supply for this raw material is 10 lakh. You would have paid GST. Yeah? Assume 1,80,000 rupees GST you paid. Total, how much lakh you paid? 11,80,000. With this raw material, you have to manufacture the finished goods. Am I right? And if the finished goods are taxable, when you sell this finished goods, will you collect output tax collected? Yes, sir. Then against that, what collected? Output tax collected. You can reduce the ITC, which is 100%. Correct? But my dear lovable students, with this raw material, if you are manufacturing both taxable goods and if you are manufacturing both exempted goods, then for this exempted outward supply, you will not collect output tax, correct? Then 100% of the input tax cannot be taken as ITC. Because with the raw material, you have not only manufactured the taxable goods, but also manufactured the exempted goods. Puriyarada? Yes, sir. In section 17, we are having apportionment of input and input services and apportionment of what goods also? Capital goods also. This capital goods is not there in CA Inter. We are having only apportionment of input and input services. Are you really with me? Simple, man. Simple. Logically, you think, man. Sir, goods or service partly used for business and partly for what use? Other use. For example, you are purchasing either goods or service by paying GST. Sir, my discussion here is whether I can take that GST paid as ITC or not, right? Are you using the entire goods fully for business? Then 100% ITC. If you are using partly for business and partly for other than business, then 100% ITC cannot be taken. Comfortable? Where the goods or services or both are used by the what person? Registered person. Partly for the purpose of any business and partly for other purpose. Then the amount of credit shall be restricted. That means 100% ITC cannot be taken. So much of the input tax as is attributable for the purpose of his business. For example, I purchased a raw material. I paid GST of 1 lakh. Out of that, only 60% of the raw material I have used for business, 40% of the raw material I have used for other than business. Then, my dear lovable students, only 60,000 can be taken as ITC. As income tax section 38, asset used for both business and the same way section 17 is saying that we will do apportionment. Are you really with me? Now, 17 subsection 2, ITC restricted to goods or service used for what supply? Taxable supply. The same are used for affecting what supply and what supply? Taxable supply. And so, with the raw material, I am having, my dear lovable students, I am providing both taxable supply and the exempt supply. The ITC attributable to exempt supply cannot be taken as ITC. So, where the goods or services or both are used by what person? Registered person. Partly for affecting what supply? Taxable supply, including zero rated supply under this act. Or partly for affecting what supply? Exempt supply under the said act. The amount of credit shall be restricted to so much of the input tax as is attributable to said taxable supply, including what rated supply. That means, my dear lovable students, in the first one, in 17 subsection 1, you are having common raw material. With that raw material, you have used it for both business and non-business use. Then the ITC attributable to non-business use cannot be taken as ITC. Comfortable? 17 subsection 2, what they are saying, my dear lovable students, you are having common raw material. With that, you provided both taxable supply and exempted supply. ITC attributable to exempt supply cannot be taken as ITC. Comfortable? Sir, that's it, sir. That's what section 17 subsection 2 is all about, sir. Can I proceed, sir? Just one word. What is zero rated supply? Sir, zero rated supply means export. If you are exporting from India to outside India, it is called as zero rated supply. Sir, supply to a SEZ or a ZZ developer. If you are supplying to an SEZ or supply is made from an SEZ, in indirect tax, we call it as ZRS, called as zero rated supply. Appo export நம்ம என்னன்னு சொல்லுவோம்? Zero rated supply ன்னு சொல்லுவோம். If you make supply to an SEZ, zero rated supply ன்னு சொல்லுவோம். Are you really with me? That's it, man. Section 16 and 17 comes to an end. What is section 16? Basic section for ITC. What is section 17? Apportionment and blocked credit. I am coming to section 17 subsection 5. That is called as what credit? Inga paru, even though you are a registered person, hello sir, even though you satisfy all the conditions, yes sir, sir, for this item you are not liable to take ITC. For this item you are not liable to take. That is called as what credit, man? These are the blocked credit, like number 1, motor vehicle. Number 1. Number 2, food, beauty treatment, healthcare services. Food, beauty treatment, and then works contract services. What, man? Then inputs and services for construction of immovable property. Inputs and service for construction of inputs on composition scheme. Inputs by non-resident. Inputs by personal consumption, lost or stolen goods, evasion or confiscation. For this item, I will explain what this, don't worry at all. For these items and all, you are not entitled to take the ITC. So for 9 item, it is blocked. For 9 item, it is blocked. Number 1, what vehicle? Motor vehicle. Food, beauty treatment and healthcare services, works contract services, inputs and service for construction of immovable property, inputs on composition scheme, inputs by non-resident, personal consumption, lost or stolen goods, evasion or confiscation. These are the what credit? Even though you satisfy all the condition, my dear lovable students, for this item you are not entitled to take the. In the coming slot, we will be talking in one stretch what is the blocked credit, the 9 item. Then we will be moving into ITC in what cases, man? Which is section 18. That's it. That's the max we are having ITC in special cases. With that, the provisions of the ITC will comes to an end. Are you all really with me? What is section 16? Basic section for ITC. What is section 17? Apportionment and blocked credit. What is section 18? ITC in special cases. 19, 20 and 21 not applicable for inter. 19, 20 and 21 not applicable for inter. Only we are having 16, 17 and 18. Comfortable, sir? Able to appreciate, sir? Sir, I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? take a 20-30 minutes of time, revise ITC whatever we have done, and come back. We'll be attaching the balance one, my dear lovable students. Sir, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the chapter ITC. In the last class, we started talking about the ITC. Section 16 is the basic section for ITC, correct? Section 17 is the apportionment and blocked credit. We have talked about apportionment. We are to start with the blocked credit. I'm starting with the blocked credit, man. What the blocked credit is all about? Simple. Sir, for this item, you are not liable to take ITC. You are not liable to take. For this item and all, ITC is blocked. Number one, motor vehicle. Number one, my dear lovable students, are you all studying CA? Will you become chartered accountant? After you become chartered accountant, will you buy car? Can you say one dream car? BMW. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. B stands for brain, M stands for money, and W stands for wealth. Are you all with me? If you are having brain, money will come. The accumulation of money is called as wealth. Are you all with me? So, nallabadi. In the attempt, pass panna. Hello, sir. Automatically brain, sir. Improve your brain. Automatically money will come. Sir, once money will come, you will be having wealth. So, after you become chartered accountant, you are buying a super BMW car. With that BMW car, you are going to your office. With that BMW car, you are going to do the audit. Hello, sir. As an auditor, poi getta eranga porani BMW car le. Hello, sir. The cost of the BMW car is 50 lakhs. 1 crore. Sir, you want 1 crore car or 50 lakhs car? 1 crore. Okay, we will be going with a 1 crore car. Sir, 1 crore ketna pooji theriyuma? 2, 4, 5, 6. There are 7 zeros are there for 1 crore. Right, sir? Sir, for that, the supplier of the car will be charging GST. Assume 18% GST. 18 lakh we will pay. So, 1 crore and 18 lakh is the total amount we are supposed to pay. With this car only you gone to your office. With this car only you are going to do the audit. With this car only you are going here, there. Along with your wife, X, Z, whoever it may be. Friends, you are taking with this car only. Hello. Whether this 18 lakhs can be taken as ITC or not is the question. No, it is blocked credit. No, it is. So, motor vehicle for transportation of persons. If you are purchasing any motor vehicle for transportation of person, ITC is blocked. Are you really with me? But if you are purchasing a motor vehicle for transportation of passenger like Ola and Uber, sir, they will be collecting consideration. At that time, they will be collecting GST. If output tax is there, collect. Sir, take ITC. Otherwise, you can't take ITC. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, some people will be having huge dreams. For example, you are going to be the next Don, Shah Rukh Khan of Tamil Nadu. Hello, sir. You are saying that how I will be traveling in BMW car and all. For my status and all, I should go in either Patram or aircraft. Hello, sir. You are purchasing a big Patram or you are purchasing a big aircraft. Hello, sir. There are private jet. Private jet. You are purchasing a private jet by paying 5 crore rupees. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Or 50 crore rupees. Sir, for the purpose of traveling. For example, if you want to travel from Chennai to Palakkad, you are traveling in private jet. Hello, sir. Single private jet. In the entire aircraft, sir, helicopter, you are only traveling. Hello. Because you are CEO in the house. Hello, sir. My dear lovable students, for this you would have paid GST. Government is saying that this is for your personal use, not for transportation of passenger, not for transportation of goods. You are not entitled to take ITC. Are you really with me? Now, insurance, repair and maintenance of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. Now you are having BMW car after you become chartered accountant. Am I right? And also you are having private jet. Correcta? Yes, sir. Correcta mean panna. Correcta? Yes, sir. Sir, with that BMW car, my dear lovable students, you are going from your home to your office. Correct? At the time of your travel, my dear lovable students, sir, what is happening? And the BMW car, ketna tire? 4 liter. Dhamal, it is sir bursting. Hello, sir. Then you will do repair, sir, insurance and maintenance of that motor vehicle. Is that BMW car allowed credit or blocked credit? Blocked credit. Then insurance, repair and maintenance is also blocked credit. Are you really with me? Sir, with that BMW car, if you are transporting passenger from one place to another, transporting goods from one place to another, then it is not a blocked credit, then it is an allowed credit. Correct? If the motor vehicle is allowed, its insurance, repair and maintenance are also allowed. If the motor vehicle is blocked, its corresponding expenses are also blocked. Comfortable? Yes, sir. Sir, with that aircraft or vessel, sir, are you Indigo? If you are Indigo, you are using the aircraft or vessel for the purpose of transporting passenger and goods from one place to another, right? Then it is an allowed credit and it is not a blocked credit. If it is allowed credit, insurance, repair and maintenance of motor vehicle are, come on. First one, we are going to talk in detail. Motor vehicle for transportation of persons. Motor vehicle for, so you are purchasing a motor vehicle for transportation of persons, not for passenger. It is ideally a dash credit, blocked credit. Sir, motor vehicle for transportation of persons having approved seating capacity not more than 13 passengers, including the driver, is a blocked credit. So tomorrow, after you become chartered accountant, you are purchasing a BMW car. Is BMW seating capacity more than 30? Less than 13? Less than. அதுக்குள்ள நீ வேணா 40 பேர் உட்கார வச்சு கொண்டு போவே இருக்கும். That's okay, fine. I'm asking the authorized seating capacity is less than 30. So motor vehicle can be classified into how many category? Two category. Number one, for transportation of passenger and for transportation of goods. Right, sir? For transportation of goods, it is not covered in the, sir, blocked credit. It is not covered in the, that means, my dear lovable students, after you become chartered accountant, you are purchasing a lorry to go to office. You are purchasing a tractor to go to office. Hello, sir. Then ITC is allowed because only a person who are engaged in transportation of goods will purchase lorry. Only a passenger who are engaged in transportation, GTA will only purchase lorry, tempo, tractor, etc. Will you, after you become chartered accountant, since you are having lot of money, will you purchase two lorry? No, sir. For your transportation purpose? No, sir. That means what government is saying that, sir, motor vehicle means we mean only transportation of person and not transportation of goods. For transportation of goods, all time ITC will be allowed. Right, sir? For transportation of persons, you have to check the what capacity. Seating capacity may be up to 13 passengers or seating capacity may be more than. If seating capacity is up to 13 passengers, my dear lovable students, it is blocked credit. Correct, sir? Not eligible for ITC. Sir, not eligible for. But seating capacity more than what passenger? 13 passenger is eligible for ITC. Are you all really with me? So what is the highlight of this blocked credit is, you have to think about, my dear lovable students, this is covering only the transportation of passenger and not covering the transportation of goods. Transportation of passenger, you have to see the seating capacity. Seating capacity up to 13 passenger are blocked credit. Seating capacity more than 13 passenger are ITC is allowed. That means after you become chartered accountant, you are purchasing a bus to go to your office only for you. Sir, 60 seats are there. Can you take ITC? Yes, sir. Because seating capacity more than, you are purchasing BMW car. Is ITC allowed? No, sir. But we are having exception. However, credit will be available when they are used for making a following taxable supply, namely, number one, sir. One second. Number one, further supply of such motor vehicle. Further supply of, I am buying BMW car and I am selling BMW car. My dear lovable students, then I am entitled to take the what? ITC. Sir, I am using that for transportation of passengers. Transportation of, then I am entitled to take the what? ITC. Or imparting motor driving skills. Or imparting motor driving skills. Then I am entitled to take the what? ITC. Sir, this is the first blocked credit. What is the first blocked credit, man? Motor vehicle for transportation of persons, not passengers. Motor vehicle for transportation of persons. Adile enna cover avale? Motor vehicle for transportation of goods cover avale. That means goods is not a what credit? Blocked credit. Whereas motor vehicle for transportation of persons classified into two categories. Seating capacity more than 13 passengers, less than 13 passengers. More than 13 passengers, ITC allowed. Less than 13 passengers, that's it. The second blocked credit is vessel and aircraft. Vessel and, so generally vessel and aircraft is a blocked credit. Generally vessel and aircraft is a, but if you are using the vessel and aircraft for further supply of such vessel and aircraft, that means you are using that vessel and aircraft to sell it. So you are a dealer of what? Vessel and aircraft. அப்படினா என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்? ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம். Or for transportation of what? Passengers. You are going to transport passenger by using that vessel and aircraft. You can take ITC. Imparting training on navigating such vessel. You are teaching how to navigate the vessel. You can take ITC. That means you are driving school. Or imparting training on flying such aircraft. That means you are, sir, teaching the, creating the pilots then for that purpose, if you are purchasing an aircraft, ITC can be taken. Or if you are using that for transportation of goods from one place to another, you can take it as ITC. That means generally vessel and aircraft are blocked credit. But if you are using that vessel and aircraft for 5 things, number 1, further supply of such vessel or aircraft, transportation of passengers, imparting training on navigating such vessel, imparting training on flying such aircraft, or for transportation of goods, then ITC can be avoided. The third one, block credit number 3, insurance, repair and maintenance of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. What is the general rule, man? General rule is very simple, man. If the ITC on the vehicle is allowed, ITC on the expenses is also allowed. If the ITC on the vehicle is blocked, automatically the ITC on the expenses is also blocked. So service of general insurance, servicing, repair and maintenance insofar as they are related to what vehicle? Motor vehicle, vessel or what craft? Aircraft. In class A or class AA, what they are saying is generally, if you are incurring any expenses for the motor vehicle or if you are incurring any expenses for the vessel or aircraft, it is blocked. It is blocked, but it is having exception where the motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft referred in either class A or class AA are used for the purpose therein. That means I am using for transportation of passenger, then it is a eligible motor vehicle. Then ITC on the expense is also allowed. Whereas where it is received by a taxable person, sir, I am a taxable person in the manufacture of such what vehicle? Motor vehicle. So I am manufacturing motor vehicle. That means I am Tata Motors. Sir, I am Tata Motors. I am getting repair services. I am getting insurance services. I am getting maintenance services. Then ITC will be allowed because it is in the course or furtherance of business. Correct? Without having these services, Tata Motors cannot manufacture the car. Then I cannot sell the goods. Are you really with me? And the next one, my dear lovable students, sir, it is in the supply of general insurance service in respect of such what vehicle? Motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft insured by him. I am an insurance company. Sir, you are a manufacturer of the car or you are manufacturer of vessel or aircraft. You are insuring with me. I am getting insured from some other insurance company. So, I am getting these services as inward supply. So, if it is in the similar line of business, what line of business? Then what can be taken? ITC can be taken. Are you really with me? Sir, what is the scope of motor vehicle? Motor vehicle exclude. These are not motor vehicle. Vehicle running upon what rail? Fixed rail. That means railway is not a motor vehicle. Special purpose vehicle for being used in the factory or any enclosed premises. For example, crane or JCB. This, sir, with JCB, can you go to office? No, sir. Sir, with JCB, can you transport passenger? No, sir. So that is not a what vehicle? Motor vehicle. Or vehicle with less than how many wheel? 4 wheel. Fitted with engine capacity up to what? 25 cc. That means any vehicle less than 4 wheel and 25 cc. Sir, Dhanush Moped is not a motor vehicle. Thus, railway, 2 or 3 wheelers with engine capacity up to 25 cc or bicycle do not fall with the definition of motor vehicle. That means tomorrow if you are purchasing bicycle, can you take ITC? Yes, sir. Because it is not at all a motor vehicle, sir. Are you agree with me? Only motor vehicle is blocked, sir. Hello, sir. If you are purchasing an auto rickshaw with 25 cc, can you take ITC? Yes, sir. Because it is not a motor vehicle, sir. Only motor vehicle for transportation of persons are blocked credit, sir. Comfortable. So the first blocked credit comes to an end. Sir, number 1 is what? Motor vehicle. Can be classified into how many category? 3 category. Motor vehicle for transportation of person, motor vehicle for, sir, which is vessel and aircraft, and insurance, repair and maintenance of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. Comfortable? Generally, sir, this is the analysis of motor vehicle. Motor vehicle can be classified into 2 category. For transportation of persons and for transportation of persons, you have to check with the seating capacity. Seating capacity may be, sir, up to 13% or more than 13%. Up more than 13% is not a blocked credit, but up to 13%, my dear lovable students, it will be eligible for the, not eligible for the ITC if it is used blocked credit. But if it is using for exception like transportation of passengers, sir, ademari sir, imparting motor driving skills or further supply of such in a vehicle, motor vehicle, then you can take it as ITC. Generally, vessel and aircraft are blocked credit. But if you are using the vessel and aircraft for further supply of such vessel or aircraft or transportation of passengers or imparting training on navigating such vehicle or flying such aircraft or if you are using that vessel and aircraft for transportation of goods, these are exception, then what will be allowed? ITC will be allowed, right, sir? Generally, expenses ITC on general insurance, service, repair, and maintenance are blocked, but it is having two exceptions. Exception number one: have you incurred all these expenses for a allowed motor vehicle or allowed aircraft or vehicle? Then expenses are allowed. Number two: are you in the manufacturing of motor vehicle? Then allowed. Are you an insurance company? You are getting these service from another insurance company? Then it is allowed. Otherwise, all are blocked credits. Can I proceed, sir? Okay, man. Now, sir, with your new BMW car, have you got the ITC or you will not get ITC? With that new BMW car, you gone to the office, your audit office, after you become chartered accountant, right, sir? What you will go and do in your office? Will eat. Are you really with me? Boy, you can Allah mukumutta timbe. So, following supply of goods or service or both. Number one, what or what? Food or beverage. It is your office, man. You are, sir, just putting some Swiggy, Instamart, and you are getting some food, eating. Hello, sir. For that and all, restaurant will be collecting GST. That cannot be taken as ITC. And outdoor catering, sir. உள்ளுக்குள்ள தின்னது மட்டும் இல்லாம வெளியே போய் தின்னுட்டு இருக்க சார் ரெஸ்டாரண்டா போய் திங்கிற தட்ஸ் வாட் என்ன கேட்டரிங் அவுட்டோர் கேட்டரிங் ஆர் யூ ரிலி வித் மீ then after you become chartered accountant you'll be having lot of money, you have to take care of your beauty, you will be doing beauty treatment services, correct, sir? You are going for doing some this thing, that thing, etc. But there won't be any change except the reduction in the cash balance, fine. So, but still you are doing what, man? Beauty treatment services. You are going to naturals, you are going to Tony and Guy, you are doing something. They will be collect GST that can be taken as ITC. And you are taking care of your healthcare services, man. Health services. You are going to gym, you are doing this, that, etc. All are personal consumption only, right, sir? Someone said that your MOOC is like this, it should be like this. You are doing cosmetic and plastic surgery, my dear lovable students. The hospitals will be collecting GST that cannot be taken as ITC. Sir, you are leasing or renting or hiring of what vehicle? Motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft referred in class A or what? Class A, except when used for the purpose therein. That means, sir, have you purchased BMW? Yes, sir. You are not purchasing BMW. Instead of purchasing the BMW, you are taking a lease for BMW. BMW leasing, sir. Or you are taking, sir, BMW for renting. Or you are hiring of what vehicle, man? Motor vehicle. For what purpose? To go to the office. To go to the, then it is blocked credit. Then it is what credit? But with that motor vehicle, if you are providing transportation of passenger like Ola, Uber, then ITC will be allowed. Are you really with me? Then you are taking life insurance because someone is coming and saying that at any time there is a chance that you will die. Immediately you are taking the what insurance, man? Life insurance. And you are even taking the what insurance also. Generally, these 8 items are blocked credit. Number one, sir, food and beverages. What and what? Sir, if you eat food and beverage always from outside, my dear lovable students, your beauty and your health will get affected, right, sir? Then in future, you may need the cosmetic and what surgery? Plastic surgery. Then you have to hire the ambulance, sir. Hiring, leasing or hiring of what vehicle? Motor vehicle. So better please take life insurance and health insurance in advance. For this 8 item, it is what credit? But we are having exception, my dear lovable students. What exception is saying that ITC in respect of such goods or service or both shall be available when an inward supply of such goods or service or both is used by a registered person for making an outward taxable supply. For example, I'm Indigo. I'm Indigo in the sense means I'm doing transportation of passengers from one place to another. Am I right? Sir, actually, I am getting food and beverage. You know why I'm getting food and beverage? Just to supply to my customer who are traveling in the flight. That means when I am charging the consideration ticket price, I will be collecting the ticket price plus food charges also. That means I am collecting consideration, correct? That means I will be collecting even output tax for that. So if there is output tax, then ITC can be availed. That means, sir, if I am getting any of these 8 things, and if I am using that 8 things to provide a taxable what supply? Outward supply, then ITC will be allowed. Take an example of the Indigo. Indigo is flight. Yes, sir. Sir, they are engaged in transportation of passengers. Assume even they are getting what also? Food services also from hotel. So that hotel will charge GST. From whom? Indigo. And with this food, is Indigo eating the food or supplying to the passenger? Supplying to the passenger. So Indigo will collect GST from the passengers. It will be a composite supply. Am I right? Since the inward supply of these 8 items are using to provide a taxable outward supply, what GST Act is saying that ITC will be allowed. Otherwise, ITC will be blocked. This is the first blocked credit and other exception. Second, okay, wow. Number 2, membership of club, health and what center, fitness center. You are going to gym and you are joining a gym. Gym will collect GST from you. That cannot be taken as ITC. There is no exception also. Blocked credit number 3, travel benefits extend to employee. That is leave travel concession or leave travel assistance. Who is providing? Employer is providing. To whom? Employee. That at that time, the employee may travel in train or flight or some mode of transport, correct? And the service providers, my dear lovable students, will be collecting the GST. That GST cannot be taken as. So generally, I will tell you, my dear lovable students, food, beauty treatment and healthcare services are blocked credit. Are you all really with me? There are 8 services are there. If those 8 services, sir, if you are using for the similar line of business, for example, I am a hotel, I am getting food from another hotel, I am selling food to the customers, then ITC will be allowed. Or I am using that 8 things for providing taxable what or what supply, composite or mixed supply, like Indigo, my dear lovable students, still ITC will be allowed. Otherwise, 8 services are blocked credit. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, membership of club or health and what center, fitness center, ITC will be blocked. Travel benefits to employee, ITC will be blocked. But we are having a general exception. This will be tested in examination. But you are providing food to the employee as a statutory obligation. What obligation? This will surely test in examination. What obligation? Statutory obligation. Then, my dear lovable students, it will be ITC is allowed. For example, I am an employer. I am taking, my dear lovable students, the insurance, sir, health insurance or the life insurance for my employee. That I am not taking because of the what obligation? Statutory obligation, I am taking the insurance. Sir, because of the statutory obligation, if employer is providing anything to the employee and if employer pays GST, that can be taken as. Are you all really with me? Actually, this note is misplaced, man. That is motor vehicle, sir. Motor vehicle use, that is motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft referred in class A or class A, but used for further supply of such vehicle, transportation of passengers or imparting motor driving skills or vessel of aircraft used for transportation of goods. This note was there in the above item. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. That's it. 2 NSR blocked credit comes. First blocked credit is what vehicle? Motor vehicle. Understand logically, don't try to by heart it. Simple. Sir, motor vehicle classified in how many category? Number 1, motor vehicle for transportation of persons, vessel and aircraft, insurance, repairs and maintenance of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. Right, sir? Generally, motor vehicle, sir, if it is motor vehicle for transportation of persons are blocked credit. That is a general blocked credit. Correct? Motor vehicle classified in 2 category. Motor vehicle for transportation of passenger and motor vehicle for transportation of goods. Motor vehicle for transportation of goods, it is not covered in the blocked credit. For transportation of passengers classified in how many category? Seating capacity up to 13, more than 13. Up to 13 are blocked credit, more than 13 are not blocked credit. Can I proceed? But if that motor vehicle up to 13 are using for transportation of passengers or further supply of such motor vehicle or imparting motor driving skills, then ITC will be allowed. Is working clear? Generally, vessel and aircraft is a blocked credit. But if you are using that vessel and aircraft for 5 things, number 1, further supply of such vessel and aircraft, transportation of passengers, imparting training or navigating such vehicle, imparting training on flying such aircraft is allowed. ITCs and transportation of goods, ITCs allowed. That means generally vessel and aircraft is a, but if you are using the vessel and aircraft for these 5 things, ITC is allowed. Generally expense on motor vehicle, blocked credit. But sir, if the motor vehicle is allowed, na, expenses on such motor vehicle is also allowed. Correct? If you are a manufacturer of such motor vehicle, na, allowed. Sir, if you are a general insurance company, allowed. Are you really with me? That's it. Sir, we are having the next blocked credit called as food, beverage, outdoor catering, beauty treatment. Right? Sir, Actually, in that also 3 blocked credits are there. That's why I've done blocked credit number 1, blocked credit number 2, and blocked credit number 3. Flow purida. Blocked credit number 1, these 8 items are generally what credit. But if you are in the similar line of business of this 8 item, or if you are receiving these 8 items as an inward supply, and if you are supplying as a part of taxable composite or mixed supply, then ITC will be allowed. Comfortable? Then membership of a club or health and fitness center, sir, ITC will be blocked. Sir, leave travel concession or leave travel assistance, ITC will be blocked. But, sir, all the 3 things, that is 8 services or the membership in a club or fitness center, travel benefits extended to what? Employees, my dear lovable students. If as an employer, if you are providing as a what obligation, statutory obligation, then ITC will be allowed. I'm coming to the next one, man. Works contract services. What services, man? Sir, what is works contract services, man? Works contract services are when supplied for construction of what property? Immovable property. Look at here. Have you gone to your office after CA? Yes, sir. Have you gone in BMW car? ITC allowed, blocked. Blocked. Sir, after reaching there, have you eat food? ITC blocked. Have you gone to gym? ITC blocked. Are you really with me? Then, sir, have you hired Ola, Uber for the purpose of moving to your office? ITC is blocked. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Have you traveled to the leave travel concession or leave travel assistance? ITC is blocked. Correct? Now, sir, you are feeling that you want a own office. Sir, instead of rented place, நீ நல்லா வளர்ந்துட்ட ஆபீஸ் போய் நல்லா வேலை செஞ்சு you are going to enter into works contract services. What services? Sir, for example, my dear lovable students, there is contractor, sir, Nesamani. Contractor what? Contractor Nesamani is the service provider, and my dear lovable students, you are the service recipient. He is providing construction services. What services? So the contractor Nesamani will be collecting GST from you. Are you Casa Grant? No. Are you contractor? No. That means you are not going to sell this property. Correct? That means you are not going to collect the output tax from this property. But you are sitting in that property and you are going to provide the audit services. Am I right? So that is indirect services, not the direct services. So any works contract services is a what credit? Blocked credit. Any works contract service is a, but sir, where it is an input service for further supply of what contract? Works contract. Sir, look at me. Look at here, sir. Sir, my dear lovable students, you are, sir, service recipient. Correct? You are the student for you who has provided the service. Contractor Nesamani has provided the service. Are you agree with me? So he is the service provider and you are the service recipient. That means he would have collected GST from you. Actually, to the contractor Nesamani, contractor Koundamani is a service provider. Are you agree with me? So he is the service provider and the contractor Nesamani is the service. So he is constructing building for contractor Nesamani. Contractor Nesamani is providing service to us. Purida. We gave contract to the Nesamani, but Nesamani is gave contract to the. So he is the service provider and this guy is a service recipient. Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Then contractor Koundamani will collect GST from Nesamani. So according to contractor Koundamani, it will be output tax collected. For contractor Nesamani, it will be input tax paid. Correct, sir? Yes, sir. Now contractor Nesamani will collect output tax collected from the service recipient. That is you. Correct? Sir, against this output tax collected, this can be taken as ITC. Because, sir, where it is a dash service, input service. Yes, for contractor Nesamani, it is a dash service, input service. For further supply of what contract? Works contract. And number 2, where it is supplied for construction of what and what? Plant and machinery. If you are incurring a works contract for constructing plant and machinery, then ITC will be allowed. Are you all really with me? So, sir, understand, generally, works contract service is a what service? Blocked credit services. For works contract, you are not supposed to take the. But my dear lovable students, there are 2 exceptions are there. If the works contract service is an input service for further supply of such in a contract service, works contract service, or where it is supplied for construction of what? Plant and machinery, then sir, ITC will be allowed. What is plant and machinery, sir? Very important, sir. This will be tested in examination. Mark it as important. Plant and machinery means either apparatus, equipment, or machinery fixed to earth by foundation or structural support that are used for making outward supply of goods or services or both, and include even such foundation also. For example, you are constructing a tit to sir, land the plant and machinery, then plant and machinery, that apparatus or the equipment or the machinery, all will be called it as plant and machinery. Even the tit will also be called it as plant and machinery. But excludes in the sense means these three items will not be treated as plant and machinery. Number one, land, building, or any other what structure? Civil structure. Land is not plant and machinery, building is not plant and machinery, or any other civil structure is not plant and machinery. Telecommunication towers, sir, telecommunication company will be having big towers, correct? That is not a what? Plant and machinery. So if you are incurring any expenditure for telecommunication towers, my dear lovable students, you are not entitled to take ITC. Pipeline laid outside the factory premises. Outside the factory premises, sir, not inside. Outside the factory premises are not plant and machinery. That means if you are incurring any expenditure for these items, you are not entitled to take the, my dear lovable students, big telecommunication towers are there. அதுக்காக நம்ம ஏதாவது செலவு பண்ணோம்னா அதுக்கு என்ன எடுத்துக்க முடியாது? IT, sir. For land, building, or any other civil structure, we can't take. Pipeline laid outside the factory premises, we can't take. That's it. So generally, works contract service are blocked credit. But we are having two exceptions. Number one, if you are getting a works contract service as an input service for further supply of works contract service, then ITC will be allowed. And if you are supplying for construction of what and what? Plant and machinery, then ITC will be allowed. Right? Plant and machinery means everything will be treated as plant and machinery, but land, building, or any other civil structure will not be treated as plant and machinery. Telecommunication towers will not be treated as plant and machinery, and pipeline laid outside the factory premise will not be treated as. That's it. Third block credit also comes to an end. What is the first block credit? Motor vehicles. Number two, food, beauty treatment, healthcare services. Correct. Number three, works contract services. Comfortable? I am coming to part 1, man. Part 2, man. Input and service for construction of immobile property. Input and service for construction of immobile property. For example, sir, you are not giving the entire contract to the contractor Nesamani. Sir, if contractor Nesamani is constructing building for you, then if there is a building and if this building is constructing by contractor Nesamani, this contractor Nesamani will provide both goods plus what? Services. This is called as works contract services. Purida. He will only give the bricks. He will only bring the cement. He will only bring the metal. He will only put the water and he will construct the building. That means, sir, works contract services means, sir, I will give only contract price of 25 crores, for example. The contractor will construct the entire building. Purida. What I am thinking that, illapa, sir, I will supply the inputs. That is whatever raw material you want, I will purchase from the market. And I will supply the capital goods, whatever plant and machinery you want. But what the contractor Nesamani has to do, he has to simply provide the services. He has to simply provide the, that's what they are saying, man. Goods or services or both received by a what person? Taxable person for construction of what property? On his own account, including when such goods or services or both are used in the course or furtherance of business are what credit? Block credit. That means you are purchasing tiles. Sir, at the time of purchasing tiles, will you pay GST? That cannot be taken as ITC. You are purchasing cement. At the time of purchasing cement, will you pay GST? That cannot be taken as ITC. Sir, earlier both goods and service has been purchased by contractor Nesamani, correct? But now you are purchasing the inputs and you are paying the services for construction of what property? Still, it is what credit only. Because you are not a dealer of cement. You will not sell the cement. You have purchased the cement for the purpose of construction of immobile property. Are you Casa Gran? No, sir. If it is Casa Gran, then ITC will be allowed. If you are other than Casa Gran, Are you going to sell the building? Then any input or any input services for construction of what property? Immovable property. ITC will be blocked. Next one, sir. Inputs on what scheme and composition scheme? Sir, I am composition dealer and you are purchaser. You are purchasing from me. My dear lovable students, you tell me, can I first of all collect output tax from you? No, sir, because as per section 10 subsection 4, if you are a composition dealer, no output tax, no input tax. Paka. But my dear lovable students, sir, since I have not collected any output tax from you, you have not paid any tax to me, then can you claim any ITC? So goods or service or both on which tax has been paid under section 10. What is section 10? Composition levy. Since a composition supplier cannot collect any tax on his supply from the recipient of his supplies, it is obvious that no ITC can be availed in respect of such supply by the what? Recipient. So for me, 10.4 will be applicable. For you, 17.5 will be applicable. What 10.4 is saying that composition suppliers should not collect any output tax or should not take any input tax. Correct? But if you are purchasing from the what dealer? Composition dealer. My dear lovable students, hello sir. Then you are not entitled to take ITC. Next one, inputs by non-resident, that is NRTP. Have you heard about NRTP? Non-resident what person? Taxable person. Goods or service or both received by NRTP except goods imported by him. I said an example of the car. Car mela is going to be happen in India, correct? For that purpose, an NRTP is importing the car from outside India to India. For that, he can take ITC. But if he is purchasing anything from India, within India, he can't take the ITC. Then any goods or services, man, or both used for what consumption? Anything which you have used for personal consumption, ITC is blocked. Because anything if you have used for personal consumption, there won't be output tax collected. If there is no output tax collected, there is no input tax paid also. Right, sir? Then goods lost, goods stolen, goods destroyed, goods written off, goods disposed by way of gift or free samples. Sir, in all these circumstances, there won't be output tax collected. If there is no output tax collected, ITC is blocked. Are you all with me? Edalan sir, goods lost, goods stolen, goods destroyed, goods written off, or goods disposed, or by way of gift or free samples. And evasion or confiscation. My dear lovable students, you have cheated the department. Department caught you. You paid 1 lakh rupees penalty. Sir, you are saying that this penalty I want to take as ITC. Never possible. Are you really with me? So, any tax in paid in accordance with the provisions of section 74 or 129 or 130, all these sections are applicable for CA final. My dear lovable students, any tax paid as evasion cannot be taken as ITC. Appreciate Pandrani. So, what they are trying to say this for this 9 item ITC is blocked. What are the 9 items? Motor vehicle, food, beauty treatment and healthcare services, including cosmetic and plastic surgery, works contract services, input and services for construction of immovable property, inputs on composition scheme, inputs by a non-resident, personal consumption, lost or stolen goods, evasion, or for these 9 items, you are not entitled to claim. Fantastic, sir. Sir, section 16 is the basic section for ITC. Section 17 is the apportionment and section 18 is the blocked credit. Sir, section 18 is ITC in. We have to complete ITC in what cases, man? Simple. We are having 18 subsection 1 clause A, 18 subsection 1 clause B, 18 subsection 1 clause C, and 18 subsection 1 clause D. Understand the logic, man. Then you will be able to appreciate, understand very clearly. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, only one section will take. Sir, look at here. You started supplying either goods or services or both on this date. Okay, sir? Up to 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh, you are not liable to take the registration. Correct? This is called as your threshold limit for registration. Correct? Sir, didn't on this date, your sir aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit. Can I proceed? Then you are liable to take the registration. Sir, we all know that as per section 25, we have to apply for registration within 30 days from the date of liable for registration. Do you know? Sir, my dear lovable students, then I will get the registration. Sir, even though I will be getting RC on this date within 30 days, I am taking 30 days as the base. I am liable to collect tax from this date. Correct, sir? I am liable to collect tax from this date. That means from the date of liable for. That means during this period. That means after the date on which I am liable for registration. My dear lovable students, I would have supplied. Correct? Either what or what or what? Goods or sir. All these goods will be, listen carefully, opening stock on the date. Sir, my threshold limit exceed my aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit. All these will be closing stock of this data, because closing stock before my turnover cross 10 lakh, 20 lakh or 40 lakh, my dear lovable students, would have opening stock of the next year. Correct? This closing stock I would have purchased in this period. That means when I was a dash person, unregistered person. But didn't I become a what person? In this, when I was unregistered person, I would have made purchases. Out of that purchases, I would have made purchase and have sold automatically. Correct? Certain goods I would have purchased, but I would have not sold. It become what stock? That closing stock will become what stock? Opening stock. This opening stock I will be selling when I got the registration. So when I purchase before I was a registered person, hello sir, when I make the purchases, I would have paid GST. At that time, that GST I would have not taken as ITC, because only a registered person can take ITC. At that time, I was a unregistered person. Correct? Clear? So that ITC, after I have taken registration, I want to take that tax paid as ITC. That's what ITC in what cases? Look at here. ITC available in opening stock of input at the time of registration. So when you are taking registration as per section 22, sir, till now you are an unregistered person. You would have paid GST, but you would have not asked for ITC. But within one day you are taking registration. Hello, sir. Come on, man. Sir, look at here. A person who has applied for registration. Yes, now only I am applying for registration. Under this act, within how many days? 30 days. From the date on which he become what for registration? Liable for registration. Has been granted registration also. Then shall be eligible to take credit on ITC in respect of input held in stock, input contained in semi-finished goods, and input contained in finished goods held in stock. Are you all really with me? On the immediately preceding the date from which he become liable to pay tax under the provisions of this act. I will tell you, understand logically, 1 second, that will be completed. Sir, till now I was a dash person. Didn't my aggregate turnover exceed threshold limit, or I fall under the circumstances of section 24, then I am liable to take the, within 30 days, am I liable to take registration? Okay, sir, I maybe get the registration within 30 days, but I'm liable to collect tax from the date on which I'm liable to take the registration. Correct? What stock I will be, sir, selling during the period? Whatever stock I purchased before my registration period. Correct? At that time, when I purchase, I would have paid GST. Correct? At that time, but I would have not asked it as ITC, but now I want it as ITC. This is ITC in what cases? Look at one example, man. Mr. Z become liable to pay tax on EPO and has obtained registration on EPO 15th August. Mrs. Z is eligible for ITC on input held in stock as a part of semi-finished goods or finished goods held in stock on 31st of July. That means on 31st of July, my dear lovable students, whatever stock I am having, on that stock, I am entitled to take the ITC. Mrs. Z cannot take ITC on what goods, man? Capital goods, because this section is allowing to take ITC only for inputs and not for the what goods? Capital goods. Comfortable? The same logic applicable for the voluntary registration also. Look at here. Sir, I started supplying, hello sir, either goods or services or both from this day. Actually, if my aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit or if I fall under section N4, I am liable to take the registration. Correct? But my dear lovable students, before itself, I am going and taking what registration? Voluntary registration. Then whatever closing stock I am having in this period, purchase in this unregistered period. Correct? I will be selling the period of sir registered period. Correct? So in the time நான் purchase பண்ணும்போது என்ன கொடுத்தா வாங்கியிருப்பேன். But at that time, I would have not asked ITC because only a registered person can take ITC. Comfortable. But when I become what person? Registered person. These stock I will be selling in this period. Correct? At that time, I will be collecting output tax. Am I right? Against that output tax, I want to claim what? ITC. That's what the next one, man. Sir, 18 subsection 1 clause B. 18 subsection 1, which is saying that a person who take registration under 25 subsection 3. What is 25 subsection 3? Voluntary registration shall be entitled to take credit on the input tax in respect of for inputs held in stock you can take, outputs contained in semi-finished goods you can take, inputs contained in finished goods held in stock also you can take ITC. Hello sir. Yeppo, on the immediately preceding the date of what of registration? Grant of when you get the RC, sir, just one day before closing stock will be there. For all those stock, you are entitled to take the ITC. Are you able to appreciate? Sir, ITC available on opting out of the what? Composition scheme. So, two clause we have done. One is 18, subsection 1, clause A. 18, subsection 1. 18, subsection 1, clause A is compulsory registration. And 18, subsection 1, clause B is voluntary registration. Correct? 18, subsection 1, clause A is compulsory registration. And 18, subsection 1, clause B is. Now I am moving into 18, subsection 1, clause C. That is I opting out of the what scheme? Composition scheme. Look at here, man. Sir, look at here, man. Sir, I started supplying what? Goods or services or both. Then up to the threshold limit turnover, that is which is 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh. I am not at all liable to take the. But when I am taking registration, my dear lovable students, I can travel through either section 9 route or section 10 route. Am I right, sir? Sir, I decided to travel through section 10 route. I decided to travel through section. That means up to 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the I can travel as a composition dealer under section 10. Are you able to place? Sir, during this period, no tax at all. During this period, sir, as per 10 subsection 4, no output tax collected, no input tax paid. Correct? Sir, that means no input tax paid means you can't claim it as ITC. But once, one day, my dear lovable students, suddenly your aggregate turnover exceeds 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the, that day itself you have to get out of the scheme and you are supposed to travel through the normal route. So whatever goods you have purchased during this period, my dear lovable students, this period means both before taking registration or after you started traveling through the composition levy will be sell after you become a registered person under what route? Normal route. Am I right? So when you sell during the second half, that is after you started traveling through the normal route, sir, for the goods sold, will you collect output tax collected? Yes, sir. Which goods you are selling? The goods which you have purchased when you are a composition dealer, goods which you have purchased before taken ITC. For these, my dear lovable students, sir, you want ITC now. So this will be allowed as what? ITC as per section 18, subsection 1, clause C. Concept clear? Where any registered person ceases to pay tax under section 10. Ceases to pay tax under section 10 means till now I was a composition dealer. Didin, I am going to travel through the, that is composition scheme. He shall be entitled to take credit of, sir, for both input and what goods? Cap for both ITCs allowed. My dear lovable students, as per 18 subsection 1 clause A, ITC is allowed only for 18 subsection 1 clause B, ITC is allowed only for inputs. Whereas 18 subsection 1 clause C, ITC is allowed for both inputs and capital goods. Inputs and, so for inputs contained in finished goods, you can take ITC. Inputs contained in semi-finished goods, you can take ITC. Inputs contained held in stock, you can take ITC. எப்போ? On the day immediately preceding the date from which he become liable to pay tax under section 9. Are you really with me? That's it. 18 subsection 1 clause C also comes to an end. Can we do 18 subsection 1 clause D? Sir, the same story continues, sir. The same timeline will be applicable, sir. Sir, I am traveling through the, I started supplying what up to the threshold limit of either 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh. I will be a dash person provided if I don't do voluntary registration. Correct? My dear lovable students, my turnover has crossed 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh as the case may be. And still I have not taken registration at all because I covered under section 23. My supply was exclusively what supply? Exempt supply. Hence, I have not taken what at all. But didin one day, sir, government has withdraw the exemption. It become taxable goods, sir. So, because the aggregate turnover includes exempt supply, also my aggregate turnover exceed the threshold limit. Now I become a what person? After I become a registered person, my dear lovable students, whatever closing stock I am having, hello sir, it will become opening stock. Are you really with me? And this opening stock I will sell after I become registered person. At that time, I will be collecting the output tax. So, output tax collected will be there. எது with the output tax வந்திருக்கு? The goods which I have purchased when I am an exempt person. Correcta? My dear lovable students, if any ITC, any GST has been paid before you taken registration or any GST has been paid before the goods become taxable, that can be taken as ITC. Are you really with me? So read it, man. Where an exempt supply of what or what or what by a registered person becomes a what supply? Exempt supply become, such person shall be entitled to take credit of input tax in respect of capital goods exclusively used for such supply and inputs contained in finished goods, contained in semi-finished goods and held in stock. Eppo, on the day immediately preceding the date from which supply become taxable. Comfortable? Then that means, my dear lovable students, look at here section 18 ITC in what cases? முன்னாடி கிடைக்காத ITC நாங்க இப்ப கொடுக்கிறோம். கரெக்டா? We are mainly having 18 subsection 1 clause A, 18 subsection 1 clause B, 18 subsection 1 clause C, and 18 subsection 1 clause D. What is 18 subsection 1 clause A? Compulsory registration, either under section 22 or 24. Am I right, sir? What is 18 subsection 1 clause B? Voluntary registration under 25 subsection 3. Can I proceed? What is 18 subsection 1 clause C? Opting out of composition scheme. Comfortable? What is 18 subsection 1 clause D? Conversion of exempt supply into taxable supply. Can I proceed? Sir, for ITC will be available for 18 subsection 1 clause A. For what item ITC will be available? Only for inputs. Are you really with me? 18 subsection 1 clause B also only for inputs, whereas 18 subsection 1 clause C, you will get ITC for capital goods and also for inputs. Applicable? Okay, man. Here also capital goods and inputs, for both you are entitled to take the ITC. Pakka. Sir, my dear lovable students, sir, is there any other valid point? Yes. What is the relevant date? Here, immediately preceding the day. Immediately preceding the day on which liable for registration. Inga immediately preceding the day on which grant of registration certificate. Are you able to follow? Here, immediately preceding the day on which yes, sir, opting out of what scheme? Composition scheme. Are you all really with me? Inga immediately preceding previous day on which notification came. Correcta? That is exempt supply become taxable supply. Are you able to appreciate? And the last one, time limit. What limit, man? That I have not discussed, man. I'm coming to the time limit, man. 18 subsection 2 is talking about time limit. Look at here, man. A registered person shall not be entitled to take ITC under 18 subsection 1 in respect of any supply of goods or service or both to him after the expiry of how many year? 1 year from the date of issue of tax invoice relating to such supply. That means, sir, in all example we said that, all the 4 example we said that I'm having opening stock, correct? That will be the closing stock in the before period, correct? Sir, if this closing stock, if this is my opening stock, man, this opening stock would have been purchased before this date. That's why it is called as, if this closing stock has been purchased how many years before? 1 year before this relevant date, then ITC cannot be available. That means 10 வருஷம் முன்னாடியே வாங்கி வச்சிட்டேன் நான், இன்னும் அதை வித்தே போல, ஆனா இப்பதான் நான் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுக்கிறேன். உடனே ஐ அம் கமிங் அண்ட் சேயிங் தட் I want ITC now, then ITC will not be allowed as a deduction. That means in order to get ITC, that opening stock should have age of only how many year? Only 1 year item you are entitled to get the ITC. Are you all really with me? These are ITC in special cases, my dear lovable students. 18 subsection 1 clause A, 18 subsection 1 clause B, 18 subsection 1 clause C, 18 subsection 1 clause D. 18 subsection 1 clause A is, because of compulsory registration, I am taking registration. Are you already with me? Which is section 22 and section 24. Comfortable? What is 18 subsection 1 clause B? I am actually not liable to take registration, but I am taking voluntary registration. What is 18 subsection 1 clause C? Opting out of the, till now I was traveling through the composition, so till now I have not asked the question of ITC, but I am entering into the normal route. So I am going to sell the things which I have purchased when I was a composition dealer. So anyway, now I will be collecting the output tax. So whatever GST I have paid earlier, now I want it as ITC. Comfortable? The next one, conversion of exempt supply into taxable supply. If you convert an exempt supply into taxable supply, from the date of conversion, I will be selling the goods which will be liable for collection of GST. Correct? These goods I would have been purchased before or when it was an exempt supply. Correct? During the exempt supply, sir, I would have paid what? GST. That GST can be taken as ITC after I become a what person? Registered person. These are ITC in special cases covered under 18 subsection 1 clause A, 18 subsection 1 clause B, 18 subsection 1 clause C, and 18 subsection 1. Sir, I'm coming to the ITC in special cases of other issues, the extension, man. We are having 18.3, 18.4 and 18.6. By that only this chapter is coming to an end. We are going to finish it off. For example, transfer of ITC on account of change in constitution of what person? Registered person. What I am trying to say is, for example, you are an amalgamating company. Sir, amalgamating company has become amalgamated company. So amalgamating company may have ITC, correct? This can be passed on to the amalgamated company. So when there is a change in constitution of the what person? Registered person. Either by way of sale, merger, demerger, amalgamation, lease, or what of business, with a specific provision of transfer of liability. They said that even liability can also be transferred. The said registered person shall be allowed to transfer the ITC, which remain unutilized in his electronic credit ledger to such sold, merged, demerged, amalgamated, or leased or transferred business in such manner as may be. For example, sir, I have changed the constitution of the registered person. In the sense means, sir, before predecessor was there and successor is there. Okay, sir. Predecessor were having what? ITC. But I have sold my business. I have merged my business. I have demerged my business. I have amalgamated my business. I have given lease of my business. And I have transferred the business. Then whatever ITC available for me can be transferred to the successor. Are you really with me? And sir, till now we have talked about the ITC in special cases. Who and all can take ITC? Now I am going to talk about the reversal of the ITC. What, man? That means nothing but the ulta of all this chart. What is the ulta? I will tell you. Listen here. Sir, I started supplying what or what or what? Goods or service or both on this day. Sir, on a sudden fine day, my threshold limit has exceeded 10 lakh or 20 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be. Are you already with me? So I have to take the registration. I took the registration and I was traveling through the normal route, which is section 9 route. Hello sir, my friend came and said to me that, sir, why are you traveling through the normal route? Why can't you traveling through the composition route? Are you really with me? That means till now I was traveling through the normal route. That means my turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the case maybe. Now only I came to know about the beauty of the composition route, and now I am going to travel enter into the composition route. So during this period, I would have made purchases, I would have paid GST, I would have taken as ITC. Correct? Yes, sir. This ITC, my dear lovable students, I would have taken as ITC. Correct? Yes, sir. Sir, but didn't I am entering into the what route? Composition route. Sir, as per section 10 subsection 4, if I enter into the what route? Composition route, no output tax collected and no input tax paid is what my provision are. That means, sir, during whatever goods I have purchased when I was a registered person, when I enter into the composition route, sir, here I would have taken as ITC. But when I go here, output tax collected will not be there because I'm not supposed to collect output tax. So whatever ITC I have already enjoyed should be reversed. So till now we talked about availment of ITC. Here I am going to talk about the, so where any registered person who has availed ITC, I already enjoyed ITC. That means I was a what person? Registered person. Registered person under the what route? Normal route. That's why I have enjoyed the ITC. Opt to pay tax under section 10. But Didin, I am saying that I don't want the normal route. I am entering into the composition route. Or where the goods or service or both supplied become what exempted? Wholly exempted. Till yesterday my goods was taxable goods. But Didin it become exempted goods. That means when the goods was taxable goods, I would have paid GST. That GST I would have taken as ITC. He shall pay an amount by way of debit in the electronic what ledger? Credit ledger or electronic what ledger? Cash ledger. That means whatever stock I am having, நீ என்ன check பண்ணனும்னா, on this day only I am entering into the composition levy. On this day only my taxable supply become exempt supply. Lot of things I would have purchased before the period and I would have sold itself. No problem, no consequences. Correct? I would have purchased the before period, but all those would have been there as what stock? Closing stock. This will become what stock? Opening stock on this date. This you will be selling during the second period. Understanding? Those period, those item you will collect GST, you will not collect GST. You will not collect GST. So whatever ITC you have taken for these item which has been purchased before this change and which are there as closing stock with you, for that ITC should be reversed. Clarity? So input tax on what goods should be reversed? Capital goods should be reversed. Inputs, NSR, inputs contained in finished goods held in stock, contained in semi-finished goods and held in raw material should also be reversed. So capital goods, sir, capital goods, I will tell you, man, for capital goods, always you have to reduce 5% per quarter or part of the quarter. Tell me, 5% per quarter, 5% per quarter or part of the quarter. Tell me, 5% per quarter or, that means already ITC you would have taken earlier. Adila 5% per quarter or what of the quarter? Part of the quarter is allowed. 5% per quarter or part of the quarter is balance எவ்வளவோ அதை தான் நம்ம reverse பண்ணோம். Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. எப்ப sir reverse பண்ணோம்? On the day immediately preceding the date of either exercise of such option or the case may be the date of such exemption. எந்த நாள் நான் வந்து எனக்கு வந்து நார்மல் ரூட் வேணா காம்போசிஷன் போதுன்னு உள்ள போனனோ அந்த நாள், ஆர் எந்த நாள் நோட்டிபிகேஷன் வந்துச்சோ அந்த நாளுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற குட்ஸோட க்ளோசிங் ஸ்டாக் தான் it will become opening stock. So my dear lovable students, for that opening stock I'm supposed to reverse it. And after reversing உங்களோட electronic credit ledgerல ஏதாவது balance available நிக்குதுனா that has to be lapsed. That has to be lapsed. Are you all with me? Sir, this is a very important point for examination, man. 18 subsection 6, man. We are going to complete the entire ITC. That's it, half a page. Sir, for example, if you are purchasing a plant and machinery, capital asset, you would have taken ITC. Then you are supposed to hold that for a minimum period of 5 years. Minimum period of? But some people, what they will do, no, after they take the ITC, they will sell the plant and machinery within how many years itself? So you are having credit implication, ITC implication, sir. In case of supply of what goods, man? Capital goods or plant and machinery on which ITC has been taken, the registered person shall pay the higher of the following amount. That means after you purchase the plant and machinery, after you take an ITC, you are supposed to hold that plant and machinery for a minimum period of, if you are selling that within a period of how many years, then whatever ITC you have enjoyed, their 5% per quarter or part of the quarter. Tell me, 5% per quarter or part of the quarter can be taken as ITC. அதை மைனஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ரிமைனிங் இருக்கிறத ரிவர்ஸ் பண்ணும். Or the tax on the what value? Transaction value. That means if you sell this capital goods, you will be getting output tax. Whichever is higher. Whichever is higher. Whichever is what? But for bricks, molds, jigs, sir, dies or fixtures, if you are supplying a scrap, that 5% concept will not be applicable. Only tax leviable on transaction value to be paid will be applicable. அதாவது நம்ம வித்திருக்கிறது பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மிஷினரியா இருந்தா this provision will be applicable. பட் நம்ம வித்திருக்கிறது என்ன சார், பிரிக்ஸ், மோல்ட்ஸ், டைஸ், ஜிக்ஸ், ஃபிக்சர்ஸ் இருந்தா this provision will not be applicable. Are you all really with me? Sir, this is the overview or the story of the chapter another ITC. We are having only 5 questions from the workbook. How these provisions will be tested in examination. This is how May 18 they have tested, man. Question number 1. Fun Pharma Private Limited, a registered supplier, is engaged in the manufacture of taxable goods. Company provide the following information of GST paid on purchase made or input service availed by it during the month of September. You have to tell me. Purchase of cab used for transportation of its employee. So they purchased a BMW car or Swift car or any car for the transportation of its employees. ITC allowed or blocked? Blocked. So this 3,30,000 cannot be taken as ITC, correct? Because employees are not passenger. Input consists of 3 lot. If goods are received in lot or installment, ITC can be availed only on, out of which first lot was received during the month. இன்னும் first lot தான் வந்திருக்கு, இன்னும் 2 lot வரணும். எப்ப அந்த 2 lot வருதோ, so this 1,25,000 this month ITC cannot be taken. Understand the difference. This 330 lifelong no ITC, but this 1,25,000 this month no ITC. Comfortable. Capital goods, out of 3 items, invoice for 1 item was missing and GST paid on that item was 25,000. Out of 2,55,000, 25,000 possession of valid tax paying document is missing. So for that 25,000 you can't take the ITC. 5 conditions should be satisfied. Possession of valid tax paying document. Am I right? So 2,25,000 you can take it as ITC. Comfortable. Outdoor catering service availed on the Women's Day. On Women's Day, everyone got payasam. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. For that, you paid GST. Sir, ITC allowed or blocked? Blocked. Food and beverages are blocked. You can't take ITC. So, total ITC available will be 2 lakh and determine the amount of ITC credit available with Mrs. Fun Pharma Private Limited for the month of September by giving necessary explanation for treatment of various items. All the conditions necessary for availing the input tax credit have been fulfilled. Comfortable. That's it, my dear lovable students. You have to read the notes. Like this, a 5-mark question will be coming examination. A standalone question will be coming. Can I do the second part? Yes, sir. Canwin Limited, a registered supplier. Yes, only a registered person can take ITC, correct? Is engaged in manufacture of tank. Company provide the following information pertaining to GST paid on the purchase made or input services availed by it during the month of January. Purchase of machinery where debit notice issued 1,15,000. Possession of valid tax paying document. But what have been issued? Debit note have been issued. Can ITC can be taken? No. Possession of valid tax paying document. ITC can be taken. Purchase of machinery where what is issued? Input tax credit on goods purchase on the basis of debit note, which is a valid document, is allowed. As per section 34, debit note, credit note allowed dane. Sir, possession of valid என்ன paying document. Possession of invoice na sollave illiye. Point clear. You should hold a tax paying document. Even debit notice also can be a tax paying document. Good clarification, correct? Yes, sir. Input purchase what directly delivered to Mr. Joe, a job worker and a registered supplier. That means I am principal. I said that please deliver the goods in my job worker. He will do the work. Irukattum, adukku problem. Dash can be taken. ITC can be taken. So 80,000 rupees ITC can be taken. Are you really with me? Computer purchased. Depreciation was claimed on said GST portion. As per 16 subsection 3, if depreciation claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. Comfortable. Works contract service availed for construction of staff quarters within company premises. ITC is blocked. Works contract service nale blocked. Anything relating to immovable property is blocked, right? So, my dear lovable students, determine the amount of ITC available to Mrs. Canvin Limited for the month of January by giving brief explanation for treatment of various items subject to information given above. All the conditions necessary for availing ITC have been fulfilled. Comfortable? I'm moving into the May 2019. All are past examination question. Like this, only a standalone 5-mark question will be coming in exam. Limark Limited of Nasik, Maharashtra, a registered supplier, is engaged in manufacturing taxable goods. It provides the following details of item, purchase and service availed by it from Gujarat for the month of March. Motor car purchase for employees to be used for personal as well as business use. Blocked credit. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Motor vehicle purchase for transportation of goods allowed because already I analyzed it. So transportation of goods is not at all there in the, hence it is allowed. Food items for consumption of employee generally blocked. These items were supplied enough cost in lieu of service rendered by them to the manufacturer in the course of employment. In the course of employment. Sir, is it a what obligation? No, sir. Course of employment அவனே சும்மா வாங்கி கொடுத்திருக்கான். கவர்மெண்டா சொன்னாங்க. It's not a statutory obligation. அடி விழுதா? Yes, sir. Rent-a-cab facility availed for employee to fulfill a statutory obligation in this regard. Government has notified such service under 17 subsection 5 of the CGST Act. Allowed or blocked? Allowed because this is a what obligation? So total eligible ITC will be 2,36,000. Ennappa. Coming to May 2022 question. Mr. B, a registered supplier of UP, is doing the trading of what goods? He approached you to understand the manner of utilization of ITC with reference to provision of payment of tax. State the manner of utilization of ITC under GST law. That means how the ITC has to be utilized. Okay, I will teach the manner of utilization with this question. First of all, you have made a interstate purchase pannirka. What you made? So IGST you will pay or CGST SGST you will pay. So if you are having IGST credit, you will be having, should be first utilized towards IGST payable. Should be first utilized towards. Appa IGST credit should be first utilized towards. Still you are having what credit? IGST credit can be utilized towards payment of either CGST or SGST in any manner, any proportion. In any manner. What is a credit? Sir, you put your hand in your IGST rack. What you will get? IGST credit. Knock off against IGST payable. Still credit is there. CGST or SGST payable in any manner. Come on, next one, man. Entire ITC of IGST should be fully utilized before utilizing the ITC of the CGST, SGST or UTGST. முதல்ல எந்த ராக்ல கைய விடணும்? IGST ராக்ல கைய விட்டு IGST கிரெடிட்டை எடுத்து IGST payable கூடயும் CGST, SGST in any proportion, any manner நம்ம செட் ஆஃப் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் திருப்பி கைய விடணும். Where? IGST credit. Ensure that IGST credit becomes zero. Ensure that IGST credit become, if it becomes zero, come to the ITC of the what? CGST. Should be utilized for payment of what? CGST and IGST in that order. Appo, what is the credit available? CGST credit. That should be used for CGST payable. Next rack, sir, if you are having credit of SGST, should be utilized for payment of SGST or UTGST or and IGST in that order. Hello, sir. You should not use the SGST or UTGST towards the CGST payable. Correcta? SGST or UTGST against the CGST payable cross utilize panna kudadu. I will give you this in one table, man. This one table is more than enough. Look at here, man. Sir, first rack IGST credit. What credit? Sir, when you will have IGST credit? When you make industrial purchase, you will have IGST credit. Right, sir? Yes, sir. First is set off against the balance set off with either CGST payable or SGST or UTGST payable in any manner, any proportion. Rules clear? Next one. What credit? CGST credit. Hello, sir. If you are having CGST credit, when you will have CGST credit? Intra-state purchases. Knock off against the CGST payable. Balance set off with the IGST payable. Sir, next one. Credit is SGST credit. Eppa intra-state purchases. Knock off against the SGST payable. Balance set off with the IGST payable. That means you should not use the CGST credit to set off the. You should not use the SGST credit to knock off the. Comfortable? Sir, I am having UTGST credit, sir. Eppa varum, sir? Intra-state purchases. Sir, used to knock off the UTGST payable. Balance to set off with the UTGST credit should not be used to knock off the CGST credit. Comfortable? That table only has been given like this. Upon what repeat panna? Engita IGST credit irukku. IGST payable, CGST or SGST in any manner, any proportion. Hello, sir. I am having CGST credit. CGST payable, IGST payable. That's it. SGST or UTGST credit. SGST payable or UTGST payable. Then IGST payable. That's it. I don't really with me. I'm moving to the last question, man. November 2023. Briefly explain the provision relating to reversal of ITC in case of non-payment of tax by the supplier and reavailment thereof. If the supplier has not made the payment within 180 days to the recipient. Hello, sir. On 181st day, whatever ITC has been enjoyed will be reversed along with the interest and will be added to the output tax liability. In future, whenever he is making payment, that can be taken as ITC as per second proviso to 16 subsection 2. Hello, sir. That's what they are saying. As per section 41, read with rule 37A, put it on the spin. Recipient can avail ITC in GSTR 3B if the supplier has furnished outward supply in GSTR 1. If the supplier has not filed his return by September 30 of the next financial year, then the recipient shall reverse the ITC availed by 30th November following the end of the financial year in which ITC has been availed by recipient. Otherwise, he shall pay along with. If the supplier subsequently furnishes the return in form GSTR 3B for the said tax period, then the recipient may avail the amount of such credit in his return in form GSTR 3B for tax period. This question you can keep it as pending because, sir, lot of return related discussions they are making. Anyway, the coming slot will be talking about the returns. There you will be having a more clarity. Are you really with me? My dear lovable students, section 16 is talking about the basic section for ITC. 17 is apportionment and blocked credit. 18 is ITC in special cases. 19 Tirle. 20 Tirle. 21 Tirle. Tevil. 22 person liable for registration. 23 person. 24. 25 procedure for registration. 26 deemed registration. 27 special procedure for casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. 29 amendment of registration. 30. Are you really with me? So if you see the entire subject GST as a whole, my dear lovable students, we have done with the basics. In that basic 7, section 7 supply, section 8 tax rate for composite or mixed supply, sir, section 9 levy and collection of CGST, section 10 composition levy and section 11 exemption. Done. Then we are having tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Then we are having time of supply, value of supply and place of supply. Comfortable. Then we have talked about the registration and the ITC. We are pending only with the procedural aspects of returns, TDS, TCS and payment of tax. Once we complete this part, a very nominal easy part, we are done with the subject what? IDT. Are you all really with me? I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody's there? Where is a grand clap? Have a pakka proper revision for next 1 hour 45 minutes and come back. We'll be continuing with the procedural aspect. Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, with regard to GST, my dear lovable students, in our revision, we have completed the first three parts. Number one, basics we have done. That is section 7, supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. And section 10, composition levy. And it is overall covered by section 11, that is exemption. Alright, sir? Then, my dear lovable students, we talked about the tax invoice, debit note, and credit note, which is continued by, sir, section 12, that is time of supply, 12 and 13. Then value of supply, section 15. Then place of supply, section 10 and section 12 of the IGST Act. I don't really with me. Then mainly we have talked about the registration part and we have talked about the ITC. Now we are only pending with the procedural aspects. If we complete 5 topic, procedural aspects comes to an end. Number 1, sir, books of accounts. That is accounts and records. Number 1 is what? From this chapter, they used to test for 2 to 3 mark in examination. Books of accounts. Generally, no one will revise or no one will study this part. We are not supposed to skip it. We will complete these books of accounts. Number 2, my dear lovable students, the next one is the returns. Then the next one is the e-way bill. Next one is the what? Then we will be talking about TDS and TCS. And the last one is payment of tax. If we complete these 5 small topics, this will come for surely 10 to 15 mark. Guarantee we can say that 12 to 15 mark is the area. Sir, why to miss that? Can I knock off 1 out of the 5 item? For that, I am not using the regular, sir, material. I am just using the revision material, accounts and records. Who is required to maintain his books of accounts and at which place? The first question. Yaar records, books of accounts maintain pannu? Yenga books of accounts maintain pannu? Every registered person. Are you a registered person? You will take registration either under section 22 or you may take registration under section 24 or you may take registration under section 25 subsection 3, which is voluntary registration. If you are a registered person, he is required to maintain his books of accounts at both additional place of business and the principal place of business. Simple question, simple answer. Who is liable to maintain books of accounts? Every registered person is liable to maintain books of accounts at a principal place of business and the additional place of business. That's it. Sir, accounts and records to be maintained. Sir, for what purpose or what accounts and records to be maintained? Number 1, a true and correct account of the following to be maintained. That means false accounts should not be maintained. Accounts should be true and accounts should be correct. Number 1, production or manufacture of goods. How much you have produced or how much you have manufactured during the year. Number 2, inward and outward supply of what or what or what. Goods or services. How much is your inward supply and how much is your outward supply. Next one, stock of goods. Next one is what? How much is your closing stock? Regarding that details, you maintain books of accounts. Next one, ITC availed. How much input tax you have availed. Output tax payable and what? Paid. And records prescribed by the rules. These are the 6 records you are supposed to maintain. Number 1, records relating to production or manufacture of goods. Records relating to your inward and outward supply of goods or services or both. Records relating to stock of goods. Records relating to ITC avail. Output tax payable and paid. And records prescribed by the. That means you have to maintain true and correct account of number 1, goods or services, either what or what, imported or exported. These are the items. These are the items are prescribed by the rules. Next one, separate account for what? Advances. Separate account for an address of the premise where what are stored, goods are stored, like your godown addresses, etc. And the reverse charge supplies along with the what document, relevant document, and name and address of the supplier of the goods or services chargeable to tax and recipient of the goods or services. This may be tested for 4 mark in exam. First question, who is supposed to maintain books of accounts? Registered person. Dot. Where they are supposed to maintain books of accounts? Either at the principal place of business or additional place of business. Done. What are the books of accounts they are supposed to maintain? Number 1, production or manufacture. Records relating to production or manufacture of goods. Records relating to inward and outward supply of goods or services or both. Records relating to stock of goods. Records relating to ITC avail. records relating to output tax payable and paid, and records prescribed by rules. There are 5 records prescribed by rules. Number 1, goods or services imported or exported. Separate accounts regarding the advances, address of the premises where goods are stored, reverse charge supplies along with the relevant document, and name and address of the suppliers of goods or services chargeable to tax and recipient of goods or services. All right, sir. I'm coming to the next topic, man. In accounts and records required to be maintained. Sir, records which are to be maintained only by a what? Supplier. Other than supplier opting for what levy? Composition. So from here onwards, what we are going to discuss is, if you are supplier, if you are what are the accounts you have to maintain? If you are an agent, what are the books of accounts you are supposed to maintain? So records to be additionally maintained by manufacturer and what provider? If you are a manufacturer and service provider, what are the books of accounts to be maintained? Are you really with me? If you are a GTA, that is records to be maintained by either owner or operator of godown or warehouse and transporter. That means owner or what man? Operator or GTA. What are the books of accounts to be maintained? That's it, sir. Then separate accounts for what contract? If you are a works contractor, what are the accounts to be maintained? And how the accounts has to be maintained, and how the accounts and records has to be maintained. And if you failure to maintain books of accounts, and for how much period it has to be maintained, is what our discussion is all about. In examination, you know one thing, they will ask specifically as an agent, what are the books of accounts you are supposed to maintain. So, number 1, sir, first primarily, prima facie, we understood that every registered person at their principal place of business and additional place of business, they are supposed to maintain the books of accounts. Comfortable? Yes, sir. My dear lovable students, sir, what are the books of account? Generally, normally, everyone are supposed to maintain your records relating to production or manufacture of goods, inward and outward supply of goods or service or both, stock of goods, ITC availed, output tax payable and paid, and records prescribed by the rules. Come on, coming to, if you are a supplier, if you are a what? And if you are not opting for what levy? Composition levy. That means you are traveling through the normal route, that is section 9 route, not the 10 route. Correct? Your account of stock of goods received and what? Supplied, including opening balance, received, supply, goods lost, goods stolen, goods destroyed, goods written off, goods gifted, goods free sample, and the stock balance. That means all the details relating to the stock of accounts. Goods, regarding the goods, stock of the goods, regarding the stock of the goods, because you are not traveling through the composition levy, you are traveling through the normal route. If you are traveling through the normal route, for the items which you have purchased, you are entitled to take ITC. For items which you have sold, you are entitled to collect output tax. Am I right? And for the items lost, stolen, destroyed, written off, gifted, free sample, it is blocked credit. Correct? So department should have proper what of accounts, man? Books of accounts regarding the stock. Regarding the what? Number 2, amount of details of tax payable. Because when you make supply, output tax will be collected or tax collected and paid, ITC claim together with the registrar of what invoice? Tax invoice, debit note, credit note, delivery challan issued or received during any what period? Tax period. That means if you are a supplier, this is very important, man. What are the records to be maintained? Only by a what? Supplier. These additional records are to be maintained only by a supplier, other than a supplier opting for what levy? Composition levy. Because if you are traveling through composition levy, sir, there is no headache of ITC at all. Correct? But if you are a supplier, other than a supplier for what levy? Composition levy, 2 additional accounts you should maintain. Account for what of goods? Stock of goods. Stock of goods. That is, in that what and all you should maintain? Goods received, goods supplied, including opening balance, received, supply, goods lost, stolen, destroyed, return of, gifted, free sample, or stock balance. Number 2, my dear lovable students, accounts of details of tax. Related to tax, what and all you should maintain? Tax payable, tax collected, tax paid, ITC claimed, together with the registrar of what invoice? Tax invoice, credit note and debit note and delivery challan. Comfortable? Sir, there is a principal agent relationship, sir. I am agent, sir. What are the books of accounts I am supposed to maintain? Authorization received from each principal to receive or supply goods or service in his behalf. Beautiful point. If I am principal, I am giving the permission to you to receive goods on behalf of me. I am giving the permission to you to send goods on behalf of me. That authorization letter should be there. That authorization letter should be there. Because tomorrow, GST officers may come and check your premises. They may ask that, yaroda goods pa idu? You immediately saying that it's ANM goods. Then GST officer will ask a question that, who give you permission to keep ANM goods in your premises? You have to take and show the authorization letter from the ANM. Sir, I will give you a letter in my letterhead that it is to certify that this person has been appointed as my agent and this person will be situated in this place and he is having warehouse here. He can keep my goods with my permission. Are you already with me? And particulars of the goods or service received or supplied on behalf of every principal. You may be an agent for 5 or 10 principal. Correct? For every principal, you would have received goods. For every principal, you would have supplied goods. Sir, principal wise, you are supposed to maintain the books of accounts. For principal number 1, this book will give you details. Principal number 2, this book will give you details. Can I proceed? And details of accounts furnished to every principal. That means to every principal, you may receive the goods, you may sold the goods, you may send the money, and this much is receivable from him, this much is payable from him. Sir, this much of stock of principal is lying with the agent. Correct? Appadi you have to maintain. And tax paid on receipts or supply of goods or service effected on behalf of every principal. First, authorization should be kept. First point is what? Authorization should be kept. Number 2 is what, man? Goods, particulars of the goods or service received or supplied. Goods or service received or supplied on behalf of the principal. Next one, details of accounts. Accounts furnished to every principal. Are you really with me? Tax paid details should be maintained. That means generally, come on, sir, every person, not a specific person, has to maintain the general books of accounts or general details relating to number 1, production or manufacture of goods, inward and outward supply of goods or services or both, stock of goods, ITC availed, output tax payable and paid, records prescribed by the rules. Right? Now, if you are a supplier, my dear lovable students, other than a composition dealer, you are supposed to additionally maintain 2 records. Number 1, accounts of the stock of goods and accounts of the details of tax. Regarding stock, everything. Stock received, stock supplied, including the opening balance, receipt, supply, goods lost, stolen, destroyed, return of, gifted, free sample, and stock balance. Point clear? Next one, accounts of details of tax. Tax related details such as tax payable, tax collected, tax paid, ITC claimed, together with the registrar of the what invoice? Tax invoice, credit note, debit note, delivery challan issued or received during any tax period. Can I proceed? Sir, I am an agent, sir. Who said that you are an agent? Prove yourself. For that, you have to keep the authorization. Then once you have the authorization, you would have received goods or services or both on behalf of the principal. That details. You would have sent your account summary to the principal. That detail. And what is the tax paid or payable for every principal? That detail. Can I proceed? Sir, I am a manufacturer, sir, or I am a service provider, sir. Then am I liable to maintain any additional books? Monthly production account showing quantitative details of raw material or services used in what? Manufacture. Sir, in April, May, June, July, August, September, like that, every month, what is the cost of production? Every month, how much units I have produced? That's why they are saying monthly production accounts. That is manufacturing account for every month. Showing quantitative details of either raw material or services used in manufacture. Hello, sir? And goods so manufactured, including waste and what product? Byproduct. How much you have incurred the cost, how much you have manufactured, how much byproducts came, and how much waste came. Like this month-wise details you should maintain if you are a, because all these details won't be there for a trader. These details will be there only for a manufacturer. But if you are a what provider? service provider, you won't have the waste, you won't have the scrap, you won't have the cost of goods manufactured. Am I right? Quantitative details of goods used in the what of services provision of. For example, I'm a chartered accountant. Sir, to provide my audit services, this much photo stat paper I have used. Are you really with me? This much materials I have used to provide the services. And details of what services, input services utilized and what supplied service supplied. What are the services I have used to provide the output services? இதோட டீடைல்ஸ் நீங்க தெளிவா என்ன பண்ணணும்னா மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும். Sir, what are the records to be maintained by the owner or operator of godown or warehouse and what? Transporters. Sir, you are the owner of godown, you are the operator of the godown, you are the operator of the warehouse or transporter. Then records to be maintained by owner, operator of godown or warehouse or transporters are whether in or not. So those people may be registered or not, records of the consignor who send the goods to the consignee to whom this goods has to go, and other relevant details of the goods in such manner as may be. What are the prescribed item? You may be a transporter. Transporter means what? GTA. If you are GTA, then records of the goods transported or what? And then the goods நீ transport பண்ணல இல்ல deliver பண்ண. Goods stored in transit by him. What are the goods that as a GTA you have stored in transit? இங்கிருந்து அங்கே டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்றதுக்குள்ள எந்தெந்த குட்ஸை நீ ஸ்டோர் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்க. GSTIN of the registered consignor and the what? Consignee for each of his what? Branches. Sir, if you are the owner or operator of godown or what? Warehouses, then these books of accounts has to be maintained for the period for which particular goods remaining in the what? Warehouse. For how much period our goods are staying in the warehouse, for that much period you have to maintain the records. Are you agree with me? Including the particulars relating to dispatch, when you have dispatch, or is there any movement in goods, or is there any receipt of goods, or is there any disposal of such goods. These are the additional things you have to maintain if you are a warehouse keeper or if you are a GTA. Hello, sir. Sir, separate records for what contractor? Works contract. I am a works contractor, man, to be maintained by person executing what contract? The details of payment received in respect of each what contract. Take every works contract number 1, works contract number 2, works contract number 3. Take every works contract as separate and maintain details relating to works contract. That is name and address of the person on whose behalf the works contract is executed, for whom you are doing the works contract. Contractor Nesaman is working for ANM. That means what is the details of ANM? This work I have done for ANM. Or supplier from whom goods or services are received. In order to do that particular works contract, from there and all, you have purchased the goods or services. And separate records to be maintained by a person executing what contract? Such as description, value, quantity of goods or service received or utilized in the execution of the contract wise. Everything you have to separately maintain. This is your additional responsibility. How the accounts and records will be maintained. Okay, sir, you said that every registered person is liable to maintain books of accounts at the every principal place of business and the additional place of business. Yes, sir. Sir, records in what form? Books of accounts include any electronic form of data stored on any electronic device. Even Companies Act is also allowing that. Are you really with me? Sir, because now manual itself you have to maintain books of accounts. Now it is only what form? Electronic. So records in electronic form be authenticated by a what signature? Sir, by using digital signature, that should be authenticated. And proper electronic backup of record to be maintained and what? Preserved. The tally data backup you should take. Last 6 months data, 3 months data. Because tomorrow when I ask that, give the records, you are saying that, sorry sir, தொலைஞ்சு போயிடுச்சு sir, அப்படின்னு சொல்ல கூடாது. Such records need to be produced on demand. When you ask, you are supposed to produce that records in hard copy or in any electronic readable format. Sometimes we may ask in future, give your bank account print, then you have to give it print, or we may ask in pen drive. At that time you have to give it details of the files, their password and explanation for code and any other information required for the access. That means you are allowed to maintain the books of accounts in what form? Electronic form, sir, but you have to properly preserve that electronic form, and whenever in future for the purpose of assessment we are asking, you are supposed to produce to us, and files, password, explanation for code, everything you are supposed to explain to us. No entry to be erased or what written. If you pass any journal entry, that journal entry should not be erased. That journal entry should not be overwritten. Incorrect entries other than those of what nature? Clerical nature be scored out under attestation, and thereafter correct entry be recorded. That means after you put an entry, you should not delete that entry and put a new entry. After you put an entry, if there is a mistake, you have to pass a rectification of entry to show the authenticity of the books of accounts. Hello, sir. In case electronic records being maintained, a log of every entry edited or deleted shall be maintained. This is the original entry. On first date I have passed. After 1 week I have rectified. I have passed the rectification entry. Because of that, again one more mistake came. After 1 week I have rectified this entry. Like that, a log, a track should be maintained. Books of accounts maintained manually be what numbered? In case if you are manually maintaining the what of accounts, books of accounts, it should be properly serially numbered. And books of accounts are required to be what on demand? Produced on demand. Sir, when we ask that books of accounts, you are supposed to produce to the department. Right, sir? இவ்வளோ சொன்னதுக்கு அப்புறம் நீ books of accounts என்ன பண்ணலைனா, if there is a failure to maintain the accounts, PO shall determine the tax payable on the unaccounted goods and services as if the same had been supplied by what person? Such person. For example, in your godown or premises or taxable person place, there are certain stock. I said that please show in your books of accounts how much is the closing stock value. You are saying that sorry sir, we don't have a habit of maintaining what of accounts. Then what PO will assume? No, all the stock, whatever you are having, since it has not been recorded in the books of accounts, it will assume it as supplied. அது என்ன பண்ண மாதிரி எடுத்துப்போம். சார் இன்னும் சப்ளையே பண்ணலையே, யார் புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் மெயின்டைன் பண்ண வேணாம் சொன்னா? நான் சொன்னேனா? அப்ப நாளைக்கு சப்ளை பண்ணும்போது நீ என்னவே பண்ண மாட்டேன்னா பில்லே ரேஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன். அதனால தான் அன்அக்கவுண்டடா வச்சிருக்கேன். கரெக்டா இல்லையா? நீ ஏமாத்தலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன், நான் முன்னாடியே உஷாராயிட்டேன். Are you really with me? So PO shall determine the what payable, tax payable on the what goods, unaccounted goods or what services, as if the same had been supplied by such person. So unaccounted goods, if it is there, if it is not accounted in the books of accounts, it will assume that it is supplied by you. Hello, sir. You are saying that இல்லையே சார் நான் சப்ளை பண்ணலையே, குட்ஸ் இங்க தானே இருக்கு, அப்புறம் ஏன் புக்ஸ்ல ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணல? அப்ப நாளைக்கு நான் அங்க போன உடனே நீ சப்ளை பண்ணிடுவே. சப்ளை பண்றது பில்லே ரேஸ் பண்ண மாட்டேன். The department will lose the revenue. Provisions of 73/74 shall mutatis mutandis apply for determination of such tax. 73 and 74 is not in our inter syllabus, it is in CA final syllabus. Hello, sir. Okay, sir, for how much period I have to retain the books of accounts? An MCQ will be tested from this 72 months. எத்தனை மாசம்? From the due date of furnishing the annual return for the year pertaining to such accounts and records. For example, my dear lovable students, if the financial year is 24-25, okay, va? Sir, it will end on 31st of March. After that, as per section 44, 31/12/2025 is the last date to file the annual return. You know, sir, due date for filing the annual return is 31st December. Terima? Yes, sir. From this annual return, for 72 months from the due date of furnishing of what return? Annual return. 72 months means 6 years. 6 years. But you are not supposed to say 6 years because Act is saying how much months? So 72 months from the due date of furnishing of what return? Annual return. For the year pertaining to such accounts and records. If that accounts and records is pertaining to financial year 24-25, its due date for annual return is 31/12/2025. Am I right? From here, you can add 72 months, basically 6 years. So 25 means 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 and 31. So till 31/3/2000 and சொல்லு 31/12, sorry. Till 31/12/2031, you are supposed to maintain what accounts? For which financial year? Financial year 24-25. அப்ப financial year 24-25 ஓட என்ன of accounts? Books of accounts 31/12/2031 வரைக்கும் நீ கட்டாயமா மெயின்டைன் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். Can I proceed, sir? Sir, where an appeal, revision or any other proceedings before any appellate or revision authority or appellate tribunal or court or an investigation is going on. For example, in this year, you gone for appeal to the appellate authority, higher authority. Hello, sir. Then 1 year after final disposal of such appeal, That means after appeal is over, you have to at least keep for how much year? 1 year. Or how much months? Normal time limit, 72 months from the due date of furnishing the annual return, whichever is what? Later. What is the problem? I will tell you. Sometimes for financial year 24 and 25, some appeal or case to the appellate authority you may taken. This appellate authority would have given the order only after 10 years. Then after completion of the appeal, minimum for a period of 1 year or general time limit of 72 months from the due date for filing the annual return, whichever is later, not earlier. If it is earlier, there is no use in the provision. அப்போ 10வது வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் தான் ரிப்போர்ட் ஆர்டர் வெளியே வருதுன்னா அங்கிருந்து ஒரு வருஷம்னா 11 வருஷம் கரெக்டா ஆர் 6 years whichever is later, that means till appeal is over, you are not supposed to destroy the books of accounts. Even after the appeal is over, you have to hold for a period of 1 year. This is the maximum questions you will be getting from the books of accounts, my dear lovable students. This what type of question will be tested in examination? Simple. Who is the person supposed to maintain books of accounts? Number one, every registered person is required to maintain his books of accounts at either both the principal place of business and at the additional place of business. Either both the principal place of business and the what are the general books of accounts to be maintained? Production or manufacture of goods, inward and outward supply of goods or services or both, stock of goods, ITC avail, output tax payable and paid, records prescribed by the rules. What are the 5 records prescribed by the rules? True and correct account of number 1. Goods and services imported or exported, separate accounts of advances, address of the premises where goods are stored, reverse charge suppliers along with relevant document, name and address of suppliers of goods or services chargeable to tax, recipient of goods or services. Clear? Now I am going to talk about the specific books of accounts to be maintained by specific people. If you are exclusive supplier and other than composition dealer, 2 additional documents you should maintain. Number 1, stock of goods and the details relating the tax. That's it, game over. That's the keyword. Are you really with me? If you are an agent, prove yourself that you are an agent. Sir, what are the particulars of goods or service or both received or supplied on behalf of every principal, not principal, every principal, and details of accounts furnished to every principal, tax paid on behalf of every principal. Are you able to appreciate? Sir, I am a manufacturer, sir. ஒரு மாசம் எவ்வளவு goods manufacture பண்ணேன். இவ்வளவு goods என்ன பண்றதுக்கு manufacture பண்ணும்போது how much waste came, how much என்ன sir by products came. That's it, game over. Sir, if you are a service provider, 1 month how much service you provided. In order to provide this much service, how much input and input services you have used in a particular month. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. That's it, sir. Sir, if you are a owner, sir, or operator of godown or warehouse keeper, whether you are dash or not, this point is a highlight, man, whether you are what or not, registered or, sir, yaar sir consignor, yaar sir consignee, and என்ன sir details of the goods. These 3 things you should maintain. Yaar sir consignor, yaar sir consignee, and the details of the. Okay, sir. Regarding the goods, what and all I should maintain, sir? What are the goods delivered or transported? What are is there any goods stored in transit? What is the GSTIN of the registered consignor and the consignee for each of his branches? If you are owner of or operator of the godown or what? Warehouse, sir, books of accounts for the period for which particular goods remain in the warehouse. For 5 வருஷம் என்கிட்ட அந்த goods என்கிட்ட இருக்குனே warehouse-ல இருக்குனா, for that 5 years I have to maintain the books of accounts for 5 years. Hello, sir. Including the particulars relating to when you are dispatching, movement, receipt and disposal of such goods. Comfortable, sir? If you are a works contractor, my dear lovable students, sir, for every works contract separately, what are the payments you have received? What is the name and address of the person on whose behalf you are doing the works contract? யாருக்காக பண்ற எவ்வளவு காசு வந்துச்சு, கரெக்ட்டா? And supplier from whom, sir, goods or service has been received. Sir, how the books and records has been maintained? You can maintain in electronic form. Hello, sir. And you have to take proper electronic backup of the records. And these things, if we ask, means you are supposed to submit it. And details of all the file, their password, their explanation or code should be யாருக்கு சொல்லணும்? Produced to the department. but no entry should be erased or overwritten. You are not supposed to pass any incorrect entry. If any incorrect entry is there, sir, you have to rectify only after attestation. Are you already with me? Sir, if any electronic records are maintained, a log of every entry should be, you have to maintain. That means what is the original entry, what is the rectification entry, what is the rectification entry. Sir, if you are maintaining the books of accounts manually, then it should be what numbered? Serially numbered. And whatever it may be, whether it is books of accounts in original, in the manual form or the electronic form, when we ask, you are supposed to produce it. Purida? Sir, even after saying this, if you are not maintaining books of accounts, if you are having any unaccounted goods, it will be deemed that you have supplied the goods in the course of furtherance of business, and you are liable to pay the tax liability, and that will be determined as per 73 bar 74. And you are generally you are supposed to maintain the books of accounts for 72 months from the due date for furnishing the annual return for which the books of accounts relates to. But during that period, if you have gone for any appeal or revision to appellate authority or revisionary authority or appellate tribunal or court, or if any investigation is going on, sir, after the conclusion of that event, how many year? 1 year, or general time limit of 72 months from the due date of furnishing the annual return, whichever is later, is the time period for which you are supposed to maintain the books of accounts. That's it. We are done with 1 out of 5, my dear lovable students. Books of accounts discussion comes to an. Sir, I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is the grand clap? Take a 15 minutes of time, study these 4 pages, and come back. We will connect with our, sir, workbook. Sir, at the end, sir, in the coming slot, we will be coming into the next a beautiful, important, very important, very, very important, sure short question area called as NAV bill. Sir, what is e-way bill? Who is supposed to raise the e-way bill? When they are supposed to raise the e-way bill? Is there exception to raise the e-way bill? Sir, is there any concept of consolidated e-way bill? What is the validity of the e-way bill? Can we cancel the e-way bill? Like that things we'll be talking about in the e-way bill. Comfortable, sir? I'm waiting for your 20 minutes revision. Come back, we'll be completing e-way bill. Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the discussion of the e-way bill. E-way bill is a very important topic for examination, my dear lovable students. We are actually pending with the last 4 topics to finish off the revision. Number 1, e-way bill, payment of tax, returns, and the last one, TDS and TCS. In that, we will knock off 1 topic and we'll be pending with the 3 called as e-way bill. First, understand what is e-way bill. If you are transporting goods from one place to another through a GTA, you have to carry a specific document called as e-way bill. That's it. Sir, meaning of e-way bill and why it is required. E-way bill is an electronic document. What document? Generated on the GST portal, evidencing movement of goods. That means you are informing to the GST authorities that I am going to move the goods from one place to another. This is the goods I am going to move. From this place, I am going to move to this place. The value of this goods is 50,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees, 30 lakh rupees, like. So at the time of movement of goods from one place to another, sometimes GST officers may show hand like this. At that time, you have to say that, sir, by paying tax only, I am moving the goods from one place to another. I am not cheating the government. Are you really with me? There is one section called as section 68, mandates that government may require the person in charge of a conveyance. Person in charge of a conveyance means driver. If you are driver of a lorry, carrying on any consignment of goods, if you are carrying goods from one place to another, of the value exceeding such amount as may be specified. Yes, they have specified and the value is 50,000. That means if you are carrying a value more than 50,000 from one place to another, to carry with him such documents and such devices as may be prescribed, this is the section. So the master section for the e-way bill is section 68. What section 68 is saying that if you are the person in charge of a conveyance and if you are transporting goods from one place to another, you are supposed to carry document called as what way bill? E-way bill. That's it. For that, rule number 138 prescribe e-way bill as the document to be carried for consignment of goods in certain prescribed cases. அப்போ செக்ஷன் 68 என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, நீ ஒரு டிரைவரா இருக்க, ஒரு இடத்துல இன்னொரு இடத்துக்கு குட்ஸ் என்ன பண்ற, டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ற, நீ இ-வே பில் கேரி பண்ணி தான் டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணணும். அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? அதுக்கு தான் 138 ரூல் எடுத்துட்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. 138 வாட் இஸ் e-way when e-way is required, sir in what circumstance e-way is not required, everything they are explaining. Sir, when is required to be generated, எப்ப நீங்க e-way generate பண்ணணும். e-way is mandatory in case of movement of goods of consignment value exceeding how much, 50,000. This will be tested in exam. If the consignment value நான் சொல்ற மாதிரி 3 வாட்டி சொல்லு. consignment value that means not the value of supply, my dear lovable students. If the consignment value exceeding 50,000, you are supposed to raise the what bill. Movement should be, that means the goods should move from one place to another. That movement should be arranged either in relation to supply. That means for the purpose of supplying goods, you may move the goods from one place to another, or for reasons other than supply. That means I am not supplying, I am just shifting my goods from one place to another. Still you are supposed to raise the what bill. e-way பில் இல்லாம குட்ஸ் ஒரு இடத்துல இன்னொரு இடத்துக்கு மூவ் ஆக கூடாது. அது சப்ளையா இருந்தாலும் சரி, அதர் தேன் சப்ளையா இருந்தாலும் சரி. If it is supply, pay the GST. Other than supply, don't pay the GST. That's okay. But where is the valid document to move goods from one place to another? Hello, sir. And due to inward supply from a what person? Unregistered person. That means supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a registered person. Hello, sir. An unregistered person is moving goods from his place to the registered person. Are you registered person? You raise the e-way bill and transport the goods from one place to another. That means the logic of the GST department is, are you moving goods from one place to another? Mandatorily, my dear lovable students, raise the what bill? E-way bill. Registered person causing movement of goods shall furnish the information relating to said goods in part A of form GST e-way bill 01 before commencement of such movement. That means if you are going to move goods from place number 1 to place number 2, before you start moving from place number 1, the registered person has to raise a dash way bill, e-way bill. Comfortable? But exception to minimum consignment value of 50,000. We just now said that if the consignment value exceed 50,000, then only you are liable to raise the e-way bill. But even though the consignment value does not exceed 50,000, in one circumstance alone, mandatorily you are supposed to raise the e-way bill. That is interstate transfer of handicraft goods. Arpudangal seyyum kaigal. By a person exempt from obtaining registration. That means as per section 23, person not liable for registration. If you are a interstate handicraft supplier of goods up to 20 lakh or 10 lakh, you are not liable to take the registration. But sir, you have to raise the what bill? E-way bill. At that time, don't come and say that, sir, my consignment value does not exceed 50,000 and all. Because you are not a what person? Registered person. You got exemption. So mandatorily you are compulsory liable to raise the e-way bill. So tell me, sir, first question, when is required to generate e-way bill? If your consignment value exceed 50,000, compulsory you are liable to raise the e-way bill. Who should make the movement? E-way bill. If goods are going to move from one place to another place, you have to raise the e-way bill. Sir, yaar sir and the movement pannanum? Edukku sir and the movement pannanum? Maybe movement may be for in relation to supply, or for reason other than supply, or due to an inward supply from a what person? Whatever may be the circumstances, the registered person, what person? Causing the movement of goods. What man? Causing the movement of goods. Sir, he is supposed to raise the what bill? E-way bill. Sir, registered person na appo eppovume e-way bill raise pannanuma if he is causing the what of goods. Sir, what is causing the movement of goods? What do you mean by causing the movement of goods? If supplier is registered, assume I am the supplier, I am supplying this calculator from Chennai to some other place. Hello, sir. That means I am a what person? Registered person. And undertake to transport the goods. That is what of goods? Movement of goods. You are my recipient. I am saying to you that edum kavalapadada porul on kadakku munnadi vandu serum. That means it is a responsibility of the supplier to move goods from my premises to your premises. Correct? Then the movement of goods is caused by the supplier. Then supplier is the person who are responsible to raise the bill, e-way bill. But recipient is saying that adala vena na unga kadaikku vandu porul eduthukren. You just sell the goods at Nungambakam, Chennai, and I will take the goods and I will take to Trichy, or I will take to Coimbatore, or I will take to Kerala. Hello, sir. If recipient arrange what? Transport, movement of the goods would be caused by him. அப்போ மூவ்மெண்ட் யார் பண்ணாங்களோ, சப்ளையர் மூவ் பண்ணா சப்ளையர் e-way bill raise பண்ணணும். Recipient move panna, recipient has to raise the e-way bill. Hello, sir. If goods are supplied by what supplier? Unregistered supplier. To a what? Recipient. Registered recipient. Known at the time of commencement of movement of goods. Movement shall be caused by such a recipient. Act itself saying that if the supplier is an unregistered person and recipient is a registered person, even though it is the responsibility of the supplier to give the goods at the premise of the recipient, it will be deemed that recipient has caused the movement of goods. Hence, he is the person responsible for raising the what bill? E-way bill. Simple. Are you going to transport goods from one place to another? Raise the what bill? Question arises, when I am supposed to raise the e-way bill? If your consignment value exceed 50,000. One exception, Arpudangal Sayum Kaikal. Right, sir? Who is supposed to raise the e-way bill? Sir, the person who are causing what of goods? Movement of goods. If registered person, supplier is saying that I will deliver the goods at the whose premises? Recipient premises. Then who's the person moving the goods? Supplier. Then let him raise the e-way bill. Recipient is saying that I will take the goods from your premises. Then recipient is the person supposed to raise the e-way bill. My dear lovable students, sir, Act is saying that if the supplier is a what person? Unregistered person. And recipient is a registered person. We will not see who is moving the goods and all. It will be deemed that recipient is the person who are supposed to. Okay. இப்போ எப்போ e-way bill raise பண்ணணும் புரிஞ்சிச்சு? யார் e-way bill raise பண்ணணும் புரிஞ்சிச்சு? இப்போ எப்படி e-way bill raise பண்ணணும்? Information to be furnished in the what bill? Directly you go to GST common portal. Okay, sir. Sir, there you will be having part A and part B. Two parts will be there in an e-way bill. That is like a form. You have to fill part A of the form and also you have to fill the part A to be furnished by the what person? Registered person who is causing what of goods? Movement of the goods. That means if I am causing the movement of goods from one place to another place, I have to fill part A, which is like source information. Which is like, my name is ANM. I am situating in Nungambakam. I am going to transport 30 fridge from Nungambakam to X place. Are you really with me? Sir, however, information in part A may be furnished by the transporter if what? Authorized. I am supplier. I am what? Supplier. Like a dealer called as what? Vasant & Co. Correct, sir? Yes, sir. I am very busy in supplying goods. So I am saying the GTA that, a GTA, enak badala nee information upload panniru. Are you really with me? So if supplier authorized to the GTA, then GTA can also fill part number A. Or by the dash commerce operator, e-commerce operator, or what agency? If authorized where the goods are supplied through them. Sometimes certain goods, Amazon, you booked, correct? Sir, if the goods are supplying through the what commerce operator, e-commerce operator, supplier can say that, sir, on behalf of me, please fill the part A. Generally, registered person is the person. But if they authorize either GTA or the e-commerce operator or the what agency, courier agency, according to GST Act, யாராவது ஒருத்தங்க fill பண்ணா போதும். Are you really with me? E-way bill இல்லாம goods ஒரு இடத்துல இன்னொரு இடத்துக்கு move ஆக கூடாது. Are you really with me? And coming to the part B, man, to be furnished by the person who's dashed the goods, transporting the goods, that is GTA. But generally part A, supplier, and generally part B, GTA. Are you really with me? But sir, if the supplier is authorizing to the GTA that I am busy in supplying goods, then GTA can fill both part A and part B. There is no problem. Are you really with me? Now, who can generate the what way bill? E-way bill. Okay, part A fill பண்ணியாச்சு, part B fill பண்ணியாச்சு. இப்போ generate பண்ணணும் இல்லையா? E-way bill is to be generated by registered consignor or registered consignee. If the transportation is done in either own or hired conveyance or by railway, by air or by patram. Hello, sir. For example, I am Dash and Co, Vasant and Co. I myself are having lot of trucks to transport goods. If you book, sir, big fridge, Vasant and Co itself will deliver the fridge to you. Correct? They are having delivery van. That means if Vasant & Co itself is going to arrange the transportation, then Vasant & Co itself has to raise the e-way bill. Rather, sir, or the transporter, that is what? GTA. If the goods are handed over to a transporter for transportation by road. Sometimes Vasant & Co is saying that, sir, we don't have delivery system. We are handing over to GTA. That means who's going to transport goods from one place to another? Then GTA is the person responsible for generating the e-way bill. Appo, if the vehicle is owned by the Vasant & Co has to raise the bill. If vehicle is not owned by Vasanth & Co, if they are handing over to a GTA is the person who are responsible to raise the, where neither the consigner nor the consignee generate the what bill? E-way bill. Consigner means Vasanth & Co. Consignee means general public who have purchased the fridge. Hello, sir. Sir, Vasanth & Co is showing like this. Hello, sir. And the consignee, the person who are going to receive the goods is showing like this. That means who is going to take the goods from one place to another? GTA, and the value of goods is more than 50,000. It shall be responsibility of the transporter to generate it, because you are only going to transport the goods from one place to another. But generally, if the consignor or the supplier as having their own vehicle, supplier. Sir, otherwise GTA. Are you really with me? Other points, man. Sir, goods transported by railway shall be delivered only on production of what way bill? E-way bill. Don't expect Indian Railway will generate the e-way bill and all. Hello, sir. So what they are saying, the supplier has to raise the what way bill? E-way bill. Sir, if you show the e-way bill only, Indian Railway will deliver the goods to you. Are you really with me? E-way bill can be optionally generated even if the consignment value is less than 50,000, like our voluntary registration under 25 subsection 3. If you want, even though your value of consignment is less than 50,000, even I also want to generate a what way bill? E-way bill. Aram say, you generate the e-way bill. Are you really with me? Details of conveyance may not be furnished in what B, man? Part B. Come on. These are exception. Now, in one lorry, I am going to transport goods from one place to another. Am I right, sir? In case of intra, tell me, intra statement of goods, sir, movement of goods up to 50 kilometers. Very important, man. That means from Nungambakam, I am going to transport the goods to a 50 kilometers distance. 50 kilometers distance. Then from place of business, sir, which is, sir, to of consignor, to place of business of transporter. For what transportation? Further transportation. For example, I am Vasanth & Co. I am situated in Nungambakam. Okay. GTA is situated in Mylapore. GTA is situated in? So, I am taking 10 fridge from Nungambakam to hand over to the GTA who is situated in Mylapore. Both are in intra-state. Correct, Dane? And the distance is less than 50 kilometers. Distance is less than 50 kilometers. Then, in part number B, when I am taking the goods from Mylapore to the, Nungambakam to the Mylapore, and the vehicle details kudukanum enna illa avasiyam illa, or from principal place of business of the transporter finally to the principal place of business of the consignee. For example, I am situated in Nungambakam. I gave 10 fridge to GTA. They are situated in Mylapore. Then details of the conveyance need not be furnished in part B. That means just fill the part A. Part A in the sense means basic details, source details, right? And part A contains the destination details also. Appreciating? Appa part A mattu fill பண்ணிடு. யாரு supply பண்றா? யாருக்கு supply பண்றா? Are you really with me? The part B contains எதுல supply பண்ற? Part B contains எதுல supply பண்ற? நான் லாரியில supply பண்றேன். In case if you are supplying dash stage supply, intra stage supply with a distance of, don't fill part B, just fill part A. E-way bill generate பண்ணவேன்னு சொல்ல. Part B. So details of conveyance may not be furnished in the part B. Comfortable? That means if I am supplier, I am situated in Nungambakam, I am, sir, giving to GTA, they are situated in Mylapore, which are intra-state and within 15 kilometers. 50 kilometers. Enna thevai illena? Part B thevai illa. Comfortable? Rendavathu, sir, from principal place of transporter, now the goods are in Mylapore. Now they are going to supply to the consignee. They are in T Nagar. They are in T Nagar. You tell me, sir, is it intra-state supply? Yes, sir. Is it within 50 kilometers? No need to fill the part B of the e-way bill. Next one. Transfer of goods to what conveyance? Another conveyance. That means from here, they have taken the goods in lorry. Now they are going to shift from lorry to tempo. Shift from lorry to? Sir, in such case, the transporter or the generator of the what way bill? E-way bill. Who is the generator? He may be supplier. He may be recipient. He may be registered person. He may be transporter. Whoever it may be. Hello, sir. shall update the new vehicle number. Update the what? In part B of the e-way bill before such transfer and further movement of goods. That means what they are saying is, my dear lovable students, in one lorry, sir, in one lorry number 1, you are transporting the goods. But in between, you are going to shift the goods from lorry number 1 to lorry number 2. Sir, till this place, the details of lorry number 1 will be there in part number B. Before you unload the goods and before you load the goods in lorry number what? 2, please update the details of the lorry number 2. Can I proceed? Sir, now the goods are traveling in either lorry number 1 or lorry number 2. Do you think that in lorry number 1, only my goods, this one calculator will be there in one lorry? No, sir. Lot of calculators will be there, right? Then the transporter, the GTA, can raise consolidated e-way bill in case of what transport? Road transport. That will be applicable only for lorry. That is what e-way bill? Consolidated. That is after e-way bill has been generated. First, you have to individually generate the e-way bill because e-way bill will be generated by supplier. Supplier 1 would have generated e-way bill, supplier 2, supplier 3, supplier 4 and supplier 5. Hello, sir. Where multiple consignments are intended to be transported, lot of items I am going to transport in one conveyance inside one lorry. Consignment 1, consignment 2, consignment 3, consignment 4, consignment 5. The transporter may indicate the serial number of what bill generated in respect of each such consignment electronically on the what portal, and consolidated e-way bill in form GST e-way bill 02 may be generated by him on the said common portal prior to what of goods, movement of goods. As a GTA, what I am supposed to do now? Lorry inside the lorry, consignment 1 is there. I should ask, where is the e-way bill? Consignment number 2 is there. Where is the e-way bill? Consignment number 3 is there. Where is the? Consignment number 4 is there. Where is the e-way bill? Consignment number 5 is there. Where is the? I am the person who are going to drive the lorry. Correct? Before I start the lorry, I should update in the common portal that I am going to transport how many goods? 5 goods. 5 goods. Goods number 1 belongs to this guy. Goods number 2 belongs to this guy. All the details of goods number 1 already the supplier would have generated e-way bill. And the e-way bill number mattu na online update pananum. In the e-way bill da na enna panna poren? Transport panna poren. Right? Appadi e-way bill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From this time to this time, I am going to transport from this place to this place. This is called as consolidated what way bill. Where the consignor or the consignee has not generated the e-way bill. Inform GST e-way bill 01. At the time of checking, before I start the lorry, sir, I saw that where is the e-way bill number 2? Hello, sir. He said, sorry, sir, Mardhan, sir. Hello, sir. And the aggregate of consignment value of the goods carried in the conveyance is more than what? 50,000. If I add all the consignment, it comes to more than. The transporter shall generate the individual form GST e-way bill 01 because the second panada has not generated the individual e-way bill. Correct? It is the responsibility of that guy to generate the e-way bill. If all the 5 people properly generate the e-way bill, then the transporter has to generate the consolidated e-way bill. If any of the person fails to generate then transporter has to first generate the individual e-way bill on the basis of the invoice or bill of supply or delivery challan, and may also generate a consolidated e-way bill in form GST EW02 prior to the what of goods. Sir, after he confirmed that all the individual e-way bills are available and he generated the consolidated e-way bills, then only he should start the vehicle. Are you all really with me? Till that you are not supposed to start the vehicle. Now cancellation of enable. I thought that, sir, I am going to transport this goods from this place to this place now. But I said that, okay, sir, today sir, nalik poikkalam sir, Rahu Kala mark sir, nalik poikkalam sir. So e-way bill can be cancelled if either goods are not transported. Either goods are not transported. If I don't transport the goods, I can cancel the e-way bill, or are not transported as per the details furnished in the what way bill. E-way bill. Actually, I generated e-way bill for manga, but I am going to, sir, supply tenga. Then, my dear lovable students, with the manga e-way bill, I can't transport tenga. Are you really with me? I have to cancel the what way bill. The e-way bill can be cancelled within 24 hours from the time of generation. MCQ question will come. Once you generate the e-way bill, within 24 hours, you can cancel the e-way bill. Right, sir? Very, very important point, man. Validity period of e-way bill or consolidated e-way bill. Once you generate e-way bill, sir, after 2 years, you are saying that 2 years before I generated one e-way bill, based on that e-way bill, I want to transport today. Not possible. There is validity for the NA bill, e-way bill. You have to check distance within country. Distance what? There is India kulla mattum da e-way bill applicable. First of all, point number 1, up to 200 kilometers. Up to 200. For example, sir, from Nungambakam you are starting, sir. You are going to Palakkad. It is not up to 200 kilometers. It is more than 200 kilometers. Correct, sir? So, from the place of generation of e-way bill up to how much kilometer? 200 kilometers. The validity from the relevant date will be 1 day. How many day? 1 day. In cases other than over-dimensional cargo or multi-model shipment in which at least 1 lakh involves transport by ship. That means I am going to transport goods from one place to another. Inga other than idala varadun meaning. Correct? That means normal by road. For example, if I am going to transport goods from Nungambakam, Chennai to konja doorama 200 kilometers. Trichy? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 200 illa. Trichy, I am going to transport goods. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, will it be 200 kilometers or more than 200? Can I take it as 400 kilometer? Then 2 days will be the validity of the e-way bill. Sir, if I generate today e-way bill, within 2 days, the goods should move to the Trichy. Are you really with me? For every 200 kilometers, the validity will be 1 day. That's it. For next one, sir, for every 200 kilometers or part thereof thereafter. That means for first 200 kilometers, 1 day. இல்ல இன்னும் ரீச் ஆகல இன்னும் தூரம் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா for 1 என்ன day additional day in case other than over dimensional cargo or multi-modal shipment in which at least 1 lakh involves transportation of by ship. That means normal road transportation na for every 200 kilometers 1 day will be the validity. Pakka? No, sir, I am having 600 kilometers validity 3 days because for every 200 kilometers I will get additional. That's it. Sir, I am going to transport in over dimensional cargo or multi-modal shipment. That means first I will go by road, then I will go in air, then I will go in patram, then I will go in ship, then I will go in vessel. This is called as multi-modal. Are you really with me? அப்ப நீ எங்க எதை மாத்துவேனே தெரியாது. It is not 200 kilometer based, it is up to 20 kilometer 1 day. Because to move from 20 kilometer move ஆவதே ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். Because you have to go and keep the goods in the airport. From airport you have to release the goods, then take to the NSR port, from there road. So for every 20 kilometers you will get how much day validity? 1 day. Road na, if the driver start the lorry na poite irkalam. That means for every 200 kilometer 1 day. Here for every 20 kilometer 1 day. For every 20 kilometer or part thereof thereafter 1 additional day in case of over dimensional cargo or multi-modal shipment in which at least 1 leg involves transportation by ship. That means the goods have to be moved in railway, in ship, in aircraft. This is called as multi-modal cargo. Normal 200 kilometer 1 day. Multi-modal 20 kilometer 1 day. For every additional 200 1 day. For every additional 20 kilometers 1 day. Comfortable? Coming to the next one, man. Acceptance or rejection of what way bill? E-way bill. I will tell you very clearly understand, man. The details of e-way bill generated. First details. Part A is there, part B is there. Correct? Shall be made available to the supplier where information in part A is furnished by the dash or dash recipient for our transporter. Understand very practically. I am the supplier. You are the recipient or the transporter. Actually, part A I have to fill. Yes, sir. But I have authorized the GTA to fill the part A. Or the recipient is the person who are filling the part A. Once he fill, automatically it will be reflected to me. Or the recipient where information in part A is furnished by the dash or dash. Supplier or the transporter. If enna registered on the what portal. Who shall communicate his acceptance or rejection of the consignment covered by the what way bill. That means actually part A is supposed to be filled by the supplier. But sir, he can authorize the GTA or he can authorize the recipient, provided recipient is a registered person and supplier is an unregistered person. Yes, sir. In such circumstance, if either the GTA or the recipient fills the part A, it will show to the supplier. Supplier should confirm that, in the goods, are you really with me? In case supplier or recipient does not communicate with his acceptance or rejection within how many hours? MCQ question, 72 hours of the details being made available to him on the what portal? Common portal, or time of delivery of goods, whichever is what? Earlier, it shall be deemed that, yes, accepted the said details. So within 72 hours, if you are not opening your mouth, it will be deemed that whatever information provided by GTA or the recipient or Pakka, and you have accepted the e-way bill. That means Maunam Sammadam. Correct? Sir, is e-way bill required in all cases, sir? Sir, e-way bill is not required to be generated in certain specific cases. There are certain exclusions for the e-way bill. We will be discussing. Don't worry. Sir, documents or devices to be carried by person in charge of conveyance. For example, you are the lorry driver. When you are transporting goods from one place to another, what are the documents you should carry? First, invoice should be there. Tax invoice. Correct? If it is taxable goods or service or both. If it is exempted goods or service or both. Or if you are a composition dealer, you should have what? Bill of supply. Or you should have what challan? Delivery challan. And one copy of the what way bill? In physical form. That means print out. Or the e-way bill number in the what form? Electronic form. Or mapped to a RFID embedded on the conveyance. Sir, except in case movement of goods by either rail or by air or by vessel. They are saying that invoice should be there, bill of supply should be there, delivery challan should be there, and copy of e-way bill should be there. In what form? Physical form. Or the e-way bill number should be there. Or mapped to a RFID. It's like embedded to the conveyance, means GPS mari. From where to where the conveyance is moving. Are you really with me? Verification of the what and what. Documents are there. During the movement of lorry from one place to another, GST officers may show like this. I want to check. Show the invoice. Show the bill of supply. Show the e-way bill. Sir, commissioner or officer empowered by him, either the commissioner of the GST or the officer, in this behalf, may authorize the proper officer to intercept any conveyance to verify the e-way bill or the e-way bill number in the what form? Physical form or electronic form for all dash state and intra-state movement of goods. That means GST officers is having the power to intercept the vehicle. Physical verification of specific conveyance can also be carried out by any officer on receipt of specific information on evasion of tax after obtaining necessary approval from commissioner or an officer authorized by him in this behalf. Sometimes if the GST officers is getting an information that in this vehicle without invoice, sir, they are transporting goods from one place to another, then the GST officers may intercept the vehicle. And also, they may go and check whether what is there in the e-way bill and what you are transporting is exactly N or not, matching or not. Now, inspection and what of goods, verification of goods. A summary report of every inspection of goods in transit shall be recorded online on the common portal by the what officer? Proper officer within 24 hours of inspection. That means in case if the proper officer conducted an inspection within 24 hours of inspection, that proper officer has to upload an online report. Yes, I have intercepted this vehicle with this vehicle, this much difference I have shown. And the final report shall be recorded within how many days? 3 days of such inspection. Comfortable? Once physical verification of goods being transported on any conveyance has been done during transit at one place within the state or in any other state, no further physical verification of the said conveyance shall be carried out again in the state unless a specific information regarding to evasion of tax is made available. Subsequently, ஆல்ரெடி நுங்கம்பாக்கத்துல செக் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா அந்த ஸ்டேட் தாண்டற வரைக்கும் இதுக்கப்புறம் நீ கையே காட்ட, பட் கை காட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் இன்ஃபர்மேஷனே வந்திருக்கு. கடத்தினதே லாரியை தாண்டா. Then my dear lovable students, the proper officer can intercept. Sir, where a vehicle has intercepted and detained for a period exceeding how many minutes? 30 minutes. Transporter may upload the said information on the what portal? Common portal. கை காட்டிட்டு 30 minutes மேல நடு ரோட்ல நிக்க வைக்கிறான். ஏன்பா நிக்க வைக்கிறேன்னு கேக்குறேன். நில்லு சும்மா. நாங்க சும்மா தான் நிக்கிறேன். கம்பெனி கொடுன்னு. Then you can upload the details in the what portal? Common portal. Saying that unnecessary நிக்க வைக்கிறான். Are you really with me? Then restriction on furnishing on information in part A of form GST e-way bill 01. What they are saying that if you are a bad boy, we will also be bad boy. Hello sir. Sir, no person including a consignor, consignee, transporter, e-commerce operator, courier agency shall be allowed to furnish the information in part A of form GST e-way bill 01. In respect of outward movement of goods of registered person, who? You are a registered person. You want to move goods from one place to another. You have to generate e-way bill. For that purpose, you have to fill part A of the GST e-way bill 01. But you are a composition supplier, man. You have not furnished the statement for payment of self-assessment tax for 2 consecutive quarters. For last 2 quarters, you have not paid the tax at all. Hello, sir? You only said that in the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the. I want to travel through the composition levy. I will pay 1%, 5% or 1% as the. Yenge. So, already supplied item itself, you have not paid the tax. Now again, e-way bill. Who will pay the tax? First to do all the pendings. Then only, sir, GST part A will be opened. Otherwise, for you, e-way bill or provisions will not be opened. அப்ப நீ வேணா கேட்கலாம். Without e-way bill, I will transport. நான் கை காட்டுவேன். Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, being a person paying tax under the regular scheme, I am not traveling through 10 route. I am traveling through 9 route. Has not furnished the return for a consecutive period of how many tax period? 2 tax period. அங்க 2 குவார்ட்டரா ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணல. இங்க 2 டாக்ஸ் பீரியடுக்கு அதாவது 2 மாசத்துக்கு ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணல. e-way bill part A option will be closed. Being a person tax under regular scheme has not furnished GSCR1 for any 2 months or quarters as the case may be. You have not furnished your outward supply. GSCR1 you have not furnished. Returns, non-compliance are there. e-way bill will not be open. Being a person whose registration has been what? Suspended. Other registration suspend பண்ணிச்சு. பின்ன எதுக்கு சப்ளை பண்ற? Correcta? That means you are not supposed to raise e-way bill. Our commissioner, or jurisdictional commissioner may, on sufficient cost being shown. நீ போய் காரணம் காட்டுற. Sir, I am a composition dealer, sir. I am a composition dealer. What you said is exactly correct, sir. For last 2 quarters, I have not filed the returns. Because my own wife gone with some other person. With that mental stress, sir, I am not filing the return. Commissioner is saying that I can understand that pain. Because I am also in the same situation, man. Then reason to be recorded in writing, yes, he can record the reasons in writing. Allow furnishing of the said information in part A of GST e-way bill 01 subject to prescribed conditions and restriction. This is what the details of the e-way bill. Right, sir? My dear lovable students, we are having very small November 2022 question. Mr. Sakura Enterprise made an interstate supply of taxable goods valued at 47,500 and exempt goods valued at 2,000. Rate of IGST for taxable supply was 6%. Determine with brief reason whether the e-way bill generation is mandatory for the above supply made by Mr. Sakura Enterprises. Sir, what is the cutoff? If the consignment value exceeds 50,000, you are liable to raise the. Sir, in the given case, consignment value of the goods including GST. This is not value of supply. This is not value of supply. This is what value? Consignment value. Consignment value include tax. Consignment value. And excluding value of what supply? Exempt supply. Very, very important. Sir, consignment value includes tax. Consignment value and excludes. Sir, exempt supply. Excludes what supply, man? So you tell me, man. Sir, Sakura, what is the taxable goods valued? 47,500. Plus, sir, exempt value. Will you include or will not include? Will not include. IGST, 47,500 into 6% comes to 2,850. So 47,500 plus 2,850 comes to 50,350. Is the what value? Consignment value. Is consignment value more than 50? Yes, sir. So 50,350. Since there is a movement of goods of consignment value exceed 50,000, Mrs. Sakura is mandatorily required to issue e-way bill. So what is the criteria? If the consignment value exceeds 50,000, you are supposed to raise the e-way bill. What is the definition of consignment value? Consignment value includes taxes, excludes exempt supply. Comfortable? May 22, past examination 4-mark question. One consolidated e-way bill can be generated for multiple invoices. Comment on the validity of the above statement with reference to GST law. Sir, 10 invoice-க்கு ஒரு consolidate பண்ணா பத்தாது. Individually, every supplier has to separately raise the e-way bill and the transporter can generate consolidated e-way bill, right? This statement is invalid. Multiple invoice cannot be clubbed to generate one e-way bill. If multiple invoices are issued by dash to dash, supplier to recipient, for movement of such goods, multiple e-way bill have to be generated. Thus, for each invoice, one e-way bill has to be generated. So, the e-way bill should be invoice wise. For one invoice, one e-way bill. One invoice, one e-way bill. Irrespective of the fact whether the same or different consignor or consignees are involved. However, after generating all the e-way bill, one consolidated e-way bill can be prepared for transportation purpose if goods are going in what vehicle? One vehicle. For example, 10 invoice I am going to issue. For all the 10 invoice, one e-way bill, 10 e-way bill, 10 e-way bill. But all the 10 goods are going to be transported in one lorry. Consolidated e-way bill by the transporter. Hello, sir. November 2020 question. Is it mandatory to furnish the details of conveyance in part B, sir, of the e-way bill? Depends. If it is intra-state supply and if the distance does not exceed 50 kilometers, part B fill பண்ண வேண்டிய. Comment on the validity of the above statement with reference to the provisions of e-way bill under the CGST rules. The given statement is partially valid because e-way bill is valid for movement of goods by road only when the information in part B, which includes details of what is furnished. However, the details of conveyance may not be furnished in part B of the e-way bill where goods are transported for a distance of up to 50 kilometers within the state or union territory. From the place of business of the consignor to the place of business of the transporter. For what transportation? Further transportation. Or from the place of business of the transporter finally to the place of business of the consignee. If both are intra-state supply and also the distance does not exceed 50 kilometers, no need to fill the part B. Otherwise, part B is mandatory, then only e-way bill is valid. Comfortable? Coming to November 2019 question, mandatory. Every exam 4-mark question from e-way bill. Don't miss the chapter. Sir, you know one thing, if you are studying accounts and records, 2 marks will automatically add. Sir, e-way bill, 4 marks will automatically add. Returns, 4 marks will automatically add. That is the use of procedure aspect. Don't skip these areas. Hello, sir. Sir, Mr. Shah, a consignor is required to move goods from Ahmedabad, Gujarat to Nadiad, Gujarat, within the Gujarat itself. Hello, sir. What state supply? Indras. He appoint Mehta transporters for movement of goods. Fine, he can appoint, no problem. Mehta transporter moved the goods from Ahmedabad, Gujarat to Kedah, Gujarat. Kedah, Gujarat. Okay, some place other than Nadia, Gujarat. For completing the movement of goods from Kedah, Gujarat to Nadia, Gujarat, Mehta transporter now hand over the goods to Parikh transporter. Simply, man, from one lorry to another lorry, they are going to transport the goods. Kada pesaranga, vera dul. Explain the procedure regarding e-way bill to be followed by the what? Consignor and transporter as per the provisions of GST law and rules made thereunder. Simple. In the given scenario, one e-way bill is required to be issued. Correct, sir? Only one is required. From, sir, actually, one e-way bill epdina, from which place to which place goods are going to move? From Ahmedabad, Gujarat to Nadia, Gujarat. Correct? But from Ahmedabad to Nadia, hello, sir, in between Kedah, they are going to drop. So, supplier information part A you give. When the lorry is moving from this place to this place, this transporter's information you upload. Before you are going to Nadia, sir, that means before you going to shift from the Kedah to Nadia, update details of the second lorry. Are you totally with me? Sir, part A can be filled by either Mr. Shah. Who's Mr. Shah? Supplier. Or by the recipient of goods, if he is a registered person. Or by Mehta transporter on the appropriate authorization. Generally, supplier. If supplier is saying that recipient, I'm busy, you generate, he may generate. Or supplier is authorizing the GTA to generate, GTA can generate. This understood? Where the goods are transferred from one conveyance to another, that is lorry number 1 to lorry number consignor, or the recipient who has provided information in what A, part A, or the transporter shall before such transfer and further movement of goods update the details of conveyance in e-way bill in the common portal in the what B, part B. ஒன்றும் இல்லை, லாரி நம்பர் 1லேருந்து இறக்கி லாரி நம்பர் 2ல ஏற்றுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி லாரி நம்பர் 2ஓட இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் அப்டேட் பண்ணிருங்க. எங்க? பார்ட் பியில். யார் பார்ட்டே ஃபில் பண்ணாங்களோ அவங்க தான் அது பண்ணணும். Are you really with me? Thus on reaching Keda, once you reach Keda, Mr. Shah, who's Mr. Shah? Supplier. Or the what of goods? A recipient who has filled what A, part A of what bill? E-way bill. Or Mehta transporters can before the transfer and further movement of goods update the details of conveyance in part B of the e-way bill. Understood? Further, the consignor or the recipient who has furnished the information in what A, part A, or the what transporter may assign the what way bill number, e-way bill number to another registered or enrolled transporter for updating the information in part B for further movement of the what consignment. Hello? அப்ப முதல்ல எங்கிருந்து எங்க போகும்போது? Ahmedabad to Keda, sir, either the supplier or the recipient or the GT has to fill the part number A. And from Ahmedabad to Keda, the transporter has to fill the details of the vehicle in, sir, till it reach Keda. Before it reach Keda, they have to update the next vehicle details. Right? Yes, sir. Sir, thus on reaching Keda, either Mr. Shah, supplier, or the recipient of goods, or Mehta transporter can assign the said e-way bill. Because already they are having one e-way bill with them, correct? This e-way bill they can hand it over to the Parikh transporter, who will thereafter update the details of conveyance in part number B. Appreciating? So first in part number A, either supplier or the recipient or the GTA can update part number A. And this transporter is responsible to fill the part number B. Ennappa? Once they reach that e-way bill, they can hand over to the new transporter, correct? அப்பவும் பார்ட் ஏ சேஞ்ச் பண்ண வேண்டிய என்ன இல்லை, அவசியம் இல்லை. Just they have to update the part number B. So one e-way bill is enough, two e-way bills are not required. However, upon validation of details of conveyance by whom? Parikh. In what B? Either Mr. Shah or the what? Recipient, as the what may be, who has furnished the information in part A shall not be allowed to assign the e-way bill number to another transporter. That means once they fill it, transporter has to give the e-way bill to the another transporter, and supplier should not give the e-way bill to the another transporter. Are you ready with me? Sir, coming to Jan 21 question. Agni Limited, a registered supplier. You are a supplier, registered supplier. Wishes to transport cargo by road. Okay, between two cities. Situated at a distance of 368 kilometers, 400 divided by 200, 2 days, correct? Calculate the validity period of e-way bill under rule something for transport of said cargo if it is over dimensional cargo or what otherwise. Hello, sir. Oh, if it is over dimensional cargo means every 20 kilometer. Every up 368 divided by 20 na 18.4. Round off to how many days? That will be the validity. 19 days. Look at here. The validity period of the e-way bill, sir, for transport of cargo by road between two cities situated at a distance of 368 is as follows. If it is over dimensional cargo, validity period of the e-way bill is 1 day from relevant date up to how much kilometer? And 1 additional day for every kilometer. அதனால 19 நாள். Sir, if the cargo is other than what? Over dimensional cargo, the validity period of the e-way bill is 1 day from relevant date up to how much kilometer? 200, and 1 additional day for every 200 kilometer or part thereof, correct? That means if it is NSR normal by road other than over dimensional cargo, that means 368 divided by 200 comes to how many days validity? 2 days validity. Can I move into the December 21 question? Consignor hand over its goods for transportation on Friday to the transporter. GTA கொடுத்துட்டாங்க. However, assigned transporter start the movement of goods from consignor's warehouse to its depot located at a distance of how much kilometer? On Epo, Monday. When will the e-way bill be generated? For how many days it will be valid is a question. When e-way bill will be generated? E-way bill has to be generated before movement starts. Before எப்பதா movement start ஆயிருக்கு? Friday. However, assigned transporter start the movement of goods from container warehouse depot located on Monday. Monday தான் start ஆயிருக்கு. Yes, sir. So, e-way bill will be generated before commencement of movement of goods by transporter on. Even though the supplier have handed over on Friday, still the goods are in godown only. எதுக்கு e-way bill போட்டுட்டு? Before the movement starts only, you are supposed to generate the e-way bill. So, the validity period of e-way bill is 1 day from relevant date up to 200 kilometers. So, once you generate the e-way bill from that up to 200 kilometers, 1 day. And one additional day for every 200 kilometers or part thereof. Thus, the validity period in the given case is 3 days because total distance 200, 200, 200. 1 day, 1 day, 1 day. Total 3 days. Comfortable? May 2023 latest question. When goods are transferred by principal to the what worker? Job work. So, principal send goods to the job work. There is no need to issue e-way bill. Comment on the validity of the above statement with reference to the what law? GST law. Hello, sir. If a principal is sending goods to its what worker? Job worker. Irrespective of the value of 50,000, they are compulsory liable to what? Generate the what way bill. One அற்புதங்கள் செய்யும் கைகள், ரெண்டாவது principal to agent. So it is mandatory to issue what way bill when movement of goods from principal to job worker, irrespective of the what involved. Therefore, in the above case, principal should mandatorily issue the what way bill. Hence, the above statement is not valid. Are you able to appreciate, sir? By this time, what you are supposed to do is, I will tell you, man, these 5 topics are important, very important, very, very important for exam. One is books of accounts. You would have understood, sir. I will just ask you one question. Up to what period you are supposed to maintain books of accounts? 72 months generally. Or appeal cases, 1 year after the end of the appeal or 72 months. Whichever is later. Correct? You understood now what is books of accounts. You have to revise that for examination. So today after this, spend 20 minutes of time. Revise books of accounts and study e-way bill. We are only 3 topics pending. One is return, TDS and TCS and payment of tax. In the coming slot, my dear lovable students, we will be talking about what of tax and its related question from the workbook. Then we will move into the returns and the other part. Are you comfortable? Sir, I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. Sir, we have completed the revision of basics. We have completed the revision of tax invoice, debit note and credit note. Then registration and ITC. We are in the procedural aspects. In that books of accounts 35, 36, section 35 and 36. Done. Then e-way bill we have done. And sir, today I am going to talk about payment of tax. What of tax? A very easy chapter, logical chapter. Just listen 30 minutes with me. I will make you understand what is payment of tax. First of all, we are having certain terms called as output tax. What man? Sir, generally if you are a taxable person, when you supply goods or service or both, you will collect from the other person. You will collect tax from the other person. That is called as what tax? Output tax. Output tax means GST chargeable on taxable supply of goods or services by a taxable person or by agent of what person? Taxable person. Are you supplying goods or service or both? If you are supplying goods or services or both, on the supply of goods or service or both, at the time of supply of goods or service or both, you will collect tax. இனிமே நம்ம அதை என்னன்னு கூப்பிடணும்னா output tax collected. Right, sir? Sometimes you may receive supply. You may receive supply from, sir, GTA, Goods Transport Agency, and you may be a 7 specified person. Then you are the person liable to pay GST on a reverse charge basis. That is not output tax. So output tax exclude tax paid on what charge basis. One line. நான் பொருள் விற்கும் போது கலெக்ட் பண்ற டாக்ஸை தான் அவுட்புட் டாக்ஸ்னு சொல்றது. நான் பே பண்ற டாக்ஸ் அவுட்புட் டாக்ஸ் கிடையாது. That is input tax. Are you really with me? That's it. Sir, who is taxable person? Taxable person means a person who is registered. So every registered person is a taxable person. Are you a registered person under section 22 or 24 or 25 subsection 3? You are what person? A registered person. Every registered person is a taxable person. Or who is liable to be registered under section 22 of the CGST Act. What section 22? Person liable for registration. Or section 24 of the CGST Act, which is compulsory registration. So, taxable person means the person who already registered or who are liable to be registered. Hello, sir. These are the two technical terms first. Then payments to be made in the GST regime. You all know. If the supply is a intra-state supply, then CGST and SGST are to be paid. Do you know this? Yes, sir. Sir, when a supply will be called it as intra-state supply, if the location of the supplier and place of supply are in the same state and same union territory, it's an intra-state supply. So, if the supply is a intra-state supply, you have to collect CGST and SGST. Right, sir? Sir, if a supply is a what state supply? Interstate supply, IGST to be paid, having components of both what and what. That means CGST plus SGST is equal to IGST. IGST means integrated. Integrated na sendadu. Yaru sendadu. CGST and SGST. So if the supply is a interstate supply, IGST has to be collected and paid to the department. Are you really with me? Sir, wherever applicable, engellam thevapadudo, interest you are liable to be paid, penalty you are liable to be paid, fees and any other amount also has to be paid. Are you already with me? So if you are making intra-state supply, CGST and SGST has to be collected and paid to the department. Interstate supply, IGST has to be collected and paid to the department. Wherever applicable, interest has to be paid, penalty has to be paid, or any other amount also has to be paid. Are you already with me? So I understood that, okay, I have to pay, sir, tax. What is the key features of the payment process? Electronically generated challan from GST common portal in all modes of payment and no use of manually prepared challan. Before you make the payment, whether it is CGST, SGST or IGST or interest penalty or anything, first challan has to be generated. What has to be generated? Challan has to be generated from the common portal. From the what portal? So go to the GST website. You say to the department that I am going to make a payment of 16,000, which comprise of 8,000 CGST or 8,000 SGST or entire 60,000 IGST or entire 16,000 interest penalty, etc. So without generating challan, we will not allow you to make the payment. Point number one, clear. Facilitation for the taxpayer by providing hassle-free, anytime, anywhere mode of payment of the what? Tax. Anytime you can make the payment. 24 hours, night, 12 o'clock also you can make the payment. Anywhere you can make the payment. Go online, make the payment. Pay panna podum. Avladhaan. Eppa vena pay panna, enga vena pay panna. Convenience for making what payment? Online payment. That means, sir, there is no need of manual payment. You can do the online banking, net banking, sir. NEFT, RTGS, logical tax collection data in the what format? Electronic format. In the E format, tax collection data will be there in the, sir, common portal. Faster remittance of tax revenue to the what account? Government account. Government need tax. Now itself you pay the tax. 1 second you can transfer whatever money is there in your account to the government account. No disturbance will be there. It is a paperless transaction. Online itself you can complete it. Speedy accounting and what? Reporting. Tak you can complete the accounting. Sir, electronic reconciliation of all receipts. All receipts means immediately once the payment has been completed, you will get a challan or receipt from the department. Simplified procedure for banks. For banks also, so from your account money has to be transferred to the government account. Bank can easily transfer the money. And warehousing and of what challan man? Digital challan. That digital challan, once you created the challan, that challan will be valid for 24 hours. So till that time, it will be stored in the online itself till you complete your payment. That's called as warehousing of digital challan. Right. This is not much relevant because these are general topic only. These are what are the features of payment process. Easy pay panna, enga vena pay panna, eppa vena pay panna, yaar vena pay panna, kaasu irundha pay panna. Are you ready with me? Like that, some topics are there. Leave it from here to the serious topic called as what are the ledgers? What are the what? We are having 3 ledgers, my dear lovable students. Electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, electronic and electronic liability ledger, electronic. There are 3 ledgers are there, my dear lovable students. Electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, electronic liability ledger. Understand one ledger. Logically, sir, I will teach you logically what all the ledgers are all about. First, I will complete the logic and I will come back. Electronic cash ledger, I will talk. Electronic credit ledger I will talk, electronic liability ledger I will talk. Understand logically, right? For example, in your bank account, money is there. Is it your asset or liability? Your asset. You are going to make payment of 10 lakh from your bank account to the government account, right? Chumma, you are going to make the payment. So from your bank account, you transfer this 10 lakh to the government account. My dear lovable students, if you simply give 10 lakh rupee money to the government, is it government's asset or government liability? Government liability. So if you deposit how much lakh? 10 lakh. That is any deposit made towards either what? Tax, interest, penalty, late fee via NN banking, internet banking, RTGS, IMDS or what transfer. That 10 lakh will come and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. This electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, electronic liability ledger, 3 ledgers are maintained by government. Are maintained by, you suddenly gave 10 lakh to government. You are saying that I will use it. Wait. You keep it with this 10 lakh. Is it asset for government or liability for government? So it will show what balance? Credit balance. That's why it will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. Comfortable? My dear lovable students, sometimes, sir, in your name, TDS and TCS would have been claimed. TDS and that will also come and sit in the credit side of the electronic credit cash ledger. Electronic. அப்ப நம்மளோட காசு எங்க போய் உட்காரும்னா credit side of the electronic what ledger? Cash ledger. Sir, will you make purchases? When you make purchases, you will pay value of supply. To this value of supply, you will be paying what also? Interest also. Sorry. You will be paying tax also. Are you with me? To this value of supply, you will pay what also? Sir, this value of supply plus tax will be paid by the recipient to the supplier. Am I right? And supplier will pay this tax to the government. It is my asset called as input tax credit. Called as what? Sir, electronic what ledger? Credit ledger. Electronic what? In the electronic what ledger? Credit ledger, my tax paid. Tax paid for me is an asset. But tax paid is a liability to the government. Are you already with me? It will come and sit in the that side, credit side of the electronic what ledger. So input tax credit as self-assessed in the return in the form of IGST credit, CGST credit and SGST or UTGST will come and sit in the electronic what ledger. அப்பனா ரெண்டு விதத்துல டாக்ஸ் கட்டுவேன். ஒன்னு கேஷா டாக்ஸ் கட்டுவேன் or at the time of purchasing I will pay the tax. Correct? If I pay the tax by way of cash, it will go and sit in the electronic cash ledger. If I pay the tax as tax at the time of purchase, it is going to be my ITC. My ITC will go and sit to the electronic credit ledger. ரெண்டுமே எந்த சைடுல தான் உட்காரும்? Credit side. Because both are asset to me and liability to the. These all are government ledgers. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Now, sir, this is tax paid. This is input tax paid. Are you all really with me? At the time of purchase. For what purpose I purchased? For the purpose of sale. That means I will be collecting what tax? Output tax. Output tax collected is a liability to me. Because I have to pay to the government. And it's an asset to the government. It's a, that's what next ledger. Electronic what ledger? In that all the receivable to the government, such as amount payable towards what? Tax, interest, fees or tax or interest payable due to mismatch or any other due or amount payable towards output tax. Sir, these all are receivable to the government. These are asset to the government. It will go and sit in the what side of the what account? Debit side of the electronic liability register. Are you really with me? In order to pay this liability only, I paid the tax as cash. In order, and sir, I will knock off this payable by using my credit in the electronic what ledger? Credit ledger. Correct? So this is the amount receivable for the government. Hello, sir. Sir, this is the amount payable from my side. Logic purida. Sir, this I already paid. Some part as ITC. And some part as what payment? Cash payment. So, I will make the payment which is payable in the electronic liability ledger by utilizing the money available in the electronic what ledger? Cash ledger and electronic credit ledger. So I will utilize the amount. I will utilize the amount means I will credit it or debit it or debit it. That means if I utilize the balance available in the cash ledger, credit ledger reduces. That's why credit amount for this ledger may be used for payment of tax, interest, penalty, fees and others. Hello sir? Hello sir? So I paid how much lakh? 10 lakh. When I pay 10 lakh, it will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic. Out of that, I utilized 8 lakh for the payment, so to knock off the balance payable in the electronic liability ledger. Comfortable? Still how much credit is there? 2 lakh. Remaining credit balance, that is amount after payment of above tax, can be claimed as refund by the what person? If you want, you can get it as refund. Or if you don't want refund, it will be still there in the electronic cash ledger balance itself. Hello? That means if I make payment, first money will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. And I can utilize that money for the purpose of payment of tax, interest, penalty, fees or any other payment. Comfortable? Then I will be debiting the electronic cash ledger. For what purpose I debited? For the purpose of utilization. If I utilization, balance available in the electronic cash ledger reduces and my liability also reduces. And that's why in the electronic what ledger, I have to credit the electronic cash ledger. Because I debited the electronic cash ledger, that means I utilize money from the electronic cash ledger. Purida? If I utilize money from the electronic cash ledger, my balance available in the electronic cash ledger reduces. And even my liability also reduces. Even my, according to government, is this receivable or payable? Receivable. If I make the payment by using the money available in the electronic cash ledger, their receivable increases or decreases. That's why they are crediting through electronic cash ledger. Right? At the time of purchase, have I paid tax? Credit side of the electronic credit ledger. Correct? With this money also I can knock off my liability. But one restriction is there. Credit amount of this ledger may be used for payment of output tax. This is input tax credit. Input tax credit. Tell me input. So any amount available in the electronic what ledger can be used only for payment of tax. Payment of. But any amount available in the electronic cash ledger can be utilized for payment of tip for. What for? Tell me, tip for. What for? Tax, interest, penalty, fees or any other payment. என்ன சொல்றான்னா எலக்ட்ரானிக் கேஷ் லெட்ஜர்ல இருக்கிற பேலன்ஸை வச்சு டிப்போ பே பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆனா எலக்ட்ரானிக் கிரெடிட் லெட்ஜர்ல இருக்கிற பேலன்ஸை வச்சு டாக்ஸ் மட்டும் தான் பே பண்ணும். Why? Because input tax credit. Input tax credit. Are you really with me? Sir, so I utilized the money available in the electronic credit ledger. So balance available in the electronic credit ledger reduces. Correct? And also my payable also. That's why electronic credit ledger. Are you all really with me? By that automatically the balance available in the electronic cash ledger will close. Electronic credit ledger will close. Automatically electronic liability ledger will also close. I will show you man how this is working once again for your benefit. 3 ledgers are there. Number 1 electronic cash ledger. Number 2 electronic credit ledger. Number 3 electronic liability ledger. Hey, comfortable? Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students, electronic what ledger? Cash ledger. Sir, it is having debit side and credit side. This is also debit side and credit side. This is also debit side and credit side. Whatever tax, interest, penalty, fees or other fee deposited or paid will go and sit in the credit side. Whatever TDS deducted, TDS, whatever TCS collected will go and sit in the electronic cash ledger. Comfortable? This is my money available with the government. It is my asset, government's liability. That's why it is go and sit in the credit side. Pakka? Sir, at the time of purchase, I would have paid what? Tax, GST. That GST may be IGST. That GST may be CGST or SGST. That GST may be UTGST. Are you all really with me? All these are my asset, but all are government's liability. That's why it is going and sitting in the credit side. Right? After purchase the goods, na poojiya pannirpen. What I would have done? I would have sold. At the time of sale, I am supposed to collect output tax. That output tax is a liability to me. It's a asset to the government. So government have to get CGST. Government have to get SGST. Government have to get IGST. Or government have to get UTGST. In addition to the tax receivable, government have to get any interest. Government have to get any penalty. Government have to get any fees. Hey, clarity, yeah. These all are payable to me. It's a liability to me. It's an asset to the government. Asset means what balance? That's why government is debiting. Now I have to pay all these things. To pay this only, I deposited this amount. Hello, sir. So by utilizing the electronic cash ledger, I will be debiting electronic liability ledger. That means I will be utilizing this money to payment of the balance payable to the electronic what ledger? Liability ledger. That means whatever amount I am payable, I paid by using by electronic cash ledger. By electronic cash ledger. Assume here 10 lakh totally available. Hello, sir. I paid how much lakh? 10 lakh. This will become 0. Ennappa. So 10 lakh, this will become 0. So electronic cash ledger closed. Here it will be how much lakh? 10 lakh. But here CGST, SGST, UTGST, IGST receivable to the government. Some amount I would have already paid at the time of purchases. So I will be writing to electronic what ledger? Liability ledger. Electronic liability ledger. Are you able to appreciate? That means, my dear lovable students, here by electronic what ledger? Sir, electronic liability ledger, electronic credit ledger here in electronic liability ledger. In electronic credit ledger, I have to write electronic liability ledger. So this amount I have utilized. So this has become 0. This also has become 0. This also has become 0. Comfortable? 3 ledgers are there. Electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, electronic. This is what they are trying to say here. Now you here you will be able to appreciate or understand. Sir, how many ledger? 3 ledger. Electronic cash ledger, credit ledger, and sir, electronic cash ledger is an account. Cash ledger is an account where records of the deposit or receipts and utilization towards liabilities are maintained. That means when you deposit money, it will first go and sit in the electronic cash ledger. When you utilize the money, it will, sir, debit from the electronic cash ledger. Look at here. Cash receipts, that is credit side. Sir, IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST says whatever money you are paying as tax will go and sit in the electronic cash ledger. That is cash receipts using online mode or OTC deposit. OTC means over the counter. OTC means what? Or TDS deducted, TCS collected. That means whatever money you paid to the government or TDS deducted, TCS collected, everything will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. Concept clear? Then from there you will be utilizing for liability payment debit. You will be debiting IGST paid, CGST paid, SGST paid, UTGST paid, cess paid, and payment towards what? Tax, interest, penalty, fees or others. That's why it is called as tip 4. What for? That means by using the electronic cash ledger, you can pay tip 4. What for? That means, sir, if you are having money available in the electronic cash ledger, you can pay tax, you can pay interest, you can pay penalty, you can pay fees, and you can pay any other payment. Clarity? So this is plus on the credit side, minus side, debit side. On the credit side. So whatever amount you are depositing will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. If யாராவது நம்ம மேல TDS புடிச்சிருந்தா TCS collect பண்ணிருந்தா, even that amount also will go and sit in the electronic credit side of the electronic cash ledger. That means on the credit side of the electronic what ledger? Cash ledger, tax deposited or money deposited will be there. Plus TDS and TCS will be there. With this money, what you will do? You will make the payment. What payment? Tip 4. What is tip 4? Tax, interest, penalty. That's it, game over. Sir, how and all I can make the deposit? Sir, you can make the deposit through internet banking. Do you have internet banking? Sir, do you have bank account? In your bank account, do you have money? You can transfer the money from your bank account to the government account by way of internet banking. Comfortable? Or if you have credit card or debit card, you can make the payment. By UPI, you can make the payment. By NEFT, RTGS, IMBS, you can make the payment. Or you can go and make the payment over the counter. Over the counter, na government, sir, treasury la poi cash kattikala. But 10,000 per challan per tax period. In 1 month, maximum 10,000 rupees cash payment allowed. All other payment should be made by electronic mode. Sir, can I make 5 crore rupees GST payment in one shot? Yes. If it is internet banking, debit card, credit card, UPI, NEFT, RTGS, IMBS. MCQ, what they will ask? No. Over the counter, maximum allowed is 10,000 per challan per tax period. Can I proceed? Sir, understand clearly. We are having minor hit and major hit. We are having what hit? What hit? There are 4 major hit are there. You know, one is what? IGSC. Number 2 is what? CGSC. Number 3, SGSC or UTGSC. Number 4 is what? CES. Exam MCQ they will ask. How much major hit? 4 major hit. Number 1, IGSC, CGSC, SGSC or UTGSC, CES. Each of this what hit? Major hit. Have 5 minor hit. That is, under IGST, these 5 things are there. Under CGST, these 5 things are there. Under SGST or UTGST, 5 things are there. Under CES, 5 things are. What are the 5 things? Tip 4. What is tip 4? T. Tax, interest, penalty, fees or others. What they are trying to say is, you are having cash ledger. In your cash ledger, under the credit side of the what ledger? 4 major hits are there. Number 1, IGST, CGST, SGST or UTGST and CES. Okay, ba? Under IGST, you will be having 5 what head? Minor head. Number 1, tax, interest, penalty, fees, others. அப்ப நம்ம காசு கட்டும்போது எப்படி தெரியுமா கட்டணும்? 5 lakh rupees IGST payable. 5 lakh IGST. For that IGST, whether it is tax or interest or penalty or fees or others. Like that, I have to deposit in my electronic what ledger? Cash ledger. Are you really with me? Come on, man. Sir, date of deposit of tax due. Which date is considered as the date of deposit of the tax due? Sir, government will consider date of presentation of the check. No. If you give today check, the check date is after 1 month. Then enna use irukku government? Correct? Whether it is date of payment? No. Date of credit of amount in the account of government by debit of either electronic what ledger or what ledger? Cash ledger or, for example, if need, ANM class can deposit 10 lakh rupees in the electronic cash ledger. Electronic, if I make payment of 10 lakh, where it will go and sit? Credit side of the electronic cash ledger. That will not go to government because at any time I can get it as refund. Purida. According to government, if I debit the electronic cash ledger and if I credit the electronic liability ledger, at that time only money will be received by the government. Purida. That's why they are saying date of credit of amount in the what account? Government account. When you will credit? No. By debit of either electronic what ledger? Cash ledger. Or we will debit the electronic liability, credit ledger by crediting the electronic liability ledger. Concept clear? That day is the deposit of tax due. Sir, chumma I transfer 10 lakh from my bank account to the electronic cash ledger. It will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic. Government has not received any money. When government will receive money? If you debit the electronic cash ledger or if you debit the electronic credit ledger and if you credit the electronic liability ledger, that moment the money will go from your account to the government account. Purida? Sir, if you make payment to the, if you deposit money to the electronic cash ledger or if you pay tax through electronic credit ledger, government has not received money. Comfortable? Sir, electronic credit ledger. What will be there in electronic credit ledger? ITC will be there. Ennapa? Sir, you can use the ITC only for payment of tax. Various types of ITC will be there. IGST credit will be there. CGST credit will be there. SGST or UTGST credit will be there. Do you know the rules of set off? First mandatory number 1, you should take the what credit itself. Appa eda edu? IGST credit. And utilize the IGST credit number 1 against the what payable? Still, if you are having IGST credit, utilize against the CGST credit or SGST credit or UTGST credit in any order, any proportion. But ensure that ITC of IGST to be completely exhausted first, mandatory. That means சாவடிக்கணும் IGST credit. சொல்லு, சாவடிக்கணும் IGST credit. யார சாவடிச்சாதான் வேற எங்க கை வைக்க முடியும்? CGST credit I can take. Pakka? Sir, once the IGST has been exhausted, you can touch the CGST credit. You can touch the CGST credit. CGST credit can be set off against CGST payable. Oh, and thereafter IGST payable. Savadikino CGST credit. Enade? ITC of CGST has been utilized fully before utilizing SGST of payment of the IGST. Hello, sir? Sir, what they are saying, I will tell you, man. You should be very clearly understand. 3 racks are there. 3 rack. Number 1, IGST rack. Kaiya vidu. Enna edu? IGST credit. Set off against the IGST payable. Still credit is there. CGST credit or SGST credit or UTGST credit, any manner, any proportion. Your ishtam. Tiripi kaiya vidu. Enga? IGST credit. Is there anything is there in IGST credit? No. Come to the next rack. What is the next rack? CGST credit. Take the credit. Set off against CGST payable. Still balance is there means you can knock off the IGST payable. IGST payable. Sir, அடுத்த rackல கையை விடு. What is the next rack? SGST or UTGST. Set off against the SGST or UTGST payable. Right? Still balance is there na. It can be set off against the IGST payable. But in between one rule is there. ITC of dash CGST has been utilized eppadi? Fully before utilizing SGST or UTGST credit for the IGST. Hello, sir. First maximum you try எதை? IGST. Hello, sir. CGST credit 0 பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் SGST credit யூஸ் பண்ணணும். என்ன payable காக? IGST payable காக. Right, sir? One time, man. So, one last summary. CGST credit cannot be utilized for payment of SGST or UTGST. Cross utilization not permissible. The same, SGST or UTGST credit cannot be utilized for payment of what? CGST. What they are trying to say? 3 racks are there. Number 1, IGST rack. Kayavudu. IGST credited. Set off against IGST payable. Balance is there. Set off against CGST or SGST or UTGST, any manner, any proportion. Is the IGST credit become 0? That's it. Padukula edu illa. Adutha rackula kayavudu. CGST rack. CGST credit came. CGST payable. Hello, sir. Balance there. Set off against IGST payable. Comfortable? Sir, that's it. Adutha rackla kayavudu. SGST credit. Set off against SGST payable. Hello, sir. The balance can be set off against IGST payable. But before ensure that CGST credit has become 0. Point clear? Coming to the electronic what register? Liability ledger. 3 ledgers are there. Electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, electronic liability ledger. Sir, whatever money I am depositing will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. Whatever tax I am paying at the time of purchase will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic credit ledger. Right? Those money, if it is for TIFO, I will utilize from electronic cash ledger. If it is tax, I will be utilizing for electronic, and the tax ana ipdi da utilize பண்ணனும். Correct? So if it is TIFO, electronic cash ledger. Only tax, electronic credit ledger. I will be using that to pay my electronic liability ledger. That means on electronic liability ledger, receivable will be there on the debit side. I will knock off against the credit side by electronic cash ledger, by electronic liability ledger. System understanding? My dear lovable students, what amount you will pay first? Government is saying that this is the order in discharge of liability. First, all related previous period. All the pending payables, first you pay. First be a good boy. Hello, sir. Due to tax. First pay the old tax. First pay the. Then all related current period tax. Then pay current period tax. First old period tax. Then Then any other dues including demand determined under 73 and 74. So, is it FIFO? First in, first out? Illa LIFO? Last in, first out? First in, first. So, already pending payable, old payable, pay that first now. Tax you pay first. Then current tax you pay first. Hello, sir. Then you pay the interest, penalty, this, that, all those stuffs. Are you totally with me? This is the order of making the payment. Hello, sir. Sir, manner of making the payment, sir. Sir, what are the manner? Sir, through debit of the electronic credit ledger. Do you have electronic credit ledger? Yes, sir. The whatever tax you paid at the time of purchase from the supplier will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic credit ledger. Right? Sir, I will be debiting that ledger. I will be, that's what, through debit of the what ledger? Credit ledger of the tax payer maintained in the what portal, only dash can be paid. Because through electronic cash ledger, TIFO can be paid. Through electronic credit ledger, only tax can be paid. Understanding? Sir, in cash, by debit in the electronic what ledger? Either you can utilize your electronic credit ledger for payment of tax. From your pocket, you have to pay cash. So, payment can be made in cash by debit in the electronic cash ledger of the taxpayer maintained on the what portal? Common portal. What is the manner of making payment? You go and check your electronic credit ledger. Is balance available in credit ledger? Is the payable amount is tax? That can be utilized from the electronic credit ledger. Purida. But the balance available is not there in the electronic credit ledger. That means at the time of purchases, hello sir, I would have paid the tax. I would have, and I got the raw material. Will I sell the material for the same amount or more amount? That means my output tax collected should always be higher than my input tax paid. That means the money available in the electronic credit ledger is not sufficient to pay off my electronic liability ledger. Right? That means I have to pay from my pocket. Idedo one kasalam pay panna. Output tax collected pay panna porani. From who karan you would have collected money. By way of what tax collected? Output tax. That will be there in your bank account. Correct? That you pay through the electronic cash ledger. So it will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. Solra puriyudu. So for the purpose of set off my tax payment, first I will utilize my electronic credit ledger. I will debit my electronic credit ledger. If short, I will pay from my pocket. It will go and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger. That payment can be made in cash by debit in the electronic cash ledger. Because once I make the payment, it will go and sit in the credit side of the taxpayer maintained on the what portal? Common portal. Now you read, you will be having where level clarity. 3 ledgers are there. Electronic cash ledger, credit ledger, and you tell me, what is the purpose of cash ledger? 2 sides are there. Credit side, debit side. Credit side, what will be there? All deposit. It will reflect all deposit made in cash. TDS, TCS made on account of the taxpayer. Correct? With the cash ledger, what payment you can make? TIFO. This ledger can be used for making any payment towards tax, interest, penalty, fees, or any other amount on account of GST. Right? Upper credit side, all deposit. Debit side, all utilization. Electronic credit ledger, what it will reflect? ITC paid. It will reflect the input tax credit as what assessed? Self-assessed. In the what return? Monthly return. The credit in this ledger can be used to make payment of only what? Tax. Because input tax credit, output tax, and not other amounts such as interest, penalty, fees, etc. So by using electronic credit ledger, I can't pay interest. So if there is any interest, manually நான் வந்து cash pay பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். அது எங்க போய் உட்காரும்? Cash ledger ஓட credit side ல போய் உட்காரும். Correct? And liability ledger ஓட debit side ல போய் உட்காரும். So the journal entry the system will pass is electronic liability ledger account debit to electronic cash ledger. Government accounts will pass. Hello sir? If I paid amount of 10 lakh, for example, I paid amount, my tally, my books of accounts is different, government books of accounts is different. My books of accounts will pass an entry that tax paid advance to bank account. Correct? Yes sir. When I make the payment, I should say for what purpose I am making the payment. Whether it is for major head, which major head I am making the payment, and out of major head, which minor head I am making the payment. That means I am declaring to the government that 10 lakh rupees I am liable to be paid for CGST tax. Purida. Immediately government recognizes that, okay, from this guy I have to get how much lakh? 10 lakh. So government will pass an entry that electronic liability ledger account debit, because it's a receivable to the government, to electronic cash ledger. That amount will go and sit in the electronic cash ledger. Are you understanding? Yes, sir. Come on. Sir, electronic liability ledger. Electronic liability register will reflect the total tax liability of taxpayer after netting off for a what month, particular month. It will be receivable to government. It will be debiting in the electronic what ledger, liability ledger. It will be receivable. Correct? And once you knock off, once you make the payment, we will utilize the electronic cash ledger and the electronic credit ledger, and we'll credit the electronic liability ledger. The accounts will be closed. That's what we discuss: electronic cash ledger, electronic credit ledger, and electronic what ledger? Liability ledger. Sir, why there is a interest? If there is a delay in payment of tax, what will come? Interest will come. That means if a person pays unpaid amount on his own account, the interest rate is how much percent per annum? For example, April month's output tax liability, May month 20th, you are supposed to pay. Hello, sir. If you are not paying within 20th of April, what will come? Interest will come. அது நீயாவே கட்டுறதா இருந்தா how much percent per annum? 18% per annum. நீயாவே கட்டுறதா இருந்தா 18% per annum. Right, sir? Sir, on what I am liable to pay the interest? Interest payable on the net cash liability. Interest payable on the... That means, sir, I will tell you, man, if tax paid through what ledger na? Credit ledger, or tax paid through what ledger? Interest applicable only on the what portion of tax? Cash portion of tax. That means, for example, your output tax liability is 1 lakh. Output tax liabilities, already you are having a balance available in the electronic credit ledger. Electronic? Is it your asset? 40,000 rupees electronic credit ledger balance available is there. Abdina, how much is still payable? This you will pay through the electronic cash ledger. Only for this you pay interest. Because this money is already with the government. No. It is your money is there with the government in the column of electronic credit ledger. That's why they are saying interest payable on the dash cash liability. Because this is the gross cash liability. On the gross cash liability, don't pay interest. Because ஏன் காசு தான் 40,000 ஆல்ரெடி எப்போ கட்டிட்டனே, இப்ப நான் எவ்வளவுதான் கட்டணும்? Only for that 60,000 net cash liability I am liable to pay. Are you really with me? So interest payable only on the... So interest payable on tax declared and paid in GSTR 3B, sir, filed after what date? Due date. Have you paid tax on due date? Don't pay interest. If there is any delay in payment of tax, yes, sir, for that delay, for the net tax payable, pay the interest at the rate of 18% per annum. Comfortable? Sir, interest payable on the what tax liability? Gross tax liability. First one, net tax liability. Ippo, interest payable on gross liability when the return is furnished within what date? Due date. Within due date. Sir, tax is paid through the what ledger? Electronic credit ledger, or tax is paid through the what ledger? Cash ledger. Interest applicable on tax paid through the what and what ledger? Sir, I am a good boy, sir. I am filing return on time. 20th kulle return enna pandren? File pandren. Hello, sir. Sir, interest payable on gross liability. I am liable to pay interest on what liability? When return is furnished within what date? Due date. Sir, if I file the return on time, why I am liable to pay interest? Yes, sir. Sir, so two interests are there. One, interest payable on gross liability, and interest payable on what liability? Net liability. I will do questions from this in the workbook. At that time, I will read that. Otherwise, sir, number without number, I can't do anything. Interest payable due to wrong availment and utilization of ITC. I will complete this part. Sir, actually, I am liable to take only 1 lakh rupees as ITC. There are some blocked credit. You know what is blocked credit? Even those blocked credit item also I have taken as ITC. No, sir. That means I have taken excess ITC. Then I have to reverse the ITC. Correct? When I reverse the ITC, I have to reverse along with interest. Along with what? Sir, ITC available but not utilized. Actually, ITC is not available but I have not taken. Then, when I take the ITC, no need to pay any interest because it's my right, man. Sir, ITC availed as well as what? Utilized. That means wrongly availed, wrongly utilized. Interest from the date of utilization till the reversal date. from the wrong reversal, நீ எப்பொழுது எடுக்க கூடாதோ, from that date till what date you are reversing, till that date you are liable to pay the interest at the rate of how much percentage? 18% per annum. Comfortable. Transfer of input tax credit. இங்க பாரு, you are having ITC of CGST. எதுல உனக்கு ITC இருக்கு? CGST rackல. It can be used for payment of what? IGST. Amount equivalent to ITC so used is transferred by central government from the CGST account to the what account? ஒன்னும் இல்ல, in your rack you are having credit of CGST. CGST credit should be first utilized for CGST payable. Over. Still credit is there. Can be utilized for IGST payable. If you do like that, then what central government will do? No. You have cross utilized. Whatever CGST credit you have utilized to pay the IGST payable, from that rack in their books of accounts they will shift. Hello sir. Sir, ITC of IGST used for payment of edukku? CGST or used for payment of UTGST? Sir, amount equivalent of ITC so used is transferred by what government? Central government in their books from the IGST account to the CGST or UTGST account. Hello sir. அதாவது நீ if you use the IGST credit towards the payment of the CGST or UTGST, இப்போ நீ இந்த ராக் எடுத்து இந்த ராக் பே மாத்திட்ட இல்லையா, in your books of accounts you would have shifted. Government also will shift. This is called as what of ITC? Transfer of ITC. Even they will also transfer from one head to the another head. Or if you are using the IGST for payment of what? Cross utilization. Is this cross utilization allowed? IGST credit can be utilized for payment of SGST payable. Yes sir. Hello sir. Then if you cross utilize, what they will do? No, amount equivalent to ITC so used. Whatever ITC you have used is transferred by what government? Central government. From the what account? To the respective SGST account of the what government? State government. Because IGST credit means earlier you are supposed to get the money from the IGST, CGST and SGST. Now that credit you have utilized to knock off the SGST. That means you have used the accounts. Government also set off based on that. Are you all with me? This is called as transfer of ITC. I am pending only with explaining the provisions of what is net cash liability and the gross cash liability, gross tax liability. Correct? That in the coming slot will be solving payment of tax past examination question. There I will be explaining what is the net tax liability and also the gross tax liability. My dear lovable students, before that what you are supposed to do, you have to go through the provisions. What is electronic cash ledger, what is electronic credit ledger, what is electronic liability ledger, how the payment has been made, TIFO, cash payment, etc. Are you comfortable what I have talked to you till now? I am with you from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is the grand clap? Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing the revision of the indirect taxes, my dear lovable students. In that we are pending with, sir, two topics. Sir, in that, my dear lovable students, we have to complete number one, TDS and TCS and the returns. That's the topics we are going to complete. Important, very important, very, very important for exam. If you are ready to spend your, sir, 2 hours of your time, this can be completed with, sir, without any effort. Can we? TDS and TCS under the GST. First understand, I will tell you the concept. Sir, in this procedural aspects and all, certain students will learn by heart. Don't by heart. Concept. Okay, simple. Sir, I am a supplier. Sir, what supplier? Supplier of goods or services or both. I am supplying to a recipient. Okay. Then, if I am supplier, then recipient is supposed to pay consideration to me. Am I right? That's it. I am the supplier of goods or service or both. I am supplying to a recipient. Then recipient is supposed to pay consideration to me. Correct? Then the supplier, when they pay consideration, for example, 5 lakh rupees, they have to pay consideration to me. They won't pay 5 lakh rupees to me. What they will do, no? Out of this, how much lakh? 5 lakh. Some amount they will deduct as TDS. some amount they will deduct as. That's what the first discussion. Rate of TDS under CGST 1%. Under CGST, under IGST 2%. Under IGST. So what is the rate of TDS, man? CGST na 1%. CGST plus SGST is only IGST. That's why 1 plus 1 comes to 2%. Sir, talk more about that, sir. Sir, TDS. Person liable to deduct TDS. First, understand the basics. I am the supplier of goods or services or both. You are the. Will I pay consideration to you or you will pay consideration to me? You will pay consideration to me. So, students are the persons who are liable to deduct TDS. Being supplier cannot deduct TDS. Logically clear. Only the recipient can deduct what? TDS. If that recipient is central government and state government. Central government. That means you supplied goods or services or both to the central government or state government. Who should pay consideration? Central government or state government to the supplier. So when they make payment to the supplier, central government and state government will deduct TDS. Paka. If the recipient is what authority? Local authority. If the recipient is governmental agency. So recipient is what? Governmental agency. And if the recipient is notified person. And if the recipient is Apava, we will update this chart. Participate along with me. Sir, now itself study along with me. Sir, yes sir. Sir, there are two parties are there. Number one, supplier. And number two, if the recipient is number one, central government or state government. Number two, local authority. Number three, governmental authority. And number four, notified person. Then the recipient should pay consideration to the supplier of goods or services or both. This recipient has to deduct TDS under section 51. Under section TDS under section. Sir, what is the rate of TDS? It depends upon the nature of the supply. If the supply is a intra-state supply, CGST and SGST will come up. 1% CGST and 1% SGST. If the supply is a interstate supply, sir, then IGST will come up. If it is IGST, 2%. This is what we have discussed as the rate. Can I proceed? My dear lovable students, if the recipient are central government and state government, participate, local authority, governmental agency, notified persons are, then they are supposed to deduct TDS. Sir, is there any threshold limit for TDS? Yes, sir. The total value of supply under a contract. Tell me, repeat. Total value of supply under a contract. Repeat. Total value of supply under a contract is more than 2.5 lakhs. Is more than exclusive of GST as per invoice. Kandipa. I have to see the total what of supply? Value of supply. Value of supply includes all taxes other than GST. அதனால நான் GST include பண்ணக்கூடாது. அப்ப total what of supply? Value of supply under a contract. Under a exceeds 2.5 lakhs. Exceeds what? 2.5 lakhs. Exclusive of GST as per invoice, then TDS has to be deducted. Picturize panna, by heart pannada. You are the, I am the supplier. I am supplying either goods or services or both to you. Assume you are central government or state government. You are local authority. You are governmental agency or notified person by the government. Right, sir? Then I supplied goods or services or both to you. Then you have to pay me consideration. What government is saying that if the value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000, you have to deduct TDS under section 51. Up to this clear? I am continuing, my dear lovable students. What is the rate of deduction under CGST? We already discussed that. CGST 1%, SGST 1%, IGST 2%. Comfortable? Sir, no TDS. No TDS. That means, is this applicability or non-applicability? Non-applicability. In one circumstance, please don't deduct TDS when location of the supplier. When location of the, who's the supplier? ANM is the supplier. Correct, sir? Sir, if the location of the supplier, that is ANM location. Hello, sir. And the place of supply and the what of supply is different. Is what? Different from the state of registration of the recipient. From the state of registration of the recipient. That is location of the supplier is. Who's the location? ANM. It is in state A. It is in state A. State A means it can be Tamil Nadu, it can be Kerala or anything. It is in state A. So location of the supplier is in state A. Enna pothukriya? And the place of supply. And the what of supply? Place of supply, sir, is in state A. Is in what A? State A. Enna pa? Yes, sir. Sir, where the registration of the recipient, registration of the is in state B. Is in what B? I will give you an example to make you understand. Simple example, sir. I am ANM, supplier of goods or services or both. Right, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, I am situated in Tamil Nadu. I am situated in Tamil Nadu. Stalin government said to me that please install, sir, 50 AC. Etana AC? In Kerala. Where? In Kerala. I asked a question to Stalin government that Stalin, you are from Tamil Nadu. Why are you asking me to install an AC in what? What Stalin government said that we are going to have one Tamil Nadu building in Kerala. That is, so many people are going and coming from Kerala to Tamil Nadu to Kerala. Some of the Tamil people are facing some issues in Kerala and Kerala people are facing issues in Tamil Nadu. So what we decided is we will set up one of our office in Kerala. Hello, sir. There I have to install the AC. Okay. Who's the supplier? ANM. ANM is situated in Tamil Nadu. Okay, sir. Sir, this is, I have to find out what of supply, place of supply. Is I am supplying AC. Is AC goods? Am I going to install or assemble the AC? As per section 10, subsection 1, clause D, sir, place of supply for assembling or installation is the place of installation. That means where? Kerala. I am going to install in Kerala. Appo, if the location of the supplier are in one state and place of supply are in same state, then it is an intra-state supply. But if the location of the supplier are in one state, hello sir, and the place of supply are in different state, it's a dash state supply, interstate supply. Is this intra or inter? This is interstate supply. Purida. If this is interstate supply, what has to be collected? IGST has to be collected. Can I proceed? Appreciating? That means, my dear lovable students, who's the supplier? ANM. Who's the recipient? Stalin government. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, I have to raise the invoice to the Stalin government. Yes, sir. Where I will be showing N of supply, value of supply. To that, add IGST I will be collecting because supply is a interstate supply. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, now the state government, Stalin government have to pay me value of supply and IGST. At that time, what they will do, you know, at the time of settlement of value of supply, full payment எனக்கு தர மாட்டாங்க. They will deduct TDS. They will deduct what? அவங்க என்ன பிடிப்பாங்க? TDS பிடிப்பாங்க. Are you really with me? Because I am the supplier and the recipient is either central government or state government, local authority, governmental agency and the notified person. If the recipient is one among the four people, hello sir, they are liable to deduct TDS under section 51. So the TDS will be deducted. Sir, எதுக்கு மேல TDS? IGST மேல அவங்க TDS பிடிப்பாங்களா? If they deduct TDS on what? IGST. Hello sir. Sir, appo according to the Stalin government, sir, they paid what? They paid consideration which comprise of value of supply and IGST. Yes sir. Are you really with me? இப்ப யாரு TDS பிடிச்சிருக்கா? Stalin government, state government, correct? That TDS should come and sit in the electronic cash ledger. Are you remembering electronic cash ledger? In the credit side of the electronic cash ledger, whatever deposit made by ANM will come and sit in the credit side. And my dear lovable students, by TDS, by TCS will come and sit in the credit side. Is this IGST? IGST means integrated goods and services tax. Clear? Is IGST. IGST means integrated goods and service tax. So the person who are in Kerala, that is ANM, can that IGST taken as credit? Yes sir. Yes sir. Are you really with me? Now I am giving the example number 2 and I will come back to example number 1. Wait for 2-3 minutes. Sir, the same sir. Sir, Stalin government is there. What man? Stalin government purchased AC from whom? ANM. ANM is situated in Kerala. ANM situated in? Sir, Stalin want to install 50 AC in Tamil Nadu. Sir, acceptable example. Are you really with me? But he has not, sir, get the Tamil Nadu dealer. He got the Kerala dealer. Are you really with me? So you tell me, ANM is going to install the AC in Tamil Nadu. Up a place of supply Tamil Nadu. Location of supplier ANM is in Kerala. But place of supply is in Tamil Nadu. Are you really with me? That means, sir, location of the supplier and the place of supply are in different state. This is a what state supply? Interstate or intrastate? Interstate supply, right? Because location of the supplier is in Kerala, place of supply is in Tamil Nadu. If two things are in two different states, it's an interstate supply. If it's an interstate supply, what has to be collected? IGST has to be collected, right? If I collect IGST, it will be equal to example number 1. Hello? Hello? So what I am doing is, sir, who is the recipient? Stalin government. What they want? AC. How many AC? 50 AC. Where they are going to install? I am going to install that AC in Kerala. Hello, sir. So, I am going to install the AC in Kerala. So, what is the location of the supplier? Kerala. What is the place of supply? Kerala. It's a dash state supply. Intra-state supply. That means dash ST and dash ST should be collected. CGST and SGST should be collected, right? CGST means central government, correct? SGST means state government. Which is state government? It's not SGST, it is Kerala SGST. Are you really with me? Yes, sir? Sir, as a dealer in Kerala, I will be collecting Kerala SGST because Kerala SGST is different and Tamil Nadu SGST is different. Because Kerala SGST should go to the Kerala government, whereas Tamil Nadu SGST should go to the Tamil Nadu government, right? In this situation, I am raising bill to the Stalin. Look at here, value of supply will be one amount, right? Add NSC, CGST, add NSGST, Kerala SGST, bill purida? Now, since I am the supplier of what? Goods or services or both. I supplied to either central government or state government, local authority, governmental agency or any other notified person by the government, and if the value of supply under a contract exceed 2,50,000, then the supplier recipient should deduct TDS, right? Assume they are deducting TDS for CGST, how much percent? 1%. So CGST 1% TDS will be deducting. So this CGST will come and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger of ANM. Purida. But they will be deducting 1% on what ST? Kerala CGST. Hello. If they deduct 1% on Kerala CGST, hello sir. This state government, Stalin government, sir, taken registration in Tamil Nadu. Taken registration in Tamil Nadu, correct? That means if they pay that 1%, it will go only to the Tamil Nadu government, not to the Kerala government. Puriyarada? So that 1% will not come and sit in the electronic cash ledger of the supplier. அப்ப நீங்க என்ன புடிச்சீங்கன்னா டிடிஎஸ் புடிச்சீங்கன்னா தேவையில்லாம என்னோட 1% நாசமா போயிடும். தேவையில்லாம என்னோட 1%. அப்ப இந்த ஒரே ஒரு சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல மட்டும் don't deduct the TDS. Don't deduct the. Sir, when the location of the supplier, who's the supplier? ANM. And the place of supply. What of supply? Place of supply. Sir, location of supplier Kerala. Where I installed AC? Kerala. That means then only it will become what state supply? Because if it is interstate supply, IGST will come. If it is IGST, Stalin government will deduct TDS on IGST. Correct? Can IGST be passed from Tamil Nadu to Kerala? Yes. Because for IGST there is no Tamil Nadu government, there is no Kerala government. But for sir CGST, SGST, we are having Kerala different, Tamil Nadu different. Correct? That means when the location of the supplier, ANM is in Kerala, place of supply is different from the state of registration of the recipient. Whose recipient? Stalin government. Where they would have taken registration? Tamil Nadu. That means for me it's a dash state supply, Indra state supply. I will collect what? CGST and Kerala SCST. Correct? Yes sir. Sir, if they deduct 1% on Kerala SGST, inga paru, can the Tamil Nadu government pay to Kerala? No sir. Eppadi sir pay panna mudiyum? Because they are having registration in Tamil Nadu. But the Tamil Nadu government can pay to central government. Are you with me? Sir, they can pay IGST sir. Hello sir. They can pay CGST sir. But they can't pay to the Kerala government sir. நீ கேரளால டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும்னா எங்க தான் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுக்கணும்? கேரளால தான் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுக்கணும். Are you with me? தமிழ்நாட்டுல ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுத்து எங்க கட்ட முடியாது? கேரளா டாக்ஸ் கட்ட முடியாது. அதுல யாருக்கு டவுட் இல்லைல்ல? அப்போ I am the supplier, I am in Kerala, my place of supply is in Kerala, so I will be collecting CGST and Kerala SGST. Hello sir. Sir, if the recipient deduct TDS on that Kerala SGST, that 1%, if the Stalin government pays na, that 1% will go only to the state government of Tamil Nadu. It will not go to the state government of Kerala. Appadina, it will not come and sit in the credit side of the electronic what ledger. So that 1% will be swaha. So government said that in this one circumstance, don't deduct TDS. Clarity? Conceptual clarity? Now, sir, okay sir. Sir, that means in all other circumstances, sir, what has to be deducted? TDS has to be deducted. I will tell you one shortcut for your examination. This can be used for you. Supplier எங்க வேணா இருக்கட்டும், ரெசிபியன் எங்க வேணா இருக்கட்டும், சப்ளை என்ன வேணா இருக்கட்டும், நீ என்ன தெரியுமா பார்க்கணும்? சப்ளை இன்டர் ஸ்டேட்டான்னு பாரு, இல்ல சப்ளை இன்ட்ரா ஸ்டேட்டான்னு பாரு. இஃப் சப்ளை இன்டர் ஸ்டேட்டா இருந்தா என்ன கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க? Can IGST credit passed? Cannot be passed. Can be passed. So no restriction for all cases. TDS has to be deducted. Pakka? Next, the supply is a dash state supply. Intra-state supply. Sir, I am ANM, location of the supplier, location of the recipient, and what of supply? Place of supply. This is Tamil Nadu, this is Tamil Nadu, this is Tamil Nadu. Hello sir. Since the location of supplier and place of supply is in Tamil Nadu, it's a dash state supply. Intra-state supply. So I will collect what and what in my bill? CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. CGST and Tamil Nadu SGST. That means, sir, Stalin government will deduct TDS on Tamil Nadu SGST. They will pay to the Tamil Nadu government. The Tamil Nadu government can give that credit to me. Correct? Hence, in this case, what should be there? TDS should be there. Able to appreciate that. But my dear lovable students, if the location of supplier is in Kerala, place of supply also is in Kerala, whereas the location of the recipient is in, sir, for me it's a dash state supply, intra state supply. I will collect what and what? CGSN Kerala SGST. Correcta? Now the Stalin government, if they deduct TDS, now they can deduct only TDS on Kerala SGST. Correcta? But they can't pay to the Kerala because they are having registration only in Tamil Nadu. புரியுதா? ஸோ அந்த கிரெடிட் என்ன போயிடும்னா லேப்ஸா போயிடும். அதனால இந்த ஒரே ஒரு சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல மட்டும் என்ன பிடிக்காதீங்க, மிச்ச ரெண்டு சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல என்ன பிடிங்க. That deducted TDS, due date for payment of TDS to government within how many days? From the end of the month. For example, April month TDS deducted, next month 10th, that central government, state government, local authority, governmental agency should pay to the SAR state government. Are you really with me? அப்போ பிடிச்ச TDS அடுத்த மாசம் எத்தனாம் தேதிக்குள்ள கட்டிடணும்? 10th. அப்போ மைண்ட்ல the concept you clearly understand. Sit straight is the call. Simple, sir. Sit straight is the call. Sir, concept be with me. I am the supplier of what or what or what. The recipient should be one among the four people. Number one, central government or state government, local authority, governmental agency, notified person. Correct? And if the value of supply exceeds 2,50,000, the recipient is liable to deduct TDS. Right, sir? Sir, what is the rate of TDS? Depends upon supply. Whether the supply is an intra-state supply or interstate supply. If it is an intra-state supply, 1% CGST, 1% SGST. That means, if it is an interstate supply, 2% IGST. Can I proceed? My dear lovable students, sir, in one circumstance, no need to deduct the what? TDS. What is that one circumstance? If the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in one state. இது ரெண்டு ஒரு ஸ்டேட்ல இருந்தா தான் இன்ட்ரா ஸ்டேட் வரும். இன்ட்ரா ஸ்டேட் சப்ளை வந்தா தான் பிரச்சனையே. ஏன்னா if it is interstate supply, then IGST will come. IGST credit can be passed on. But sir, state government credit cannot be passed on. Clarity? If the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in one state, whereas location of the recipient are in some other different state, then it's a dash state supply, intra-state supply. Then the state government credit cannot be passed on in that circumstance. Please don't deduct whatever TDS deducted by the deductor. Whatever TDS deducted by the deductor. Hello, sir. He has to make the payment to the government within 10th of the next month. Right? இப்போ அவர் 1% 2% பிடிக்கிறார்ல, அந்த 1% 2% எடுத்து ஓடி போலாமா யார் கூடயாது? இல்ல, that has to be paid to the government within 10th of the next month. Pakka? Now general. What is the manner of account of TDS by the TDS deductor? My first question, how many people TDS deductor? 4 people. Such deductor need to get compulsory registered under section 24 of the CGST or SGST Act. Sir, section 24 compulsory registration. Person who are liable to deduct TDS under section 51 is compulsory liable to get, sir, what registration? TDS registration. It's not normal registration. All types of registrations are there under GST. Compulsory TDS registration is there. TCS registration is there. Because if you take TDS registration, you can only deduct TDS. You can't collect output tax. If you want to collect output tax, you have to take the normal registration. Purida. So, if you are a central government or state government, if you are a local authority, you add it, man. If you are a governmental agency or if you are a notified person, if you are liable to deduct under section 51, you have to compulsory liable to take registration under section 24. Enna registration? TDS registration. Number 2. They need to remit such TDS collected by 10th day of the month succeeding the month in which TDS was collected. Already covered point. Whatever TDS deducted by the deductor. How many deductor? 4 deductor. That deducted amount should be paid to the credit of the government within next 10th of the next month. Comfortable? Amount deposited as TDS will be reflected in the electronic cash ledger of the supplier. Settled point. Once the deductor deducted the TDS, hello sir, and if they paid the TDS, then that TDS amount is my money. Yes sir, that will come and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger of the supplier. Are you all really with me? Manner of account of TDS by the what supplier? Any amount shown as TDS will be reflected in the electronic cash ledger of the concerned supplier. Sonnade solra. Yes, sir. Sir, once the recipient deduct TDS under section 51, then that amount will come and sit in the credit side of the electronic cash ledger of the supplier. He can utilize this amount. This amount is there in the electronic cash ledger. If any amount is available in the electronic cash ledger, I can utilize for tip for. What for? Which is tax, interest, penalty, fees, or any other payment towards discharging his liability towards tax, interest, fees, and any other amount. Comfortable? Are you all really with me? This is a beautiful chart they have given. So from this we'll be able to appreciate. Enjoy along with me. Sir, supplier. Who's supplier? ANM. Place of supply and recipient. Recipient are 4 people. Recipient are 4 people. Central government, state government, local authority, governmental agency, notified person. All are situating in same state. That means I am situating in Tamil Nadu. Place of supply is in Tamil Nadu. I am supplying goods or services to Stalin. Yes, sir. Sir, this is place of supply. This is location of the supplier and location of the recipient. You tell me, sir, if the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in same state, such a supply is a dash state supply. Intra-state supply. That means I have to collect CGST and SGST. What SGST? Tamil Nadu SGST. Right? Then Stalin government will deduct TDS. What TDS they will deduct? 1% of the CGST and 1% of the Tamil Nadu SGST. They are registered in where? Tamil Nadu. So they can pay where? Tamil Nadu. Sir, if they pay to Tamil Nadu, can I take that credit? Yes, because I am also situated in. Then it's a dash state supply. TDS on CGST on SGST to be deducted. Right? Situation number 1. 2. Supplier. ANM. And place of supply are in what state? Different states. Sir, supplier, I am in Tamil Nadu, whereas place of supply is in Kerala. It's a dash state supply. If it's interstate supply, dash has to be collected. IGST credit can be passed or cannot be passed? Can be passed. It's a interstate supply, TDS, IGST to be deducted. Clarity. Whereas third one, supplier and the place of supply is in same state. I am the supplier. I am from Kerala. Place of supply is also in Kerala. That means it's a dash state supply. Intra-state supply. What I will collect? I will collect CGST and Kerala SCST. Yaar kittannu vaanguven? Tamil Nadu government kittannu vaanguven. Are you really with me? If they deduct TDS on CGST, that credit is available to me. If they deduct TDS on Kerala SGST, they cannot pay to Kerala because the government is registered only in. They can pay only to Tamil Nadu. So on the credit எனக்கு வரவே வராது. And a recipient located in what state means? Another state means it's a dash state supply. In this one circumstance, don't deduct the TDS. Comfortable? Are you all really with me? But certain students will be having an understanding that, sir, interstate supply na TDS varum, intra-state supply ke TDS varad. It's not like that. Sir, if it is interstate supply, always TDS will come. Hello, sir. If it is a intra-state supply, you have to check the details. If the location of the supplier and the place of supply are in one state, and the registration of the recipient are in same state, TDS will come. Are in another state, TDS will not come. Ayage? Pakka? Coming to the, sir, just small extension. Consequences of non-complying with what provision? TDS provision. This central government, state government, local authority, governmental agency, and the notified person, after deducting the TDS. This is the TDS not deducted at all. TDS, even after the value of supply exceed 2,50,000, they have not deducted what at all. Then interest to be paid along with the what amount? TDS amount. Else the amount shall be determined and recovered as per the law. The consequences, if the central government, state government, local authority, governmental agency, or any other person, notified person, if they are actually liable to deduct, they have not deducted, and the amount from the hands of detector, it will be recovered. It will be, நீ புடிச்சிருக்கும் TDS எங்க பார்த்துட்டு இருக்க? யார் TDS பிடிக்காம பே பண்ண சொன்னா? அப்ப along with the interest, that amount will be recovered from the detector. From the என்ன? Sir, TDS detected, sir, but not paid to the what? Government, or paid later than 10th of the what month, succeeding month. Sir, interest to be paid along with the what amount? Else the amount shall be determined and recovered as per the law. அப்போ TDS பிடிக்க வேண்டியங்க TDS பிடிக்காம இருந்தாலோ இல்ல பிடிச்ச TDS டைமுக்கு கட்டாம இருந்தாலோ you are liable to pay that amount along with the, that's it with the story of the TDS. TDS comes to an end, my dear lovable students. Are you really with me? Such a beautiful small 4-mark area, easy picking. Hello sir, what this chapter is saying, that if you are supplying, sir, taxable goods or services or both to a recipient being central government or state government or local authority or governmental authority or any other notified person as may be provided by the government, and if the value of the supply, sir, that is, sir, as per contract exceed 2.5 lakhs, TDS has to be deducted. Dot. Can I move to TCS? Sir, another 2 more pages. TCS are there. Sir, inge TDS la supplier was there. In TDS, my dear lovable students, the recipient was central government or state government, local authority, governmental agency, notified person. Sir, these 4 people are the person liable to deduct TDS under section 51. Under section 51. Clarity? But with regard to section 52, that is another, only one person is liable to collect TCS, that is e-commerce operator. Yaru? What man? E-commerce operator. Can you say one example of e-commerce operator? Amazon is a e-commerce. Wait, get the concept. 1 minute, 2 minutes, section over. Sir, I am the supplier of goods or services or both through e-commerce operator. So I am supplying goods or service or both to the e-commerce operator. Hello sir, to the general public. To the what public? General public. To the general public. Sir, இப்ப நீ வந்து ஒரு செருப்பு வாங்குற, சார் ஏதோ ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் வாங்குற e-commerce operator வழியா, Amazon வழியா, you are actually, the product is delivered by Amazon to you and you are making payment to the Amazon. You are making payment to the Amazon and Amazon will make the payment to the supplier. So this Amazon is the e-commerce operator. So what act is saying that as per section 52, please picturize this. There is a supplier of goods or services or both. He is supplying that goods or services or both through the e-commerce operator to the general public. So according to the general public, who is the real supplier? So e-commerce operator is supplying goods or services or both to the general public. Correct. General public will pay the consideration to the e-commerce operator. Ennappa clarity ya? Now e-commerce operator will make the payment to the supplier of goods or service or both, right? Epidina last 51, there was supplier of what or what or what? Goods or services or both, right? And the recipient was government or local authority, right? When government or local authority made the payment to the supplier, they have deducted TDS, right? Comfortable? But here, sir, who is the party supposed to do this? They have to collect TCS. They have to what? Collect TCS. They have to what? What's our TCS? Come on, first of all, understand who's that Amazon. Sir, Amazon means, sir, either I can supply of what? Goods or supply of what? Or supply of what and what? So e-commerce operator can supply goods, supply service or supply of, and it includes what products also. Over ellame edu valiya? Digital network or electronic network. That guy is called as அப்ப e-commerce operator means electronic commerce operator means Amazon means any person who either owns or who operate or who manage digital or electronic facility platform for e-commerce. It's like a platform. Amazon is a platform, correct? Where you can list your product. Customer will come and see the Amazon. If they like the product, they will make the order. Are you really with me? So this is called as e-commerce. E-commerce, right? Sir, types of supply liable to TCS. Sir, only one person is liable to collect TCS. That is what commerce operator. You have to check that whether the time of supply is supply of goods through e-commerce operator or supply of service through e-commerce operator. You are selling serupu through e-commerce operator. Is serupu goods or service? Goods. Then it is subject to TCS under section 52. Subject to TCS under section. Sir, I can supply what also through e-commerce operator? Service also through e-commerce operator, right? That service classified into two categories. Happier service, other than happier service. 9555. Sir, if happier service are supplied through the e-commerce operator, person liable to pay GST itself is the e-commerce operator. Correct? If e-commerce operator is the person liable to pay GST, அப்படின்னு வந்தா பின்ன இந்த supplier of goods or service or more மேல TCS புடிச்சு என்ன பண்ண போறான்? புரியுதா? அப்ப the service should be classified into two category. Number one, sir, notified services and other than notified services. If it is what services? Notified services. E-commerce operator have to pay GST under what charge? Actually, this is not reverse charge. This is eco charge. TCS not applicable because 9555. 9555. Purida. But if the service is a other than notified services, then dash will be applicable. TCS will be applicable because the person who are liable to pay tax is the supplier. So e-commerce operator can collect the GST, that is tax collected at source. Comfortable? So, inga paru. TCS concept is fully applicable only for one person. One person. Yaradu? You have to assume Amazon in your brain. Through Amazon, you can supply either goods or services. If you are supplying goods through e-commerce operator, my dear lovable students, then e-commerce operator has to collect TCS. Purida. Whereas, if they are supplying services through e-commerce operator, check whether it is notified service. If it is notified services, TCS will not be applicable. Other than notified service, TCS will be applicable. Comfortable? Come on, man. TCS applicability in major types of e-commerce. Major types of e-commerce. Understand clearly. Selling own product through what website? Own website. I am having ANM Virtuals. Through ANM Virtuals, I am selling my own product. Yes, sir. Loose sumari na yanake TCS pudikka mudiyuma. TCS pudikana middleman should be there. That means TCS provisions will not be applicable. Nyayam. Sir, selling, sir, bought out product. What product? Through own website, under own billing. Sir, I am purchasing goods from third person. I am the seller. In my name, I am selling. Sir, through my own website, in my own billing. Edukya TCS pudikira? Sir, TCS provisions not applicable. Third one. Mere facilitating the transaction between customer and the supplier. I am a bridge. There real supplier is there. Here real customer is, recipient is there. In between I am there. Through myself only supply is happening. Purida. Then I am a intermediary. Then dash has to be collected. Operator. Operator na? E-commerce operator. Do not own goods. I am not the owner of the goods. Is Amazon owner of the goods? No, sir. It's just an app. Yes, sir. But even Amazon also having some product. They are having their own product. Okay. Their own products are there. For own product, they are not liable to collect TCS. Billing directly by seller to the yark customer. Who billed? Seller billed. Yark customer. Then what I have done? I am just a intermediary. consideration collected by the operator. Yar operator? And then paid to the supplier. I am the e-commerce operator. There one supplier is there. Here one recipient is there. This supplier will supply goods or services or both through the, he will bill. I won't bill. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But the customer will not make the payment to the supplier. Customer will make the payment to the, you may have a doubt. Why, sir? Customer can directly pay to the supplier. Why customer is paying to the? Because e-commerce operator have to get their commission. Yes, sir. Because it's a platform. Since you have listed in this platform, then only, sir, the customer knows that there is such a product. So eco is saying that customer, you pay to me 100 rupees. I will take my 5 rupees. Then balance 95 I will give to the supplier. Clarity? Yes, sir. Sir, then TCS provisions are operator. Whose operator? Shall deduct TCS while making payment to the other suppliers. Able to appreciate, sir. Sir, what is the rate of TCS, sir? What is the rate of TCS, sir? Sir, TDS, CGST 1%, SGST 1%, IGST 2%. Here, CGST, SGST, UTGST 0.25%. Under IGST 0.5%. So 0.25 plus 0.25 comes to 0.5. That's why under IGST it is 0.5%. Hello, sir. Sir, this is a beautiful chart, sir. Steps to determine whether eco is liable to collect tax. So, இத்தனை நேரம் நம்ம என்ன படிச்சோமோ அது அப்படியே வந்து என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. இங்க வா. You have to answer. Check yourself. Ensure yourself that you are thorough. Do you own, operate or manage an e-commerce platform? If yes, please come down. That means you are Amazon. Amazon. Hello, sir. No, sir. I don't have a e-commerce. I'm not an e-commerce operator, sir. Sir, no TCS liability, sir. Sir, I am an e-commerce operator, sir. I'm Amazon, sir. Next question to you. Whether the supplier make taxable supply through e-commerce operator, e-commerce platform. Answer will be what or what? Sir, no, sir. Then no TCS liability, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Then next question. Whether the consideration is collected by e-commerce operator. Answer may be yes, sir, or no, sir. If it is no, condition has not been satisfied. Then என்ன பிடிக்க வேணாம்? எதுல பிடிப்ப TCS? The consideration has been paid by recipient directly to the supplier. That means who has not received money at all. Then how e-commerce operator will collect TCS? Logic clear? No, sir. No, sir. I am an e-commerce operator, sir. Through me only goods or service or both has been supplied, sir. Sir, customer has paid consideration to me, sir. Again, one more question. Whether the following service are supplied through it? Transportation of passenger by radio taxi, motor cab, maxi or any other motor vehicle except omnibus. Transportation of passenger by omnibus except company suppliers, hotel accommodation club, unregistered supplier, housekeeping service like plumbing, carpentering, unregistered supplier, restaurant service other than restaurant located at specified premises, which is nothing but happier services. ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? H stands for housekeeping services, A stands for accommodation services, P stands for passenger transportation services, and R stands for restaurant services. If yes na, no TCS liability. Why? Because e-commerce operator is a person liable to pay GST. Clarity? Sir, no na, liable to collect tax on the net value. Net value. Net value. Tell me 3 times. Tell me. Net value. Net value. Net value of taxable supply is 0.25% CGST and 0.25% SGST or 0.5%. Sir, this is the summary for the TCS, sir. Sir, who is the person liable to collect TCS? E-commerce operator. What is the threshold limit? Nil. எதுவுமே சொல்ல இது வரைக்குமே. But TDS க்கு threshold limit இருக்கு. 2 lakh. Value on which TCS is to be computed on what value you have to apply 0.25? Net value. Net value. Net value. 3 times சொல்லு. Net value. Net value. What is the due date for deposit to the TCS to the government? 10th of the month succeeding the calendar month in which TCS has been collected. Correct? Sir, what do you mean by net value, sir? Nothing, man. Sales minus sales return. Net value means sales minus aggregate value of the taxable supply of what or what or what. Other than what services? Minus taxable supply return to the supplier. Hey, this is what salesman. This is what return? Sales minus sales return. Net value of taxable supply. Net value of? That's it. Chapter done. Two concepts done. One is TCS and other is what? Just 1 minute. You think, enna nadakudunu yosi. I will give you an example. You just think. You are the supplier of goods or services or both. You are supplying to either Modi government or you are supplying to Stalin government. That is central government or state government. Correct, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, you are supplying to a local authority, Greater Chennai Corporation, or you are supplying to a governmental agency, or you are supplying to other notified person. Government will notify. And the value of supply under a contract exceeds 2,50,000. The recipient is liable to deduct TDS under section 51 at the rate of 1% CGST, 1% SGST or 2% IGST. And whatever deducted TDS should come and sit in the electronic cash ledger of the supply. That's it. That's it. Maximum. Number 2, TCS. If you are supplying goods or services or both through e-commerce operator and the customer is paying consideration to the e-commerce operator and the e-commerce operator is paying to the supplier, then e-commerce operator is liable to collect TCS under section 52 at 0.25% CGST, 0.25% SGST or 0.5% IGST. Are you agree with me? Yes, sir. Sir, are you got an idea of 51 and 52? In 90 and 92, we will check. Look at here, man. Illustration number 1, I am going to check. Wow. Whether the rate of 1% notified under section 52. What is 52? Is CGST or SGST or a combination of both of CGST and SGST. First of all, TCS is equal to 52. Correct? Yes, sir. TCS, CGST and SGST. CGST 0.25. SGST point. IGST 0.5%. Correct? But what they are asking? 1%. Now is 1% limit there, not there? Not there. Hey, TCS or rate 1% kadayadu. It's an amendment for our examination. Till now it was this rate. So surely test in exam. Hello, sir. The rate of TCS as notified under the CGST Act is payable under the CGST and the equal rate of TCS is expected under the SGST Act also. In effect, aggregate to now, what is the total to total? 0.5%. Cut it and write it, man. Now the rate of TCS has been amended for examination. This is one of the amendment. Are you really with me? Come on. Illustration number 2. Is every e-commerce operator required to collect tax on behalf of actual supplier? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Every e-commerce operator is required to collect tax where consideration with respect to supply is being collected by the what commerce operator. However, no TCS is required to be collected in the following case. On supply of service notified under 9(5) of the CGST Act. Sir, if the service is a notified service, as the person liable to pay GST itself is e-commerce operator, please don't collect TCS. Right up. On exempt supply. Sir, exempt supply tax collect panna matta. TCS collect pandra, correct? On supply on which recipient is required to pay tax on what charge basis? That means if the recipient is the person who are liable to pay tax on reverse charge basis, why the e-commerce operator has to collect tax? Right. State whether the provisions relating to tax collected at source under section 52 of the CGST Act will be applicable. If Fitan Limited sells watch on its own through its own website. No, sir. Edhik sir TCS. Ena, yam website vadiya na vita enake na TCS collect panna vendiya. As per section 52, every e-commerce operator not being an agent shall collect an amount calculated at such rate not exceeding 1%. Sir, not exceeding 1%. இல்ல not exceeding 1% maximum 1% தான் இருக்கணும். புரியுதா? இப்போ இங்க பாரு calculated at such rate not exceeding 1%. As per act it should be maximum 1%. Wait பண்ணு. As may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council. அதுதான் 0.25%. Sir, as per section 52, maximum rate should be 1%. From time to time, they will change the rate. But now for our examination, the rate notified by government on the recommendation of the council is CGST 0.25%, SGST 0.25%. புரியுதா? நம்ம 1% carry பண்ணவே வேண்டாம். நம்ம 0.25 carry பண்ணா போதும். Right? Of the net value of taxable supply. What do you mean by net value? Sales minus sales return. Through it by other suppliers where the consideration with respect to such supply is to be collected by the yaru. So however, hence if the person sells his own goods, provisions pertaining to tax collector and source won't be applicable. A clarity. Sir, there is no onus of filing any monthly and annual statement by e-commerce operator. Examine the technical veracity of the statement by explaining relevant provision. Sir, we have understood that whatever TCS has been collected by the e-commerce operator should be paid within 10th of the next month. Right? This e-commerce operator is supposed to file return that immediately in the coming return chapter we'll discuss. Are you really with me? Because that is part and parcel of GSTR. I will come there. State whether the provisions relating to tax collected at source under 52 of the CGST will be applicable if ABC Limited, who is a dealer of Royal brand, sells watches through Flipkart, an e-commerce operator. Is TCS liable to be deducted? Sorry, is TCS liable to be collected? Yes, sir. As per 52, every e-commerce operator not being an agent shall collect an amount calculated at such rate not exceeding how much percent? As may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the council on the net value of taxable supply made through it by other suppliers, but the consideration with respect to such supply is to be collected by the, if ABC Limited, who is dealer of Royas brand, sells watches through Flipkart, then provisions of TCS will be applicable to Flipkart. Right, sir? That's it with regard to the concept of what and what. That's it with the revision of TDS and TCS, my dear lovable students. Sir, are you comfortable? Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, we just now completed the two topics. One is TDS and TCS. I just quickly go through the TDS. Once again, the concept TCS. Once again, the concept entering into returns. Sir, if there is supplier of goods or services or both is there, and if the recipient is central government or state government, recipient is local authority, a recipient is governmental agency, and if the recipient is notified person, if you are supplying goods or services or both to these people, and if the value of supply exceeds 2,50,000 under a contract, a recipient is liable to deduct TDS under section 51 based upon the nature of supply. Supply may be intrastate supply, supply may be interstate supply. If the supply is intrastate supply, CGST 1% and SGST 1%, sir, total IGST of 2%. Sir, when I explained that in the last lecture, I forgot to tell one important point on what TDS has to be deducted. On the value of supply, TDS has to be deducted. On the, for example, this is the invoice the supplier has given. For example, value of supply is equal to 5 lakh. Add CGST, add SGST. This is the bill they are giving. For example, 5 lakh into 18% is what the GST rate applicable now. 90,000 and 90,000. So total, sir, 5 lakh plus 1 lakh 80,000 comes to 6 lakh, and now the recipient is liable to deduct TDS on how much lakh? 5 lakh into either 1% or 5 lakh into 2%. That is 1% CGST, 1% SGST, separately will come. Okay, wow. That means 5 lakh into 1% comes to 5,000 rupees of CGST and 5,000 rupees of SGST or 10,000 rupees of IGST. Okay, wow. On this value of supply only TDS has to be deducted. In by the supplier, supplier will show the value of suppliers how much lakh 5 lakhs என்ன புரியுதா? Yes sir, for him the GST liability will be CGST and what SGST, total will be 90k and 90k will be totally payable to the department, right? On this 90k and 90k already TDS deducted 5,000 and 5,000, balance 85,000 he will pay from his pocket, right sir? This 5 and 5 will come and sit in the electronic cash ledger of the supplier, right sir? That's it. This is what the story. So you may have a doubt that on what value TDS has to be deducted, on the value of supply TDS has to be deducted. That's it. With regard to TCS, sir, if you are supplying goods or services or both through an e-commerce operator to a general public, then e-commerce operator, if they are getting the consideration and giving the consideration to the supplier, then e-commerce operator is supposed to collect TCS, right sir, at 0.25% and 0.25%. This is what the TCS provisions are all about. With this, I'm moving into the next, the last, sir, gigantic, important, very important chapter for exam called as returns. Beautiful chapter. Try to understand logically, then things will be very easy. Sir, first, what is return? It is a statement of information furnished by the taxpayer to tax administrators at regular intervals. That means, sir, you are a supplier of goods or services or both. You would have supplied lot of goods or services or both. Am I right? You are saying to the department that, my dear lovable students, during this tax period, I supplied this much goods, I supplied this much services, I collected this much tax, I paid this much tax. This is a tax I am ultimately liable to be paid. This is called as returns. It is a statement of information. Returns means a statement of furnished by the taxpayer, furnished by the to the tax administrator at regular intervals. Sir, filing of returns constitute the most important compliance procedure which enable the government tax administrator to estimate the tax collection for a particular period and determine the correctness and completeness of the tax compliance of the taxpayer. So according to government, filing of return is important, very important, very, very important, my dear lovable students. Because if you properly file the return, only government can ensure proper collection of taxes. Government can check whether whatever information provided by you is correct or not. So according to government, filing returns is a very important chapter. Hence, for ICAI also filing return is a very important chapter. What are the modes of filing return? Okay sir, you said that we have to file the return. Every registered taxpayer who are supplying taxable goods or service or both should file a return. How? What are the modes of file? What are the ways in which I can file the return? All the return are to be filed online. Now there is no concept of offline filing of return at all. Either through GSTN portal, GSTN, that is Goods and Services Tax Network portal, which is nothing but www.gst.gov.in. You can go to this website, you can file your return. Or offline utilities provided by GSTN. There are certain utilities or schema has been provided by GSTN. Through that, you can file your return. Or GST Suvidha providers called as GSP. GST Suvidha providers. These are the various platforms, various websites. You can go and you can file your GST returns. Right, sir? Alright, sir. Sir, furnishing details of outward supply. I'm starting one by one. The first section is section 37. First section is what section? You have to understand logically, otherwise you will be feeling so much difficult to carry this chapter. Sir, I am supplier of goods or services or both. I will make both outward supply and I will get inward supply. எனக்கு என்ன supply இருக்கும்? எனக்கு முதல்ல outward supply and inward supply. Inward supply இருந்தாதான் outward supply இருக்கும், right? What GST Act is saying that, sir, you just think of yourself when I am saying, I have to think of myself. So I am ANM, I am the supplier, right, sir? I will be doing outward supply. Outward supply means my sales. All my sales should be called as outward supply. All the outward supply should be furnished in section 37. Section, who is required to furnish the details of what supply? Outward supply. So return of outward supply of what and what? Goods and services to be filed by all registered person, including what registered person? If you are a registered person, including registered casual taxable person, everyone, your outward supply should be submitted. Simple. ஒரு லைன்ல சொல்லணும்னா, நீ registered person தானே, ரெண்டு ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணுவேன். ஒன்னு inward supply, ரெண்டாவது all your outward supply should be submitted. All your outward supply should be submitted under section 37. Under section, but these people are not supposed to file the outward supply. Number one, input service distributor. Number one, the logic is this guy will not have outward supply at all, because this guy has taken registration for the purpose of distribution of the credit, not for the purpose of collection of output tax. So they don't have output tax collected at all, outward supply at all. They are not supposed to file GSTR1, which is outward supply. Comfortable? Then NRTP. What TP? NRTP. Non-resident what person? Because non-resident taxable person are covered under the provisions of section 27. Special procedure for casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. Right? Sir, if you are in India, every month you can file, sir, GSTR1, GSTR2A, GSTR3B and all. But this NRTP and all comes once in a while in his entire life. Once in a while he comes in entire life. That means if he comes to India, if you are asking him to file GSTR1 outward supply, you file inward supply, you file this form, that form, they will get irritated. They want some simplified form, correct? So this section 37 will not be applicable to the NRTP. Next one, composition taxpayer. As per section 10, for composition taxpayer, GST will be collected based on the advances, illa turnover. So how much he is supplying to the outsider doesn't matter at all. On the turnover, he has to pay 1% or 5% or 1% as the. So composition taxpayer also need not file the what return? Outward supply return. Person deducting tax at source. 4 people are supposed to deduct tax at source. Am I right? 4 people are central government, state government, local authority, governmental authority, and notified person. They would have taken only TDS registration. They would have not taken the outward supply registration. Right? So they won't have outward supply at all. Right? And person collecting tax. Who's the person collecting tax? E-commerce operator. He would have collected only the TCS. Correct? Supplier of OIDAR, online information, data, access and retrieval services. They are located in what taxable territory? They are situated outside India, providing service to non-taxable what recipient? Online recipient. Then they are not supposed to file the GSTR1, which is the outward supply. Outward supply. These people will be called it as special people. What people? For special people, special returns will be applicable. For special people, special returns will be applicable. Understand logically. If you are a registered person, including registered casual taxable person, you are compulsory liable to furnish your outward supply under section 37 in form GSTR1. Purida. But these people are excluded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 people need not file the GSTR1. Number 1, ISD, NRTP, composition taxpayer, person liable to deduct TDS, person liable to collect TCS, supplier of OADR services located outside India, providing services to non-taxable online recipient. You know one thing, this itself will be a 2 to 3 mark question for exam. Who and all are not required to furnish their outward supply under section 31 in form GSTR1. Number 1, input service distributor, NRTP, composition taxpayer, person deducting tax at source, person collecting tax at source, supplier of OADR services located in non-taxable territory, providing services to non-taxable online recipient. Can I proceed? Just now, sir, what is the form for submission of details of outward supply? That means we understood that these people are not supposed to furnish their outward supply, but these people are supposed to furnish their outward supply. Am I right? In what form they have to furnish? They have to form in form GSTR1. Tell me form. A form for filing return of outward supply is form GSTR1. Form can be furnished electronically on the portal or through a facilitation center. That means either you itself can go to directly through the GST portal, you can, or through facilitation center. That means there are various centers where return filing will be happening. Hello, sir. So, are you a registered person, including a registered casual taxable person? Sir, do you have outward supply? This outward supplies has to be informed to the Government by filing form GSTR 1. Are you really with me? Come on, man. Sir, due date for submission of GSTR 1. So I understood that I will be having outward supply. If I am a registered person, including registered casual taxable person, I have to file GSTR 1. But these guys, these 6 people are not supposed to furnish GSTR 1. Input service distributor, non-resident taxable person, composition taxpayer, person deducting tax at source, person collecting tax at source, supplier of OADR services located in non-taxable territory, providing services to non-taxable online recipient. Comfortable? In what form you are supposed to furnish, sir? In GSTR, in form GSTR 1. It can be furnished either electronically on portal or through a... Now, very important, man. What is the due date for submission of GSTR 1? In a date la GSTR 1 file pannu. Registered person opting for QRMP scheme. What scheme? Quarterly return monthly payment. Tell me, quarterly return monthly payment. Tell me, quarterly return. That means I will file only on quarterly return. Quarterly return. That means I am having 4 quarters are there. Correct? Yes, sir. April, May. So, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. After the end of the first quarter, when the quarter will get over, June, sir, on 13th day of the month succeeding such quarter, and the particular quarter complete I 13th day of the month succeeding such quarter. That means April, May, June over. On July 13th, you are supposed to furnish the GSTR 1. Sir, next one, sir. July, August, September over. On October 13th, you are supposed to furnish the GSTR 1 for the second quarter. Appreciating? October, November, December. On Jan 13th, you are supposed to file the GSTR 1 for the third quarter. Right, sir? Then, sir, April, May, June. On April 13, you are supposed to file the GSTR 1 for the fourth quarter. Comfortable? So, you have to check whether you are traveling through the QRMP scheme or others. That means other than QRMP scheme. If it is QRMP scheme, let the quarter get over because quarterly return. Quarterly return. Correct? If it is quarterly return, let the quarter gets over. Once the quarter gets over, my dear lovable students, 13th of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter, you are liable to pay the return. Comfortable? And here others means 11th day of the month succeeding the set month. That means after April over, then May 11th. For the month of May, June 11th. For the month of June, July 11th. For the month of July, August 11th. For the month of August, September 11th. For the month of September, October 11th. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, just clearly understand. I will be going to deep dive into the returns chapter. We are going to understand one by one. I'm going to talk about the outward supply. If you are a registered person, 2 supplies you will be having. One is inward supply and other one is the... Sir, all the outward supply should be submitted to the government in as per section 37 in form GSTR 1. Correct? Sir, all registered person including casual taxable person are supposed to file the GSTR 1. Whereas, if you are input service distributor, if you are non-resident taxable person, if you are composition taxpayer, if you are person deducting tax at source, if you are person collecting tax at source, supplier of OADR services located in non-taxable territory, providing service to a non-taxable online recipient, these people are not supposed to furnish GSTR 1 because these people are special people. For special people, special returns will be applicable. Comfortable? Sir, question is, as per what form I am supposed to file the GSTR 1? Sir, I am supposed to file the GSTR 1 in form GSTR 1. Are you really with me? My outward supply is supposed to be furnished in form GSTR 1. Question arises, sir, when I am supposed to file the GSTR 1? It depends upon whether you are QRMP scheme or other than QRMP scheme. If it is QRMP scheme, it is what return? Quarterly return. Let the quarter get over. Are you really with me? That means, sir, 13th month of the succeeding month of the end of the quarter, right? Yes, sir. Even if it is other than QRMP scheme, the 11th day of the month succeeding such month, right, sir? Sir, listen to me, sir. You should understand there is an issue. If you understand the issue, then the thing is very easy. Sir, I adopted QRMP scheme. Don't talk 100% concentration should be there. No deviation. Sir, QRMP scheme, quarterly return monthly payment. Tell me. Sir, this QRMP scheme means, sir, I am having April, May, June, quarter number 1, July, August, September, quarter number 2, October, November, December, quarter number 3, and January, February, and March, quarter number 4. Do you know this, sir? Sir, actually, my dear lovable students, if you are traveling through QRMP scheme, it is quarterly return and monthly payment. Correct? Sir, this quarterly return means, sir, I am having April, I am having May, and I am having June. In this 3 months, will I make outward supply? Yes, sir. I will make what supply? Outward supply. Correct? All this outward supply, I am supposed to file GSTR1. Correct? This GSTR1, if I am a QRMP person, has to be filed on 30th day of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter. Correct? That means, my dear lovable students, sir, after April, May, June, July will come. On July 13th, for this 3 months, I will upload. If I upload on 13th of the month of what? July, regarding my outward supply of this April, May, and June, hello, sir, then to whom I have supplied? To whom I have supplied? Basically the recipient. If I am the supplier, counterparty, recipient will be there. For the recipient, he would have paid value of supply plus GST to me. Whatever GST he has paid, he want to take it as ITC. Whatever GST he has paid, he want to take it as ITC. So, my dear lovable students, whatever GST he has paid to me, you want to take it as ITC. In order to take it as ITC, as per section 16, subsection 2, 5 conditions should be satisfied. Possession of valid tax-paying document. I would have already issued the valid tax-paying document. And actual receipt of goods or services or both. I would have really supplied goods or service or both. Number 3, tax should be actually paid to the government. I would have already paid the tax to the government, because QR, which is quarterly return, but monthly payment, I would have paid the tax on a month-to-month basis, right? And fourth one is the, sir, filing return. Furnishing of return is one of the condition. I have not furnished any outward supply on April. I have not furnished any outward supply on May. I have not furnished any outward supply on July. Sir, all the outward supply return for April, May, and June. Since I am traveling through the QRMP scheme, I will file only on 13th of the July. Am I right? Then the supplier has furnished the return only on 13th of the July. Sir, my dear lovable students, my outward supply is the inward supply of the recipient. Are you really with me? My outward supply is the inward supply of the recipient. Am I right, sir? If the supplier files the what of income only, return of income, the direct tax. Sir, return only, the recipient is entitled to take the ITC. Since I am traveling through the QRMP scheme, I am liable to file the GSTR1 only 13th of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter. Yes, sir. That means April month I really supplied, made outward supply. Hello, sir. If I would have traveled through the normal route instead of QRMP route, I would have filed on 11th of the next month. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then the outward supply, that is the credit, hello, sir, would have been passed to the recipient on 11th of the next month itself. But since I am traveling through the QRMP scheme, I will not file my outward supply in April. I will not file my outward supply in May. I will not file my outward supply in June. I will be filing my outward supply only in the month of 13th of July. 13th of. So April month ITC, the recipient will get only in July. Sir, May month ITC, the recipient will get only in July. Getting the problem? For that, what government said that a supplier you transfer through QRMP scheme, no problem at all. You file the return on 13th of the succeeding month from the end of the quarter, no problem at all. That is your saugaryam. That is your ishtam. Sir, for your ishtam, others can't dance. Are you really with me? For your ishtam, Others can't dance. Sir, why the recipient has to get suffered? Because of sole reason that you are going to travel through QRMP scheme, right? Yes, sir. Sir, in order to reduce the time lag of the ITC to the recipient, are you getting it? Government introduced a concept called as IFF. Tell me. Invoice furnishing facility. Tell me. Invoice furnishing facility. What facility? Invoice furnishing facility. What facility? What government said that? What government said that? If you don't understand the concept, this will be very tough. If you understand the concept, yeah, nothing is there. Sir, I am the supplier. You are going to travel QRMP scheme. Sir, I am having April month, I am having May month, and I am having June month. Sir, the next quarter will start. The next quarter will be July. Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students, April month, May month, and June month. April month, May month, and June month. Right, sir? Once the April is over, don't wait till 13th of July to upload your GSTR1. Upload your GSTR. That's what a concept. Invoice furnishing facility for taxpayers opting for what scheme? QRMP scheme. If you opt QRMP scheme, your GSTR1, hello sir, is on 13th of the subsequent month after the end of the quarter only. There is no doubt about it. But there is an additional tool for you called as IFF. Called as what? What is this IFF? It is an optional facility. It is a, if you want, you use that IFF. If you want, you use that IFF. Okay, wa? Provided to quarterly taxpayers who are in what scheme? QRMP scheme. To file their details of what supply? Outward supply in the first 2 months of the quarter. So this QRMP will be available only for the first 2 months of the quarter, and QRMP will not be available for the third month. Why? Because for third month, fourth month, GSTR1 will open. Yes, sir. So for third month, I don't want the QRMP scheme. Ennapa. But for the first month and second month, I have to wait till the end of the third month. Right? So you can upload the outward supply in IFF. Between, very important, between the first day of the succeeding month, between the first day of the, till the 13th day of the succeeding month, till the 13th day of the, that means once the April is over means, sir, once the April is over means from May 1st, from May 1st till May 13th, sir, from 1st of May till 13th of May, you can start uploading the outward supply of the April through IFF. Once sir, May month is over, hello sir, from the 1st of June to 13th of June, you can, sir, you can start upload the outward supply of the May month. Purida. Anyway, from July, sir, for the month of June, anyway till 13th of the July, you will be filing GSTR1. First month you furnish, sir, IFF, second month you furnish IFF, third month you furnish GSTR1, right? Very important. Up to a cumulative value of rupees 50 lakh in each of the first 2 months of the quarter. Each of the 2 months of the quarter to pass on the credit to their what? Recipients. That means what they are trying to say is, I am the supplier. I decided to travel through QRMP scheme. Because of I decided to travel through QRMP scheme, no need to monthly file the GSTR1. What GST Act is saying that if you are going through the QRMP scheme, you are supposed to furnish only your GSTR1 after the end of the quarter within 13th of the next month. Clarity? If I do like this, my recipient will get real blow. Are you really with me? So for that, to safeguard the recipient, to reduce the delay in pass on the credit, they have introduced a concept called as IFF, Invoice Furnishing Facility. என்ன சொல்றான்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மந்த் முடிஞ்சா ரிட்டர்ன்லாம் ஃபைல் பண்ண வேணாம். ஏன்னா நீ எந்த ரூட்ல போயிட்டு இருக்க? QRMPல போயிட்டு இருக்க. ஒரு IFFனு ஒரு போர்ட்டல் ஓபன் பண்ணிருக்க. நீ அந்த ஏப்ரல் மந்த்ல ஃபுல்லா எவ்வளவு அவுட்வர்ட் சப்ளை பண்ணியோ, அடுத்த மாசம் 1ஆம் தேதியில இருந்து அடுத்த மாசம் 13ஆம் தேதி வரைக்கும் எல்லா இன்வாய்ஸ் அப்லோட் பண்ணி விட்டுரு. அருள் வித் மீ. தட்ஸ் இட், கேம் ஓவர். மே மாசம் நீ என்ன சப்ளை பண்ணியோ அது எல்லாமே ஜூன் மந்த் 1ஆம் தேதியில இருந்து ஜூன் மந்த் 13ஆம் தேதி வரைக்கும் அப்லோட் பண்ணிரு. அப்படி நீ அப்லோட் பண்ணாலே நீ ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ண மாதிரி. இந்த 2 மாசம் நீ ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ற பத்தியா, ஐஎஃப்எஃப் ஃபைல் பண்ற பத்தியா, அந்த ஐஎஃப்எஃப் திருப்பி எகெயின் நீ ஜிஎஸ்டிஆர் 1ல ஃபைல் பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றனே. அப்போ if you are traveling through IFF plus GSTR 1 route for the third month, just furnish the outward supply what is there in the June month. Clarity. But only thing is, sir, cumulatively for first and second month under IFF, you should not upload more than how much lakh? 50 lakhs. Maximum நீ எவ்வளவு lakhs தான் போடணும்? 50 lakhs தான் அப்லோட் பண்ணணும். அதுக்கு மேல அப்லோட் பண்ண கூடாது. Sir, what are the cases where a registered person is debarred from furnishing details of outward supply in either form GSTR 1 or form GSTR IFF? That means, are you a registered person? Are you making outward supply? If you making outward supply, you are supposed to furnish your outward supply as per section 37 in form GSTR 1 or IFF as the government is saying that உன் கூட இருக்கிற பஞ்சாயத்தே தேவையில்லடா, உன்னோட outward supply எனக்கு வேணாம். Don't furnish your outward supply. Don't furnish your. Look at here, man. Sir, registered person not allowed to furnish GSTR 1 or GSTR 1 or IFF. Number 1, return not furnished in form GSTR 3B for the what month? Preceding month. I am a normal taxable person, not QRMP person. Last month ke innu na enna file பண்ணல, GSTR 3B file பண்ணல. முதல்ல last month முடி, அதுக்கப்புறம் current month ஓட GSTR 1 file பண்ணிக்கோ. Clarity, sir? Are you able to appreciate, sir? What government is saying that if you are having pending returns, past pending returns, you will not be allowed to furnish the GSTR 1 of the current month. Can I proceed? Are you all really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, I am GSTR 1 or what? IFF. That means I am traveling through what scheme? QRMP scheme. I am a person opting for QRMP scheme, has not furnished GSTR 3B for the preceding what period? Tax period. I adopted QRMP scheme. I adopted. That means, sir, for me it's not last month, it is last quarter. Are you agree with me? For the last quarter, I have not furnished the return. I have not furnished the return. That means April, May, June over. Then by July 13th, I am supposed to furnish the GSTR 1. Yes, sir. Without furnishing that GSTR 1, I am coming to upload the IFF of the July month. Purida. Government is saying that தொலைச்சிருவேன். First clear all your pending assignments, then come to the new assignment. Can I proceed? Person to whom intimation has been issued under rule number 88C, unless is deposit the amount mentioned in intimation or furnishes a reply explaining reason for the what amount, unpaid amount, or person to whom intimation has been issued under rule 88D, unless is paid the amount of excess ITC mentioned in intimation or furnish a reply in respect of excess ITC, a registered person has not furnished the details of bank account as per provisions of rule 10A. I will tell you, man. Sir, last, either you may be, either you may not be traveling through QRMP scheme, you may be traveling through normal route. If you are traveling through other than QRMP scheme, your due date of payment of tax is on monthly basis, right? If the last month 3B is pending, current month you can't file the return. Nyayam? Sir, if you are a QRMP person, last month, if return is pending, then current quarters, no returns will be allowed to be updated. Point clear? Second condition, correcta புரிஞ்சுக்கோ. Last month you filed GSTR 1. Last month or quarter, whatever may be, you filed the GSTR 1. What is GSTR 1? Outward supply. And even you have filed the GSTR 3B also. 3B means monthly return. 3B means monthly return, which is outward supply plus inward supply. Ella சேர்த்தது monthly return. Adha NB 3B. But you clearly understand, in the GSTR 1 what you have furnished, you said that 50 lakh rupees was the outward supply. Yes, sir. But in GSTR 3B, you said that 30 lakh rupees is the outward supply. Is there any difference between GSTR 1 and GSTR 3B? நீ ஃபைல் பண்ண ரிட்டர்ன்ல நீயாவே தப்பா ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்க. Automatically computer, sir, find out this difference. Then computer have sent an intimation. Sir, person to whom intimation has been issued under rule number 88C. unless he deposit the amount mentioned in the what? Intimation. He deposit the amount mentioned in the intimation. Hello, sir. In GSTR1, you said that your outward supply is 30 lakh. But in GSTR3B, when you are filing, you are saying 50 lakh your outward supply. So, you would have paid output tax only for 30 lakh. But when it come to 3B, you declared as how much lakh? 50 lakh. That means you have increased the outward supply by Katra tax at 20 lakhs. Hello, sir. Either you have to pay tax for that 20 lakhs, or you should furnish a reply saying that, explaining the reason for the unpaid amount. Or you should say that, oh, sorry, sir. My accountant auntie is the every problem. She filed a wrong return. She filed a. If either that unpaid amount has not been paid, or not giving a proper reason, then current period return you can't file. Hello. Or, my dear lovable students, you have purchased a motor vehicle for the purpose of transportation of persons. For the purpose of transportation of persons. Is it allowed credit or blocked credit? Blocked credit, but you have taken ITC. Why? You don't study that chapter. You don't know what are the items of blocked credit. Or you forgot to revise that chapter. But government would ITC they will find out. Government is very strong. Hello, sir. Government find out. This is the eligible ITC. This is the ineligible ITC. Why have you taken this much ineligible ITC? Because of taken this ineligible ITC as ITC, your input tax credit increases. Since your input tax credit increases, your tax payable reduces. Right? Disqualify the ITC. Hello? Pay the tax. Like a love letter will come from the department. Person to whom intimation has been issued. Under rule number 88D sub rule 1. Unless he pays the amount of excess ITC. Either you pay the excess ITC mentioned in intimation, or furnishes a reply in respect of excess ITC, or you say that is not a blocked credit, that is a allowed credit. You prove to us that with that motor vehicle you are doing transportation of passengers. Hello, sir. You are Ola, you are Uber. Sir, ITC is allowed, sir. Hello, sir. Or you are using that motor vehicle for imparting motor driving skills. Hello, sir. ITC is allowed, sir. Or you are using that motor vehicle for further supply of such motor vehicle. ITC is allowed, sir. Like why thora? Ida the explanation kudu. Ongita sir solla. Like that, he is asking. Either I should, sir, accept. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. My auntie had done a mistake, sir. Because of that, even ineligible amount also she has taken as ITC. Then pay that amount now along with the interest. Or you give an explanation saying that why there is a difference. If I don't pay the amount, if I don't open my mouth, current period, I can't file the return. My return filing option will be blocked. முதல்ல பழச தெளிவு பண்ணு. Hello. Number 3, at the time of taking registration itself, we told that you have to furnish the bank account details. You have to furnish the. Sir, registered person has not furnished the details of what account. As per the provisions of Rule 10A, you have not updated the bank account details in the GST portal. Return filing facility for the current period will be blocked. Right? This may be a 3 to 4 mark question for examination. What are the circumstances in which the outward supply or the IFF of the current period will be blocked? Hello? One circumstance. If you are a normal person, if you don't file the last month 3B, first file that. If you are, sir, GSTR1 or GSTR1 or IFF with regard to QRMP. If you are a QRMP person, not furnish the GSTR 3B for the last quarter, tax period, basically quarter. Or You filed last GSTR1, GSTR3B. It is not at all matching. It is playing like this. We send an intimation. Either pay the tax and clear that intimation, or give an explanation, or you have claimed excess ITC. We send an intimation, pay that excess ITC, or give the explanation, or you have not attached the bank account details. You will be blocked in furnishing the what kind of details of outward supply are required to be furnished in GSTR1 or GSTR1A and IFF. So GSTR1, GSTR1A and IFF. Hello, sir. What information you should provide? You know information regarding outward supply. Sir, details to be furnished through IFF. Outward what supply? Taxable supply. There will be two things will be there. B2B supply. What supply? B2B, B2B. B2B means business to business. You tell me. I am a QRMP person. Am I liable to furnish monthly return? Yes, no, solle. No, sir. Am I liable to furnish quarterly return? Yes, sir. Am I liable to furnish GSTR1? Yes, sir. When? 13th of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter. But there is an option to me not to disturb my recipient called as IFF, which is Invoice Furnishing Facility. This IFF is to safeguard supplier or recipient. What type of recipient? Registered person, because only a registered person can take ITC. Correct? So as a supplier, I would have made B2B or I would have made B2C. Hello, sir. This B2C, wait till GSTR1. This B2B, I will upload in IFF. Are you all really with me? That's the logic. They are saying that you can upload through IFF. Another? Outward taxable supply of only dash to dash B2B. Don't upload B2C. Don't upload through. It may be interstate supplies or whether it is interstate supply or whether it is intrastate supply. Since the recipient is a registered person, since the recipient want to take it as an ITC, invoice-wise details of all supply to be uploaded. Don't upload consolidated details and all. If you upload consolidated details, recipient can't take it as ITC. Correct? Because the purpose of IFF itself is to claim ITC. So you have to upload in IFF dash wise. First of all, in IFF, only registered person's invoice should be uploaded. That too dash wise. Sometimes as per section 34, you would have raised the debit note or credit note also. Debit note, credit note issued during the month for such invoice issued previously to be uploaded. So in IFF, invoice can be uploaded. In IFF, debit note can be uploaded. In IFF, credit note can be uploaded. Are you able to appreciate what I am talking to you? That means, who will upload the details through IFF? Supplier who are adopting dash scheme, QRMP scheme. He would have supplied to B2B, B2C. What he has to upload? B2B he has to upload. That too, how he have to upload? Invoice wise he has to upload. Right, sir? And there may be dash note, debit note, credit note. Sir, any debit note or credit note also should be uploaded. Right? Sir, after the end of the third month, on 13th of the next month, he can furnish GSTR1 or GSTR1A. What is 1A? Well, wait. We are going into that. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Come on. In GSTR1 or GSTR1A, dash supply could be uploaded. Dash to dash supply. B2B supply, B2C supply. Sir, B2B already I uploaded in IFF. எத்தனை மாசத்துக்கு? அப்ப மூணாவது மாசத்தோட இது GSTR1ல தானே போடணும். ரைட்டா? 2 மாசத்துக்கு நீ IFF போடணும்னு கம்பல்ஷன் கிடையாது. என்னதான் நீ வேணும்னா போட்டுக்கோ, எங்களுக்கு பிரச்சனை இல்லை. நீ ஐஎஃப்எஃப் போடலன்னு சொல்லி நாங்கள் பெனால்ட்டி வாங்க மாட்டோம். ஆனால் ஜிஎஸ்டிஆர் 1 போடலைன்னா கத்தி எடுத்து குத்திடுவோம். கம்ஃபர்டபுள்? ஆர் யூ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் வாட் ஐ எம் டாக்கிங்? அப்போவா சார் இந்த ஜிஎஸ்டிஆர் 1 ஆர் 1A B2B supply. What supply? It may be interstate supply or whether it is interstate supply or intrastate supply, the recipient need ITC. Please upload on what basis? Invoice wise details of all supply to be uploaded. Hello? Whereas what to see supply? The recipient does not need the invoice to take ITC. So you have to check that whether it is interstate supply or if it is interstate supply, invoice value more than 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, amendment. Hello sir, will be testing in examination. Supplier, outward supply? Yes sir. Sir, B2B, invoice wise. B2C, classified into 2 category. Intrastate supply, interstate supply. If it is what state supply? Invoice more than, invoice wise details to be uploaded. Interstate. Interstate. Sir, you are registered person, but the recipient is a unregistered person. Hello. But the value of supply exceed 1 lakh. Invoice wise. Sir, but the invoice is less than or equal to 1 lakh will be tested in exam. Hello. Dash wise. State wise, rate wise. Tell me. State wise, rate wise. That means I will tell you very important amendment. I am in Tamil Nadu. I am supplying to Kerala. In Kerala, there are unregistered persons are there. Sir, there are so many supply less than or equal to. Hello sir. Into the Kerala, I will club everything. Adila 5% எவ்வளோ, 18% எவ்வளோ, 12% எவ்வளோ, 28% எவ்வளோ. That means, sir, rate wise, I have to consolidated details to be uploaded. Clarity? Next one, sir. Dash state supply. I am situated in. I supply to the people of who are unregistered person. So it's a dash supply to me. Outward supply to me. Those outward supply has to be uploaded in GSTR 1 na. Is it B2B or B2C? B2C. Then dash wise. Adilane state wise. Niye irukkiradha or state la thane. Yes sir. Consolidated details of all invoice to be uploaded. Hello. So come on. Are you a registered person? Do you have outward supply? What are the different format or form in which you have to upload the outward supply? Number 1, GSTR 1. IFF, GSTR 1. Number 1, GSTR 1. Number 2, IFF. Number 3, GSTR 1. What is GSTR 1? Outward supply. Section 37. Yes sir. அதில் என்ன இருக்கலாம், B2B இருக்கலாம், B2C இருக்கலாம். If it is N to B2B, whether it is intrastate or interstate, upload invoice wise because recipient want ITC. That's it, game over. If it is B2C, classified into 2 category, interstate, intrastate, right sir? If it is what state, check the value of supply more than 1 lakh invoice wise, less than or equal to 1 lakh, state wise, rate wise. Able to appreciate? Sir, it's a dash state supply. Intrastate supply. Only what wise? எதுக்கு state wise? ஒரு state தான் இருக்கு. நீயே அந்த stateல தான் இருக்க. Clarity. I'm coming to the most expected question of this attempt. GSTR 1A. Amendment of GSTR 1 for the what period? Current period. Earlier and all know, once you furnish GSTR 1, any mistake in that, you have to forget that mistake. யாருதான் தப்பு இல்லாம ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்றா? Yes sir. So after you furnish the GSTR 1, sir, it is a dash facility. There is no need that after every month GSTR 1 you filed mandatory, you have to file the GSTR 1A. Yes, sir. Nothing. Section 139 subsection 5, sir, revised return is equal to GSTR 1A. That is after you furnish the GSTR 1, if there any revision, omission, wrong statement, revise the return. To add what record? Which taxpayer missed out while filing the form GSTR 1. That means when you file the original GSTR 1, ante missed certain information. After you furnishing GSTR 1, ante is coming and saying that any information I missed. Hello, sir. Then, or to amend records which were already reported in the same period in GSTR 1. Either ante missed to show certain information, or ante showed but it contains some mistake. Hello? Or after furnishing GSTR 1 for a what period? Tax period, but before filing GSTR 3B for the said what period? Tax period. This is the time of filing GSTR 1A. Hello? இங்க பாரு தெளிவா இருக்கணும் ரொம்ப தெளிவா இருக்கணும். I may be a QRMP person. I may be other than QRMP person. Right, sir? If I am a QRMP person, my status is quarterly return. Then I am supposed to, sir. Sir, I'm not talking about payment, monthly payment. That is payment of tax. Don't worry. Yes, sir. Now I'm talking about return chapter. I'm worried only about the quarterly return. Right? Sir, you are not talking about monthly payment. Varanda, wait pandra. I don't really with me. Quarterly return. 13th of the succeeding month from the end of the quarter. After the end of the quarter, next month will come. In that month, 13th will be there. By that time, you are supposed to furnish your GSTR 1. Right, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, I am not a QRMP person. Then, 11th of the succeeding month from the end of the month. Are you really with me? So, normal person இருந்தா இந்த மாசம் முடிச்சு அடுத்த மாசம் 11ஆம் தேதி. QRMP person இருந்தா குவார்ட்டர் முடிச்சு அடுத்த மாசம் 13ஆம் தேதி. கரெக்ட்டா? After I furnish the GSTR 1, then only I can furnish the GSTR 3B. Sir, after I furnish the GSTR 1, before I furnish the GSTR 3B, if there is any mistake in the GSTR 1 furnished, can be rectified through GSTR 1A. That's what GSTR 1A. It's a dash facility. Either to add new records which taxpayer missed out while filing in GSTR 1. That means when the assessee files the GSTR 1, he missed out certain information. Hello, sir. Or to amend records which were already reported in the same period in form GSTR 1. I showed there, but I missed it. I wrongly showed. Only na kaatave illa. Letappa kaatita. Edule GSTR 1. Then after furnishing GSTR 1 for a tax period, but before filing GSTR 3B for the said tax period, you can file a GSTR 1A. So in exam, they will ask a question. Mr. Deepan has furnished the GSTR 1. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Since he is busy with, not she, since he is busy with his personal, sir, commitments, he was, sir, not able to furnish the GSTR 1 properly. Is there any option available to him for 2 mark? Yes, sir. He can furnish GSTR. If yes, what is the time limit to avail that option? After furnishing the GSTR 1, before furnishing the GSTR 3B, he can furnish the comfortable. Sir, rectification of errors in GSTR 1 filed for what period? Previous period. Sir, very clearly understand. First, I have to file the GSTR 1 na. I have to file first GSTR 1. Sir, mistake. Omission. I can file the GSTR 1A. Is GSTR 1A lifelong open or only till filing the GSTR 3B? Only till filing the GSTR 3B. After filing GSTR 3B, I came to know that, that is mistaken. GSTR, that can be rectified. That can be. So, even after filing the 3B, if there is a mistake in GSTR 1, I can rectify. And the cycle gap na 1A. If that cycle gap over na, that is within 3B na, GSTR 1A. After 3B na, this provision. Come on. Particulars furnished in GSTR 1 of the prior period can be amended. Can be by way of amendment table given in GSTR 1 of the what period. So first is GSTR 1. Then any mistake in GSTR 1, GSTR 1A, file the GSTR 3B, go to the next month's GSTR 1. At that time, old month GSTR 1 can be amended. But what is the maximum time period? Sir, after 5 years, I am coming and saying that there is a mistake in GSTR 1. Sir, with such amendments are permissible is earlier 30th day of the November. 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is earlier. Somewhere we have heard this time limit. Brilliant. Time limit for availment of ITC, section 16, subsection 4. Section 16, subsection 4 is the time limit for availment of ITC, 30th day of the November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. Hello. Clear? That means, sir, current month mistake, I want to, sir, rectify in current month itself. Before filing GSTR 3B, don't worry, you can file GSTR 1A. First put GSTR 1, outward supply details, mistakes are there. File GSTR 1A, file GSTR 3B. And the time I put sir mistake sir after finishing GSTR 3B, you can amend the GSTR 1 of the earlier period. But for that, is there any time limit? 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of furnishing the annual return, whichever is. Sir, during this current period, sir, I don't have any outward supply at all. Sir, in the business, sir, still whether I am liable to file GSTR 1? Yes. What GSTR 1? Filing of GSTR 1 is mandatory for all normal and casual taxable person, even if there is no business activity in particular what period. Even though there is no outward supply, still you are supposed to file the nil GSTR 1 by way of sending a message to the government of India. No need to file the return. You can send a message that Haida, Baida, no business da, hence no GSTR 1 da. Like that you can send. Are you really with me? Hello, sir. This is the story with regard to the outward supply. With this outward supply comes to an end. Sir, in the coming slot, we can enter into the inward supply. Are you really with me? Can I consolidate whatever we have talked till now? Sir, come on, sir. Section 37 is the outward supply. Section 37 is saying that GSTR 1 has to be filed by all registered person, including casual taxable person. But these 6 people are not supposed to file their GSTR 1, like input service distributor, NRTP, composition taxpayer, person deducting tax source, person collecting tax source, supplier of OAD services located in non-taxable territory, providing services to non-taxable online recipient. Right, sir? You are supposed to furnish the outward supply in form GSTR 1, right, sir? If you are a QRMP person, 13th day of the succeeding month or the succeeding month after the end of the quarter or 11th day of the month succeeding the said month. Hello, sir. Sir, you are having an additional facility called as IFF. It is an optional facility provided to quarterly taxpayers who are in QRMP scheme to file the details of outward supply in the first 2 months of the quarter between the first day of the succeeding month till the 13th of the succeeding month up to a cumulative value of 50 lakh in each of the first 2 months of the quarter to pass on the credit to the recipient. Everyone, are you able to appreciate? What are the cases where, sir, the furnishing of the GSTR 1 or IFF will be blocked? Sir, return not furnished in form GSTR 3B for the preceding month or GSTR 1. Sir, person opting for QRMP scheme has not furnished GSTR 3B for preceding tax period or person to whom the intimation has been issued under Rule 88C or person to whom intimation has been issued under Rule 88D sub Rule 1 or registered person has not furnished the details of the bank account as per the provisions of Rule number 10A. Sir, what kind of information you will furnish in IFF? Only the information which are B2B and not B2C, correct? Whether it is interstate supply or intrastate supply, I will be uploading invoice-wise because the recipient want to take it as ITC. Sir, what and all information you will be furnishing in GSTR 1 or GSTR 1A? Sir, it may be B2B supplies or B2C supplies. If it is B2B supplies, my dear lovable students, whether it is interstate or intrastate, since the recipient want the ITC, I will be upload on invoice basis. Whether it is, sir, B2C supplies, I will classify the supply into interstate supply and intrastate supply. If it is interstate supply, I will check that whether the value of supply exceeds 1 lakhs na invoice wise. Otherwise, state-wise, rate-wise, state-wise, rate-wise, state-wise, rate-wise. With regard to intra-state supply, irrespective of the value, rate-wise, I have to upload. Comfortable, sir? This is a sure shot 2 to 3 mark question for exam. GSTR1A is an optional facility to add new records which taxpayer missed out while filing in form GSTR1, or to amend records which were already reported in the same period in the GSTR1. After furnishing GSTR1 for a tax period, but before filing GSTR3B for the said tax period, you can do. Sir, but if the GSTR3B time limit is over before filing the annual return, you are having another opportunity to rectify the mistake what you have provided in the GSTR1. The maximum time period is 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. Even though there is no outward supply for you, still you are supposed to furnish the GSTR. That's it with regard to one section of the returns chapter called as section 37. This is the most lengthiest section. Hello, sir. Don't expect that every section will be like this and all. Nothing. This is the most lengthiest section because inside IFF is also there. Now GSTR 1A is also there. Otagriya. Look at man. GSTR NSR section 38. Only this much is there. That's it. Then I can quickly talk about GSTR 2A and 2B. What is 2A and what is 2B? Correct, sir? 2 pages, 38 done. Then I can come to section 39. What is 39? Furnishing of returns. Onnulada, sir, section 37 is the outward supply. Section 38 is the inward supply. Outward supply plus inward supply is monthly return. That is what section 39. Right, sir? Yes, sir. That's what GSTR 3B. Your monthly return, everything of a month will be filed in GSTR 3B, which is as per section 39. This is 139 filing return of income. Varun 39 IDT. And the IA cut pannitanga. I don't really with me. Up 39 came. I don't really with me. Then you are having GSTR 3B is there, GSTR 4 is there, GSTR 5 is there, GSTR 7 is there. Because for special people, special return. The special return is discussing here. Like composition taxpayer. They have omitted there. Correct? NRTP. They omitted there. TDS person. They omitted there. Correct? And we are having exclusion. Don't worry at all. We will be talking about all these things. You will be, sir, loving all this. And opting out of QRMP scheme, we'll be talking about QRMP, then form GSTR 4 for composition dealer. What is the story? We'll be talking for NRTP, GSTR 5. We'll be talking. Don't worry at all. Sir, TDS persons, sir, 4 people. GSTR 7 will be talking. Don't worry at all. Sir, what are the payment of tax under QRMP? Someone was asking quarterly return. Okay, where is the monthly payment? Sir, there you are having fixed sum method and self-assessment method. And if it is method number 1, fixed sum method, how to proceed, and method number 2, self-assessment method, how to proceed. We'll be talking about and rectification of errors and the other returns or statement like first return, statement of tax collected at source, final return, annual statement, self-reconciliation. That's it. And details of inward supply of persons having UNM. That's it. We'll be finish it off. This is a chapter we can't take a risk. This is a chapter where you should mandatorily learn, because with God's grace, if you clear CA Inter, the next step will be articleship. In articleship, you will be filing the returns. At that time, I don't know, sorry sir, outward supply means GSTR1. What are you going to do with your life? Your life will be so much miserable. Don't make it so much miserable. Already it is. Learn this chapter properly. I'm with you from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? We'll come for another one more session to do the another one part of the returns. And with maybe 1 or 2, we'll finish it off this part. Comfortable. Sir, very happy morning to all. Sir, in the last slot, we started talking about the chapter returns. Sir, return is a document, is an information submitted by the taxpayer to the tax authorities, saying that this much is my outward supply, this much is my inward supply, and also you are saying to the tax authorities are there, this is a tax collected, tax payable, eligible ITC, ineligible ITC, everything. So, what we have talked only also about the outward supply under section 37. Section 37 is outward supply. What supply? If you are a registered person, including a registered casual taxable person, please file the outward supply. Please file the. But these people are not required to file the outward supply, such as input service distributor, non-resident taxable person, composition taxpayer, person deducting tax at source, person collecting tax at source, supplier of OADR services located in non-taxable territory, providing services to the non-taxable online recipient. Right, sir? These people are not liable to file the GSTR 1. Right, sir? Sir, form already palavati nane solid hai. The form to furnish the outward supply is the form GSTR 1. It depends upon who you are, whether you are a QRMP person or other than QRMP person. If you are a QRMP person, sir, after the end of the quarter, then 13th day of the month succeeding such quarter is the due date for furnishing the returns. If you are other than QRMP, 11th day of the month succeeding said month. Right, sir? Sir, since the QRMP person will file the GSTR1 only on 13th of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter, the recipient will be disturbed because of non-availability on the pass on the ITC credit. So there is a concept called as IFF. IFF stands for Invoice Furnishing Facility. It is an optional facility provided to what return? Quarterly taxpayers who are in what scheme? QRMP scheme. To file the details of the outward supply in the first how much months? 2 months of the quarter. Between first day of the succeeding month till the 13th day of the succeeding month. Up to a cumulative value of only how much lakh? 50 lakhs in each of the first 2 months of the quarter to pass on the credit to their recipient. Don't hear, repeat along with me. Yes, sir. So, my dear lovable students, in genuine, sir, if the cases are not genuine, outward supply, certain people should not be uploaded. That is called as GSTR1 and GSTR1 or IFF. Correct? If you are a normal person, if you don't file the outward supply, that is GSTR3B monthly return, current month outward supply you cannot furnish. Right? If you are a, sir, QRMP person, my dear lovable students, sir, person opting for QRMP has not furnished GSTR3B for the preceding what period? Tax period. Or you have already furnished GSTR1 and GSTR3B, but the outward supply mentioned under the two documents are not matching. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Then you will get an intimation. Sir, you have not paid the tax for that intimation, or you have not given proper response. Are you really with me? If that is the case, you will not be allowed to file the GSTR1. Right, sir? Or you have claimed excess ITC. Whatever ITC you are entitled to claim, you have claimed excess ITC. Then you will get an intimation saying that because of claimed ineligible ITC, that ineligible ITC you make added to output tax liability along with the interest. Or give us a proper explanation that why you have availed the excess ITC. Are you really with me? Or you have not furnished the bank account details which are provided under 10A, provisions of rule number 10A, without updating the bank account details. My dear lovable students, we will not allow you to file the GSTR1. Right, sir? Sir, what information I am supposed to furnish in IFF? In IFF, only B2B supplies has to be mentioned. Because the purpose of IFF itself is to, sir, claim ITC to the recipient. Right? Since, sir, the recipient is a registered person in IFF, consolidated, state-wise, rate-wise information is not permitted. Only invoice-wise information is permitted. Comfortable? Sir, we are having GSTR1 and GSTR1A. This GSTR1A is an amendment, my dear lovable students. What GSTR1A is saying that, sir, if you are having outward taxable supply in your GSTR1A, you can, sir, you have to furnish your outward taxable supply. That outward taxable supply may be B2B supply or B2C supply. Right? B2B supply, whether it is intrastate or interstate, should be submitted invoice-wise. Right, sir? Whereas B2C supply, it may be interstates or intrastate. With regard to interstate supply, if the invoice value is more than 1 lakh, invoice-wise details to be uploaded. If the invoice says is less than or equal to 1 lakh, state-wise, rate-wise, consolidated details to be uploaded. Right, sir? With regard to intrastate supply, rate-wise, consolidated details of all invoice to be uploaded. This is a mandatory question for the coming examination, GSTR1A. Earlier, after furnishing the GSTR1, you are not supposed to revise the GSTR1, but that is permitted under GSTR1A. So, it's a dash facility. Option, it's an option. If you want, you can revise the return. It's not a mandatory in nature, right? Either to add new records with the taxpayer missed out while filing GSTR1. In GSTR1, you have showed only 50 sales, but there are really 52 sales are there. That extra 2 sales can be furnished through GSTR1A. Or to amend the records, You already shown 50 sales or 52 sale. In that 52 sales, sir, 10 lakh rupees sale, you have shown it as 1 lakh. So there is a short, sir, information of 9 lakh. So you can amend that. Were already reported in the same period in form GSTR1. After furnishing GSTR1 for a tax period, but before filing GSTR3 before the said tax period. That means after you furnish GSTR1, before you furnishing GSTR3, in this cycle gap, whatever amendments are there in GSTR1 can be made in GSTR1A. Right, sir? If you miss that bus, my dear lovable students, if you want to rectify any mistake what is there in GSTR1, then it can be rectified within 30th November of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the annual return, whichever is. Sir, even though there is no outward supply, still you are supposed to furnish nil GSTR1. That facility can be adopted by sending a message instead of filing a return. That is also permissible. We have to move into section 38 because section 37 is the outward supply and section 38 is the inward supply. I will come to section 38, that 1 or 2 pages discussion after I discuss the remaining section because section 38 is a connected section. Okay? You should know certain background. That's why I'm doing the remaining part. I will come to the 2 pages of section 38. So 39 is what my target. Come on. Return form under section 39. Understand very clearly. Be with me. Just you listen. Repeat along with me. That is what your duty is all about. Section 37 is outward supply. Section 37. Section 38 is inward supply. Section 38. Section 39 is the return. Section 39 is the, sir, we are having various forms of returns are there. Under section 39, depends upon person to person, return form will change. If you are a normal person, GSTR 3B. If for a normal person, for all registered person, GSTR 3B. For all registered person, GSTR. For composition taxpayer, that is section 10 root, GSTR 4. GSTR upon 9 root GSTR 3B, 10 root GSTR 4. Sir, I am a non-resident taxable person. I am a non-resident taxable person. GSTR 5. GSTR 5. Sir, for TDS, tax deducted at source, GSTR 7. Sir, tax deducted at source, GSTR 7. Are you really with me? My dear lovable students, tell me, sir, normal person, GSTR 3B, composition taxpayer, GSTR 4, NRTP, GSTR 5, TDS, GSTR 7. Repeat once again. Sir, normal person, GSTR 3B, composition taxpayer, GSTR 4, NRTP, GSTR 5, TDS, GSTR 7. Right, sir? Sir, even though you are a normal taxable person covered under section 9, sir, these people are not supposed to file GSTR 3B like input service distributor. Number 1. NRTP, tell me. Composition taxpayer. Because for composition taxpayer, GSTR 4 will be applicable. Right, sir? Person deducting TDS. Because GSTR 7 will be applicable, hence 3B will not be applicable. Right? Person collecting tax at source. That is what commerce operator? E-commerce operator. Am I right, sir? Supplier of OADR services located in non-taxable territory, providing services to non-taxable online recipient. Right, sir? My dear lovable students, these people are special people. These people are special people are not supposed to furnish GSTR 1. Special people are not supposed to furnish GSTR 3B also. For special people, special return. Special people, special return. You have to get who are the special people. Number 1, input service distributor. Number 2, NRTP. Number 3, composition taxpayer. Person deducting TDS. Right, sir? Next one, sir. Person collecting tax at source. Then supplier of OIDAR. These are what people? Special people. These are what people? Special people. Special returns. Special people. First person. Tell me. Yaar, enna person? Special people. Number 1. Input service distributor. Are you able to see? So this is number 1. Input service distributor. Number 2. Two people, man. TDS bar TCS. Tell me, TDS bar, are you liable to deduct TDS under section 51? Let me ask you a question. Who is liable to deduct TDS under section 51 of the GST Act? Government or local authority? Central government or state government? Local authority, governmental agency, any other notified person. These people are the people liable to deduct under the GST Act. Who is the person liable to collect TCS? E-commerce operator. Comfortable? So these people don't file GSTR 1, don't file GSTR 3B. Are you really with me? Number 1, input service distributor. Number 2, TDS bar TCS. I'm moving to the next third one, man. Sir, NRTP. Tell me. NRTP. Tell me. Sir, next one, sir. Composition taxpayer. Fourth one is what? Composition taxpayer. Tell me. Fifth one, sir. OIDAR. Anjavadal Anjuvartha. Are you really with me? Upper number 1, input service distributor. Rendaவது ரெண்டு பேர். TDS bar TCS. Right, sir. Next one, sir. Composition taxpayer. Composition. Ayo. NRTP. Okay, I'll change the order, man. I'll change the order for a better understanding. Number 1, ISD. Number 2, composition dealer. Composition, ரெண்டாவது ரெண்டு வார்த்தை. Composition, மூணாவது மூணு வார்த்தை. That is என்னன்னா TDS bar TCS. நாலாவது நாலு வார்த்தை. NRTP. அஞ்சாவது அஞ்சு வார்த்தை OIDR. Are you tell with me? Yes, sir. I wrongly said. Number 1, input service distributor. Number 2, composition dealer. Number 3, TDS bar TCS. Number 4, NRTP. And number 5, OIDAR. Are you tell with me? For these people, no GSTR 1. For these people, no GSTR 3B. Can you proceed, sir? Okay, sir. Sir. What is the due date for furnishing form GSTR 3B, sir? GSTR 3B can be filed either monthly or quarterly, sir. This quarterly is called as QRMP, sir. Quarterly return, monthly payment. And due date for filing as follows, sir. Sir, monthly GSTR 3B. Tell me. On or before 20th of the month succeeding the month for which a return is furnished. For example, April month na May 20. Sir, May month na June 20. For June month na July 20. July month na August 20. Are you really with me? And quarterly GSTR 3B on or before either 22nd or 24th of the month depending upon the state. Succeeding the quarter which the return is in case of a taxpayer opting for QRMP scheme. Picturize it. You may be a QRMP person or you may be other than QRMP person. If you are a QRMP person, ni monthly GSTR 3B no need to file. You are supposed to file return on a quarterly basis. Correct? Let the April, May, June over. After that, in July, either 22nd or 24th as a case may be. Either 22nd or 24th as a case may be. Are you really with me? Comfortable, sir? Are you really with me, sir? Sir, I am not traveling through the QRMP scheme. I am traveling through the normal route. That means every month I am supposed to file the return. Then let that month over. Then next month 20th. The next month? Let the month over. Then next month 20th. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. This is the time limit to file the GSTR 3B. So in your notebook or somewhere you write, man, sir, GSTR 3B time limit classified into two categories. QRMP other than QRMP. If it is QRMP, either 22nd or 24th as the other than QRMP, 20th of the next month. 20th of the next month. Are you really with me? Now I am going to talking about QRMP scheme, quarterly return monthly payment. Till now, we have not talked about the QRMP. We are going to talk about QRMP. Important, very important, very, very important for examination from the return chapter. Pakka? Very easy only. Sir, it's an optional return filing scheme. After you taken registration, if you are feeling that filing returns is very headache, sir, following procedure aspects monthly is very headache. I just want your help. You just, sir, come here. Sir, this is the month of April. Be with me. For the month of April, I can travel as a normal person or QRMP person. Correct? I am going to travel as a normal person. Then first section 37 will be applicable. Am I right, sir? As per section 37, my dear lovable students, first I am supposed to file GSTR 1. GSTR 1 under section what 7? 37. This is my primary responsibility. Is there any time limit to file GSTR 1? Yes, sir. Sir, I am talking about normal person. Okay, for a normal person, what is the time limit to file? 11th of the... So, if it is April, after April, this April is going by here. From here, 11th of the succeeding month, na May. By 11th May, every next month, 11th, you are supposed to furnish the GSTR 1, which is what supply? Outward supply. Right, sir? Once I file my outward supply is your inward supply. Your outward supply is my inward supply. That means one party furnishes the what supply? Outward supply. Automatically it will become inward supply. Right? So that will be reflected in GSTR 2A, GSTR 2B under section 38. Under section. This we have not discussed. What is 2A, 2B we have not discussed. Right? It's a auto-populated statement. It's a auto-populated statement means the supplier's outward supply is the recipient's inward supply. Right? Yes, sir. Repeat pannunga. Hello, sir. My dear lovable students, it's a auto-populated statement. What statement? That means the supplier's outward supply is the recipient's inward supply. Right? Sir, my dear lovable students, so after 11th of the May, GSTR 2A and GSTR 2B will auto-populated. Because if the supplier supplies the outward supply, then only GSTR 2A, 2B will start populated. That's it, fantastic to the core. Coming to the third one, my dear lovable students, sir, we are having another called as GSTR 3B. This is as per section 39. As per section, I am not talking about QRMP as of now. I am talking about normal taxable person, right? For that guy, what is the due date to furnish the GSTR 3B? 20th of the succeeding month. 20th of the... This is the time limit to furnish return for a what person? So you are thinking that every month lose madri. Sir, 11th of the month, 11th of the next month, I have to file the GSTR 1. Are you agree with me? GSTR 11th of the next month. Are you agree with me? Because what's his name? GSTR 1. GSTR GSTR 1. GSTR 1. So I have to file the GSTR 1 in the 11th of the next month. Once I file the GSTR 1, it will become GSTR 2A, GSTR 2B of the recipient. It will become GSTR 2A, GSTR 2B of the recipient. Are you agree with me? So, I will furnish my GSTR 1 only on 11th. So, after 11th only it will auto-populate. Correct? Which will be your inward supply under section 38. That's why after 11th till 19th, hello sir, that auto-population will be happen. That date exactly I will tell you. Don't worry at all. Hello sir. That's why 20th of the succeeding month. Purida unake? Yeah, for example, if you have to file the GSTR 3B, I have to file my GSTR 1. Because my GSTR 1 is the dash supply, not outward supply. It is your inward supply. Are you agree with me? So I will file my GSTR 1 only in 11th of the succeeding month. If I file on 11th of the, it will be auto-populated in GSTR 2A or 2B after 11th. Or from 11th onwards till particular date. Once you finalize your GSTR 2A and GSTR 2B, you would have already furnished your GSTR 1. Now you got GSTR 2A, 2B. Mixing of 1, 2A, 2B is called as 3B. Are you agree with me? Are you agree with me? So in GSTR NB 3B, you can't furnish before 11th. Sir, you should have a breathing space after 11th. That's why government is saying that furnish the GSTR 3B by 20th of the succeeding month. Now you are feeling that, you just think of it. After April over means from, sir, May 1st, from what? May 1st till May 11th, you will be busy in filing your GSTR 1. Correct? By May 11th, you will get GSTR 2A, 2B. Yes, sir. And on May 20th, you have to upload your GSTR. That's it. Next month, 1 to 20, swaha. Then businessman is asking one question that, sir, next month, 1 to 20, I am busy in filing the last month return. After May, June month will come. Yes, sir. In June, what return I will file? Because I have not done business at all. Whether I will file the return or will I take care of the business? Because I am very busy in filing what? Return. Nil return. Understanding? So, 11th of the next month, 15th of the next month, 28th of the next month. Hello, sir. I am filing GSTR 1, 2A, 2B, 3B. Then, where is the time to do that? I don't want this scheme. I want quarterly return. That's why they introduced quarterly return and monthly payment. Correct? Businessman got loose return system. Hello, sir. Sir, the businessman said that my problem is filing what? Return. Government said that my problem is tax. Hello, sir. So government said that pay the tax monthly, file the return quarterly. Sir, if you are traveling through for the month of April, if you are traveling through QRMP scheme, my dear lovable students, hello, sir, whether so April, May, June, correct? After the end of the quarter, on July only you are supposed to file the quarterly return, correct? This is what quarterly return. You will file the quarterly return after the end of the quarter, right? So in July month, I have to file GSTR 1. July month, it will be reflected GSTR 2A, 2B. July month, I have to file GSTR 3B. Am I right? For this period and all, I will not file any return at all. Comfortable? If that is the case, what is the due date for furnish the GSTR 1? If you are traveling through the QRMP scheme, 13th of the succeeding month. It is not GSTR 1. GSTR 1, that is a normal time limit. But if you are traveling through the QRMP scheme, there is a little bit delay. Hello, sir. 13th of the what month? Succeeding month. That means GSTR 2A, 2B is there. It's it what populated? Auto populated. You are not supposed to file GSTR 2A, 2B. Panna vendiye? Now, just now we talked about GSTR 3B, which is either 22nd or 24th of the succeeding month. Sir, it depends upon which state you are situating. Certain state, Tamil Nadu is saying that file on 24th. Sir, Kerala may say that 22nd. Hello, sir. Sir, like that the state has to decide that whether it is 22nd or 24th as there. Have you understood? Sir, but I furnish my GSTR 1 only on 13th of the succeeding month after the end of the quarter. My recipient will get affected. That's why there is a concept called as IFF, Invoice Furnishing Facility. Correct? That I will be filing immediately after the end of the month of April. That means 1st of May till 13th of May. Hello? After the end of the May, from 1st of June till 13th of June. Hello, sir. After the end of June, from 1st of June till 13th of July, I will file the GSTR 1. Here I will file the IFF. I will file the IFF. Right? In order to match with IFF, they made everything as 13, 13, 13. Clarity? If I am not traveling through the QRMP scheme, for me, GSTR 1, 11th is the due date. If I am traveling through the QRMP scheme, 13th of the succeeding month. 13th of the succeeding month. 13th of the succeeding month. Have you understood why I said 313? 3. First 13, IFF time limit. Second 13, IFF time limit. Third 13, clarity. Appreciating. My dear lovable students, automatically for me GSTR 2A 2B will be auto populated, correct? Now I have to file the GSTR 3B either 22nd or 24th as the. Sir, this looks great, sir. Because monthly no GSTR 1, correct? Monthly no reconciliation. Monthly no GSTR 3B. I can happily do my business. Hello, sir. And on a quarterly basis, I can give the data to the department. What department is saying that? Do you love QRMP? Solliya. Do you like the QRMP? If you are traveling through QRMP, it is an option. It is your ishtam. Optional return. And what? Optional return filing scheme. It's a dash return. There also the return is 3B only, GSTR 3B only. There is no doubt about it. Don't file the 3B on a monthly basis. File the 3B on a, but make the payment on a monthly basis. Right? First of all, for whom this QRMP scheme will be eligible? Taxpayer having aggregate turnover up to 5 crore in the immediately preceding previous year. Look at the immediately preceding previous year. Look at the immediately preceding previous year. Right? Sir, if you see the immediately preceding previous year, if my aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 5 crore, I am a chota wala. Then I am entitled to travel through QRMP scheme. Right? If my aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year exceeds 5 crore, you are not entitled to travel through QRMP. For you, monthly return. Monthly payment of tax. You are saying that, sir, it is a very disturbance. Close the business then. Don't do the business. Hello? So, in order to travel QRMP scheme, in the immediately preceding previous year, what turnover should not exceed? Sir, composition levy 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the right? Registration 20 lakh or 10 lakh or 40 lakh as the case may be. Sir, now QRMP scheme 5 crores in the immediately preceding previous year. Sir, e-invoice 5 crores. Next one, sir. QR code, QRMP, QR code 500. Oh, boy. 500 crores. Yes, sir. This will be applicable to 1 or 2 SSC in India. Maybe 10 SSC, 20 SSC, 30 SSC. Correct, sir? These are various limits. I just want to ask you one question. I don't know which brilliant student is going to answer this. Look at these two things. One is composition levy, 1.5 crores and 75 lakhs. Registration, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh. Okay, I will change it to order. Sir, I know you don't like that. Sir, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh as the case may be. Right. There is a huge difference between these two. Can anyone highlight what is the main difference between these two? Input output tax collect பண்ண மாட்டாங்க சார். எதுல? Commission. நான் எதிர்பார்த்த difference அது கிடையாது. Return, they won't file return. Where? Composition levy. No sir. Withdrawing. Bill of supply. Super sir. Sir, a registered person has to issue tax invoice, whereas composition dealer has to issue bill of supply. That is not the difference I thought. A major difference. Rate. Super sir. Composition levy 1%, 5%, 1% as the case may be. Whereas regular taxpayer 18%, 9%, 9% as the case may be. Hello sir. Yes sir. That is not the difference I thought. Turnover is the difference. Super sir. I have a booklet. 1 point, sir, is 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs, sir. Is it 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, sir. After some time, one student will say that this is 2 letters, sir. This is 3 letters, sir. Good difference. There is a major difference between these two. There is a major difference between these two. What sir? Option, sir, registration is mandatory, sir. Whereas composition levy is option, sir. Yes, sir. But this is not the difference I thought. There is one difference in my brain. I want that difference. What, sir? What, sir? Composition levy preceding year. Upper registration? 1 second, man. One person is talking. No, just listen, man. Composition levy preceding year, sir. Upper registration? That is the difference I thought, sir. That is the only difference between composition levy and the registration. Sir, whether I can travel through the composition levy or not, I have to see the aggregate turnover, not the current year aggregate turnover. If the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year, sir, does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as there. But I will check the same aggregate turnover in the current year for registration. One clap she deserves. Sir, that is a difference between the composition levy and the registration. Right, sir? Can I proceed, sir? So, in the immediately preceding previous year, if my aggregate turnover does not exceed 5 crore, then I am entitled to travel through the QRMP scheme. Now, we QRMP ki varlama? Come on. What is the conditions to be fulfilled to become eligible? Taxpayer must have furnished the last return as due on the date of excising the such option. That means if today, if you are going to adopt what scheme? QRMP scheme, my dear lovable students, all the pending tax returns should be submitted. Purida, if you are having any pending tax return, you are not supposed to adopt the QRMP scheme. I'm coming, man. What is a manner of excising the option? How you have to opt? Important, very important, very, very important. Understand. Taxpayer can opt in for any quarter. Sir, either quarter number 1 you can opt, quarter number 2 you can opt, quarter number 3 you can opt, quarter number 4 you can opt, from the first day of the second month of the preceding quarter to the last day of the first month of the quarter for which the option is being exercised. This is the time limit for entry into that quarter. Sir, come on, sir. Sir, be with me, sir. Pin drop silence, sir. Sir, first quarter comprises of April, May, June. Correct, sir? So this is the quarter details, sir. First quarter details, sir. April, May, June. Okay, sir. First quarter will get over. Then July, August, September. This is the details of the second quarter. Sir, when you can enter into the composition levy? See, when you can enter into the QRMP scheme. Hello, sir. Sir, the date is first day of the second month. Tell me. First day of the, sir, first month, second month, third month. That means what is the second month? Sir, first May. What, man? First May. Okay, va? That's what, sir. First day of the second month of the preceding quarter. Of the what quarter? That's been quarter number 1. To the last day of the first month. Last day of the, what is the first month here? July. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Last day of the July means 31, 7, something. Are you agree with me? Yes, sir. Of the quarter for which the option is being exercised. For which the option is being. For example, sir, I want to exercise the QRMP scheme for the second quarter. For the Sulle. Then I can exercise that option from the first day of the second month of the immediately preceding. So in May itself, I can go and say that, sir, from next quarter onwards, I want to travel through the QRMP scheme. First May itself, your window is open. Purida. Sir, by the May over, June, I am in June month. I am thinking that from 1st July onwards, I want to travel through the, today itself, you go and, sir, declare to the government that next quarter onwards, I want to travel through the QRMP scheme. Sir, next quarter also started, sir. Hello, sir. Sir, at coming here and you are saying that I want to travel through the QRMP. Not possible. Not possible. You have to take a decision by end of the first month itself. Yes, sir. The logic, the reason. After the end of this first month, you have not choose the option. You are a normal person. Then 11th will be the due date for GSTR 1. You will be having, sir, inward supply of 2A or 2B as the case may be. And you have to furnish GSTR 3B within 20th of the succeeding month. Otherwise, late fee will be applicable. Correct? That's why they are saying, in the second quarter, are you interested to travel through QRMP scheme? If yes, sir, you can start opting from the last quarter itself. Last quarter, eppo? first May, that is first day of the second month of the preceding quarter till the last day of the first month of the succeeding quarter. Come on. First day of the second month of the preceding quarter till the last day of the first month of the second quarter. The preceding succeeding quarter. Hello. So my question, April, May, June, first quarter. July, August, September, second quarter. October, November, December, third quarter. My dear lovable students. October, November, December. I want to enter into QRMP for this quarter. When the window will be open, from what date to what date? From the 1st August till the 30th or 31st? 31st of, this is the window will be open to enter into the QRMP scheme for the third quarter. For the third quarter. Ipa solle, technically provision solle. First day of the second month of the preceding quarter till the last day of the first month of the succeeding quarter, whichever is earlier, right? This is a period in which you can enter into the QRMP scheme. Now, validity of option 1 exercise. Once you choose the QRMP, taxpayers are not required to exercise their option every quarter. Once it's done, lifetime done. Right, sir? Where such option has been exercised once, they shall continue to furnish the return as per selected option for future what period? Unless they revise the what option? Said option. You are going and saying that from here onwards, I don't want QRMP. I want to travel through the monthly route. Then you can travel through the monthly route rather than QRMP route. Right? So, let me. Can anyone travel through QRMP? Only aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 5 crore. Such people are entitled to travel through QRMP. Right? What is the primary condition to travel through QRMP? Sir, you are supposed to furnish your what return? Last return. Hey, all your pending return should be filed. Then only you can enter into the QRMP scheme. Monthly pending vechite enga varada. QRMP ki varada. What is the manner of exercising the option? Is there any time limit to exercise the option? Yes, sir. The time limit is first day of the second month of the preceding quarter till the last day of the first month of the succeeding quarter. That's it. Game over. Once you adopt QRMP, what is the validity? It's lifetime validity. Are you agree with me? Every quarter, you are supposed to just travel through QRMP, right? Sir, opting of QRMP scheme is what wise? GSTIN wise. What wise? GSTIN wise. A person may avail QRMP scheme for some GSTIN and not for other GSTIN. GSTIN means what? Goods and Services Tax Identification Number, right? That means it is not PAN based. It is not PAN based. PAN based. I may have one PAN, ANM, right? Under ANM, I may have ANM classes. Hello, sir. I may have ANM Virtuals. Are you really with me? I may have ANM publications. Are you really with me? My dear lovable students. Okay, right. ANM Little Flower. Sir, ANM Jewelry, sir. Podum, sir. Ipodiki podum, sir. Time illa, sir. Come on, sir. My dear lovable students, sir, I have taken separate registration for jewelry, separate registration for classes, separate registration for virtuals, separate registration for publications. Very important, Little Flower also. Hello, sir. My dear lovable students, I want to travel through QRMP for the Little Flower. I want to travel through monthly return for the ANM classes. Possible, not possible? Possible. Possible. Yes, sir. But put together, everyone's turnover should not exceed 5 crores because it's dash turnover. Pakka? Sir, I want to travel through, sir, composition levy for this and normal route for this. Possible, not possible? Not possible. Because that is PAN based and not GSTIN based. But QRMP is GSTIN based, not PAN based. Comparison, are you getting? Unexpected question for examination. Are you really with me? Opting out of the QRMP scheme. Sir, I thought that monthly return is a headache. That's why I entered into the QRMP. That is double, triple headache. Because, yes, exactly. Sir, I can skip GSTR 1, but still I have to file IFF. Invoice furnishing facility, both are one and the same. That too, they are saying that in IFF, put together for the first month and second month should not exceed 50 lakhs. But my supplier, my outward supply is 1 crore. Hello, in a particular month. So to my business, can I say that, sorry pa, maximum only I can supply, I can upload only 50 lakhs. Balance you wait for 3 months. Then that recipient will say that, nee po pa, I will buy from some other person. So after entering into the what scheme, QRMP scheme, I am feeling that this is not convenient for me. I am going to shift out of the QRMP scheme. Hello? Taxpayers opting out of the scheme. Aggregate turnover has exceeded 5 crore in the financial year. First reason. That is in the immediately preceding previous year, my turnover was less than 5 crore. I was a chota wala. But since I enter into the QRMP scheme, and the time, all time, that year, sir, business Badawala. I become a Badawala. Then for Badawala, my dear lovable students, what department is saying that don't travel through the QRMP scheme. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, availability of facility of opting out of QRMP scheme for a particular quarter. Sir, it is available from first day of the second month of the preceding quarter to the last day of the first month of the quarter. Entry also same time, exit also same time. Yes, sir. Sir, I am traveling through QRMP now, sir. Quarter 1 QRMP, sir. Quarter 2 QRMP, sir. But when I am in quarter 2, I am thinking that I don't want to travel through the QRMP in quarter number 3. When I have to exit, first day of the second month of the preceding quarter till the last day of the first month of the succeeding quarter. Right, sir? So, entry time also same. Yeah, appreciating, nil GSTR 3B. Filing of GSTR 3B is mandatory for all normal and casual taxpayers, even if there is no business activity in particular tax period. Even though in your business it is ICAI, still you are supposed to file GSTR 1, still you are supposed to file GSTR 3B, that's it, game over. So what is QRMP scheme? In case of a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed rupees 5 crores, they are entitled to travel through the QRMP scheme, right, sir? They can enter into QRMP scheme from the first day of the second month of the immediately preceding previous quarter till the last day of the first month of the succeeding quarter. Are you agree with me? But in the current year, if you are, or in the current quarter, if your aggregate turnover exceeds 5 crore, get out of the QRMP scheme, right, sir? QRMP is a GST-IN based and not PAN based, yes, sir. Once you are traveling through the QRMP scheme, every month you are not supposed to file the GSTR 1. Instead, you file the IFF, right, sir? And every quarter, you are supposed to file the GSTR 1 for the third month, which is 13th of the succeeding month. Are you really with me? And you are supposed to file the GSTR 3B either on 22nd or 24th as the... I'm coming out of the GSTR 3B. I'm entering into GSTR 4 and GST CMP 08 for what dealer? Composition dealer. Have you heard about composition dealer? A composition supplier is required to file the GSTR 4 yearly and is required to pay the tax quarterly in form GST CMP 08. Opa. Even everyone won't be able to appreciate, understand. Don't miss this point. Don't miss this point. Come on, don't talk. Yeah. That means in the immediately preceding previous year, if your turnover, aggregate turnover does not exceed 5 crore, you can travel through the QRMP. That means here the limit is 5 crore. Who will travel through composition? Whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs. As the... Sir, 5 crore itself is chota wala. Correct? But according to 5 crore, 1.5 crores is chota wala. Are you all really with me? Are you all really with me? My dear lovable students, 1.5 crores only my turnover. Actually for QRMP quarterly returns, whereas monthly payment. But even for composition scheme, pay the tax what? Quarterly. Tax eppa katna podum. Are you understanding the difference? Because government is saying that in an year itself, maximum your turnover is going to be 1.5 crore. You are a chota wala. Correct? So 1.5 divided by 4 if you put itself means 37.5 lakhs max. So in a quarter you are going to get a 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs in a quarter, for example. Hello? 40 lakhs into 1%. 40 lakhs into 1%. 40,000. So in a quarter, you are going to pay 40,000. Because for commission, there are only one person, man. That 40,000 divided by 3 means 16,667 odd something will come. Correct? Every month don't pay the 16,000 and all. Logic. You are a dash dealer. Your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs as the pay the tax on a what basis? That's enough. That and all is like so composition supplier is required to file the return GSTR for yearly and is required to pay the tax quarterly. GST CMP 08. CMP means composition person. 08. Not CMP. Getting it? Listen. Pay the tax quarterly. In what form? GST CMP 08. And file the return annually. No GSTR 3B and all. No GSTR. That means for a composition dealer, when they are supposed to pay tax? Quarterly. When they have to file the return. But when they file the tax, pay the tax, some challan should be there. That form is GST CMP 08. Right? So, composition dealer nale quarter தான். ஒரு வருஷத்துல எத்தனை குவார்ட்டர்? அதனால தான் 4 GSTR 4 annual return. 4 quarters together it become annual. That is why GSTR 4 is called as annual return. Annual return for a composition dealer. Is composition dealer liable to file GSTR 1? GSTR 2A, 2B? No sir. GSTR 3B? No sir. Straight away, every quarter, pay the tax by using GST CMP 08. File the annual return by using GSTR 4. Details to be furnished. Paathuko. Invoice wise, inward supply. Invoice wise? Inward supply. Inward supply. Correct? Consolidated outward supply. Why consolidated outward supply? Because it's a turnover based tax. Yes sir. Anyway, you are not going to collect the output tax. Right? But inward supply, I want to know in detail. Yes sir. That invoice wise. But outward supply, when sir you are supposed to file yearly? Just file yearly. Don't file return on a monthly, even on a quarterly. What is the due date? 30th day of the April, following the end of such a year financial year. That means let the March over, man. After what over? March over. And you have to fill it properly. GSTR 4 has to be furnished annually on EPO 30th of May. 30th of April. That means after May, in the main solli. Alright, sir. Sir, 30th of April. Hello, sir. Sir, don't buy heart, sir. Picturize, sir. You are a combo dealer, sir. Correct, sir? If you are a combo dealer, sir, pay the tax. Manasachi ellam yearling soludhu paru. Dear viewers, we ready viewers. Yes, sir. Come on. Yes, sir. Those who are viewing is called as viewers. They are viewing. Don't worry. Yes, sir. You are viewing, huh? Yes, sir. 80 JJ. Yes, sir. Everyone wake up. Come on. Hey, leave it, man. Sir, come on, sir. Sir, you are a composition dealer. Pay the tax quarterly using the form GST CMP 08. Right? File the return annually in form number GSTR 4 within 30th day of the April. Right? So form GST CMP 084 quarterly payment of tax, and in that details to be furnished is details of payment of what as a tax. 1% of the turnover, 5% of the turnover, sir, 1% of the taxable supply. What is the frequency? Quarterly. Pay the tax quarterly. File the return annually. Pay the tax quarterly. File the return annually. Pay the tax quarterly. File the return. Step right. Come on. What is the due date? What is the due date? 18th day of the month succeeding such quarter. 18th day of the month succeeding such quarter. Alright, sir? Yes, sir? Let April, May, June over. July 18th. July, August, September over. October 18. October, November, December. January 18. Sir, Janu, February, March, April 18 and April 30th as the case may be. Yes, sir. April 18 file the last GST CMP 08. Take a breathing space. File the what return? Annual return under GSTR. So simple. If you are a composition dealer, monthly, don't do anything. A logic, man? Yes, sir. On a what basis, man? Quarterly basis. File, pay the tax by filing GST CMP 0. You have to pay the tax. For paying the tax, the due date is 18th of the succeeding month from the end of the quarter. Innappa. Right, sir? After the year over, the next month, next month? April, 18th of April, file GST CMP, 30th of April, file GSTR 4, which is what return? We are having two notes, man, come on. The inward supply of a what supplier? Composition supplier. Received from a registered person, filing what? GSTR 1, will be auto-populated in GSTR form for viewing. What they are saying? No, I am a composition dealer. I would have purchased from registered person. That registered person would have supplied GSTR 1 or IFF as the case may be. Are you agree with me? Yes, sir. Then that will be auto-populated for me. Not in GSTR 2A, not in GSTR 2B, but in GSTR 4A. Correcta? Filing of nil GST CMP 08 is mandatory for all taxpayers who have opted to pay tax under the what scheme. If there is no business activity in any what period, man, tax period, even though there is no turnover at all, still you file nil GSTR 1, nil GSTR 3B, nil GSTR, GST CMP 08. Hello? Comfortable? That's it. Who also done? Composition also done. I'm coming to GSTR 5, man, which is non-resident taxable person. Non-resident. Sir, if you make any payment to a non-resident, you are liable to deduct TDS under section 195. Are you all with me? Yes, sir. GSTR 5. Are you all with me? Non-resident nale file da mudiyum. Come on. GSTR 5. Details to be furnished. What details? Details of what supply? Details of outward supply. Frequency when? Monthly. Monthly you are supposed to file. Yaru? NRTP. Who's NRTP? Non-resident taxable person. Where is? Outside India. Now where is? India. For what purpose he came to India? Business. For a specified time. Correct? To sell his car. There is one car expo is going. Example. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, where this QRMP person will be there? India only. So, can we ask him to pay tax on quarterly? Ask him to file the return annually? Yes, sir. But this NRTP, we don't know when he will go back. So, we can't give the time till quarter or till half year. Sir, due date within 13 days after the end of the what month? Calendar month. That means if a particular month is over within next 13th, you have to file the GSTR 5 or within how many days? After the last day of the validity period of the registration. That means as per section 27, either the period you are asking or 90 days, whichever is earlier, will be the time period for registration, validity of the registration. Once the validity over, within how many days? 7 days. Or validity not over na, within 13 days after the end of the calendar month, whichever is what? Earlier. Ennappa? Listen, romba simple. Practically think. You are an NRTP, then only you will know the pain. You are an NRTP. You have taken, this is the, sir, time chart for NRTP. You are an NRTP. You have taken registration for 90 days. Okay, va? If that is the case, April, sir, May, June, you are going to be here. Sir, April, let it be over. Then from here to here, 13 days, you file GSTR1, GSTR5. Let the May over. Sir, from year to year, within 30 days of the June, you file the GSTR5. And the maasa mudicha adha maasa 13 time eduthuko. But, my dear lovable students, for the next month, my registration is going to expire. You check either after the next month, 13th of the 4th month, or 7 days from the expiry of the registration, whichever is earlier. Clarity. So that's what? Sir, NRTP is not required to file what return? He can't file, man. How he can file? He will not be in what at all? India at all. After he sell the car, he will fly back to whatever, from wherever he came. Are you really with me? If that is the case, he can file annual return. So just file under GSTR within 13th of the succeeding month or 7th from the expiry of the registration, whichever is later earlier. Very specific. Later earlier. Innor what is sole? 13th of the succeeding month or 7 days from the whichever is earlier. Right, sir? So, what is GSTR 1? Outward supply. What is GSTR 1A? Amendment in GSTR 1. Right? What is GSTR 2A 2B? Inward supply. Inward supply. Marubadi model undu. GSTR 1. Outward supply. GSTR 1A. Amendment in GSTR 1. What is GSTR 2A 2B? Inward supply. What is GSTR 3B? Returns. Returns under section 39. For both regular person and also QRMP. Returns. Basically returns. Right, sir? From start. Marubadiyum. Tappe varakudadu. What is GSTR 1? Outward supply. GSTR, sir, 1A. Amendment in GSTR 1. GSTR 2A 2B. Inward supply. What is GSTR 3B? Returns. What is GSTR 4? Composition dealer. Right, sir? GSTR 4A. Inward supply for the composition dealer. Yes, sir. What is GSTR 5? NRTP. Are you really with me? Sir, we are moving into GSTR 7. That is for TDS person. Whatever TDS you have deducted under the Income Tax Act should be paid within 7th of the next month. That is a due date for payment. Correct? That's why GSTR 7. Are you really with me? NRTP GSTR 5, TDS GSTR 7. Listen very carefully. GSTR 7 is a return for tax deducted at source whenever taxable goods or service or both are supplied to either central or state government, department or establishment or local authority or governmental agency. Recipient is required to deduct tax at source and total value of supply exceed 2,50,000. They just return the provision of 51. If the recipient is a central government, state government, local authority, governmental agency or notified person, then these recipients are liable to deduct TDS. Correct? Then GSTR 7A, form for issue of TDS certificate by the deductor to the deductee. Who is the deductor? Poor person. Who is the detectee? Any person, correct? This detector, GSTR 7 for TDS. Frequency, epo, monthly. What is the due date? On or before 10th of the month, succeeding the calendar month. This already we discussed in section 51 itself. Hello, sir. What is the due date for payment of tax? Be very clear, man. Due date for payment of tax for the person required to file either monthly GSTR 3B, GSTR 3B or GSTR 5. Who will file GSTR 5? NRTP, GSTR 7, TDS, correct? Last date of filing return. Last date of, that means till the date of file the return you can pay the tax. Whereas with regard to what for? GSTR 4. Who will GSTR 4? Composition dealer. Tax for a quarter is to be paid by 18th of the month succeeding such quarter. Succeeding such quarter. Clear? That means if you deduct TDS under section 51, you are supposed to file a return called as GSTR 7. Correct? What is the time limit for payment of tax? 10th of the succeeding month. What is the time limit to file the GSTR 7? 10th of the succeeding month. Right up. Sir, you have to furnish certificate saying that yes, I have given the TDS. I have given that, I have detected the TDS for this much value. Appin solli certificate kudukkaradan GSTR 7A. Right? Are you really with me? That's it. Sir, special returns. So tell me what is GSTR 1? GSTR 1 outward supply. 1A. Amendment in outward supply. Amendment in outward supply. Amendment in GSTR 1. Sir, 2A, 2B. Inward supply. Tell me what is 3B? Returns. What is 4? Composition dealer. Annual return for a composition dealer. Sir, 4A. Inward supply for a composition dealer. 5. NRTP. 7. TDS. 7A. TDS or TCS certificate. Varun TDS certificate. Correct? Yes, sir. Sir, we discussed that QR, but we have not talked about the MP. What is MP? Sir, tax due in each of the first 2 months of a quarter. That is, I opted QR MP, man. Sir, April will be there, May will be there, June will be there. Correct? For the month of what and what? April and May. To be paid by depositing in pre-filled GST PMT 06. Somewhere we heard some other number. GST PMT 08 for composition dealer. This is for GST CMP. Okay, composition. This is GST PMT 06. Payment. Correct? Payment to be made by 25th of the what month? Succeeding month. What they are saying? Are you going to travel through QRMP? So QR already over. Now we are going to talk about MP. What is MP? Sir, April over. Yes, sir. May over. June over. Be very specific. April over. Then this is what your April is all about. Correct? If April over na, May enna 5th kulla make the payment. Make the, sir, May over. Then June 25th kulla make the payment. Are you all really with me? Are you comfortable, sir? Clear, sir? Next month. What month? July over. 22 or 24 is the last day to make the payment. Because by that date you are supposed to file the GSTR 3B. அப்ப அதனால 25th கிடைக்காது உனக்கு. Are you understanding the logic? Now you read due date in each of the first how much months of the quarter? 2 months of the quarter. Tax to be paid by depositing in pre-filled form of GST PMT 06. Payment to be made by 25th of the succeeding month. Right, sir? Sir, what nonsense you are saying? Because you only said that the scheme is QRMP scheme. In QRMP scheme, my dear lovable students, why I adopted QRMP scheme? I am a chota wala. I don't want procedural complaints. I can't file monthly GSTR 1. But stupidity, you said that file IFF. Okay, fine, leave it. I said that I can't file GSTR 3B. That benefit you have given, you said that GSTR 3B you file on quarterly. Okay, that was the biggest benefit, really. But again, you are saying that pay the tax on 25th of next succeeding month. In order to pay the tax, I should know what is my tax liability. In order to know the tax liability, I have to maintain books of accounts. If I have to maintain books of accounts, I have to see whatever outward supply I made, output tax collected, minus inner tax paid, input tax paid will be my net tax liability. இது பண்ற எனக்கு பேச மந்த்லியே டாக்ஸ் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்கலாமே. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? என்ன இது அதை விட அதிகமா இருக்கு வேலை. Are you understanding? So government said that you are having two methods. You are having what? Number one, fixed sum method. Tell me number one. Number one, fixed sum method. Number one. Number one, kanna moodi tax katir. That's what sum method. Don't evaluate. Don't calculate what is output tax collected. Don't calculate what is the input tax collected. Chee, boom, ba. Pay the tax. That's it. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. உண்மையிலே சார் என்ன சார் பேசுறீங்க? Yes, sir. Certain people will adopt QRMP and lose summary. They will evaluate monthly. For them, it is self-assessment method. So, certain people, it is SAM. It is what? SAM or FAM. FSM. Fixed sum method. Right, sir? What this fixed sum method is saying, clearly understand. MCQ, MCQ and all sometimes ask in examination. If you are traveling through what sum method? Pay tax due in each of the first 2 months of the quarter. Okay? Sir, this story continues, sir. April, sir. May, sir. June, sir. June, sir. Anyway, you will file GSTR 3B, sir. That's sir. June month you will file GSTR 3B, sir. Yes, sir. Meaning, sir. Deemed meaning, sir. For April and May, sir, you will not file GSTR 1, sir. You may file IFF, sir. But by 25th of the next month, you are supposed to pay the tax, sir. I am Monday Sorial for how much is the tax, sir? What government is saying that you follow what sum method? Now question arises, what is that fixed sum? Which is 35%. Tell me. Of the tax paid in cash. Cash in the return for the preceding quarter, where the return was furnished quarterly. Tax liability paid in cash in the return for the last month of the immediately preceding quarter, where the return was furnished monthly. Very good, fantastic to the core. What they are trying to say. Come on, listen very carefully. Don't deviate. Sir, I am a QRMP person. Ipadan QR over. I came to the monthly payment. Sir, be with me, sir. No deviation, sir. Sir, I am talking about April. I am talking about May. I am talking about June. This June I am not at all considered. Sir, for April and May, no GSTR 1, only IFF. For April and May, from to the next month, within 25th, I have to pay the tax. What they are saying is pay the tax of 35%. Pay the tax of how much percent you pay tax? 35%. Correct? You, sir, look at the last quarter before April, May, June. What is the last quarter? Jan, Feb, March. For the last quarter, sir, look at the tax period. Whether last quarter have you traveled through QRMP? Last tax period have you traveled through monthly return? For which month you want to pay the tax? Tell me. April month. So in order to pay tax for the month of April, just look back. Last it is quarter, that is last QRMP or monthly. Sir, this is the first quarter I adopted QRMP. இதுவரைக்கும் நான் என்னவே பண்ணல QRMP adopt. இல்ல sir, from last year itself I am traveling through QRMP only. Procedure there? Yes sir. Sir, already if you are traveling through the QRMP for the April, May, June, sir, for April I am going to pay the tax, right? Then for January, February and March, already are you traveling through QRMP? That means 35%. How much percent? Of tax paid in cash in the return for the dash quarter. where the return was furnished quarterly. That means if you traveled through the QRMP in the last quarter, take your calculator. Actually என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல நான் சொல்றேன் லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல என்ன டாக்ஸ் கட்டணியோ அதோட 100% டாக்ஸ் இந்த குவார்ட்டர்லயும் கட்டணும். லாஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல what tax, how much tax you have paid, the 100% tax you should pay in this current quarter also. Last quarter comprises of how many months? Last quarter, any quarter 3 months now. Correct? Calculator 100 divided by 3 comes to 33 point. That's what round off to 35%. So last quarter tax liability is 100% ma. That have to be paid in the current quarter pa. That you pay 33.33, 33.33, 33.33. Right? So government come up with a round off figure that if you traveled in the last quarter under QRMP scheme, you check in the last quarter how much tax you have paid. That into 35%. Upper 35% of the what paid, tax paid in cash in the return for the preceding quarter, where the return was furnished quarterly. Right? Sorry, last quarter I have not traveled through QRMP scheme. Last quarter I have traveled through monthly route. Then I will not see dash dash dash. January, February, I will see only what? March. March, have you filed GSTR 3B? Have you paid tax for the March? Of this I will take 100%. Of this I will take, look at here, dash liability paid in cash. Tax liability paid in cash means 100% of the tax liability in cash. Hello? So 100 of March. Hello? 100 of March. So 100 means, sir, in March you would have paid again 33.33% only technically. So again current quarter automatically it will become 100%. It won't become 300%. புரியுதா இல்லையா உனக்கு? ஒன்னும் இல்ல, லாஸ்ட் நீ QRMPல travel ஆயிருந்தா 35%. Monthly travel ஆயிருந்தா 100%. That's what tax liability paid in cash in the return for the last month of the immediately preceding quarter, whether the return was furnished monthly. Monthly tax payment through this method would not be available to those registered person who was not furnished a return for a complete tax period preceding the such month. Kandipa. What they are saying is, are you going to pay tax? Yes, sir. Under what scheme? QRMP scheme. You just check last quarterly return or monthly return. Quarterly return means 35% of the quarter. Monthly return means 100% of the quarter, 100% of the month. Both paid in. That's it. Game over. Sir, last quarter pending, sir. Last monthly payment, sir. Don't travel through this route, man. Don't travel through. So deposit in PMT 06 by 25th day of the succeeding month. Able to appreciate. Sir, I don't want this 35% and all, sir. This is like cheating, sir. Then you do one thing. You itself sit and calculate the tax payable. That is called as, taxpayer can pay tax by considering tax liability of inward, outward supply and ITs available and make the payment, sir, in GST PMT 06. Are you really with me? Appreciating, sir. Sir, in the coming slot, we will be talking about applicability of interest under both the methods, sir. Hello, sir. And rectification of errors or omissions, sir. Other returns of statement called as first return and GSTR 8 statement for TCS. And we will be talking about final return. We will be talking about annual return and annual statement. Hello, sir. And we'll be talking about GSTR 11, sir. Inward supply and persons having UAN. Then we will talk about 38 inward supply missing. Hello, sir. By this time, what you are supposed to do is have a study for 20-30 minutes. I will tell you. Surely, if you study, you will start feeling easy. This is just a return chapter only. But one time hearing and studying and going to exam, and without seeing this chapter, if you go into exam, there is a huge difference. Don't miss this chapter returns. Right, sir? Sir, I am comfortable, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? Sir, very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing a returns chapter. Important, very, very important. We are actually going to close the returns chapter. We are having 2 or 3 pages are there. That's it. Sir, we were talking about the QRMP scheme, quarterly return and monthly payment. If I choose QRMP, I have to file the returns on quarterly and I have to make the payment monthly. Correct? Quarterly returns. Quarterly returns means, sir, no need to file GSTR1 on a monthly basis. No need to file GSTR1 on a monthly basis. But for the last month, third month, file GSTR1. Instead of filing GSTR1 in first 2 months, please file the IFF, that is Invoice Furnishing Facility. Correct? And for the last month, please file the GSTR1 itself. The due date for filing the IFF is 13th of the succeeding month. 13th of the succeeding month and 13th of the succeeding month. Right, sir? Don't file 3B on first month. Don't file 3B on second month. Please file the 3B on third month, which is either 22nd or 24th, as the case may be. Correct, sir? And you have to make the payment of tax. When you are making the payment of tax, my dear lovable students, you have to pay either, sir, fixed sum method or self-assessment method. What fixed sum method is asking to you that you look back your last quarter or last month, as the case may be. If it is last quarter, my dear lovable students, hello sir. If it is last quarter, 35% of the tax paid in cash. Cash. That is very important. I don't know with me. That you have to pay it as tax for the current month. But if you have, sir, filed the last month, the last tax period is a what return? Monthly return. Then pay how much percentage? 100% of the tax paid in cash as a tax liability. Sir, I'm coming to the applicability of the interest. I have to talk about the interest, man. Very small, 3 to 4 pages are there. We'll finish it off returns. By that, the revision of the GST will comes to an end. For fixed sum method taxpayers, what taxpayer? What is fixed sum method taxpayer is saying? First month pay how much percent? 35%. Second month pay 35%. Third month pay the balance. That means you should make to cumulative to 100%. That is, it is 35, then 70, then 100. This is a cumulative proposition they are saying. Sir, where auto calculated fixed sum. Gowninga, yang kodirunga, participate pannunga. Where auto calculated fixed sum amount for the first how much month? 2 months of a quarter is paid by what date? Due date. That means I have to see the last quarter or last month as the what may be, case may be. And I have to pay 35% and 35% for month 1 and month 2 of this quarter. Correct? Sir, this is just a ad hoc payment, not the real GST liability. Correct? When I will know the real GST liability, when I file the GSTR 3B, when I will file the GSTR 3B on the 22nd or 24th as a, then only I will know that what is the GST liability for month number 1 and what is the GST liability for example, sir, I really paid 35 rupees of M1 and I really paid 35 rupees of M2. Are you able to appreciate, sir? My dear lovable students, when I really calculated the what liability? Tax liability, I came to know that it is 38. I came to know that it is 42. Correct? So have I made short payment? Yes, sir. What government is looking that actually we would have got 38 rupees, but we got only 35 rupees. There is a short of 3 rupees. Actually, we would have got 42 rupees, but we got only 35 rupees. So there is a short of 7 rupees. So you have not paid the 7 in M1. You have not paid the 7 in M2. You are going to pay this 3 plus 7 is equal to 10 along with M3. Able to picturize? What government is asking that? Where auto calculated fixed sum. What is that fixed sum? 35%. Correct? For the first how much months of a quarter is paid by the due date. Have you paid within 25th of M2, 25th of M3? Hey, are you remembering that due date? Because under the QRMP scheme, GSTR1, Chichi, IFF should be uploaded within 13th of next month. And the M1 tax liability should be paid within 25th of M2. M2 tax liability should be paid within 25th of M3. Able to picturize? What government is asking that? Have you paid that 35% within 25th of M2? Have you paid the 35% within 25th of M3? If that is the case, no interest would be applicable. Even if liability for the said month was found higher. Even though in M3 real payment of GSTR 3, there is a short of 3 rupees. There is a short of 7 rupees. This 7 and 3 you are discharging along with GSTR 3B. But still we don't want interest. Still we don't want. That means if you are a good boy, when you will be good boy? You have paid that fixed sum within 25th of the succeeding month. Number 2. If GSTR 3B of the quarter is filed by what date? Due date. By discharging the what liability. That means this is called as good boy. If you are a good boy. If you are a... Sir, who's a good boy? I have paid the fixed sum within due date, which is 25th of M1 and M2 as the case may be. And there is a short. And that short I have paid to the department within 22nd or 24th as the case may be. Then don't pay interest. Next one. Where taxpayers pay monthly payment beyond what date? Due date. Sir, M1 payment should be made within 25th of M2. M2 payment should be made within 25th of M3. Is it clear? But that guy has not made that payment within this due date. That means what is payable at the applicable rate from due date of furnishing GST PMT 06 till the date of making payment. That means from 26th onwards. What is that 26th? The day immediately after the due date. Till the what of payment? Date of payment. You are liable to pay the interest at the applicable rate. That means if you are a good boy, don't pay the interest. If you are a bad boy, pay the interest. Sir, where form GSTR 3B is furnished due date. Sir, first tax payment monthly 25th, I pakka paid. M2, I pakka paid. M3, 25th or 22 or 24 as the case may be. That I have made a delay. Interest payable as per the provisions of section 50 of the ANM CGST Act for the tax liability net of ITC. Then you are liable to pay interest. As per section 50. As per section what? This is the tax applicability of interest for the what sum taxpayer. So, in a one line summary. Have you paid 35% within due date? Is it a short payment? Yes, sir. Will you compensate that along with the 3B? Don't pay interest, just compensate the principal. Comfortable? Sir, second scenario. Have you, sir, paid the tax within 25th? No, sir. There is a delay in payment. Pay along with the interest. Sir, M1, M2, you are a good boy, but 3B, you become a bad boy. Right? Yes, sir. That means you have not furnished your 3B within 22 or 24 as the... My dear lovable students, pay the interest as per section 50. Come on, sir. Now, what assessment method? Sir, I said that I can't travel through your fixed method. Naan dhaan calculate pannirka. I only calculated this much is the GST payable. And at the time of GSTR 3B, I am saying that there is a short. Interest payable as per the provision of section 50 of the What Act, CGST Act, for tax or any part thereof, net of ITC, which remain what paid, unpaid, or paid beyond the what date, due date, for the first 2 months of the what? Quarter. So for the first 2 months of the quarter, if there is a delay, if there is a short paid, if there is not paid, you are liable to pay along with the interest. Hello, sir. I am coming to the quick go through, man. A revision of errors or omission. Sir, revision of return. Revision of return. Once you furnish a return, my dear lovable students, it can't be revised. It can't be, but you can rectify in the subsequent return. You can rectify in the... Sir, what is the time limit for rectification? Already you know, 30th November of the succeeding financial year, or actual date of filing annual return, whichever is earlier. So, what is the time limit? 30th November of the succeeding financial year, or whichever is. Sir, rectification on account of scrutiny, audit, inspection or enforcement activity is also not allowed. That means you can't revise the return. Under GST Act, there is no concept of revision of return at all, except GSTR 1A. GSTR 1A new amendment they bought. Correct? Yes, sir. That is a revision of GSTR 1. After you furnish the GSTR 1, before you can furnish the GSTR 3B. Correct? Yes, sir. Sir, otherwise, Sir, revision of return concept is not there. Once you furnish 3B, 3B is 3B, that's it, game over. But after you furnish 3B, if you have given any wrong details, you can rectify that in the what return? Subsequent return. Is there any time limit for rectification? Yes. 30th day of the November of the succeeding financial year, or actual date of filing the annual return, whichever is earlier. Right? My dear lovable students, other returns or statement. We are going to discuss other return. There is a concept called as first return. What return? This is called as GSTR 10. This is called as GSTR. So do you know what is GSTR 1? What supply? Outward supply. GSTR 1A, amendment in the GSTR 1. GSTR 2A, 2B, inward supply. GSTR 3B, returns. GSTR 4, composition dealer annual return. Correct? GSTR 5, NRTP. GSTR 7, TDS person. Sir, a registered person to declare outward supply in the period between the date on which he become liable to registration till the date on which registration has been granted. Nothing, man. Sir, are you remembering revised tax invoice concept? What is revised tax invoice? Today I am liable for registration. I have to take the registration within 30 days. 30 days breathing space is there. If I apply for registration within 30 days and if the registration has been granted within 30 days, my registration will not be applicable from the date of grant of registration. My registration will be applicable from the date of liable for registration. This concept able to recall. During this intervening period, I would have issued invoice. Correct? Whatever invoices I have issued, my dear lovable students, sir, sometimes that invoice may be to a registered person. I have to get back those invoice and I have to issue the revised tax invoice. Within 1 month from the date of issue of RC, I have to issue the revised tax invoice. Comfortable? Pakka? Whatever revised tax invoice you are issuing during that intervening period should be uploaded in a return called as first return. Should be uploaded in a return called as, that means after grant of registration. Now you got RC, my dear lovable students. After you got the RC, for that intervening period, whatever supply you have made, correct? You will be issuing the revised what invoice? That revised tax invoice alone you have to upload in a GSTR 10. That is a what return? Sir, registered person to declare what supply? Outward supply. In the period between the date on which he become liable for registration till the date on which registration has been granted after the what of registration. That's it, GSTR 10. Coming to GSTR 8, statement for tax collected at source. Are you remembering 7? What is 7? TDS. What is GSTR 8? Only one person is there for TCS. Who's that? Statement for TCS GSTR 8. Monthly statement for what commerce operator? Depicting supply affected through it. For example, actual supplier is there. Actual recipient is there. E-commerce operator is there. Hello, sir. Actual supplier will supply through what commerce operator? To the actual recipient, and actual recipient has to make the payment to the e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator will make the payment to the actual supplier. This is the flow, terima. If that is the case, e-commerce operator is liable to collect TCS, sir. CGST, SGST is there. CGST how much percent? 0.25%. SGST 0.25%. Put together total 0.5%. Comfortable? So every month e-commerce operator will be collecting TCS, right? Whatever TCS has been collected by the e-commerce operator should say to the department that this much supply has been made through my account. Hello, sir. This much TCS I have collected. Hello, sir. This is the details. Adu file pandrakana return than GSTR 8. So monthly statement for what operator? E-commerce depicting supply affecting through it. Filed by the what commerce operator. Due date 10th of the next month. Both the TDS and TCS returns are 10th of the next month. Are you really with me? I am coming out, my dear lovable students, called as final return. What return? I talked about the first return. That's what GSTR 10, right? Now I am filing the final return. Final return. Kadasiyana file pandra return. Okay, va? taxable persons whose registration has been cancelled. Have you heard about cancellation of registration? Section 29 is talking about cancellation of registration, right, sir? Yes, sir. Sir, section 28 is the amendment of registration. Section 29 is the cancellation of registration. Section 30 is the revocation of cancellation of registration, right, sir? If my registration has been cancelled because of the application filed by the taxable person or on account of the reasons, sir, by the proper officer itself, I am not going to be a taxable person anymore. The final return, what I am filing to the department is the what? Final return, right? What is the time period to file? Within 3 months, within etana masam, 3 masam of the date of cancellation. Once your registration has been cancelled, within 3 months, you have to file your dash return, final return, or date of orderation or order of cancellation, whichever is later, whichever is what? For example, sir, look at here, man. Today, department is passing an order. Today, department is passing an order saying that, sir, this order will be effect from today. Today, I am dash the registration. Cancel the registration. Hello, sir. அப்ப எப்ப இருந்து கேன்சல் ஆகுது? டேட் ஆஃப் ஆர்டர் ஆஃப் கேன்சலேஷன். டேட் ஆஃப் கேன்சலேஷன் ஆஃப் ஆர்டரேஷன். இப்போ இன்னைக்கு தானே ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. இன்னைக்கு தானே கேன்சல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. In certain circumstances, what department will do? No. Today they will pass an order, hello, saying that this registration has been cancelled 3 months prior itself. This is called as retrospective cancellation. What cancellation? What cancellation? When order passed today. But in that order, what they said, the registration will be cancelled retrospectively. Clarity, yeah. Abdina, ettana masam, 3 months. From the date of cancellation or date of order of cancellation, whichever is later. By this time, you have to file your final return. So once you enter into the GST, you will first file the first return. Correct? In that first return, what you will show? Whatever intermittent supplies are there, that you will show. Yes, sir. That means basically revised what invoice? Tax invoice. Then this is how the return works. First, you will take registration, correct? Either under section 22 or under section 24 or under section 25 subsection 3. Once you got the registration, first you will file the first return under section 40. Under section, once you file the what return, then you will start file the GSTR1. Then, sir, GSTR2A, GSTR2B, then GSTR3B. Every month you will follow this system. Are you really with me? But for certain people, GSTR4 will be applicable. For certain people, GSTR5 will be applicable. For certain people, 6, 7, 8 will be applicable. Appreciate pandriya. And once their registration has been cancelled, my dear lovable students, you have to file the what return? Final return. That final return should be filed within 3 months from the date of cancellation or date of order of cancellation, whichever is later comfortable. I'm moving, sir. My registration has not been cancelled, sir. Sir, I have filed the monthly 3B, sir, or quarterly 3B, sir. You have to file an annual return and an annual statement. Sir, after every completion of 1 year, you are supposed to file the annual return. Sir, what is annual return, sir? It should be furnished by all registered person, excluding these 5 people. You know who is this 5 people? Number 1, input service distributor. Number 2, casual taxable person, composition dealer. Correct? Is composition dealer given, not given? That means even composition dealer have to file the what return? Annual return. Right? Yes, sir. Then next one. Second one skip panni. The composition dealer. TDSN. Person deducting TDS. Person collecting TCS. Vanducha. Fourth one. NRTP. Fifth one. Even OIDAR service is also required to. But casual taxable person is not required. That means every registered person should furnish the what return? Annual return. Except number 1. ISD. Number 2. Composition dealer should file. Number 3. TDS CCS. Number 4. NRTP. Number 5. OIDR kadayade ana ISC undu. I don't really with me. Whereas here, what is the prescribed form? Sir, for a general registered person, என்னது in form GSTR 9. Sir, for composition taxpayer, GSTR 9A. Sir, for the e-commerce operator, GSTR 9B. GSTR, sir, clearly understand simple concept, sir. Are you monthly filing GSTR 1? Are you monthly or quarterly filing GSTR 3B? Once you furnish, consolidate that details in a return called as annual return. Every person should file the annual return. Every registered person should file the annual return, except input service distributor. Correct? First one. Number 2, composition dealer, sir, file pannida agano. Number 3, TDS or TCS. This is exception. Correct? Number 4, NRTP. Number 5, OIDAR file pannida agano. Right? Next one, casual taxable person. Comfortable? Sir, that means excluding these people, everyone should compulsory file the annual return. Right? சொல்லுங்க. அப்ப who and all are supposed to file? Every registered person, composition dealer, OIDAR, e-commerce operator. E-commerce clear தானே? இவங்க எல்லாம் வேற யாரா இருந்தா சொல்லு. Can I proceed? Okay. First person, every registered person. ECA composition dealer? No, sir. That means he is not traveling through section dash route, 10 route. He is traveling through section, அதனால தான் form GCR 9. ஏன்னா 9 route போனா 9 file பண்ணும். Hello, sir. But a combo dealer will be traveling through section 10 route. அதுக்கு GCR 10 கொடுக்க முடியாது என்னால. அப்ப 9 amend பண்ணிக்கோ. அதனால தான் 9A. 9 I have amended. That is called as 9A. Whereas what commerce operator? Amazon, are they selling single product, bulk product? 9B. B stands for bulk. Are you really with me? Bulk, how much has been supplied through you has to be intimated. Are you really with me? This is what GSTR 9B. In addition to the annual statement, sir, they have to file annual self-certified reconciliation statement. Self-certified reconciliation statement. Another self-certified? Simple, I'm going to finish it off. Come on. Sir, annual, this is what? Annual return. Who's supposed to file annual return? Every registered person, except ISG வராது. Composition dealer வரும். OIDR க்குலாம் போக கூடாது. Third one, TDS CCS வராது. NRTP வராது. OIDR வரும். Casual taxable person வராது. Right? You may ask a question, sir. OIDR in which form, sir? Hello, sir. Form GCR 9. For every N person, registered person. Right? But OIDR form is not available for or not there in our inter syllabus. Actually, it's a CA final topic. Are you really with me? We are having a notification from CBIC that even OIDR are not supposed to file the what return? Annual return. Even though you exclude panni, OIDR is supposed to file the annual return, but there is a relevant notification not required, not at all required. Leave it. Okay. Syllabus unnecessary, don't. You come to CA final, I will talk at the appropriate time. Leave it now. Hello, sir. So, every registered person has to file the annual return. Except ISD, composition dealer file pannida avano, TDS CCS varadu, NRTP varadu, OIDR file pannida avano, casual taxable person file pannavano. Right? In what form? Normal taxable person. GSTR 9. Combo. GSTR 9A. Sir, Eco. GSTR. In addition to the what return? Annual return, this guy has to file the self-certified reconciliation statement. Self-certified reconciliation statement. Sir, na solradalla unmai. Unmaiye thavara vera edhum illai. Adda all what person? A registered person are required to furnish a statement along with the what return. If their aggregate turnover during a financial year exceeds how much crore? 5 crore. In prescribed form, form number 9C. Form number 9C. Form number what? Sir, you are Jansia. 9C. Form number GSTR, sir, 9. GSTR 9A, GSTR 9B, and GSTR 9C. It will be like 9 plus 9C, 9A plus 9C, 9B plus 9C. So 9 is the annual return. Hello, sir. 9C is the reconciliation. 9C is the excluding CTP, ISD, NRTP, TDS, and TCS. Because these people will not file the what return at all. Then how this people will file the reconciliation? Yes, sir. In reconciliation, what you have to do, no? Only if your aggregate turnover exceed 5 crore, you are supposed to file the reconciliation. In that, what reconciliation? In reconciliation, what you have to show that, sir, whatever is there in the books of accounts is exactly matching with the GST returns. இது ரெண்டும் என்ன ஆகுது? மேட்ச் reconcile பண்ணி காட்டணும். ஏதாவது டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்குன்னா புரியுதா? Reconcile, in order to do the reconciliation, we have to see 9C. Form GSTR 9, 9A, 9B, 9C. The last form and GSTR 11. Details of what supply? Inward supply of persons having UIN. This we discussed in section 25, subsection 9. 25. This is GSTR 11. Person who has issued a UIN. What is UIN? Unique identification number. This will be issued to multilateral, sir, organization, embassy, or foreign, sir, consulate, such people. Details of inward supply of persons having UIN. Why, sir, inward supply? Because service provided by foreign diplomatic mission is fully exempted. Only service provided to foreign diplomatic mission is taxable. So they will be having only inward supply taxable. Appo in GSTR 11, they have to submit the what supply, man? Inward supply. Comfortable. We have to just go through one page called as section 37. Sir, what is section 38? What is 38, man? Details of what supply? Sir, my outward supply is your. It is what populated? It's a auto-generated statement. Onnum Monday pichikra mari illa. 2 minutes be with me. Details of inward supply in respect of which ITC may be available to the recipient. That means that auto-populated statement will show two things. It will say that for these and all you are entitled to take what? Abdin kato. Details of supply in respect of which ITC cannot be availed, whether wholly or partly by recipient, on account of details of such supply being furnished by what person? Registered person. Either your GSTR 2A 2B, that is section 38, will show that for this amount and all you are entitled to take what? ITC. For this amount and all you are not entitled to take ITC. You know why? Why for this amount you are not entitled to take ITC? Because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 reasons, 6 reasons. Reason number 1. Who is a what registrant? New registrant. Specified period from taking registration will be prescribed for this purpose. For the purpose of section 38, if you are purchasing from a particular registered person, if you are purchased from a particular registered person as may be notified by the government on the recommendation of the, then we will not allow the credit to pass on. இப்போ நாங்க சொல்றவங்க கிட்ட இருந்து நீங்க என்ன பண்ணீங்கன்னா பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உங்களை ஐடிசி எடுக்க நாங்க விட மாட்டோம். எதுக்குன்னா some people started fraudulent registrations and they will just pass on ITC and they will close the business. Are you understanding what I am talking? So section 38 is saying that, understand paniko, there are two type of ITC are there. ITC as may be available, ITC cannot be available. ITC available means no classification. ITC not available to me. Why, sir? Question arises. If you purchase from these people, who is a dash registrant? Just now I have taken registration. Hello? Specified period from taking registration will be prescribed for this purpose. Sometimes I have taken registration just now. You purchase from me. If you want ITC, I have to file the first return. Yes, sir. Otherwise, ITC will not be available, passed on. If you want ITC, ask him to file the first return. Then we will pass on the ITC. Otherwise, ITC will be blocked. Number 2. Who has defaulted in what of tax? Payment of tax. In a what period? Prescribed period. Government, sama smart. Government is saying that you purchase from me, okay, by paying tax, value of supply, everything. But that collected tax, I have not paid to the government. I kept for myself. Correct? Government is saying that I am a fraud. From fraud supplier, we will never pass on the credit. That means, are you recipient? Purchase only from the good supplier, not from the fraud supplier. If the supplier is fraud, ITC will be swaha. Number 3. Whose what tax payable? Whose na yarodeydu? Supplier odeydu. Supplier's output tax payable as per the GSTR1 or IFF. Hey, I will only file GSTR1 or IFF. Exceeds the output tax paid in what? GSTR 3B for a particular tax period by a prescribed limit. Again, fraud supplier. First one, sir, just now I started business, sir. For certain period of time, we will not allow to pass on the credit. At the end period of time, உனக்கே தெரியும் first return file பண்ற வரைக்கும். Concept clear? Number 2, I am a supplier. I have defaulted in payment of tax. Then, ITC cannot be passed on. Third one, I am a supplier. Sir, the balance as per GSTR 1 or IFF is more than the balance available in the GSTR 3B. That means there is a mismatch in 1 or IFF and 3B. Then from such a supplier, we will never allow to pass on the ITC. Purida. Or who has availed ITC of an amount that exceeds the credit that can be availed by him as per GSTR during the prescribed period and by prescribed limit. Look at me. I am the supplier. I have taken ITC. Yes, sir. From me, my case, I have claimed excess ITC. I have claimed it. Then automatically you will get an intimation. We already discussed that you have to either pay the differential tax for the intimation or you have to give reply to the intimation. Correct? I am not doing that. Intentionally I am not doing. What government is saying that then from you ITC will not be passed on. Then whoever purchase from you, automatically you will come and file the intimation. Are you already with me? If you are bad to us, we will make you bad before others. That's what government intention. Who has defaulted in discharging the tax liability in accordance with the provisions of 49 subsection 12, read with rule number 86B. That means who has discharged more tax liability from electronic credit ledger than prescribed under rule number 86B. What they are saying is, listen, sir, you are having electronic credit ledger, correct? In electronic, if you are having balance available in electronic credit ledger, you can use that for payment of tax, correct? For certain category of people, the maximum available amount that can be utilized from the electronic credit ledger is 99%. For example, if 1 lakh rupees balance is available in the electronic credit ledger, you can't use the entire how much lakh? 1 lakh. Maximum you can utilize will be 99% of the balance available in the electronic. That means the balance, how much percent? Should be paid through electronic cash ledger. அவன் அதை பண்ணாம என்ன பண்ணுவான்னா 100% they will utilize from electronic. இங்க வா இப்ப படி. Sir, who has defaulted? So there is a default in discharging is what liability? Tax liability. In accordance with the provisions of 49 subsection 12, read with rule number 86B. That is was discharged more tax liability from electronic what ledger? Credit ledger. That means from electronic what ledger? Credit ledger. You are supposed to take only 99%, but you are taking 100%. That means you have violated rule number 86B. Hello? If your supplier is such a supplier, he is a fraud supplier. From the fraud supplier, we will not allow to pass on the credit. Purida? Or other specified class of persons. Government na solra na innu gaanda irukken. Innu I will be adding some other class of person. Whoever I want. At that time, those people cannot pass on the credit. Then the recipient will not purchase from that guy. Then he will say that, innappa, ஒழுங்கா return கூட file பண்ண மாட்டியா? புரியுதா? See, have you utilized more than 99%? So I don't want you, because from you, if I purchase from you, I can't take ITC. Then whatever tax I am paying will be a loss. I will go with some other supplier. Automatically, this guy will lose the business. So this guy will become good boy automatically. Are you really with me? So understand the concept. Section 38 is the inward supply. That inward supply mainly shows two things: eligible ITC, ineligible ITC. Eligible ITC means, sir, supplier is pakka. Hello, sir. Ineligible ITC means the system itself show that this amount you can't take it as ITC because of this reason. Reason number one, the supplier is a newly registered person. இப்பதான் registration எடுத்திருக்கான். Hello. Number two, sir, default in what of tax? Payment of tax. Are you agree with me? Number three, sir, delta in GSTR 1 bar IFF and GSTR 3B. Correct, sir? Next one, sir, claimed excess ITC. Hello, sir. Next one, sir, claimed more than 99% in the electronic what ledger? If you remember this keywords itself enough, registration, new registration, default in payment of tax, difference in GSTR 1 or IFF and the GSTR 3B, claimed excess ITC, utilized more than such other class of persons. Come on, I'm moving and closing it. Coming to GSTR 2A and 2B. Form and manner of ascertaining the details of inward supply, which is GSTR 2A and GSTR 2B. Sir, my outward supply is your inward supply. It should be reflected in GSTR 2A and GSTR 2B, right? Yes, sir. Sir, once we done this, that's it, man. Because 39 onwards, we already completed. Okay. What is GSTR 2A? It is system generated read-only statement. System generated. You can't alter. You can't alter. For example, I will tell you, man. I sold this, sir, calculator to you. It's a sales for me and it's a purchase for you. Either I can upload the sale of calculator in GSTR 1 or IFF as the addition. Once I furnish my GSTR 1 or IFF as the, it will reflect in your 2A. It will reflect in your 2A. It's a dash only statement. You would have made 1,000 purchases during a particular year. You purchase calculator from me. Like that, you would have purchased so many items. You will be having purchase bill. With that purchase bill, you go and check the 2A, saying that is a value correct, goods correct, everything correct. Some purchases will not be reflected there. Why? Your supplier would not have been filed your GSTR 1 or IFF as the immediately phoned. Hey, Thambi, secret file panna GSTR 1. Then only it will be reflected in GSTR 2A. Right? Reflect details of invoices furnished by a NRTP in form GSTR 5. Sir, tell me, if you are NRTP, if the supplier is a normal person, I want response. If supplier is a normal person, he will file his outward supplier in GSTR 1 or IFF as a, sir, if the supplier is an NRTP, he will not file GSTR 1, he will not file IFF, he will file GSTR 5. So, even the outward supply, whatever furnished in GSTR, will also be reflected in GSTR 2A, right? And reflects details of TDS by deductor furnished in GSTR 7. GSTR what A is equal to? GSTR 1 or IFF plus GSTR 5 plus GSTR 7. Clarity? Sir, all this put together, read only will be reflected in GSTR 2A. Come on. Updated on what time basis? Abdina, inga paru. Sir, you purchased calculator from me, but you would have purchased plant and machinery from some other person. I uploaded GSTR 1. It will immediately reflect in your GSTR 2A. When he uploaded GSTR 1 or IFF, it will immediately reflect in your GSTR 2A. It's a dash time basis, real time basis. நான் இங்க return file பண்ண உடனே உனக்கு reflect ஆயிடும். புரியுதா? Sir, reflect details of what furnished plus the, by the ISD in form GSTR, அதுவும் இங்க தான் வந்து விடும் plus GSTR 6. Hello, sir. அப்ப சார் GSTR 8 சார் அதுவும் இங்க தான் சார் வந்து விழும். Reflects details of TCS by a e-commerce operator furnished in form GSTR. அப்போ ஒன்றும் இல்லை சார், all the outward supply will be reflected in the hands of the recipient under GSTR 2A. What are the outward supply forms? First one GSTR 1 or IFF. புரியுதா? இது யாருக்கு? Normal taxable person. சார் GSTR 5 NRTP, GSTR 7 TDS, சார் GSTR 6 Input Service Distributor, correcta? GSTR 8 TCS person. Comfortable? Everything will be auto-populated in GSTR 2A. Can I proceed? Coming to the last one, man, 2B and its features. Sir, one more. Auto-generated statement containing the details of what ITC? Eligible ITC. I already told that there are two ITCs are there. Eligible ITC, ineligible ITC, correct? All the eligible ITC you can see in the GSTR 2B. Appa purchase detail 2A. Sir, ITC detail, it's a dash statement. Static statement means it's a read-only statement சொன்னாங்க. Hello sir. Static statement means edit பண்ண முடியாது. We can't change. Hello sir. Yes sir. It's available once a month. But this is available on a what time basis? Update ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும். But இது எப்பவுமே update ஆகாது. Hello sir. After 11th only everyone will complete the GSTR 1. Or after 13th only everyone will complete the IFF. Once GSTR 1 and IFF has been finalized, GSTR 2B will be auto-populated. Hello. அதில் என்ன காட்டும்னா what are the ITC you are eligible? Certain ITC will not be eligible because of these reasons. Hello sir? Yes sir. Next one sir. Details of what supply? Furnished by supplier who has opted for what scheme? In form either GSTR 1 or using the IFF B2B in the what of date, cut off date. Those outward supply, அதோட ITCயும் எங்க வந்து விழும்னா GSTR 2B. Reflects details of outward supply furnished by supplier in form GSTR 1, form GSTR 5, form GSTR 6 between the what date, cut off date. ஒன்றும் இல்லையா, இங்க ஃபைல் பண்ற எல்லாத்தோட வேல்யூ ஆஃப் பர்ச்சேசஸ் will come and sit in the GSTR. இதோட எல்லா eligible ITCயும் will come and sit in the GSTR 2B, but this is a real-time statement. Every month, every day it will get updated, but it is not like that. It's a monthly static statement, monthly statement, right sir? Reflects details of IGST paid on the import of goods brought into DTA from SEZ unit to SEZ developer. That means IGST paid, IGST. Sometimes I would have, sir, imported the goods from outside India. At that time I would have paid IGST. That IGST will also come and sit in GSTR 2B. Sometimes I would have brought goods from SEZ unit, special economic zone unit, to the DTA, domestic tariff area. Oh, at that time also I would have paid the IGST. That IGST will also come and sit in the GSTR 2B. Correct? That's it. With regard to the entire discussion of the chapter what? Returns. Returns. These are the section numbers which are covered in returns. Section 37, outward supply. Section 38, inward supply. Section 39, furnishing of return. Furnishing of 40, first return. 41, 42 and what? 43. Sir, this 42 and 43 are not there in our syllabus. 41 ITC on provisional basis. ITC on. Then 44 annual return. 44. 45 final return. 45. 46 return to, sir, notice to return defaulters. Notice to. 47 late fee. 47 is what? 48 is GST practitioners. 48 is what? So if you see the flow of the syllabus as a whole, my dear lovable students, sir, the first one is talking about section 7 supply. Section 8, tax rate for composite and mixed supply. Section 9, levy and collection of CGST. Section 10, composition levy. That means what is the basic rule is the flow is an activity or transaction should fall under section 7. And once it fall under section 7, it will become a either composite supply or mixed supply. So section 7 and 8 talking about the supply, composite supply, tax rate for composite supply and tax rate for mixed supply. Clarity? Then people will start love to fall under section 9 or 10 as the section 9 is the levy and collection of CGST and section 10 is the even though certain activities or transaction it satisfy all the condition, it may covered under section 11. That's what exemptions. That's what section 11 or section 6 of the IGST Act. Then we have talked about the debit note, credit note, tax invoice. That is tax invoice, debit note and credit note. When a supplier is supposed to raise the tax invoice, debit note, credit note, then only we can finalize the time of supply. On what value you are liable to pay tax is the value of supply, and which tax to be paid to the government is what the place of supply, right sir? Then who is supposed to take registration is what the registration chapter, correct sir? Yes sir. And what is the conditions to take ITC is what the ITC chapter. Then we are having procedural aspects such as returns, books of accounts, payment of tax, e-way bill, TDS and TCS. This is the complete package of the subject in an IDT. Are you all really with me? Comfortable, sir? For your examination, sir, this area will be tested as computation of GST payable for 10 mark. Are you all really with me? You will get time of supply a 4 mark, value of supply 4 to 5 mark, place of supply another 4 to 5 mark. This is a 12 to 15 mark area for examination, right sir? From this chapter, sir, this ITC will be clubbed along with the computation of GST payable, and this registration chapter, a standalone question will come for 4 mark, right sir? So if you see computation of GST payable will be the first question 10 mark. Hello sir. There you have to go through all the 8 questions what is there in the model question paper and the current RTP MTP, which will be discussion of everything. Sir, computation of GST payable 10 mark. Then sir, your time of supply, value of supply, place of supply, sir, 10 mark to 15 mark, minimum 10, maximum 15. Your registration plus what? Minimum 4 mark to 8 mark. Are you already with me? If you look, means 10 plus 10, 20 plus 4, 24, nearly 25 marks we are covering here. Alright, sir. Then, my dear lovable students, you will be asking for sure a return 4 mark area for examination. Then TDS and TCS a 4 mark area for examination. Then books of accounts a 2 mark area for 2 to 3 mark area for examination. E-way bill, sir, what is the threshold limit for e-way bill, sir? 50,000, correct sir? E-way bill, yes sir, that will surely ask for 4 mark, 1 question for examination, and payment of tax will come for another 4 mark, 3 to 4 mark for examination. So this is how your mark weightage will be. What you are supposed to do from here onwards, you start revising the subject. That's it. Are you really with me? Everything will be able to appreciate or connected. I am with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap?